Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 90. The number of marines was indeed large, and it took an early morning for the melee to break through the encirclement. At this time, it was already getting brighter, and Vivi could be heard giving a speech, telling her adventure stories. But when the story reaches the most critical moment, Wei still fails to see the melee and her friends. At this time, the melee finally appeared. Everyone turned their backs to Vivi and raised their left hands high. There was an X on their arm, which was the mark of their partners. Karuduk and Vivi on the shore also raised their left arms, which also had the marks of X's friends. No matter what happens in the future, as long as we see this sign, we will be partners. Vivi seemed to hear Luffy's words again. Set sail! Luffy shouted with all his strength, and the Mary moved towards the next island indicated by the record pointer. There were countless marine warships around, and they were about to catch the Straw Hats. Mr. Two's swan ship suddenly rushed out, taking countless attacks for them, and covering the Straw Hats' escape. A pink-haired girl stared at Su King across the sea. Su King also confirmed the identity of the beautiful marine in front of him. So that's it, Tina from the prison fruit. Su King didn't say anything and used the power of the wind to quickly escape from Marine's blockade. Marine still wanted to catch up, but Su King directly started to form the seal, fire-style Great Fireball technique. A huge Great Fireball hit the Marine ship. People who didn't know it thought Su King had eaten the Xiao Xiao fruit. In this world, even if you eat a devil fruit, you can only use one ability. Su Kang's ability has exceeded everyone's knowledge. Generally, people who are not familiar with Su King have no idea that Su King has eaten it. What fruit? It seems that we finally left the island? Thank you for your hard work. At this time, Robin suddenly walked out of the cabin. Everyone was a little surprised. What's going on? Why are you here? Although Zoro knew Robin's life experience, he didn't know that Su King invited Robin to become a partner. And everyone else was surprised too. When did you get on the boat? Everyone asked. Always there. Originally, I was supposed to be killed by crocodile, but Su King saved me and invited me to be his partner. The Baroque working society is gone and crocodile has been captured. I don't have it anymore. I finally agreed because I wanted a place to stay. Robin pushed everything to Su King. Su King then said, "Don't worry, Robin is not a bad person. I think we have discussed it before. Robin is our partner from now on. No matter what happens, she will be our partner." Luffy, what do you think? Zoro asked. Me? It's nothing. It's good to have an extra partner. Don't worry, this guy is not a bad person. Luffy trusted Robin very easily. Sanji is naturally irresistible to beautiful women and welcomes all good-looking women. Coupled with Su Kang's agreement, everyone did not refuse much, and finally everyone accepted the fact that Robin became a partner. Although at present, getting along with each other has not reached the point where we are going to be in the hot pot, but we can still be considered harmonious. Robin did what he wanted and took out the gems from Crocodile. Nami was instantly conquered. It can be said that Robin easily penetrated into the Straw Hats. However, Su King still talked to Robin alone. It was not what Su King wanted to talk about, but what Robin wanted to talk about. Captain Su King, I hope that if one day in the future, when my life and death are at stake, you can go as far as you want without saving me. Robin said to Su King very seriously. Su King didn't expect Robin to make such a request. Being able to make such a request shows that Robin has regarded Luffy and others as his partners. Why? Why do you say that? What are you afraid of? Su King asked. None of my partners will end up well. I think since you know my past, you should know that in order to survive, I had to deal with all kinds of evil people, but the final ending was not very good. Marine and world, if the government wants me to die, it will definitely affect you. Robin said seriously. If you don't agree, I will leave if I think of the next place. Robin said. Su King thought for a while and then replied, Robin, I know you better than anyone else. How much do you know? Robin asked. At least I know that Seiren is your first friend? At least. I know everything about the O'Hara incident. At least, after 100 years of blank time, I probably know what the world government is hiding. Su Kang's words instantly touched Robin's heart. Sometimes I really wonder if you are a spy of the world government, how could you know so many things? Robin also couldn't let go for a long time. My companions on the ship all call me a prophet, or a prophet. I am not that capable of predicting the future, but I can probably tell what will happen, as well as some past events. I know those warships are not you destroyed, that was destroyed by Aokiji. In order to see if his friend Salon's choice was correct, Kuzan was a person full of justice. Back to the previous topic, do you promise? After a circle, Robin went back to this topic again. Those people in the past might abandon you and betray you after knowing your identity, but don't underestimate everyone on this ship. We can die and be defeated, but we will never abandon our companions. Su King said, even if you are captured by Marine, even if you have to kill the 3 generals of Marine Fleet Admiral, facing the entire CP organization, several millions of Marines, we will save you without hesitation. This is our attitude towards our partners, don't you think so? Luffy. Su King pulled the door open at this time, and Luffy fell down from the door. It turned out that Luffy had been eavesdropping on Su Kang's speech. Ha ha ha. I just came here to find something to eat, and I accidentally overheard what you were saying, but Su King is right, we will never give up and leave our friends behind. Luffy said firmly with a smile. Okay. Robin was speechless at this time, but he was very moved in his heart. These guys. Robin looked at the restless people fighting on the boat, but he felt a long-lost feeling. It was the feeling of being together with real partners. Do you know Sky Island? Robin? We are going there for the next stop. There are historical texts there, and there are also words left by Roger. Su King made another prophecy. Sky Island. Robin naturally became interested when she heard the empty island and the historical text. She walked into the cabin and started to flip through the book, looking for information about the empty island. Chapter 91. And not long after Su King and Robin talked about the empty island, something fell from the sky. Those things sank into the water around the Mary, making a splashing sound. Soon, everyone was shocked, because a huge ship unexpectedly fell from above their heads. This ship is really too huge, in sharp contrast to the small Mary. Everyone, hold on tight. Hold on to the ship. Zoro reminded. The entire melee shook violently. What? What is this? Oh my god! Nami couldn't help but said. Everyone did not expect that such a big ship would fall from the sky. This is a dream. It must be a dream. Usopp said, unwilling to accept the reality, and Chopper beside him also agreed. However, Sanji raised his head and said again, hey! Something fell again. Turn the helm quickly and leave. Nami reminded. It's weird how big a wave goes like this. Sanji complained. At this time Su King spoke, leave the steering to me. You are responsible for stabilizing the melee. Immediately afterwards, Su King quickly grabbed the rudder and turned it to the full left rudder. The ship then deflected and avoided the falling objects above its head. Although everyone said that it was much safer, the debris in the sky continued to fall. It was not known how long it took before the debris stopped falling from the sky. The Mary calmed down. Everyone also started a discussion. Why did the ship fall from the sky? Luffy asked, confused. It's so weird. Sanji also felt weird. But there is nothing in the sky. Zoro also expressed curiosity. Really? What the hell is the Grand Line? Unexpected things always appear. Now there is a ship falling from the sky. Usopp hugged Chopper and was so scared. Nami's eyes were staring straight at the record pointer on her wrist, motionless. What's wrong? Nami? Sanji asked. The record pointer is broken and keeps pointing upward. Nami replied. No, I think it was attracted by the island with stronger magnetism, since the pointer is pointing up and doesn't move. Robin replied. Maybe there is an island in the sky, an empty island. It is normal for ships to fall from the sky like this, right? Su King added on to Robin's words and directly told his partners the facts, which immediately caused an uproar. What? Sky Island? Is there such an island? Is it suspended in the air? How amazing! The most interested person is naturally Luffy, he is always interested in this kind of adventure. Did the ship and the dead bones fall from there? Usopp asked in fear. But there's nothing like an island in the sky. Zoro expressed doubts. Robin, just tell us about the empty island. Su King looked at Robin and said. Well, of course, to be precise, it should be the sea that floats. Robin explained. Hi? Oh. Usopp, Chopper and Luffy became interested. Wow! It means that the sea is floating in the sky, and there is an island there, right? Okay. I'll take a look right away. Luffy said excitedly. Take the helm and set the sails. Go at full speed. Usopp said excitedly. To be honest, I haven't seen Sky Island, and I don't know much about it. Robin said honestly. That's right, this is impossible. How can the island and the sea float in the sky? The recording pointer must be broken. Nami still expressed doubts about this. No, Miss Navigator, what you are thinking about right now should not be where the record pointer is broken, but how to get to the sky. Robin had no doubts about the Sky Island. Since he has some information about Kong Island, Robin can be sure that Kong Island exists. After all, as a scholar, he knows more or less about it. No matter how bizarre the situation this ship is involved in, or how big a crisis it is, there is absolutely no doubt that the record pointer on your hand is an iron rule of navigation. In this sea, you should doubt it. First of all, it's the common sense in his head that there must be an island in the direction where the record pointer points. Robin educated Nami, which was considered an education. After all, Robin once traveled through the Great Channel. Su King saw Nami still staring at the record pointer, and also persuaded, Robin is right, the Sky Island must exist, but there are not many ways to go up, so most people have no way to go up. Nature is very magical. Anything is possible. Just believe in the record pointer and keep moving forward. Su King encouraged Nami, and Nami nodded. At this time, there was a skeleton corpse on the deck. Robin was not afraid at all. Instead, he opened the coffin, put the fragments of the skeleton together, and finally restored a head. This hole should be caused by man. This is a therapeutic knife mark. It should be called a head-piercing technique, right? Ship doctor? Robin asked. Yes, when people used to treat brain tumors, they always made a hole in the skull, but that should be a medical technique from a long time ago. Chopper said. Yes, this man must have been dead for 200 years, right? He was probably about 30 years old. He probably died of illness during the voyage. Compared with other bones, his teeth are still intact because they were coated with tar. This funeral custom is a unique tradition in some areas of South Blue. From the historical process, it is inferred that the ship should be the ship of the past expedition. Robin then flipped through the book again, found it immediately and said, yes, there is the kingdom located in South Blue, the ship of the Bliss Kingdom, the Saint Bliss. Sail before 208. Everyone commented, it looks exactly like the previous ship. So, it seems that the ship also has this ship's emblem. This ship has been drifting in the air for 200 years. Robin analyzed. Nami then deeply felt how powerful Robin was and said, I didn't expect you could analyze so many things just from the bones. Although the corpse can't speak, the information on her body cannot escape. If it was an expedition team, it should be logical that all kinds of evidence and records should be left behind, Robin said. But the ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Nami then saw Luffy and Usopp, who had already begun to salvage something. Hey! Everyone! I found something great! Luffy spread out the things in his hands very excitedly. It turned out to be a map of the empty island. Sky Island? Does this mean that Sky Island really exists? Of course. Don't you believe what I said? Su King smiled slightly, feeling that Nami still believed in him too much. Awesome! This means Sky Island really exists. That's the island of dreams. Usopp, Luffy and Chopper danced happily. Don't get too excited. This can only mean that there is such a possibility. Although Nami already believed it, she still didn't dare to confirm it. Chapter 92. If even a large sailing ship like that can reach Sky Island, there must be some way for us to get there. Find all the records left by the big ship just now. Nami said. But the ship has sunk. Usopp said. If it sinks, just fish it up for me. Nami said. Okay. After hearing this, Luffy and Usopp naturally picked up the nets in their hands and prepared to salvage. Chopper asked weakly, what is salvage? Just to raise the sunken ship, but that ship may not be able to do anything because it is too big. Robin responded with a smile. However, all we need to do is find the logbook and navigation records, right? Since we can find the map of the empty island, we should be able to find that kind of thing, right? Su King said. However, it's not that simple. Robin said. At this time, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro all put on special diving bucket suits. They were called so because they looked like a big wooden barrel. This kind of diving suit was Usopp's new invention. Don't worry. My design will never go wrong. Usopp was very confident in his invention. Good luck and I will pray for you, Nami said. Then the three of them slowly dived into the water. Although Su King knew that there was no danger in the sea, he still preferred to stay on the boat. Not long after putting the three people down, a demonic sound could be heard. Good fishing! Good fishing! What the hell is that? Su King asked. Who knows? Usopp also felt very strange. On the deck of the huge ship in front of him, there were rows of people standing. The leader yelled for a while, and Su King soon learned that the person in front of him was the king of the apes of the ape pirates who specializes in salvage work. Who are you? This is my territory, said the ape. We are just passing by here. Su King said in a low-key voice. Passing by? Then leave quickly. All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. You haven't done anything, right? Don't whisper. Answer my question quickly, the Ape King roared. Nami had an idea and said, Excuse me, can I ask you a question? I asked you first. Forget it, just ask if you have any questions, said the ape. Are you the crew of the salvage ship? Nami asked. What? Ship ape? It seems that I really have a bit of ape-like demeanor. Oh, I'm so sorry. The ape may have bad ears, and he accidentally heard the words as a compliment to him. Can you show us your salvage skills? Nami said. I understand, you think salvage is a strange thing, right? No problem. Let you see it, the orangutan said happily. Nami said quietly, let's act according to the situation. Su King admired Nami's clever idea. Quick! Get the salvage basket ready. Let's start salvage. The Man-Ape King then started the salvage work. Their ship itself was used for salvage, so naturally they tightly tied the ship that fell off before, and then using the air, the huge ship was fished up. Seeing that the ship came out quickly, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sea. The black shadow was extremely huge and emerged directly from the sea water. In front of him was a huge turtle. What is this? What kind of land is this? I didn't see anything, this must be a dream. Usopp said. Is it a dream? Really? Chopper said. This thing should be a creature, right? Su King was a little unsure, after all, he didn't remember all the plot clearly. They won't all be eaten, right? The gas pipes are in their mouths. Robin reminded. It looks like a huge turtle. How could there be such a huge turtle? Su King was not very impressed by the huge turtle in front of him. Because the turtle swallowed the gas pipe, the turtle moved, and the boat could only be dragged around by the turtle. Finally, Nami decided to cut off the gas pipe. However, at this time, it suddenly became dark. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was thrown on the deck and Sanji and Zoro also appeared on the deck and said, "Set the ship quickly. Get out of here. That guy is in trouble. Anyway, leave this turtle quickly." Usopp said. Turtle? I'm talking about the ape. The turtle must be some kind of sea beast. Sanji said. Luffy was chatting happily with him at first, but then he suddenly became angry when he saw us looking for things on the boat. Zoro said. It's like an angry gorilla. Sanji commented. Oh? Where is this? Luffy woke up. Luffy. Come help. Let's get out of this hellish place together. At the critical moment, Su King took charge of the overall situation, and everyone planned to work together to move to another place. Wait a minute, you guys are actually stealing my treasure on my territory. Do you think you can escape? The orangutan appeared on the melee and said angrily to everyone. Treasure? Is there any treasure? Nami seemed to be a different person after hearing the treasure. Well, there are many. Luffy said with a smile. Oops, if this guy gets angry on the boat. Sanji is also ready to meet the enemy. But at this moment, everyone was shocked again, because the sky suddenly turned black, and the day suddenly turned into night. 5 black shadows appeared in front of me. These were no ordinary 5 black shadows. These black shadows were huge, with wings, and seemed to be holding spears in their hands. As if looking at everyone, they immediately raised the spears in their hands, and then stabbed them down. When Su King and the Straw Hats saw this, they naturally went crazy. Everyone tried their best to control the melee and escape as quickly as possible. After a while, the sky became brighter. Unbelievable. Incredibly big. In a place like the Grand Waterway, there are indeed a series of strange things, and today is also. First there was a huge ship falling from the sky. Zoro said. Then the record needle pointed to the sky. Nami said. Then a strange ape came and said he wanted to salvage the ship. Usopp said. Another turtle that could eat an entire ship. Chopper said. Then suddenly night came, Robin said. In the end, a giant monster dozens of times bigger than the giants appeared. Luffy said. Yeah. Even I'm scared, said the Ape King. Get out. Everyone kicked the Ape King away in unison. Su King, do you know what that monster is? Everyone came back to ask Captain Su King when they didn't know. Everyone was curious about the black figure. These things, they seem to have wings. They should be people from the empty island, right? I personally estimate that what we saw was just a shadow. Because of the lighting problem, the figure was stretched and enlarged. It's actually nothing serious. Chapter 93. Really or not? If that's the case, then why did you order us to run so fast? Fear is contagious. You are all so afraid, so of course I will take you away from the sea of suffering. There is actually nothing wrong with what Su King said. Immediately afterwards, everyone focused on the things that had just been salvaged, but unfortunately, apart from bringing some junk, they did not find anything like a logbook. Then we should find information, right? If we go to the empty island, we might end up in the same fate as the ship just now. Information is a matter of life and death. What did you bring back? A rusty sword, tableware, a live octopus. What I want is a diary, a navigation chart, etc. Nami was furious when she didn't see what she needed, but Su King naturally survived because Su King didn't go into the sea at all. Here you go, I just got this on the orangutan's ship, let's use it first. Robin just got the permanent record pointer on the other's ship while everyone was not paying attention. This, Gaia. Nami felt a little strange when she saw this name. Su King immediately walked up and said, now that I can figure it out, if you want to go to Sky Island, you have to go to Gaia and wait for God's preparation. However, we are following our own record pointer moving towards Sky Island. Gaia? Okay. Then head towards Gaia at full speed. Luffy raised his hands high, showing great excitement. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Melee sailed in the direction of Gaia. After struggling for so long, the Melee finally got on the normal route. The island called Gaia shouldn't be very far away, right? Sanji asked. Yes, the weather has been very stable since just now. We should have entered an island-type climate sea area. Nami said. So, Gaia Island must be Spring Island, right? Luffy said expectantly. The weather is so warm and comfortable at this time. Chopper was basking in the sun and lying warmly on the deck, looking very comfortable. Spring is such a good season, and the seagulls seem to be very comfortable, ah. The seagull was shot down. As soon as Chopper finished talking about the seagull fell on the boat and died. It seems that there is a sniper master who shot them from a long distance. Su King thought about it, but he couldn't think of any sniper master. Usopp? Improbable? His father? Impossible too. Here it is. However, soon, everyone on the Melee was able to see the town not far away in front of them. This town is very lively and everyone is looking forward to it. Don't you think this place looks like a resort? Usopp asked. Resort? Chopper was also looking forward to it. Come on. Mary. Luffy was already looking forward to it. Really? There is a feeling that makes people want to spend their days leisurely. Nami said. It's better to exercise restraint. This place is a gathering place for pirates. Su King said. Really? Wow. Usopp then saw countless pirate flags fluttering in the wind. Sure enough, as Su King said, this town seemed to be full of pirates. Is it my imagination? There are so many pirate ships parked here. Really? How can a pirate ship park in the port openly? Nami looked unbelieving, but soon chose to believe Su King again. What kind of town is this? Everyone complained unbearably. In this way, Luffy, Zoro, and Su King stepped off the pirate ship, while the others stayed on the ship out of worry. Do you think these three guys can come back without causing trouble? Nami asked. Of course it's impossible. Besides, this town doesn't look good. It's not impossible. It's definitely impossible. Usopp said. This is not okay. Nami then followed. While walking down the street, a drunk man fell off his horse. Excuse me, can you help me up? The man said drunkenly. Luffy and Zoro threw it on the horse. The man wanted to give the apples in his basket to everyone. Su King and Zoro didn't do anything. Luffy just grabbed one and ate it. Immediately afterwards, I heard rumors that someone was killed after eating an apple. You are so lucky. If it could explode, it would have exploded in the first bite. The drunk man rode away drunkenly. Later, Nami blamed Luffy again. Do you know you almost died just now? This is a common thing. Luffy said it was not a big deal. What a big-headed ghost you are. Nami couldn't complain to Luffy anymore. Let's go, let's not interfere with things that have nothing to do with us. Let's find out the news about going to Sky Island as soon as possible. Naturally, everyone was willing to listen to Su Kang's words. Soon, everyone walked to a very unique villa, but there was no one in the villa. Guest, it will be very difficult for me if you do this. Suddenly a person ran out and said, because this grand tropical hotel has been booked by Uncle Bellamy and his party, ordinary guests are not allowed in. This turns out to be a hotel. Only then did Zoro realize. If Uncle Bellamy finds out, things will be very serious. Can you please leave as soon as possible? The receptionist is naturally afraid that Bellamy will go crazy. Bellamy is famous in this town of Gaia Magic Valley. Have a high status. What? You can't even come in and take a look. Luffy pouted. Who is that Bellamy? Nami also felt very unhappy. Just a little pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Su King was not too concerned about this person. Hey! What's wrong? At this time, a man and a woman walked in from the door. Where did these dirty little boys come from? The man said. Do you know how much money we spent to book this place? The woman said angrily. I'm sorry. Master. Get out of here, you little devils. Luffy asked, can I knock this guy away? No. Nami didn't want to cause a lot of trouble. The man named Sakis and the woman who took the photo looked at each other and smiled. You want to beat me away? This guy is very interesting, but you are really shabby like this. Take it and buy some clothes you like with these. Bar. Sakis threw the money on the ground, and the woman beside him laughed. Sakis, what a waste. Why give money to such a person? It's true, it's better to throw it into the smelly ditch. The two of them just wanted to laugh at everyone. Can I take it? Luffy asked innocently, not understanding that others wanted to humiliate him. Let's go, I'm so unhappy. Nami pulled Luffy towards the outside, while Su King stayed where he was. Why don't you leave? You brat! Are you reluctant to part with our charity? Ha 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 ha! Su King had no expression on his face, looked at the two people, and finally smiled. Are you provoking me? Chapter 94. Sakis couldn't help but tremble all over his body. He couldn't explain why. He just felt that the smile of the man in front of him was a bit scary. A hole? Aren't you leaving yet? Sakis and the woman already frowned. Nami saw that something was wrong and was ready to come back to persuade Su King. Who is Su King? He suffered endless humiliation as soon as he traveled to this world. Even Shishibukai Crocodile was ultimately defeated by his own men. The two people in front of him were relying on Bellamy to provoke him. Naturally, Su King couldn't bear it and didn't need to. Do you want to die? Su King said calmly. Ha! What do you mean? Kid, are you going to attack me? You don't even know what kind of thing you are. Although Sakis already felt that something was wrong, he was used to being arrogant and blurted out these words. Su King finally moved. He opened his left and right hands, and instantly a raised nan with blue flash appeared in his palm. This. Sakis and others had never seen such a thing before, so they were naturally shocked. Su King was very fast. The moment they saw Ray's Nan, he had already smashed Ray's Nan into their abdomens. With a sound of boom, the two bodies flew backwards like cannonballs. They fell heavily in the villa, obviously seriously injured. The store owner first looked at Su King in shock, and then said nervously as if he was remembering something, "It's over. It's over. Uncle Bellamy will definitely avenge them. This guest, you should leave here quickly." Su King saw that his anger was relieved and the store was very concerned about him, so naturally he didn't say anything else. Humph! Do you think you can leave so easily? A voice suddenly came from the villa. Su King took a closer look and found that the entire villa was actually filled with Bellamy's lackeys. "Excuse me, do you have anything else to do?" Su King said calmly. "This is your reward list. It says 30 million Baileys on it. I'll let Bellamy give you a good look." The lackeys seemed to have no intention of starting a fight. Su King nodded and said, "Let's give it a try. Let him come here." Knowing that this group of people must have missed a zero, Su King didn't say anything more. Just like that, Su King followed Nami. Nami, Zoro and others were so angry that they had no choice but to go to the tavern and began to drink away their sorrows. "I'm so angry." Nami sulked. "It's really unfortunate, but our Magic Valley town can be said to be a town composed of free-spending pirates," the tavern owner said. "So pirates without money can't come, right?" Nami said angrily. "It seems like you still can't get rid of your anger. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink." The owner of the tavern thoughtfully prepared a drink for Nami. "These people are extremely vicious people. If you take everything seriously, you won't be able to stay in this town. The best way is not to provoke them," the tavern owner said. "Actually, I think there is another way that can allow us to avoid trouble very directly," Su King said. "What?" everyone asked. "That means defeating you, the most vicious pirate in this town. By then, no one will look down on us." What Su King said is also a fact, but if he keeps getting into trouble, he doesn't know what else to do. How long will it take to find out the news about going to Sky Island? That makes sense, but I still feel really bad about this place. Nami was still in a very low mood. "Ha! You want to prove that you are a normal person, but unfortunately, normal people are rare animals in this town. Anyway, you can save the records after staying here for 4 days. Just leave before you get into trouble." "Yes," the tavern owner reminded. 4 days? I can't even stay for 2 days. After Nami finished complaining, he found that Su King was staring at Luffy carefully. Nami looked back and found that there was someone else beside Luffy. Luffy and the black-haired man ate a cherry pie at the same time, and said at the same time, "This cherry pie is too delicious, too delicious." Then, the two of them picked up the drinks and drank them in one gulp. "Why does this drink taste so good? Is there something wrong with your tongue?" "I think there's something wrong with your head," the tavern owner said. "I'm not a chef anyway, it doesn't matter what you say." Su King looked at the man with black hair and a black beard in front of him, and instantly recognized this man's identity. "It seems like the original plot is still the same. I bumped into you. Blackbeard, teach." Su King thought to himself. Luffy said to the boss in front of him, "Hey! Uncle, I want to buy 50 pieces of meat as a gift." And Blackbeard said, "Boss, I want to buy 51 portions of cherry pie." "Wait a minute. I want to change it to 52 copies. Sorry, my pie was changed to 53 servings." The two quarreled for a while, looked at each other and cursed, "Are you deliberately going against me? Why are you all making such a fuss?" Zoro complained at the side. "Luffy! Don't forget what you promised me, and how can we have the money to buy so much meat back? We are not here to purchase it." Nami said. "Are you a pirate?" Blackbeard asked with an evil smile. "Yes, that's right," Luffy replied. "How much is the reward?" Blackbeard asked. 1. Luffy hasn't finished answering yet, but Su King answered first. "My bounty is 300 million Baileys." Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, you should be hunting those strong men? I must have guessed right, right? Su Kang's words instantly attracted Blackbeard's attention. "Come over. You said your head is worth 300 million? What a joke. Liar. However, you actually recognized my identity, which surprised me." Blackbeard smiled. Blackbeard. Zoro and Nami were both a little surprised. Wasn't it Blackbeard that Ace was chasing before? Okay, fighting is not allowed in my store. This is your meat, this is your cherry pie. Take it and leave immediately. The store took action in time to prevent the impending fight. Blackbeard didn't say much, picked up the cherry pie and walked out. Blackbeard left, but another person walked into the tavern. Is Demon Su King in this tavern? Came a rough voice. A man with blonde hair, who looked like he was not a good guy at first glance, appeared. The guests around were very scared. Bellamy. Bellamy said arrogantly, "Are you Su King, the demon with a bounty of 30 million? What do you want from me?" Su King asked calmly. The surrounding guests also started talking. Did you hear that? That guy actually has a reward of 30 million. Chapter 95. No way? Just that kid? Really or not? Su King originally looked like a young man, so he didn't look like a guy with a bounty of 30 million. Who is this guy? Luffy also felt a little strange. The person in front of him didn't look like he was here to chat. Give me the most expensive wine in the store, and order this brat his favorite thing. Bellamy crossed his arms and chest, looking very sultry, and Su King shook his head slightly. You don't know how high the sky is, and you still want to follow Doflamingo. Su King didn't like Doflamingo, but I have to say that Doflamingo was a man with brains. He controlled the underground world, became the king himself, and controlled the world. A country can be considered a successful crocodile. There are too many people like Bellamy following such a person, but Dover doesn't care about Bellamy at all. Immediately afterwards, a group of Bellamy's thugs came in from outside the store. The thugs were so aggressive that they quickly drove everyone away in the store. The losers were looking forward to it. They couldn't help but want to see how Bellamy tortured Su King. Su King handed his drink to Luffy. When Luffy saw it, he asked, "Aren't you going to drink?" "Then I'll drink. I didn't expect this guy to be quite nice." At this moment, Bellamy took action and punched Luffy hard. Su King thought this guy would attack him, but he didn't expect him to be so vicious, hitting anyone who drank. Bellamy's attack was sudden, but Su King had already prepared himself. In addition, Su King's speed couldn't stop him, so he instantly grabbed Bellamy's wrist. "I'm sorry, my friend doesn't need to be beaten on the back." Su King mocked, then threw Bellamy outside the tavern, and the tavern did not suffer any damage. Ah! The guests in the tavern and Bellamy's henchmen were all shocked. They didn't expect Bellamy to kick the iron plate. But they still kept smiling, because they knew that Su King's actions would only make his ending more tragic. What's going on? Why does this guy want to slap my back? He's such a good person. Luffy was still in a confused state. Luffy, how slow your reaction must be. But since it's Su King, I don't think I need to help. Zoro subconsciously pulled out the knife just now, and now he takes it back. Su King, don't do anything, we haven't asked for the news yet. Nami said. You can't ask for news here. Su King said firmly. None of the people in front of him believed in the existence of Kong Island. Even being beaten up could not change this fact. Nami then asked, how can I get to Sky Island? Immediately afterwards, the whole tavern burst into laughter. They all laughed like fools. Did you hear that? She said she wanted to go to Sky Island. Spare me. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? But the record pointer is clearly pointing to the sky. Nami said. Ha 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 ha. Remember, the record pointer is clearly pointing to the sky? Ha ha. Record pointers are inherently easy to break. Ha 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 ha. It made me laugh so hard. Even though I was outside, I heard it. How could you believe that old legend? There are islands in the sky. Ha ha. What era are you from? At this time, the tavern there was laughter again from outside, obviously Bellamy's. The mystery of the strange currents on the Grand Line has proven this one after another. The upwash current is one of them. It seems that you haven't even heard of it, right? Bellamy had already walked in at this time. A ship swallowed by the upwelling current will be pushed into the air, and then the whole ship will fall directly into the sea. Unknowing ancient navigators saw the vision of ships falling from the sky, and imagined an empty island in the sky out of thin air. Saying that there must be another world in the sky is so stupid. Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams in your eyes have all been unlocked now, and I have lost to you. I originally wanted to test you and let you join the team of the new era, but I didn't expect that you turned out to be paranoid. Bellamy said solemnly, listen up. The era of pirates embracing the dream of treasure hunting is over. The Golden Country, the Emerald City, and the great secret treasure One Piece will only be ignored if there are fools who are deceived by the dream of treasure hunting. For the sake of immediate interests, even those guys who are more powerful than anyone else and dominate this ocean are being toyed to death by non-existent illusions. The dead fool is still said by everyone, that guy is so happy to be able to live in his dreamland. This is simply a satire on the bereaved dog. I feel very unhappy when I see idiots chasing treasure hunting dreams. Bellamy rushed towards Su King again. Originally Bellamy was supposed to attack Luffy, but now Bellamy attacks Su King. Su King once again easily deflected Bellamy's attack, and turned to Nami and said, "Did you see it? Nami? These people don't believe in the existence of Sky Island at all, because they haven't been there, so they don't know. I believe that somewhere, this kind of person is the most hopeless person. Are you talking about me? That's ridiculous. It's just because there are people like you among the pirates that it hurts us, who are also pirates, and our level has been lowered. Get out of here. Get out of this town." Bellamy's thug next to him also started to boo. "Humph, Nami, give me a minute." After Su King said this, he kicked Bellamy out of the door again in the next second, and Su King was about to walk out of the tavern. At this time, Su King felt more like a bully. However, at this moment, Luffy grabbed Su King's arm. "Hey!" Su King asked a little strangely, "What?" "Su King, Zoro, please, this fight must not be fought." Luffy's eyes were firm, and Su King knew that Luffy was serious. "I know." Su King nodded, and just stood there, never to fight back again. However, although it does not fight back, Su King will not be hurt so easily. Its own defense is already very strong. Coupled with the increase of the fruit's ability, it can be said that Su King, Luffy, and Zoro are unilateral. Su King suffered almost no damage from the beating. "Why? You? Nami haven't figured out the meaning of Luffy's actions yet." And Su King had somewhat understood what Luffy meant. Defeating them is easy, but you cannot use force to make others surrender to you. Others have other people's will. Even if they defeat Bellamy and others, they will still say that Sky Island does not exist. Therefore, Bellamy is all kinds of insults to everyone. What Su King admires about Luffy is that he will never miss a fight that should be fought, and he will never start a fight that shouldn't be fought. Forget it, a humble kid is worth 30 million. I thought he was such a powerful person, but I was disappointed after seeing it. This is the first time I have seen such a coward. Chapter 96. It wasn't over yet. Bellamy took a sip of wine and sprayed it on everyone. "Kick them out, they're such an eyesore. Ha ha ha. Look at that idiot." After suffering all kinds of humiliation, Bellamy's idiot said, "There is no future in following these pirates who can't keep up with the new era. Why don't you let me buy you, woman?" Nami couldn't stand it anymore, so she turned around and said, "I'm sorry, I don't like a pirate group like you who are not popular at all. Each other. Ha ha ha." Then everyone laughed. It turns out that these people are all fools. This woman is quite powerful. Take those 3 people and get out of here quickly. You bastards, while you still have the breath. Bellamy looked at Nami and said, "Su King has the blood of the Senju clan, so naturally he will not be knocked to the ground so easily. After walking out of the tavern, Su King stood up and picked up Zoro. And a voice came from outside the door again. Sky Islands do exist. The person who spoke was Blackbeard. At this time, he was eating the cherry pie that the tavern owner had just given to him with his mouth open. Haha! The cherry pie here is indeed the most delicious. Blackbeard laughed while eating. Blackbeard said to Nami, "What are you unwilling to do? They won the fight just now. You are also very powerful when you scold people. You are a courageous woman, ha 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 ha." Zoro and Luffy then stood up. After all, they were both masters, and nothing would happen if they were beaten. The new era those guys talk about is bullshit. The era of pirate dreams is over, ha 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 ha. People's dreams will never end. Blackbeard smashed the bottle on the ground and shouted very loudly. Said. Right. Blackbeard said, looking at Luffy and the others. But there were many people around, and they all laughed and talked. Hey! Why are you so excited all of a sudden? What do you mean by people's dreams? Isn't it a joy to endure others? Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Everyone looked at Blackbeard and couldn't help laughing. Stupid guys, let them laugh. If you want to stand in the wind, you will encounter unreasonable provocations. Right. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard said with a smile, like an expert. To be honest, there is no grudge between Blackbeard and the Straw Hats now. After all, Ace has not been caught yet. I hope you can get to Sky Island. Blackbeard drank and walked in the opposite direction. Luffy. Su King glanced at Luffy. I'm fine, let's go. Luffy, Zoro, Su King, and Nami returned to the Golden Merly. As soon as they returned to the Merry, everyone's injuries were noticed, and Chopper immediately healed everyone. Su King's injury was the least serious and has now healed automatically. What happened to you? Usopp and others asked. We were beaten up by pirates, but it's over now and it's okay. Luffy said with a smile. You are all fine, but my anger has not gone away. What? It's really hateful. Nami said angrily, a man should beat back this guy who comes to the door. No. This people's town should be blown away, including the town and its people. Nami said angrily. What did you say before? Zoro was speechless. It was before, and I will beat you before you mention it again. Nami couldn't stop her anger. Why is an unharmed person so angry? Usopp expressed his confusion. Is it normal for a partner to be beaten and humiliated? Su King said. By the way, have you heard any news about Sky Island? Chopper asked. Kaido. Who knows that kind of ghost? Nami's expression suddenly became very scary. As soon as I heard Kaido, the whole store burst into laughter, as if I said something very funny. What's so funny about it? Robin also came back at this time, carrying the things he bought and saying, why is it so lively? So excited, what's wrong? Where have you been? Robin. Luffy asked. I went to buy clothes, and I also inquired about the news about Sky Island. Robin said. Yes, it's because of you, Robin, that the empty island you mentioned is the reason for this nonsense. If there really is no empty island, I will kick you to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Nami still so angry. By the way, Sky Island does exist, we just didn't ask the right person. Su King said. Then who should I ask? Nami was also speechless. However, Robin handed a map to Su King, and Su King also showed it to Luffy and others. What is this? A treasure map. This should be just an ordinary map, right? Where is it? Usopp asked. It's from here. The town on the left in the picture is Demo Valley Town where we are now. On the other side of it, do you see the X mark on the east side? I heard that there lived a strange old man who was not accepted by the people of Gaia Island. Robin said. Old man. Everyone asked out of curiosity. His name is Mont Blanc Kolokai. He was expelled for talking about his dreams. He should be able to talk. After Robin finished speaking, he entered the cabin. Su King then asked Nami about the map of Sky Island before he came, and then compared it and said, "Did you see it? The maps of Sky Island and Gaia's map overlap. Do you know what this means? Sky Island should have been part of Gaia a long time ago. That Bellamy should have said something about the sea flowing into the sky during the day, right? I can make such a hypothesis. Due to the sudden appearance of the sky current below the island, part of Gaia Island was sent up to the sky, and finally an empty island was formed." Su King combined the plot and map he knew. Tell the results of your own analysis. Wow! When you put it that way, it really looks like it. Let's go find that weird old man. It seems that if we find him, we will have a way to go to the empty island. Su King finally sorted out everyone's thoughts. Afterwards, the Golden Melee set off towards the other side of Gaia, and its destination was naturally the strange old man. However, not long after sailing, everyone saw some strange things. It is a huge ship, and the boss of this ship is a man who looks like a gorilla. We are the orangutan pirates, the king of undersea exploration. Orangutan-sama is famous, so you'd better not anger our big boss, said the little miscellaneous fish on the boat. It's okay, it seems that you are also pirates, right? Then you should know that Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea has been arrested. In terms of strength, I am not inferior to him. Maybe one day, I go back and take that guy's seat. I've been waiting for this very nervously. Su King thought to himself, you guys really dare to brag. Chapter 97. What's special about me is that I haven't had my hair cut for 25 years since I was born. How about it, are you shocked? Said the Orangutan King. When Su King looked at it this way, it was true that the Orangutan King in front of him did have very long hair. But what does this mean? Su King expressed doubts. You brat! How dare you disrespect the big boss, the crew members condemned. Forget it, really, your answer is really frightening. Listen carefully, if you forcefully break into my angry sea, it will be a sea of blood, the Orangutan King warned. Although the Gorilla King said this, no one in the Straw Hats was afraid of him. Luffy said directly, it doesn't matter, we are going to a place, and we plan to go there now. The Orangutan King said angrily, all the sea areas in this area are under my control. If you want to go there, you can leave money to buy the way first. What nonsense! What he said is similar to that of the Ape King just now. Usopp also discovered the clue. Ape? What do you think happened to the ape? The Orangutan King suddenly asked. He was just kicked away by us. Luffy said nonchalantly. After hearing this, the Orangutan King was naturally very angry and said, What? How dare you treat my brother like this? The enemy of the orangutan is my enemy. Luffy immediately said, Hey, wait a minute, we just kicked him away and didn't do anything to him. The Orangutan King was already preparing to attack. Sonic! Roar of destruction! Upon seeing this, Su King immediately reminded, Get ready to fight. I didn't expect this guy to be so kind to his brother. Ah! At this time, the Orangutan King shouted, and he could clearly feel the sound waves coming from him. However, because the sound waves came from there, he did not expect that the Orangutan King would instead move the wooden planks on the deck of his ship. The cry was broken. The entire ship is being violently ravaged, and if this continues, the Orangutan King's ship will fall apart like this. What are they doing? Sanji asked confused. But this sound is really powerful, it can destroy the ship with just the sound. Luffy also said in surprise. Su King felt that his feelings were completely wasted. Mo Dan. He is actually another funny character. According to the law of immortality of funny characters, the person in front of me is probably unkillable. Hey! Don't stand and watch, why don't you move forward quickly? Nami urged. Yes. Sanji said enthusiastically. Oh! Nami is no longer a devil. Luffy said happily. However, everyone soon felt that something was wrong, because the other party's sound waves could still be transmitted, and eventually affected the melee. Wow! It's not good. It really can still affect us. The cracks that we just repaired with great difficulty have cracked again. Don't make trouble. Our ship is already very broken. If we stay here any longer, it will definitely disintegrate. Usopp said very worriedly. At this time, Nami was not idle and said immediately, side the ship to a place where there are no sound waves immediately. Wind release great breakthrough. Su King directly formed a seal to use his wind release ninjutsu, and a large amount of wind was immediately generated around him. Using these winds, the Straw Hats quickly moved forward in another direction, just like that, gradually avoiding the attack of the Orangutan King. Everyone finally came to a quiet sea area again. Usopp and others started repairing the Mary again. While hammering the nails, he complained, really? I'm so angry with that BD gorilla. The boat is even more broken. Look carefully. When did this boat become dilapidated? Is it time to get another one? Zoro said. Why do you even say that? You heartless guy. Usopp had a very deep affection for the ship, surpassing everyone on the ship, so naturally he couldn't help but complain. You should know very well how we got this ship in the first place. Usopp said. I know, Usopp, there's no point complaining now. The Golden Merly is our important partner. Let's work harder and fix it no matter what. Luffy's words were very touching, but the next second, Luffy accidentally hammered a part of the Mary. Luffy! Do you want to fix him or break him? Usopp was furious. At this time, Su King, Robin, and Nami were discussing the next plan together. After leaving Magic Valley Town, turn around and walk east. You'll find the place marked with an X on the map. This is the place. What's it called? Nami asked. Mont Blanc Colike, Robin answered. That dreamer lives there, right? Nami confirmed. At this moment, a magnificent small castle like a palace appeared in front of everyone. It's amazing. This place is like a castle. That guy named Mont Blanc Colike is really rich. Luffy, Usopp, and others were very excited. What a dreamer, to put it nicely. Just a facade person. Sanji and Zoro had already revealed the truth. After getting off the boat, everyone saw that the castle looked like just a slab. What? It's actually a board. Only half of the house is real, the rest is made of plywood. What a stingy man. This can also explain the identity of his ancestors. Su King said calmly. I really don't understand what you are talking about. Nami feels more and more that what Su King said is very intriguing. What dream did he sing about to get deported? Nami asked Robin. I don't know the details. It seems that Guy said that there is a lot of gold buried in Gaia Island. After hearing about gold, Nami instantly became more curious. Gold? Is it the gold buried by the big pirate? Nami asked. I don't know about that. Robin shook his head. It seems to be a place called Golden Township. The man in the tavern also mentioned it. Su King said. Nami was naturally very excited. Nami found an ancient book with Rolando the Great Liar written on it. The title of this book has been well received. It should be very interesting, right? Usopp said very curiously. This book? This is a very famous story in North Blue. Although it is a fairy tale, the protagonist Rolando really exists. Sanji said. Immediately afterwards, Nami read the story to everyone. Poor liar, he died like this before he became a brave sea warrior. Nami looked at Usopp, obviously dissing him. Hey! Don't look at me! Don't add such a tone casually, okay? Usopp complained. At this moment, Luffy suddenly fell into the water, and a man appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? How brave are you? How dare you break into someone's home? Chapter 98. This area of the sea is my territory. The speaker was naked from the waist up and looked very capable. Quick! Pick up Luffy! Sanji rushed towards the sea with all his strength. You are here for the gold nuggets, right? The man immediately wanted to stop Sanji. Su King took action at this moment. He did not use any special moves. He only used physical skills to temporarily entangle the man in front of him. The man's attacks were very fierce, but Su King was able to fire all the attack coupons without too much damage. This surprised the man in front of him. Su King already knew the identity of the person in front of him, but he didn't reveal it. The man in front of him was about to continue attacking, but suddenly he fell to the ground in great pain. Luffy was also rescued, and everyone decided to heal this man first. After putting the man on the bed, Chopper diagnosed him and found out that he had the diving disease. Diving disease. Everyone feels a little strange about this disease. Yes, divers sometimes get this disease. It does not originally become a chronic disease. When coming up from the bottom of the sea, due to insufficient decompression, certain elements that were originally dissolved in the blood cannot remain dissolved. In that case, bubbles will form, and the bubbles will expand in and outside the blood vessels, causing damage to the blood flow and muscles and joints. Chopper explained carefully. Although it's complicated, it should be this way. Luffy agreed. Su King did know about this disease in the real world, so he naturally nodded in agreement. This uncle must not have waited for the bubbles to disappear from his body, and dived into the seabed every day and night. Chopper said. But why is she working so hard? Nami was confused. I don't know, but it's very dangerous. The situation is different. Diving sickness can be fatal. After finishing speaking, Chopper and everyone continued to take care of the man. Not long after, two people suddenly burst in from outside the door. The so-called enemies are on a narrow road, and these two people are naturally the funny Iruyama brothers, the ape and the orangutan. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill our boss? The orangutan and the ape asked eagerly. What are you talking about? We are taking care of this sick uncle, get out of the way. Luffy said. Idiot! They will only listen to you. Don't forget that they are wild animals. Usopp was very anxious. Unexpectedly, the orangutan and the ape said with tears in their eyes, You are such good people. I didn't expect them to believe it. While taking care of this man, Su King and others also chatted with these two strange brothers. Do you also live here? Su King asked. Of course, because the boss's home is originally the base of our Iruyama United Army. But we usually sleep on the boat, and this place is really too small for both of us. It's because you two have grown too big, but if the giant uncle sees you too, he will probably think you are like a piece of earwax. Haha. Luffy always bursts out with wise words. Unexpectedly, Brother Sarasama not only doesn't mind, but actually he is getting more familiar with everyone, which is hard for Usopp to understand. After chatting for a while, Chopper came out and said, Hey, Uncle is awake. Are you awake? Su King then walked in with Luffy. As soon as he walked in, Luffy asked, Uncle Diamond, I have something to ask you. After taking a puff of his cigarette, the uncle said, I'm causing trouble to you. I thought you were also idiots looking for gold nuggets. What do you want to ask me? The uncle said. Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island, can you tell us how to get there? Luffy said directly. Sky Island? Humph, haha. You really believe there is an empty island? The diamond-shaped uncle burst out laughing. Nami instantly became furious and planned to hurt someone. Usopp quickly stopped him and said, "Don't do this, I'm a patient." "Is there really no empty island?" "Uncle?" Luffy asked again. "I don't know either, but I know that there is a person who believes in the existence of Sky Island, but that person became a legendary and world-famous liar, and future generations will never be able to hold their heads high." After Luffy heard this, he immediately turned to look at Usopp. "It's not me." Then Uncle Diamond said, "People from North Blue should have heard of this ancient fairy tale, Rolando the Great Liar. I believe you are a descendant of Rolando, right?" Su King directly hit the key point. "That's right, he is my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. I don't know how far apart it is. In short, we have a very distant relationship. We may not have that guy's blood on me." The Mont Blanc family was expelled at that time. The life that couldn't raise his head was still being scolded, but no one hated him. Uncle Ling Shapes said. "Why?" Chopper asked. "Because Rolando is more honest than anyone else." "But in the picture..." "In the picture, Rolando said something before his death. I know that the mountains of gold have sunk to the bottom of the sea. He was also painted as stupid, but in fact, he died in tears and hatred. This is because he believes that he brings the king to get the golden island he has seen before, so he cannot convince himself, it is just a fantasy." He claimed that it was due to changes in the earth's crust that the gold sank to the bottom of the sea, but anyone who heard it would think he was quibbling. In the end, amid the ridicule of the crowd, Rolando was beheaded and publicly known as a liar. Said the rhombus-shaped uncle. "I understand. Uncle, you decided to go to sea to find gold in order to clear the name of the Mont Blanc family." Usopp said. After the diamond-shaped uncle heard this, he immediately shot Usopp and said, "Idiot! When did I say that?" Usopp was so frightened that he crouched down and dodged such a bullet. "No matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an explorer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because he has some blood relationship with that idiot, he was scolded by strangers. Can you understand the child's grievance? I grew up in that kind of environment." Uncle Diamond said ventingly. Everyone knows that Uncle Diamond must have received a lot of glares, and we are patiently waiting for Uncle Diamond to relax a bit. Yes, during these 400 years, in order to redress the reputation of the Mont Blanc family, there were countless people who went to sea to find evidence, but in the end they were all missing. I have always been ashamed of having such a family, so I am a people ran away from home and became pirates, said Uncle Diamond. So Uncle is a pirate. Luffy finally understood. Actually, I don't really want to be a pirate. The reason is very simple. I just want to escape Rolando's curse. Unknowingly, I also became the captain of a pirate group. I entered the Grand Line as I wished and started my daily life. Adventure. I didn't expect that 10 years ago, our ship came to this island by chance. Chapter 99. Uncle Diamond continued to narrate, among the Mont Blanc family, I am the one who hates Rolando the most, but I am the only one who has arrived on this island. The island is just like the description in the picture book. There is no proof that the Golden Land existed. Not only do I feel like this is my life and I can't escape it anymore. They all left just like that because they didn't want to waste time searching for the Golden Land. It doesn't matter whether it's yes or no, I'm not trying to prove Rolando's innocence. This is a duel between me and the man who messed up my life. I want to figure things out before I die. Uncle Diamond finished explaining. Usopp cried while listening, what a man! But why are the apes and the others here with you? Luffy asked. This must be a man's underwater adventure. A passionate story told with fists. Usopp was full of fantasy about this story. However, what was embarrassing was that Uncle Diamond said bluntly, they are little fans of picture books. The reason is so simple. Nami said awkwardly. About 5 or 6 years ago, they heard about me and came to me themselves, because they said that there must be Rolando's gold here. The diamond-shaped uncle said earnestly, the sea water in this generation is all over the sea. Very deep. Scuba diving in the dark and cold sea makes people feel even more lonely. Day after day, I was swimming alone in such a cold sea, until one day, the two of them insisted on breaking into my life and insisted on it. My men are making trouble in front of me all day long, they are two stupid fools, but frankly speaking, they saved me, can you understand? Asked the diamond-shaped uncle. Wow! I understand very much. That's right. Like-minded friends are the strongest pillars. Usopp was once again moved by these stories. You are such a person who sheds tears easily. Su King listened and looked at Usopp, feeling embarrassed. No. What I want to ask is, how to get to Sky Island? Uncle. Luffy asked again. Oh, you are so impatient, didn't I just say that? The only person who can endorse Sky Island is that big liar Rolando. Once that guy is involved, you will become a laughingstock like me. The diamond-shaped uncle turned over. Picked up a book. I am convinced that Rolando should have been to Sky Island. Su King confirmed this matter. Su King, who understood the plot, naturally knew that Golden Land and Sky Island existed. Unfortunately, although you are sure, it is not recorded in the book. Is this a logbook? Is it Rolando's own? Nami was very excited. That's right, read that page to everyone, said the diamond-shaped uncle. Great! This is a log from 400 years ago. It was a clear day on June 21st, 1120th year of the maritime calendar. It set off towards the prosperous town of Vera. According to the record pointer, after setting off from the port, the ship headed straight to the northeast. I bought a strange thing from the boat seller I passed by during the day, which is a single-person boat called Vayaba that looks like a snowboard. It's a wonderful boat that can ride the wind and waves even on calm days. But I still can't figure out how to control it, and I still can't get it right. Now it has become a means of transportation for the crew to relieve their boredom. How interesting! I think I want this. But her source of power seems to be found only on empty islands. I heard that there are many strange and weird things in the sky. Since we mention empty islands, I have to mention my explorer friends who showed them to me. The lively empty fish is really a wonderful fish, which surprised me. Although it is an unknown territory for our ship, as a sailor, I really hope that one day I can go to the Sky Island to broaden my horizons. Mont Blanc Rolando. After Nami finished reading this article, he said excitedly, he mentioned Kyokai. It's the same as what Robin Su King said. And in his day, it seemed natural to talk about island time. It's true. Very good. After everyone confirmed from the logbook that the empty island existed, everyone was extremely excited. At this time, Uncle Diamond went out to look for the apes and orangutans, but soon he called everyone out. Is there something wrong? Uncle, everyone asked in confusion. I will now tell you all the information I know about Kaido. I can't guarantee the authenticity. It's up to you to believe it or not. The diamond-shaped uncle then said. In some sea areas in this area, a very strange phenomenon sometimes occurs, that is, it is still daytime, but in the blink of an eye it is shrouded in darkness. That's right. We've met before. Luffy said, raising his hand. Yes, after the night came, the monster appeared immediately, but Su King said it was just a shadow. Usopp said. So far, there are many different legends about that huge monster. Let's not mention them now. As for the truth about the sudden dark night, to put it simply, it is because I remember the thick black shadow of the clouds. The diamond-shaped uncle said. When the topic came to the cloud, Nami naturally started discussing it. That kind of darkness is definitely not caused by dark clouds. That's called a cumulonimbus cloud. It's not an ordinary cumulonimbus cloud. It forms at high altitudes. No matter how thick it is, it will not produce airflow and will not fall as rain. Therefore, once there are cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, the clouds will not even sunlight can penetrate it, and the brightest day will turn into darkness. Another theory is that some people say that Jaime cloud is a kind of cloud fossil that has not changed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years and has been floating in the sky. The rhombus-shaped uncle was interrupted by Nami. How is it possible? How can there be clouds that will not produce airflow no matter how thick they are? I said it, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. I'm not asking you to believe this statement. His mystery has indeed not been solved yet. Listen up. So I guess that if Sky Island really exists, the only possibility is that's where S*X is, said the rhombus-shaped uncle. I know. We are going to the clouds. Zoro, get up. Everyone is ready to set sail, turn on the rudder and drive to the clouds. Uncle, thank you for telling us. Luffy became excited. Su King was quite speechless. How could a ship be able to sail upwards? If my guess is correct, if we want to go to the clouds, we have to rely on the sky currents, right? Su King said directly regardless of Luffy. Oh? I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to know the existence of this. However, this thing is bound to die. As long as it flows along it, it is equivalent to hitching a ride to the sky. Do you understand? Said the rhombus-shaped uncle. However, most of the stories I heard were that the ship would fall down halfway and be shattered into pieces. As a navigator, Nami naturally has to think about everyone's safety. Generally speaking, that's the case, but as long as you seize the right moment, you'll be fine. The right time. Chapter 100. But when the time comes, the situation will not be as simple as being pushed up by the current as I said. In short, it will not be the relaxing and leisurely journey in the sky that you can imagine. The current from bottom to top is, to put it bluntly, a disaster. It should have been a natural killer that should be avoided, said the rhombus-shaped uncle. So what is the principle that allows that ocean current to rush straight into the sky? We have never heard of such a thing so far. Nami said. Yes. The friends all nodded. Uncle Diamond then explained, the mysterious ocean current principle that caused the monster to appear is still unsolved, because no one is stupid enough to bet their own lives to investigate, but there is a conclusion. In that sea area, there is a large hole deeper than the seabed. The nearby low-temperature seawater will flow into the hole. The geothermal heat under the seafloor will generate huge steam power, which will cause an explosion on the seafloor, which is enough to explode the seawater. It opens up and forms a current from bottom to top, which is a huge explosion of currents reaching the sky. For about a minute, the current will continue to rise into the sky. Nami immediately asked, 1 minute of water column? How big is the explosion? Uncle Diamond replied, the location of the outbreak is different every time, and the frequency is 5 times a month. So, if it falls, it will break into pieces. Usopp asked very worriedly. Who knows, using words and reason to explain the spectacular natural scenes is originally an extremely stupid thing. Then you mean to say that even if you catch the current that occurs 5 times a month, you may not be able to enter the Sky Island? Usopp asked again. That's right. If you don't succeed, you will die. There is nothing in the sky that can block the ship. Once it falls from the sky into the sea, everyone will be buried under the sea, said the rhombus-shaped uncle. Su King spoke at this time. In fact, you don't need to think too much about this. If you want to go to the Sky Island, you have to take certain risks. Besides, don't forget, I can fly. Even if the ship crashes, I will not be able to fly. I will try my best to get you to the sea as safely as possible. However, the melee is about to be destroyed. Su King said solemnly. Usopp was immediately frightened, and then said, well, even Su King, the most powerful among us, is not sure. Let's all give up on Sky Island. It's really too reluctant. Ha 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 ha. Luffy felt very interesting after hearing this. Seeing that something was wrong, Usopp immediately persuaded, what I mean is, if you are not a super lucky person who is extremely lucky, then there is no need to go at all. It's okay, let's go. Luffy showed no fear at all. Usopp feels very sorry for the Mary. After the previous experience, the Mary has become dilapidated. If it is hit by strong currents again, whether it can survive is a question. After understanding Usopp's concerns, Uncle Diamond said, indeed, considering the speed, weight, and strength, given the condition of the ship, I am afraid that the ship will disintegrate as soon as the sea water explodes. But you don't need to worry about this. The apes and orangutans will go out to sea with you to escort. Of course, it is necessary to strengthen the ship in advance. Uncle Diamond knew that except for Usopp, everyone else wanted to go to Space Island. Don't forget, we only have 1 day left at most on Gaia Island. After 1 day, the record pointer will point to the direction of the next island, do you hear me clearly? Nami reminded. That's it. That's it. There's no time at all. Besides, Uncle, you're not a prophet. You don't know how many times the ocean current will flow from bottom to top. How many days will it be when the next occurrence overlaps with the appearance of the Emperor cloud? No, 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 in a few months, or in a few years. Usopp said this deliberately, just not wanting everyone to go to the Sky Island. Unexpectedly, Uncle Diamond said, it should be noon tomorrow. If you want to go, prepare quickly. How could it be such a coincidence? Usopp couldn't help but complain. What's the matter? If you don't want to go, don't go. Uncle Diamond said. Usopp then pointed at the diamond-shaped uncle and said, are you lying? Because it's really weird. We just met today. Are you being too friendly? And of course I want to go to Sky Island. This but the perfect opportunity to verify with your own eyes whether the legend is true or false is actually tomorrow, and you also asked people to help us strengthen the ship and go out to sea together to escort us. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Tell me, what are your intentions? Su King knew that Usopp said this for the sake of the merry ship, so naturally there was no way to stop him. If you can believe what this big liar Rolando and his descendants say, you have to believe it. Usopp's words were obviously a little serious. Unexpectedly, the rhombus-shaped uncle took a puff of cigarette, and then said, in the sea area of the orangutan, after the day turned into night, the day after the phenomenon of day turning into night, the sky in the south appeared the Emperor cloud. According to a month the frequency is obtained 5 times, and the active day of the sea current from bottom to top is probably tomorrow. Those ocean currents all occur in the southern sea area of this area. Although I am not 100% sure, the probability of overlapping tomorrow is really high. I can meet you fools chasing dreams in my lifetime. Really very pleased. Let's go and have dinner together. Let's have a good rest at my house tonight. Uncle Diamond gave a very detailed explanation, and in the end Usopp could only sigh in frustration. Luffy and other friends entered the house happily, while Su King came over and patted Usopp on the shoulder. Usopp, I can understand how you hope the merry ship will be safe and sound. I know this is a gift from Miss Kaya to you. But don't forget, she gave it to you in the hope that it can help you and your friends realize your dreams faster. He is a comrade who has been with us for so long. Don't worry, we will do the reinforcement work. Do it seriously. Su Kang's heartwarming words made Usopp feel better. Thank you, Su Kang. Usopp nodded without saying anything. Nami also came over and said, it seems that if we want to go to the sky, we can only do our best to obey fate, but in the end we still have to rely on luck. Nami, am I stupid and cowardly? Usopp asked. You also have to be confused. I understand you. Go and apologize to Uncle. After hearing what Nami said, Usopp naturally cried and apologized to Uncle Diamond. This night was a night of unscrupulousness. The orangutans and their companions on the boat ate meat and drank wine unscrupulously. All they could drink were delicious drinks. In the right eye of the skull, I saw gold. The rhombus-shaped uncle said with the strength of his whine. This is what Rolando wrote in tears before he died. Chapter 101. That's what Rolando said in tears before he died. He saw gold in the skeleton's right eye. Rolando was executed on that day, but after I came to Gaia, I still couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. In the right eye of the skeleton, what this guy wants to insinuate is that it is an ancient city, or he is facing death because of it, but there is no more words on the blank page at the back, so we dive into the bottom of the sea, because our dreams are at the bottom of the sea, said the rhombus-shaped uncle while drinking. I'm afraid, the right eye of the skeleton is the location of the golden city of Shambhala. Su King told the truth, and naturally got the approval of the diamond-shaped uncle. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Diamond told everyone the story he knew. The diary of May 21, 1122, after arriving at the island, we heard the wonderful chirping of birds coming from the forest, as well as the ringing of a very big, really big bell. It was a pure sound. The sound of the huge golden bell spread across the earth and resounded through the sky, as if the ancient capital was showing off its prosperity. Seeing that the civilization nurtured by the vast sea for a long time can no longer compete with the vicissitudes of the world. Not only have we lived for decades, but we have already looked down upon everything, and our hearts are so heavy that we cannot speak. We just stood there until the bells rang. Ah! Uncle Diamond kept sharing while drinking. Rolando's logbook, the orangutan, and the orangutan, as Mont Blanc's little fans, naturally shouted the word Mont Blanc loudly. Immediately afterwards, the rhombus-shaped uncle also took out the golden clock he had collected. We found 3 such things on the seabed, although they are not big. What? So the Golden Land really exists? Luffy sighed. How can this little thing be used as evidence? This amount of gold can be found in ordinary ruins, said the orangutan king. Robin was an expert and immediately said, but this is enough to prove that this area of the sea has indeed given birth to civilization. The ingot is a specially cast product for dividing gold into small pieces, and it later developed into a product that people use for trading. Thing. That's right, there are also the wonderful bird calls mentioned in the preface. Take them out. The rhombus-shaped uncle said. The orangutan king and the ape king then took out the golden bird that they had treasured for a long time. Not only Nami, but also Su Kang's eyes were shining. This is bigger than the golden clock just now, so beautiful. Nami said. Could the golden bell and the golden bird be the symbolic totems of Gaia Island in ancient times? Sanji couldn't help but speculate. I don't know about that. I think they are probably part of some kind of sculpture. This kind of bird is called Nan Nan Mai bird, and this kind of bird is still alive on this island. Uncle Diamond explained. Is this kind of bird rare? Luffy asked. Same as the diary mentioned. The Ape King said, about Nanan seeing birds, I heard about it when I was a sailor. However, after mentioning the Nanan bird, the Ape King, the Orangutan King, and the diamond-shaped uncle suddenly thought of something and shouted, it's not good. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Luffy also asked in confusion. Go and catch this bird and come back, now, go right away, said the rhombus-shaped uncle. That bird? Why? No one understood what Uncle Diamond meant. Listen, the bottom to top current you are going to go to tomorrow is located directly south of the cape here. Do you know how to get there? Uncle Diamond asked. Of course we sailed towards the south, Luffy replied without thinking. This is a great waterway. Once you get out of the open sea, you won't know where to go from east to west. Nami also reacted, yes, the target this time is not the island but the current, so the record pointer will be useless. So how can we head straight towards the south? Su King naturally understood, that's why we have to catch the south-south bird. This kind of bird is called a guide bird. It will fly straight towards the south. This is also its habit. The rhombus-shaped uncle nodded and said, yes, some animals in nature have the right magnets in their bodies to know their location. Ha ha ha. So Zoro is worse than an animal, ha ha. Luffy laughed at the side. Are you qualified to talk about others? Zoro shot back. The South Nanmai bird is the best among them. No matter how vast the land or sea it is flying over, its body will point in the right direction. In short, without this kind of bird, there is no need to mention anything, let alone the Sky Island. There is no chance of reaching the current from bottom to top, said Uncle Diamond. The friends were naturally shocked. Ah! Why are we talking about such an important thing now? Stop being nagging, all of you go look for Nan Nan Mi Tori. During this period, we will help you strengthen this broken ship. Think about it carefully, there is no time to hold a celebration party tonight. Listen up, before dawn, at least catch a south-south bird, otherwise it will be too late to set off. Uncle Diamond said as he threw the tools for catching the south-south bird to Su King and others. Su King was cautious this time. The art of wood clone. After Su King finished using wood clone, there were 2 more clones of himself beside him. My 2 wood clones will go with you to find the guide bird, and my body will stay here to repair the melee together. This will also save us some time. Su King said. This, I heard that some people on the sea will have magical abilities after eating the devil fruit. You must be the kind of person who ate the fruit. It's really magical. Uncle Rhombus said in surprise. To be honest, this is not my fruit ability, it is my own ability. After Su King explained, Uncle Diamond said, okay. You can repair this ship with us. Next, the 2 wood clones, together with Luffy and others, went to the forest to search for the guide bird, while Su King's body and Uncle Diamond and others tinkered with the Mary. Su King could feel that although the melee was broken now, at least there was no major problem with the ship's keel. However, no matter how much repairs were made, the melee would probably not be able to survive the impact of the soaring sea currents and its departure from the empty island. Su King thought of the battle between Luffy and Usopp in the original work, and he felt that he was somewhat inevitable. Everyone in the forest suddenly heard a strange cry, so they split up and took action. However, not long after, Su King was too lazy to complain about his friends. Luffy grabbed the unicorn, Usopp, Sanji and Nami met the spider centipede, and Zoro accidentally fell into the quagmire. Su King then sent a wood clone to rescue him, and the other followed Robin and headed in the direction of the guide bird. Chapter 102. Don't forget, although Su King is not a perceptive ninja, he is still very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Su King easily saw the guide bird on the tree, but the guide bird was not kind at all. He knocked down the honeycombs on the branches one by one, hoping to use them against Su King. However, Su King would not be bullied by a swarm of bees and birds. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Su King quickly formed a seal. This time, the surrounding water elements were much richer, so the power of the water dragon bullet was also much stronger. The buzzing bees in front of him were dispersed by Su Kang's water dragon bullets before they could reach Su Kang's side. The chicken thief, who was very good at guiding birds, saw that Su King seemed to have some special ability, and immediately flapped his wings and flew deep into the dense forest. Su King saw it, so he rushed over directly. Su King must catch this bird before dawn. On the other hand, where Uncle Diamond was, a group of pirates appeared in front of him. Each of these pirates had a fierce look. Su King recognized the leader of the pirates at a glance. Little brother, I say don't make our brother angry. You don't want to take advantage of the dark and windy night to loot the gold, do you? Little dwarfs, hurry up and go home. Don't mess with us, we still have things to do. Brother Sarasima looked at the menacing group of seamen. Said the thief. Ahaha! Are you gatekeepers? But I didn't expect you to be here, the demon Su Kang, and the pirate Kolakai. I didn't expect that you still dare to come here after the tavern taught you a lesson. And you, I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching, but it's a different feeling to snatch away the treasure that others worked so hard for. Bellamy took off his pirate jacket. Seems to want to take action. I'll just tell you what everyone calls me, Bellamy the hyena, ha ha ha. Bellamy naturally angered everyone present. Since you are here, don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't underestimate our Ape Mountain United Army, said the Orangutan King and the Orangutan King. At this time Su King spoke up. Wait a minute. Su King stretched out one hand to stop the Yuan Shan brothers. What? No one knew what Su King was going to do. Haha. This guy must be scared. We dealt with him miserably. Bellamy started to laugh at Su King again. Leave these bastards to me, Su King said. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy and his other fishes laughed wildly, as if they had heard something even more ridiculous than Sky Island. You can just laugh, because you won't even have time to react in a while, Su King said. This guy is really interesting. He obviously doesn't dare to fight with us, but he dares to be so tough. He is really not afraid of death. In this case, you should deal with him. Bellamy thought Su King was a weakling, so of course he was. No interest in him. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy's minions rushed forward in a rush, intending to quickly deal with Su King. However, this time, it's not that simple. There was a reason why he didn't resist last time, but this time, Bellamy took the initiative to come to the door, so there was no reason not to fight back. Whoosh! Su King exerted a little force, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly. He disappeared like the wind. When he reappeared, Su Kang's eyes had turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan. Do you want to dance too? Su King was among the crowd and easily dodged everyone's attacks. Using only his most ordinary physical skills, he had easily defeated many people. Su King, who possesses Sharingan, has the ability to predict the opponent's attack, and Su Kang's speed is far faster than the opponent. Facing the attack of this group of people, Su King knocked all the minions to the ground in just a few seconds. At this time, Su King once again stared at Bellamy in front of him motionless. There were exclamations from behind. Awesome! I didn't expect my little brother to be so powerful. The person who spoke was none other than Uncle Diamond. When he confronted him before, Uncle Diamond knew that Su King had extraordinary skills, and now, he has witnessed Su Kang's power. Wow! It only took a few seconds for so many people to do it. It's amazing! Brothers Sarasama also praised. They all felt that they were very lucky. Fortunately, they didn't have any grudge against Su King when they didn't know each other. I didn't expect that you actually have a trick. However, no matter how powerful you are, in front of me, you can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Today's most exciting show late at night is about to begin. Spring Sniper. At this time, Bellamy pushed his feet hard, and then his feet turned into springs. Then Bellamy rushed out and hit Su Kang's abdomen. Bang! Su King was knocked to the ground. Turns out it's all about looking at things but not using them. I thought you were so awesome. Ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed at Su King again. How? Little brother, are you okay? Let's take action. At this time, the diamond-shaped Uncle Zun and the Saroshan brothers were about to take action to rescue. Who would have thought that Su King stood up unscathed? Don't take action, I just want to try this guy's strength. With this level of power, not to mention my body, even my clothes can't be broken. Su King was obviously not talking nonsense. After being attacked by Bellamy head-on, Su King was indeed in trouble. None. It's just a fluke. My attack is not over yet. Bellamy laughed, and then used his strong jumping power to bounce up again. Of course, it was still towards Su King. This time, it won't be that simple. Su King thought to himself. When Bellamy rushed over, Su King just turned slightly to avoid Bellamy's impact. And Bellamy obviously wouldn't end it so easily. He rushed towards Su King again, over and over again. However, Su Kang's Sharingan had already predicted Bellamy's attack, and Su Kang's speed was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Su King also dodged the attacks again and again. Impossible. Why can't I hit him no matter how fast I attack? Bellamy also became confused. At this moment, Su King didn't bother to hide and kicked Bellamy directly in the direction he was rushing towards. Su King was very fast and his prediction was very accurate. Naturally, he kicked Bellamy in the head very accurately. Bellamy was hit by Su Kang's blow and his own reaction force, and instantly fell to the ground, very depressed. Impossible. My spring fruit will not lose to anyone. What's going on? Bellamy was also a little confused at this time. Although it only received one blow, even this one almost killed him. Killed him? I'll show you the real power of the spring fruit. Bellamy's eyes were a little different, he stood up desperately and looked at Su King and said. I'm waiting for you. Su King responded calmly. Su King, who possesses the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, appears to be more terrifying than Bellamy. Chapter 103. After Bellamy struggled to get up, his aura became obviously much stronger, and he completely lost his careless look at the beginning. He seemed to be planning to fight seriously. However, Su King was different. Except for opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Su King had no other changes. His face was indifferent and indifferent. Whether it was Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, or even the world's best swordsman, Mihawk, Su King had fought against them all and knew that Bellamy was still far from that level. Therefore Su King does not need to be serious at all. Spring Sniper. This time Bellamy once again used his special skills and quickly hit Su King. At this moment, Su King raised the index and middle fingers of one hand. Bellamy rushed over quickly, and his feet turned into springs. However, the final result was that Bellamy penetrated Su Kang's body and Su King disappeared like a phantom. What's going on? Bellamy was shocked. He had never seen anything so strange. The Ape King, Orangutan King, and Uncle Diamond behind him were also looking around. Even they didn't know where the real Su King had gone. Stop looking, I'm behind you. Su King appeared behind Bellamy without anyone noticing, and with a very ordinary kick, he kicked Bellamy forward and fell to the ground. You, who are you? Is this your fruit ability? Bellamy asked in surprise, his whole body seemed a little stiff. Are you talking about the clone technique? No, this is just the most common of all my abilities. The more careless Su King became and the calmer he acted, the more Bellamy couldn't accept it. Bellamy of the ancient town of Shizamo has never suffered such a loss. The arrogant Bellamy calls himself a pirate of the new era, so naturally he will not allow Su King to surpass him. So Bellamy stood up again, and even Su King admired his perseverance. I don't believe it. I don't believe that your ability can be used without limit. Even if the water in the well is the same, it will run out sooner or later. I will continue to attack. Until you can't use your ability. Bellamy once again placed himself, his feet turned into springs, and then he bounced away, and finally his fists hit Su Kang's body firmly. This time. You can't run away. Haha. Bellamy was proud for a few seconds, but in the next second, Bellamy was shocked again. Because he saw the demon Su King in front of him turned into a big wooden pile. The substitute technique and the clone technique are the most basic ninjutsu, learned by a 3-year-old child. However, you may never be able to adapt to this way of fighting, because these are all ninja moves. Su King then said, however, you are right. No matter how rich the well is, it will not be inexhaustible. But what if the underground of this well leads to the sea? If it is really almost infinite, Can you destroy it with just you? Su King looked at Bellamy condescendingly. At this time, Bellamy was a little angry. He shouted, "Fight me with your true strength. Does it mean that I, Uncle Bellamy, am not worthy of your full strength?" Su King smiled. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding? Even if the 3 generals of Marine and the 4 emperors are here, it is not certain whether they can force me to use my full strength. Do you have a misunderstanding of your own strength, or are you unclear about mine? Su King asked after finishing talking to Bellamy. Bellamy's expression changed again. Because Su King has turned into Doflamingo. Although Su King has never seen Doflamingo, relying on the memory of watching anime before, Su King still looks like him vividly. Su King then imitated Dover and laughed. Phew 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 Bellamy, look who I am. Su King just wanted to play with Bellamy. What? Doflamingo. Bellamy looked at Su King in front of him, a little unbelievable. No. You are not him. You are the demon Su King. You, what fruit did you eat? How many abilities do you have? Who are you? Bellamy was already a little bit hurt. No matter what, Su King showed more than 3 abilities very easily in front of him. For him, this really subverted his cognition. Yet, it's normal for you to have so many problems. Everyone who has fought with me doesn't know what abilities I have, but don't forget the nicknames others gave me. I took them Super Devilman with Super Devil Fruit. Even in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, my fruit's ability will not be found. And the abilities I showed just now have nothing to do with him. Su King raised his head and saw Bellamy's eyes once again filled with fighting intent, and then said, "Okay, I understand, since you insist on fighting me, I will grant your little wish. Let you take a look at the abilities of my devil fruit." Su King knew that Uncle Diamond and the Orangutan King were very curious about their abilities, and now they also planned to show off. Su King's body then changed, and a black shadow appeared on his skin, just like Susanoo, but it was not that huge, it just covered his body. "This is my first form," Su King said. Su King divided his transformation into several levels, just like Luffy did, but Su King himself divided them according to the changes in form. The black shadow all over Su King's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, the original shadow actually materialized, and Su King turned into a humanoid demon with huge wings growing from his back and horns growing from his head. The whole person became more cold and bloodthirsty, and with his 3 Megatama Sharingan, he stared at Bellamy, making Bellamy's whole body tremble. "This is the second form, and it is also the beginning of the evolution of my human form." After Su King finished showing it, he shouted loudly. "Ha!" Su King originally looked like a human, but he had many demonic characteristics. However, now Su King has completely turned into a demon. At this time, Su King is like a demon, with a huge body and terrifying momentum. If you are not familiar with Su King, you will definitely think that Su King is a bad guy. This is my third form, which is also the complete form of the devil. In this form, I am not afraid of attacks from any element, and my defense, attack, and speed will be increased by a level. Do you think you will be my opponent at this level? Ha 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 ha. Su King couldn't control himself. In the third form, Su King is considered a bloodthirsty beast, and even he himself can't bear it. My strongest form. The fourth form. Su King smiled slightly, and his whole body turned into the most normal form again. But the only difference is that there is a layer of black energy around Su King, and there is also a mysterious mark on Su King's forehead. Chapter 104. In addition to the layer of black air around him and the mark on his head, there were also Su King's eyes, the whites of which turned red. Are there any other differences in Su King at this time? The answer is no. This fourth form is actually very familiar to everyone. It was Su King who completely released his Super Devil Fruit ability and used Shura's Shikai in his hand to complete a brand new form. However, the enemies Su King has encountered so far cannot even defeat the first and second half-demon and humanoid demon forms, let alone the third complete demon form and the fourth Shura demon form. Su King saw that everyone was open-mouthed and dumbfounded, so he directly returned to the normal state from the beginning. Is every devil fruit user so powerful? Uncle Diamond asked. Su King shook his head naturally and said, of course not, this guy is the user of Paramecia's spring fruit, and the Straw Hat Boy is also the user of Paramecia's rubber fruit, but there is no strong or weak distinction between fruit abilities. The most important thing is people who use it. Su King looked at Bellamy when he spoke. At this time, Bellamy didn't know what to say. Although Su King just transformed and did not attack him, Bellamy already understood that he would never be Su Kang's just by feeling Su Kang's transformation and Su Kang's momentum. Opponent. Because he, the strongest person Bellamy had ever seen, was not as powerful as Su Kang Gang. Seeing that he had restrained Bellamy, Su King didn't bother to take action. It was also the first time for Su King to show the form just now. In the previous battles, Su King did not show so much because of his too strong ability. And don't forget, devil fruit can be developed and awakened. Think about it, if Su King uses the fruit's ability after awakening, will he use Shura's Wanja at that time? Plus his own Manjiki Sharingan, or even reincarnation. I'm afraid no one will be Su Kang's opponent at that time, right? At least no one Su King knows will be Su Kang's opponent. How's it going? Have you met a real strong man? Bellamy, my bounty is 300 million, not 30 million. You can see clearly before looking for trouble. Don't worry, I won't treat a frightened little pirate like that, so now, what are you going to do? Su King did not continue to attack, because there was no point in continuing to attack. At this time, Bellamy seemed to have no intention of fighting anymore. Bellamy hesitated to speak, seeming a little embarrassed. Finally, Bellamy mustered up the courage and said, Su Kang, I don't care how strong you are. I must try my best before leaving. Otherwise, you kill me now. Bellamy still refused to give up, or maybe he felt that running away like this was too cowardly. Su King shook his head and said, okay, I'll give you 3 seconds. Spring jump. At this time, Bellamy activated his fruit power to the maximum, his hands and feet turned into springs, and his whole body gathered momentum backwards in the most arrogant and powerful way, and finally moved towards Su King rushed out. In that case, I will also use my ability to entertain you. Devil's Fist. Of course Su King could dodge or get out of the way, but that would be of little significance. What Su King had to do now was to blast Bellamy's ecstasy with one punch. One punch blasted Bellamy's arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance. Su King only used the first form of Demon's Fist, and the shadow on his hand gradually enlarged, and finally Su Kang's fist met Bellamy's fist. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched, but after their hands touched together, each understood the other's background. Ha! Not bad. He is indeed a man with tens of millions of Baileys. Su King laughed. Su King didn't feel any pressure at all. Is the devil stronger? Or the spring? The answer is obvious. At this time, Bellamy's face was no longer shocked or surprised, but calm. He had already guessed the result of this punch, and the result was exactly as expected. At this time Su King stopped, but Bellamy in front of him had been beaten to the boat. Su King glanced at Bellamy's henchman lightly and said, "Go away and get up. Stop pretending. Don't come here to cause trouble for the three of them in the future, otherwise, I will never let you go." After Su King finished speaking, sure enough, Bellamy's henchmen around him quickly got up, swam quickly to the boat, and finally ran away with Bellamy in despair. These guys run really fast. Su King smiled, and then Uncle Diamond and Brother Yuan Shan expressed their gratitude to Su King. After all, these people were obviously here to get the gold. By the way, do you know about Nanan Mai Shao? Uncle Diamond asked. Su King shook his head and said, if we find them, they should be back, but now I don't have any information here. There seems to be something wrong. Su Kang's wood clone finally saw the Nanan bird in the depths of the jungle. At this time, the Nanan bird was very arrogant and jumped around there. Chopper was translating on the side. It said, you guys also want to catch me? Idiot! What? The stinky bird showed up on purpose just to say such sarcastic words? Look at me! At this time, Usopp raised his slingshot, intending to knock it down. At this moment, Robin appeared in time. She used her flower fruit ability to grow two hands directly on the bird's body, and caught it easily. Su Kang's wood clone wanted to use some wood style to trap the bird, but he was afraid that his technique would be too powerful and hurt the bird, so he hesitated. As long as you see it, it will be easy to handle. Robin said with a smile. Okay, in that case, let's go over there first. Su Kang's wood clone then disappeared directly, and Su Kang himself also obtained the information on the wood clone. Okay. We've caught Nanan Mai Shao, let's work harder. Su Kang here is not idle either. At this time, he and Uncle Rhombus, the brother of Sarushan, are reinforcing the melee. After the partners arrived, everyone tacitly began to strengthen the melee together. When it was completely light, everyone finally completed the reinforcement and went to the uncle's house to take a nap. Su Kang was woken up. I'm so sleepy. I've never been so sleepy before. This is the first time Su Kang got up so early. Although it's okay not to sleep, Su Kang is still sleepy. The time to set off must have come. If we don't set off, we won't be able to go to Sky Island. The speaker was a female voice. Su Kang was startled, and then he opened his eyes and saw Robin. Robin? I thought it was Usopp and the others calling me. I'm sorry. Su Kang apologized. It's okay, get up quickly. By the way, you said before that there is a historical text there. Robin asked. Yes, I'm sure there is. Su Kang, who has seen the original work, can certainly confirm it. Chapter 105. Really? That's great. This is one of our goals this time. After Robin finished speaking, he blushed and went out. Su Kang took a look and realized that he was not wearing any clothes. It's really embarrassing, ahem. Su Kang quickly put on his clothes and everyone was ready. Even Luffy was very reliable. When Su Kang asked, he found out that Luffy had gone to bed so early in the morning. I went to catch Hercules. What an energetic monster, Su Kang complained about others in his heart, but he didn't know that others often complained about him in the same way. At this time, the melee had completely changed its appearance after a night of reinforcement. The former melee could be said to be a little goat, but now the melee is a cute little rooster. Awesome! Is this the flight equipment of the Mary? It seems like you can really fly. Luffy was also shocked. Okay. It's time to set sail. Brothers. Usopp said, raising his hand. Then the Ape King and the Orangutan King led their own Aru Mountain Alliance army and began to escort Su Kang, Luffy, and others' golden melee flight. At this time, the diamond-shaped uncle shouted loudly, Ape Mountain United Army. Don't take it lightly. Even if the sky falls, we must protect these guys to the end. The crew members also shouted aggressively, okay. Okay. Let's go. After Luffy and Su Kang announced their departure at the same time, everyone lifted anchor and sail, and headed straight towards the south in the direction indicated by Nanan Mai Tori. At this time, the diamond-shaped uncle said, Little brother, we are saying goodbye here, but there is something you must understand. Hey! Luffy and Su Kang both looked at the uncle in confusion. The Golden Bell and Sky Island, no one in the past has been able to prove that they don't exist. Some people may laugh at me and say this is a made-up myth, but what's wrong with that? This is the romance of a man. Romantic. That's right. Be careful, don't fall from the sky. The diamond-shaped uncle watched everyone leave. Uncle! There must be a golden clock in this world. Uncle Diamond! Don't mess around. The friends finally watched Gaia getting further and further away and said goodbye. At this time, Brother Sarasama began to remind him non-stop. Listen, it's 7 o'clock in the morning now. According to current calculations, it will be 11 o'clock in the morning when we reach the vicinity of the current. As Dad told you, the location of the current from bottom to top will be different every time. Same, so I must arrive early to have time to accurately detect his location. Because we departed later than scheduled. He said a lot, but Luffy didn't listen carefully, and Su King didn't want to listen at all, because what the Gorilla King said had been said before, and if he said it again now, it would be very annoying for everyone. Finally, it was almost agreed, and Su Kang-I discussed it with the Yuan Shan brothers. They still listened to Su Kang's words, and then decided to set off towards their destination with a relaxed mood. After a while, something unexpected happened. Su King has long known that accidents at sea are the least unexpected things. Boss! Something's wrong, shouted a boy over there. What's wrong? The dark night is coming this way from the southwest, it's Ji Diun. Really? What time is it? It's 10 a.m., earlier than scheduled. It's really bad. Is there anything the orangutan can do? After learning about this situation, the orangutan king immediately asked the orangutan king. The orangutan king also did his part and immediately said, the sea exploring divers will be dispatched and go to the sea immediately to explore the position of the current. Yes. Then the sea explorers went into the sea. Something happened here, and the partners on the melee naturally noticed something was wrong. That's the Emperor Cloud. Nami said after looking at the dark clouds. The jet clouds appeared earlier than we expected, but the position of the bottom-up current has not been determined yet, Nami said. At this time, the orangutan king used sound waves and used sound wave reflection to do some detection work. Reflected sound waves confirmed. A large current appeared at 12 o'clock. A huge creature was detected at 9 o'clock, it should be a Poseidon type. There are waves in the opposite direction to the current at 10 o'clock. It's probably a huge whirlpool. The Ape King heard the emergence of a whirlpool and immediately reacted, that's it. Turn the rudder to the 10 o'clock position. That is the precursor to the explosion. Move towards the whirlpool and don't retreat. At this time, due to various changes in the seabed, the sea began to become unstable. Everyone on the melee was also a little unable to stand still. The waves suddenly got higher. Nami said. The ship is going to sink. Usopp said in fear. This is a precursor to an outbreak. Everyone, be careful. Su King reminded immediately. Miss Navigator, where is the direction of the record pointer? Robin asked. Nami stared at his record pointer and then said, the pointer keeps pointing at that cloud. Is Sky Island there? Usopp asked. Nami, who is sensitive to the weather, immediately said, the wind direction is just downwind now, and the cumulus clouds are moving towards the center of the vortex. Wait a minute, what whirlpool? Where is the whirlpool? Luffy was very confused, still looking like he didn't understand the situation. Brother, it seems that there is absolutely no mistake this time, said the Ape King. The scale of the outbreak is also very large, and all conditions are met. The Orangutan King agreed. Can we go to heaven? Everyone was feeling nervous, excited and scared at this time. At this time, a grappling hook was suddenly thrown over from Sarasama's ship, which could temporarily fix the escort ship and the melee so that the whirlpool would not break up everyone. Let the orbit of the whirlpool take you there, follow the vortex. As long as you don't reverse the steering after entering, you can reach the eye of the whirlpool smoothly, the Ape King reminded. Almost being swallowed up. Usopp said with great fear. At this time, the melee was being attracted by the whirlpool, and everyone was afraid that the ship would be swallowed. Really, I never said the ship would be swallowed. Nami said very worriedly. Don't be afraid. I will protect Nami and Robin. Sanji said. This is the first time I have seen such a big whirlpool. Robin is already thinking about how the ship will be destroyed. No. I want to go back. I won't go to Sky Island. Usopp regretted it now, and naturally it was no longer useful. Give up, Usopp, it's too late. Zoro said, someone's heart has already flown to the empty island. Sky Island. I'm coming. Luffy shouted like crazy at this time. Su King stared around closely to prevent any accidents from happening. Suddenly, a huge Poseidon appeared in front of me. However, no matter how ferocious the Poseidon was, it was eventually swallowed up by the whirlpool in the darkness. At this time, Brother Sarasama had also released the grappling hook. Okay, brothers. Let's wish ourselves good luck next. Brother Sarasama said. Okay. Thank you for your escort. Luffy was not worried about his situation at all, and waved his hands to say goodbye to the Saruyama brothers enthusiastically. Chapter 106. Wait a minute. Spare me. I can't bear it anymore. Spare me. It's too scary. Come back quickly. BD. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. At this time, Usopp felt more and more frightened. Although he knew it would be very dangerous at the beginning, he did not expect it to be so dangerous. Even Nami complained in the same way, you never said there would be such a big whirlpool before. This is fraud. This is fraud. It's turning into night. We have been trapped in the whirlpool. Chopper said in horror. Su King. Please persuade Luffy quickly. Let's go back now. It's still too late to turn around. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely be buried under the sea. Sky Island is simply a dream within a dream. Usopp is also ready to seize it. This is the last straw. However, since we are already here, Su King will naturally not listen to Usopp and give up this trip to the empty island. Luffy obviously heard what Usopp said, and immediately said, dreams within dreams, that's what they said. When Nami saw that Luffy seemed to be a little relieved, he immediately said, yes. Luffy, I also think we are too reluctant this time. Unexpectedly, Luffy said again, that is the island of dreams. If you miss such a big adventure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luffy turned his head. Not only did Luffy not have any fear at this time, but he was full of excitement. Su King naturally knew that Luffy would never give up this trip to the empty island. The ship shook again, and Zoro said, hey! When you are making unnecessary resistance, the ship will be swallowed by the whirlpool. A huge dark whirlpool appeared in front of the ship, and the Mary quickly rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. Hurry! Nami! Hurry and fall into my arms! Sanji also said excitedly. At this moment, the entire ship rushed into the center of the whirlpool. Oh my god! I'm going to fall! Usopp was horrified. However, after the boat fell, the entire sea returned to calm, which no one expected. Disappeared? Why? What happened? Such a big whirlpool has disappeared? What happened? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that Uncle Diamond and others had made a mistake? While everyone was scratching their heads, Su King had already felt that things were not that simple. Everything in front of him was just a moment of calm before the storm. No. An undersea eruption has begun. Nami reacted the fastest and explained, so, the vortex eye has temporarily disappeared from the bottom of the sea. No. It can't be right. At this moment, a voice once again attracted everyone's attention. Stop. Everyone looked in that direction. That person. Su King, Luffy, and Zoro looked at each other and recognized the person. I finally caught up with you, Demon Su King and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect that your bounty is really quite large. The person coming was none other than Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard had begun to form his own pirate group, and his men had gathered on Blackbeard's ship. That person? We met in Demon Valley Town. Nami also thought of this person. Who is it? Sanji didn't know Blackbeard at all. You brat! One has 100 million Baileys, the other has 300 million Baileys. I'll take your heads. You should wake up. Blackbeard said very loudly. The appearance of Blackbeard made the Ape King and Orangutan King feel something was wrong. Hey? Why is it so dark over there? Blackbeard also felt something was wrong. How can my head be worth 100 million belly? Luffy is a very slow responsive person, and he is naturally still in the state where he had previously placed a bounty. You really don't know yet. Your head is now worth 100 million belly. The announcement is out. As for the Demon Su King, he has 300 million berry. And the pirate hunter Zoro. Your head is worth 60 million berry. Profit. Blackbeard told these things to his companions. Wow! Zoro, you actually have a bounty of tens of millions. I see, it must be because of Alabasta time that the bounty has increased so much. It has actually soared to 100 million belly. Su King must be because Marine has also noticed how powerful he is, right? Nami guessed to himself. 100 million Baileys. That's great. Did you hear that? I am 100 million Baileys. But Su King. Why are you 300 million Baileys? You are twice as big as me. Luffy was a little reluctant. Said. 3 times. Su King corrected. Wow. It's 3 times. This is unreasonable. This is unreasonable. Luffy was a little disappointed. My talent is the most disappointing. It's only 60 million Baileys? This is even more unreasonable. Zoro was even more reluctant. He thought his bounty should be higher. Nami couldn't stand it anymore and cursed, "You people! What is there to show off?" At this moment, the Mary was suddenly lifted up by the sea water, and when the sea water was about to rush upward, it naturally washed Blackbeard's very ordinary large raft aside. Everyone! Grab the hull or hide in the cabin. Sanji reminded. It's over. It's going to fly. Usopp was so scared that tears were about to flow out. The little Mary is just above the soaring current. However, due to the emergency, no one got into the cabin, and everyone clung to the hull. Almost everyone had no idea, including Su King. Even for him, this was his first time experiencing such a thing personally. The sea water finally surged up, and the Mary was instantly swept away. Even the Ape King and the Orangutan King, their boats were affected, not to mention Blackbeard's raft, which was pushed aside in an instant, and it was inevitable to fall apart. What's going on? Usopp asked with some fear. The boat is now moving vertically along the water column. Sanji said. It's so fun. Luffy, who was already excited, became even more excited now. What's the principle? Usopp asked. It's the wind. Nami replied. Great. This will definitely make it to the sky. Go ahead. Golden Mary. Luffy shouted. Wait a minute, I'm afraid it won't go so smoothly. Sanji said. What's wrong? Did you forget to take something? Luffy asked. The hull of the ship started to float. Su King felt something was wrong and then said. We can't go on like this, the whole ship will be thrown out. Sanji said. Then the consequences are unimaginable. Usopp said. What should we do? All we can do is hold on tight. Usopp said feebly. What is that? Chopper said. It turns out that the huge Poseidon just fell from the ocean current. You see, it's only a matter of time before we fall like it did. Sanji said. Chapter 107. What's the use of talking about this now? We came up by this current. How can we go down on our own strength? Zoro asked. This is indeed a disaster. Sanji was also a little helpless. Wow! There are a lot of things falling from above. Those are all victims of the ocean current from bottom to top. Chopper said fearfully as he looked at the sky. It's over. This time we are really over. Falling into the sea from such a high place. We will definitely die. Su Kang. Remember to save me later. Usopp said in fear. Even Su Kang couldn't turn things around on his own in this situation. Su Kang can use wood clone to use the fruit ability, so that everyone can be saved, but what about the melee? Fortunately, Nami used her strengths at this time. Set the sail immediately. Move quickly. This is the sea. It's not an ordinary water column, it's a sea current that rises to the sky. And the wind blowing up from below is the updraft produced by the geothermal heat and steam explosion on the seabed. Since the objects are wind and sea, I can sail. If what Nami said were heard by strangers, they would probably say that she was lying, but everyone who knew Nami's ability naturally believed her 100%. Leave it to me. Su Kang was the strongest and naturally set sail at the fastest speed. So that's it. In addition to the soaring sea currents, there is also the existence of wind. I have ignored this. Su Kang thought as he raised the sail. Who is the navigator of this ship? Nami asked. It's Miss Nami. Only Sanji responded with a smile. Although the others did not respond, they admired her very much. Okay. The wind is on the starboard side now. Turn to left rudder immediately. Try to make the hull match the current. Nami said. Obey. Everyone was extremely obedient. This was a life or death moment. Oops. The hull is about to leave the water. It's going to capsize. We're going to fall in. Chopper noticed something was wrong and immediately informed Nami in panic. Think of a solution quickly. Nami. At this time Nami said calmly, no. It's no problem. Using thermal airflow and the Mary's modified wings to balance the hull and ocean currents. How wonderful! In this way, the ship will fly. Nami is indeed a genius navigator. Su Kang was very impressed. He praised Nami generously. And what happened next was exactly what Su Kang Nami thought. The Mary took off like this. Wow! It's really flying. It's so awesome. Our ship is flying into the sky. Luffy said excitedly. Really? Usopp thought he was dreaming. Yo! Chopper looked shocked, while Su Kang and Robin smiled faintly. Zoro was proud, while Sanji said with red hearts in his eyes, Nami. You are great. I love you so much. As long as you ride on this ocean current, you can fly as high as you want. Nami said. Nami. Is Sky Island coming soon? Luffy asked excitedly. Nami pointed at the G-Emperor cloud and said, if it really exists, it should be on the other side of that cloud. It's on top of the cloud. What's on top of that? Rush towards the Sekiti cloud. I'm coming to Sky Island. Luffy shouted in anticipation. In this way, everyone flew towards the sky along with the soaring sea currents, but after a while, the Mary had already plunged into a sea of clouds. Since the empty island might be on the other side of the cloud, everyone could only fly to the other side of the cloud along with the sea current. Wow! I can't breathe. Luffy couldn't help but said. After a while, the melee finally broke out of the sea of clouds. At this time, the Mary's wings had been broken and it was lying peacefully on the clouds. On the deck, Nami coughed and breathed, and everyone lay flat on the deck. Usopp didn't know whether it was because of fear or something, but he stopped moving. Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, Robin, and others were all panting. What puzzled Su Kang was that Luffy was still extremely excited. Everyone, Look! Look outside the boat! Outside the boat, there are endless white clouds. It's completely white. We should have reached the cloud layer closest to the sea, right? Su King said. Cloud? Chopper looked very surprised. On the cloud? But why won't it fall? Nami asked. Why not? Yun Ben can sit on it. Luffy said. Where can I sit? Everyone couldn't help complaining. It's bad. Usopp is out of breath. Chopper said, looking at Usopp. Find a way to save him quickly. Use artificial respiration. Sanji said, okay. I volunteer to help Nami with artificial respiration. Zoro cursed, idiot. Let me do it. Su King then took out something from his incredible bag. Su King held this thing in front of Usopp and asked him to inhale it, and Usopp woke up instantly. What smells so good? Usopp. Chopper was naturally happy when he saw that Usopp was fine. Where is this? Cloud? What? Isn't this a cloud? There are too many clouds. What is this? Usopp became restless for a moment. Nami observed it for a while and then said, in other words, this is the so-called Kyokai, right? The sea of clouds in the sky, the Sea of Kong, seems to have some truth. However, I think this is not our destination, because this is not an empty island. We should find a way to continue upward. Su King said. No. Nami also looked at the record pointer on his wrist. Su King is right. Look, the record pointer is still pointing up. It seems like this is just the middle of the G Emperor Cloud. Robin said. So we really should continue going up, but the question is how? Chopper asked. I don't know about this either. Robin was also a little helpless. I think that since the ship can float here, we should find a way up. Maybe there is an entrance here specifically to the Sky Island. I just hope she won't charge our tickets. Su Kang's sudden words made Usopp laugh. You need to buy a ticket to go to Sky Island? This is not a park. Haha. Usopp then looked at the pure white sea of clouds and impulsively took off his shirt. Haha. First step. Captain Usopp goes swimming. Usopp said. Luffy and Chopper around him expressed their support. Hey! Don't mess around. Don't act rashly if we don't know the situation. Naturally, Usopp ignored Sanji's reminder at all. The sea is just the sea. Usopp then jumped into the sea of clouds and started swimming. I really envy Usopp, he can swim. It seems like fun. Luffy and Chopper were both very envious. Zoro felt something was wrong and asked, he hasn't shown his face. I have a question, will there be an ocean bottom in this place? Robin's question woke everyone up. Chapter 108. Ah! Only then did everyone react. Did that guy fall from here? Zoro asked in surprise. I told him not to act rashly, but he didn't listen. What an idiot! Sanji couldn't help but cursed. Usopp? Luffy was worried about Usopp's safety, so he naturally extended his arms. When Robin saw this, he immediately said, stretch your hands as far as possible. But I can't see it, so I can just grab it randomly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Robin then used his flower fruit ability, and Luffy's hand instantly grew eyes. Luffy stretched his hand out of the clouds, and then saw Usopp's figure. At this time, Usopp had already fallen outside the clouds. Over there, said Robin. Six-wheel flower. Eventually Robin caught Usopp. Okay, you can stop now. Great. Luffy then retracted his hand, and finally pulled Uso back. At the same time, Luffy also brought back some monsters. Oops, these guys want to eat Usopp. No. Nami, Chopper, and others said in fear. What's there to be afraid of? Zoro pulled out his sword, and with one slash, the big octopus in front of him disappeared into the sea of clouds. Sanji also rushed out and kicked down an eel-like monster. Su King Luffy didn't take action because Luffy was too tired after just saving Usopp and the monster. Su King looked down upon these monsters because of them. Soon, the entire sea of clouds returned to calm. After just a short exercise, Zoro was out of breath. This place is breathtaking. This thing looks really weird. It's a fish but it doesn't look like a fish. Sanji said. That octopus looks like a balloon, and they can move. It must be a living thing. Luffy and Zoro said. I didn't expect there to be creatures in the clouds. I think it makes sense as long as we think of this cloud as the sea. What is this ridiculously flat snake? Chopper asked. Flounder is originally flat. Luffy said. Usopp then yelled again, wow! It's so noisy. What happened to you this time, Usopp? Sanji was getting impatient. There seems to be something in my pants. Usopp took out a fish from his pants. He has bad luck today. Robin said awkwardly. Could this creature be an empty fish? The kind of wonderful fish recorded in Rolando's diary? Their strange appearance should have been formed through continuous evolution. Is that why it's as swollen as a balloon or as flat as a board? Zoro more or less understood. Yes, it is to make it lighter. The buoyancy of the seawater here is smaller than that of the seawater on the ground, right? Robin said. No wonder they have scales like feathers and a strange mouth like a carnivore. Nami understood. When he turned around, he found Luffy eating fish. Try frying it into fish fillets first. Sanji had already cooked the fish as quickly as possible. Delicious! Luffy praised. Su King shook his head. After raising his head, he seemed to have discovered something, and immediately shouted, There is a boat, do you want to take a look? There are still people. What? Where's the boat? But it's strange that there's smoke. After everyone came over, they looked with telescopes for a long time, and only saw black smoke. No, prepare to fight. Su King clearly saw that the ship just now was destroyed by someone else, and then something seemed to come over. What the hell, people? Someone is coming. Both Sanji and Zoro saw the object rushing towards them at high speed. And he's running on the clouds. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person jumped into the air, and Su King was able to observe him carefully. He was holding something like a rocket launcher in his right hand, a shield in his left hand, wearing a mask, and seemed to have some device installed on his feet. Hey! What do you want to do? Sanji asked. Excluded, the man replied. The person who came here is evil. Su King said. He's quite brave. Zoro said calmly. What the hell? Luffy didn't understand the situation yet. At this moment, the man had already rushed onto the deck. He kicked up and Sanji was instantly kicked to the deck. After the man landed, he jumped up again, this time in the direction of Zoro. Zoro prepared to fight, but was kicked to the ground just like Sanji. The strange man landed on the ground again and rushed towards Su King. Humph! Su King spread his wings as fast as possible and blocked the wings in front of him. Unexpectedly, the man was very strong. He kicked out so hard that the deck collapsed. Of course, this also reflects Su King's strong defense. The strange man failed to succeed with his attack, so he immediately jumped up again, turned around a few times, and attacked Su King again. Rubber! Don't interfere, Luffy! Before Su King could finish speaking, Luffy's attack had already passed. However, the man's speed was obviously faster. He changed his direction and easily knocked Luffy to the ground. What's going on? You three can't beat one of them. Nami couldn't help complaining. Su King is naturally not included. You brat! Do you want to compete with me on speed or strength? After Su King finished speaking, he also used his own teleportation technique. Su Kang's teleportation technique is a high-speed movement technique from the Hokage world. Basically, no one can keep up. Although the strange man in front of him is very fast, it is also due to the increase in the device on his feet. It is hard to say how fast he is. The weirdo and Su King were fighting together, and Su King also directly activated Sharingan. Not only was he able to perfectly avoid the weirdo's attack, but he was also able to fight back, and he fought with style. The weirdo finally jumped up and aimed the rocket launcher at the Mary, intending to fire it. Ah! It's over, it's over. Chopper was startled. As long as I'm here, don't be afraid. Su King didn't worry about losing at all. Even if it was a nuclear bomb, Su King could find a way to block it. At this moment, a voice came. That's it. A man descended from the sky riding a strange bird and stabbed the strange man with a sword. The strange man also used his shield to block the attack. However, this man's strength was obviously very great, and he knocked the guy in front of him away in an instant. Then the man fell on the deck. What? Who is it this time? Nami collapsed a little. This trip to the Sky Island was not going well, right? The man introduced himself. Well, I am Sky Knight. Did you run away? Sky Knight looked in the previous direction and said to himself. Who is that guy? And what kind of plane are you guys doing? It's really useless. 3 people joined forces and were beaten to pieces. Nami complained, then looked at Su King and said, Su King is pretty good. Reliable. Don't blame them. This is in the air, and the oxygen is very thin. If you move even a little bit, there will be insufficient oxygen. Then why are you okay? Nami asked. Right? Why am I fine? Su King really doesn't know why. At this time, a voice came into Su Kang's mind. Do you even need to ask? Of course it's because of this system. Chapter 109. System. Su King almost forgot about the system. The system has not appeared since Alabasta. That's right. Since I left Gaia, it's almost time for you to come out. Su King was now communicating with his system using his mind. By the way, you said I'm not affected by high altitudes? Did you help me with the system? Su King asked. The system naturally responded in the affirmative. It's better to say that I'm helping you than your devil fruit is helping you. But having said that, I also gave you your devil fruit, so there is no problem if I helped you. The system then said, come on, let's do something serious. Business. Don't act stupid, Laozi is a god-level sign-in system. Now that you have left Gaia, it's naturally time for rewards. Congratulations host. You have successfully signed in. The sign-in reward this time is the armed color Haki of the pirate world. Su King seemed to smell an unusual scent. System, are you sure? The reward this time is armed domineering. Su King was a little afraid to confirm. In fact, Su King will learn the armed color domineering sooner or later, and the system rewards can actually be better. Su King doesn't know why the system rewarded him with armed color domineering this time. The system then said, host, you should know something about your devil fruit, right? Super devil fruit, not afraid of wind or rain. It is immune to toxins before, and devils are not afraid of sea water. This devil fruit's ability can be said to be super powerful. But, he has a bug, and this bug will cause the host to suffer a lot. That is, if the opponent is Logia, your fruit ability will still be ineffective. In other words, your attack will not be able to hit the elementalized Logia user. The system still makes sense. Of course, you can't count Crocodile, his weakness is water. The system then added. I understand, it seems that you know that I may fight Enel when I go to Sky Island this time. This guy is also a Logia ability user, but unfortunately he seems to have been defeated by Luffy. Su King said to the system. Yes, but today's reward is to give you the ability to fight Logia, armed color Haki. I know you know something about the weapon color, but this weapon color is not the weapon color you thought. The system said mysteriously. What? Su King was a little confused. He didn't understand what the system said. I won't go into details anymore. I will convey the reward and you will understand. However, you'd better hone this weapon color in advance. Practice makes perfect. Okay. Gone. The system then stopped making any movement. At this time, Su King also felt a strange knowledge suddenly passed into his mind. I didn't expect that the weapon color given to me by the system was so profound and profound. Su King was in a daze. He could only express the weapon color sent by the system as strong. I didn't expect that he would divide the armed color into 10 levels. This is something I had never thought of before. Su King originally thought that the system would directly reward him with the domineering power of the armed color, but he did not expect that it would only give him a secret book. Forget it, learn slowly. As long as you practice the first level before encountering Enel, you will have a way to defeat Enel. After Su King figured it out, he focused on what was in front of him. And so many things happened just now, just in a moment. At this time, the Sky Knight asked, "Are you people from the Blue Sea?" Nami asked, "Blue Sea people, what does that mean? By the way, who are you?" As I said just now, I am the Sky Knight, and the Blue Sea people are the common name here for the people who live under the clouds. The Sky Knight said. Getting back to the subject, are you from the Blue Sea? Sky Knight asked again. Yeah. Luffy replied. That's no wonder. This place is the White Sea, which is 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. The White Sea on the upper level is as high as 10,000 meters. Of course, the average Blue Sea person will be unable to move when they get here. Sky Knight explained after a moment. He looked at Su King and said, "Are you not from Lanhai? You don't seem to have any reaction." "I ate a special devil fruit," Su King said directly without hiding it. "That's no wonder." Sky Knight didn't say much. "By the way, why can that person just now run on the sea?" Chopper asked with great interest. Okay, wait a minute, I know you must have a mountain of problems, but business is business, let's talk business first. Sky Knight said. What? Everyone asked in confusion. To tell you the truth, I am a professional mercenary. This is a sea full of dangers. Those who do not know the situation in the sky will either be killed by the gorillas just now or become food for empty fish. So as long as you blow the whistle, you can get 5 million YK, I will come to rescue you. Sky Knight said. Everyone didn't understand what Ike meant, and then asked, what are you talking about? Sky Knight thought that everyone thought it was too expensive, so he said, my price is already very cheap, don't bargain with me, I won't lower it even by 1 IK, don't embarrass me, I also have to live. Sanji said, we don't know what Ike you are talking about, and what does the whistle mean? The Sky Knight showed a very surprised expression and said, didn't you rush down from the top of the high-speed airway? Then you will pass at least 1 or 2 islands on the way. Old man, which language are you talking about? Luffy didn't understand at all. Wait a minute. From your tone, it sounds like there are other ways to get up to this empty sea. Nami asked. Also, you said you would pass 1 or 2 islands on the way. Isn't there only 1 empty island? Nami collected as much information as possible. The Sky Knight was shocked and said, how did you get up here? We came up from the bottom to the sea. Robin replied. What? Coming up along the monster sea? I didn't expect there to be such courageous warriors these days. The Sky Knight was also a little unbelievable. I knew it was no ordinary pipe, I knew. We almost fell to death. It's all you. Otherwise, we can collect intelligence and take a safe road. Nami exploded directly at Luffy beside him. You have lost at least 1 crew member, right? Sky Knight asked. No, we are all here. Luffy replied. This is not the case with other routes. Suppose 100 people go up to the sky, and only a few people survive in the end. Simply put, the probability of success is very low. However, not all those who come up from the bottom to the sea will die. That's the result if they all arrive, either 0 or 100. Sky Knight told the truth. Chapter 110. However, very few people dare to make such a desperate move, especially in recent years. From this point of view, you must be voyagers with both courage and strength. Sky Knight praised. Su King wanted to be humble, but Usopp said very proudly at this time, "Oh, these guys all rely on me." When they were crying and making trouble and reluctant to give up their lives, thanks to me for encouraging everyone, I will come all the best on the voyage. That's enough. Nami grabbed Usopp's face. So, what's going on with the whistle? Su King then asked the question that everyone wanted to know. The so-called whistle means blowing this whistle. As he spoke, the Sky Knight threw his whistle to the ground, then no matter when and where, I will fly down from the sky to save you. Originally, I sent out once, and the asking price was 5 million ik, the common currency of the sky. This time, I will treat it as a meeting gift and give it to you for free. The Sky Knight is already preparing to leave. Nami immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, may I ask your name?" "My name is Sky Knight, Gan 4, and it is my partner, Pierre." Pierre shouted the strange bird. I forgot to mention that although my partner Pierre is a bird, he is a person with abilities who ate the horse fruit, so he can turn into a horse with wings. Gonfer said. What? Is it the legendary Pegasus? Nami was looking forward to it. That's right. It's Pegasus. After Ganfa finished speaking, the transformation ended. However, Pegasus still looks like a strange bird, extremely ugly. The gap is huge, the partners complained in unison. Warriors, I wish you good luck. After Ganfa finished speaking, he left handsomely. Of course, everyone couldn't help but complain. In the end, this Sky Knight didn't get to the point at all. Robin said. Yeah, he didn't say anything. Then how do we get to that top? Okay. Blow the whistle. Call the old man to come and ask. Luffy said. Wait. Wait a minute, Luffy. This is our talisman in case of emergency. You're bragging now, what if that masked weirdo attacks again? Naturally, Usopp and Nami stopped Luffy together. Anyway, let's sail the boat and move on. Maybe there is an entrance just like Su King said. Zoro said. The reason why Zoro said this was not because he didn't trust Su King, but because he believed in Su King very much. At present, everything Su King said has become a fact. Who knows whether what Su King said was a joke or serious? Look over there, everyone, what's that? Chopper looked in one direction. Is it a cloud? It looks a lot like a waterfall. Robin said. Let's go, just go there and have a look. Su King said. Immediately afterwards, everyone drove the Mary towards the waterfall. Wait a moment, stop a moment, stop a moment. When Nami saw a large cloud blocking the way, he naturally stopped the Mary. There are such big clouds in front of the waterfall clouds. What to do? Since it is floating on the empty sea, it shouldn't be the same sea, right? What kind of cloud is that? If it were an ordinary cloud, it would be no problem to move on, Nami said. You won't know until you touch it. Rubber gun. Luffy stretched out his arm and finally bounced it back. Luffy then jumped up as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow! Look! You can sit. You won't fall. How could this happen? What is this? It's so interesting. Luffy started to joke. Awesome! Chopper was also very envious. I want to play too. Usopp and Chopper then jumped up, and the three of them started all kinds of fun on the clouds. But if this happens, we won't be able to sail. Nami felt a little worried. See if there is another way to sail from above. Nami said to Luffy. Good. Luffy, there seems to be something over there. Usopp finished speaking, and Luffy's attention was naturally completely attracted. What's that? A door. Yes, there is a big door under the waterfall cloud. Luffy said truthfully. Door? Are there any artificial buildings in this place? No matter what happens now, it's not surprising, especially this sea. What Su King said is really going to come true again. There really is a door to the upper Bibai Sea. Everyone looked at Su King and could only give a thumbs up. I'll go up and explore the way for everyone. Su King was idle and jumped onto the boat, then loudly directed the boat's navigation. In a short time, the boat arrived at the waterfall. Very good. It seems to have been bypassed. Nami said. An artificial building appeared in front of me, with the words Gate of Heaven written above the center of a gate. Is it really a door? The clouds in that waterfall are really a waterfall. The clouds under it are also different from the clouds just now. They flow. It says Heaven's Gate? It's so unlucky, as if we're about to die. Usopp complained. You can't tell, maybe we'll be dead by now. Zoro joked. It's possible, then this world will be taken for granted. Sanji also agreed. Are we really dead? Chopper asked in horror. Silly boy, how is that possible? Su King curled his lips. Heaven. It's so fun. So this is heaven. Who wants to die? Luffy was so excited that Nami couldn't help but beat Luffy. Look over there. Someone seems to be coming out. Usopp pointed. Just as the Mary was approaching the Gate of Heaven, a short old woman took a few photos with her camera. There were small angel wings behind her. Look. She has wings on her back. Is it an angel? Do all angels look like that? She looks like a sour plum. God, Luffy complained. This guy charges tickets. Su King repeated again. No way. Many friends still don't believe it. The old lady said directly, I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or to fight? Luffy said, we want to go to Sky Island. There should be Sky Island on the other side of this door, right? And what about the war you mentioned? Zoro asked. Amazon replied, actually, it doesn't matter which one you are. If you want to go to the top, please pay the fee to enter the Kingdom of Heaven first, which is 1 billion IK per person. This is stipulated by law. Usopp yelled, what? 1 billion IK? There's this thing called IK again. Sanji said. So, how much does it cost to convert to Bailey? Usopp asked. But, having said that. Su King. You guessed it right again. Yeah. This guy can even do such a thing. This was not the first time that the friends were surprised, but every time Su King guessed correctly, it was still incredible. Chapter 111. Speaking of one person costing 1 billion, we have a total of 8 people, 8 billion. Robin quickly figured out the Ike the other party wanted. Do you need so much money to enter? Do you usually need so much money to enter a country? This old woman is clearly trying to steal money. Before Usopp could finish speaking, Nami covered his mouth. Naturally, Nami was afraid that Usopp would offend others and be ruined if he couldn't get up. Excuse me, what if I just assume that there is no money for the entry fee? Nami asked. You can still go in, but it's okay if you don't go in, because I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard. I just want to ask what you mean. Amazon said. When Luffy saw that others did not force the charge, he naturally said, then let's go. We are going to Sky Island. We have no money, let us in. Old lady. Usopp said immediately when he saw the opportunity. Okay, do all 8 people have to go in? Amazon asked. Yeah, but how are we going to get to Sky Island? Luffy asked. At this time, the left and right sides of the melee were caught by a pair of crab claws. What is that? Everyone became very panicked. That's the famous product of the White Sea, the express shrimp. After Amazon finished speaking, the express shrimp grabbed the Mary and rushed towards the higher level of the Baihe Sea. Of course, the express shrimp goes up along the cloud road. Everyone, take care of it. Su King reminded. It's so fast. Wow! There's a road up there. Some of the partners were scared, some were excited, and some were smiling calmly. This is incredible, Sanji said. The clouds seem to have turned into strips of road. Zoro said. Of course this kind of ghost thing cannot be formed naturally. Usopp said. Maybe this is the so-called expressway. Su King guessed. There is an exit. There seems to be something written on it. Chopper shouted. Su King raised his head and saw a big sign on it, which read, Island of Gods, Island in the Sky. That's not the exit. That's the entrance. Luffy became even more excited. The cloud above the head was a beam of light, and everyone showed excited expressions, including Su King. Finally, the melee broke out of the sky, and the express shrimp threw the melee out and returned to the highway. The Mary landed on the clouds. What they saw in front of them made everyone excited. It's an island. It's an empty island. Luffy shouted. Eh? The sign just now said Kingdom of Gods. Robin recalled. Yes, it's exactly the same as the place name written on the map Luffy found. Nami said. It means that the large sailing ship that suddenly fell from the sky in front of us has really been here. They also saw this scenery 200 years ago. Let's dock first, the adventure has just begun. Su King said. It will definitely be fun if you go on an adventure. Luffy jumped down. Are these soft clouds under this island? Usopp accidentally fell down and found that it was not submerged. I'm coming to Sky Island. Luffy and Usopp ran away. I wanted to. Chopper naturally jumped down. I'm going to change clothes too. Nami naturally planned to go down as well. Su King, where should the anchor be dropped? Is there a seabed here? Zoro asked. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Su King said. The scenery here is very good. Zoro couldn't help but praise. That's right, look at those 3 idiots who are so excited. There's really nothing we can do against them. Wow! Sanji also took off his shoes and jumped down very excitedly. Aren't you the same? Zoro couldn't help but complain. At this time, Nami was pecked many times by the grumpy guide bird. Nami immediately apologized, I'm sorry. The guide bird then flew away. I forgot to let it go. Nami looked at Su King aggrievedly. This island seems to be inhabited by people. You shouldn't have to worry about food and drink if you stay here. He can fly back as long as he works hard. It's a bird, so it's very convenient. Zoro said. By the way, where's the anchor? Nami asked. Thrown into the clouds. Zoro said. It seems to me that the continuous clouds they are talking about are probably the foundation of this island, right? Zoro guessed. Su King gave a thumbs up, that's right, I didn't expect you to think of this. It looks like this place is like a sea with islands floating on the ground. I wonder if we would have ended up in the same place if we hadn't been washed up. Robin said. Anyway, I won't find anything strange when I see anything now. There are so many incredible things I saw from beginning to end. The only thing that is certain is that Sky Island is here, right? Nami also jumped to the point. In the clouds. Look. Ha. Just feel it with your body and you'll know. There's nothing to doubt about this reality. Come on. Don't worry, you can step on it with your feet. It's no big deal. Nami ran away with a smile. Robin looked at Suking and Zoro and asked, "What about you?" "I'm going down." Zoro nodded. "Since we've arrived, let's go down and take a look, but the historical text should be in Apayadu," Suking said. "Where is that place?" Robin asked. "It's a forbidden area on Sky Island, right? Anyway, let's get down first." Suking jumped down directly afterwards. As expected, the soft clouds were very interesting and healing, as if he was sleeping on soft alpaca hair. What a taste of adventure! Robin also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Navigation or landing are actually a kind of adventure. I have never thought about it before. Then Robin also walked off the boat. After everyone landed at Angel Beach, they started playing with clouds. Some slept on the clouds, and some started to build clouds into adults. Nami saw a pavilion with 2 deck chairs in the pavilion. The deck chairs were also made of clouds. People here should have the technology to process clouds, right? Nami guessed. The touch of this cloud is different from the previous one, more like fur. Chopper said. It's really leisurely. It would be great if I could take a vacation here. Suking also wanted to spend a week here, but this time he could only stay on the empty island for 1 day. At this time, Zoro found a fox out of nowhere, and then everyone heard the sound of playing a harp. Above the clouds, stood a very graceful woman. This woman was playing the harp. She had small white wings on her back and blonde hair. She didn't look like a bad person at all. That's an angel. A real angel. Sanji's eyes were completely straight. Navel. The angel looked at everyone and said something that was difficult to understand. Sissy, come here. The angel called the little fox over, slowly walked over and said, Everyone, are you here from Lan Hai? Yes, we flew up from below. Do you live here? Luffy asked. Yes, I am a resident here. Sister Angel said. Chapter 112. At this time, Miss Angel slowly approached and said, Welcome to Angel Beach, the kingdom of God. Do you want to drink that? Sister Angel naturally asked Luffy, and Luffy thought he had just chewed the fruit with his teeth. Yeah. Luffy handed this thing to the angel, who borrowed the coconut and said, The shell of this coconut is very hard, and it can't be broken no matter how you bite it. This one needs to be from the inside. Sister Angel easily made a small opening in the coconut with a knife, inserted a straw, and handed it to Luffy, please. When Luffy drank it, it was so delicious that his tongue curled up. Hey, is it really so delicious? I want it too. I want it too. It's so delicious. Usopp was very envious, so he took a sip himself. My name is Cornish, and she is the cloud fox here, called Sissy. If you have any questions, I will try my best to help you. Cornish said very politely. Please listen to me, your eyes have healed the fire in my heart, ah. Sanji started to talk promiscuously, but Nami raked his ears. Get out of the way. Nami looked at Cornish and said kindly, Great. We happen to have a lot of questions. All in all, this place is incredible to us. Okay, if you want to know anything, just ask. Cornish said. Suking and Zoro saw the person coming from a distance, and then said, It seems that someone is coming. Cornish took a look and then explained, That's my father. Cornish, belly button. Father, belly button. The two sides greeted each other, and at this time Cornish's father was riding a magical vehicle. What is that? What is that sitting thing? Nami asked very curiously. Are you talking about Wei Ba? Cornish asked. It is said that it is a powerful motorcycle. In fact, there is a better explanation, that is, it is a jet ski, but now it is not on the water, but on the clouds. Weaba. Nami repeated, seeming to have some impression of the word. I'm sorry, I'm rude, I have to stop. Cornish's father did not stop well, but fell to the ground with a crash, and then asked everyone, "Everyone, is there anything wrong with you?" Zoro couldn't help but complain, "Take care of yourself first." Nami then looked at Luffy and asked, "Luffy, have you brought that thing up from the bottom of the sea?" "Yes, of course I brought it," Luffy said while sipping his drink. "I see, that's the boat recorded in Rolando's diary, and it can run even if there is no wind." Nami reacted. Cornus' father asked, "Cornus, are they your friends?" "Yes, I just met them. They seem to be from Blue Sea." Cornus replied. "Really? When you come here, you must be confused about many things. Bye-bye has frightened everyone." "I'm sorry." Cornus' father apologized. "Where?" Usopp and others naturally said very politely. Cornish's father then said, "I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Pagia, I'm sorry." Su King also responded very politely, "No, we are the ones who are embarrassed." Su King then made a simple self-introduction. "Father, have you caught any fish?" Cornus asked. "Yes, a great harvest," Pagia said, and then began to invite everyone. "By the way, I wonder if you would like to sit down in the humble house and taste the local delicacies of heaven and sea together. Is it okay? I want to go. I want to go." Luffy, as the top foodie in the team, is naturally extremely interested in eating. "Want to cook Sky Island cuisine? I'm going to help too." Sanji is naturally very interested in cooking. At this time, Nami asked, "I'm sorry, this one has no sail and does not need to be rowed. Why can it sail on the sea?" Cornish said, "Don't you know DLAL?" At this time, Luffy also boarded the Vaaba, opened it, and immediately fell into the Sea of White because he couldn't control it. "It's all my fault, I shouldn't have borrowed the power of that little brother," Pagia said. "By the way, I wonder what will happen to people with abilities in this sea? Maybe Luffy will float," Sanji said without any worry. Not long after, Su King saw Luffy slowly sinking into the Sea of Clouds. "It's sinking, but it still doesn't work," Zoro said very calmly. "Ah! That's not good." Naturally, Chopper was the only one who was anxious at this time. "Really?" Su King was very speechless. Every time at this time, he could only rely on himself. Su King directly spread his wings and flew into the Sea of Clouds. Then, he used the property of the fruit that was not afraid of water to roam unscrupulously in the Sea of Clouds. Soon, Su King found Luffy, who was completely powerless. Maybe it's because this cloud contains elements of the sea. Su King finally caught Luffy and sent him out. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lent it to beginners. I'm sorry." Pagia apologized. In order to make full use of the power of the whole, Vaaba's hull is made very light. If there are small waves, it will turn left and right. If you are not familiar with the sea, this thing is very flexible, I'm sorry," Pagia said. "I've been practicing since I was a child, and I didn't know how to ride until recently," Cornus said. "Is Vaaba so difficult to ride? 10 years of training is almost enough." However, at this time, Nami has mastered Vaaba very skillfully. This guy is sensitive to the weather and waves. Therefore, when the direction of shaking changes, she can quickly get used to the movement in the opposite direction. She is indeed a genius. Su King couldn't help but praise. Seeing Su King start to praise, Sanji, Luffy and others also started to praise. "Wow! Miss Nami, you are the best. So handsome. It's amazing. It's unbelievable." Pagia was also a little hard to accept. After all, this thing is really difficult. How did she learn it? It's really difficult. Luffy knew how difficult this thing was, so he admired it very much. Riding something like this requires a certain amount of skill. You can't learn it, Luffy. Nami was just stating a fact. Luffy's expression changed and he couldn't help but cursed, "Stupid Nami. We are going to Uncle's house, come down quickly." Stupid Nami. It's really ungraceful. Sanji couldn't help but cursed. You guys go ahead, Uncle, can you lend me this powerful guy to ride for a while? Nami asked. Okay. Be careful on the road. Pagia naturally didn't think too much when he saw someone using this thing so well for the first time. Nami rode the powerful boat and sighed, "I never thought there would be a boat in the world that doesn't have to worry about the wind direction and can go wherever you want. It seems like a dream. I wonder if it can be used on ordinary seas." Chapter 113. Hey! What kind of construction site is there? Usopp climbed to a very high position and asked. That's a construction site dedicated to mining and processing clouds. Pagia explained. Can the clouds still be mined? Zoro also found it amazing. Did you all come to Bibihe via the Cloud River Road? Pagia asked. The road to the Cloud River refers to the winding sea road. Zoro asked. There is a cloud canal built artificially using the island clouds mined here. The clouds in this nature can be divided into two types. The ones you came in before were sea clouds, and the soft ones floating on the sea can be walked on. That kind is called island cloud. Pagia explained while leading everyone to his house. No matter what kind of cloud it is, it's not an ordinary cloud. Zoro told the truth. Yes, the reason for this is that the condensation nuclei that create clouds are different. If I remember correctly, your blue sea seems to have a mineral called sea floor stone. Pagia said. Robin, who was silent, also immediately asked, Halo stone? Does this have anything to do with that? Yes, it contains a kind of keratin particles we call pyroborwan. When volcanic eruptions erupt into the sky, these keratin particles change density when they condense with water vapor, forming sea clouds, river island clouds, etc. Pagia seemed to be speaking very clearly, but no one present could understand what he was saying. In short, the clouds here are divided into natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificial clouds, 3 different types of clouds. Please come in, this is my home. Pagia finally led everyone to his home. So high. The scenery is great. Luffy said excitedly. You can also see Nami's power. Chopper also said excitedly. At this time, Luffy climbed up and looked far away, and Sanji asked, Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Nami, why is it so easy to ride? Sink. Luffy was still a little unhappy. How childish. Sanji hit Luffy. It hurts like hell. You made me bite my tongue. Sanji. Luffy complained. Uncle, where is the kitchen? Sanji asked. Yes, here. Next, Sanji went to the kitchen to help his uncle and together they made kangdeo dishes. Others stayed in the living room. Robin asked, I'm sorry, Miss Cornice, you just mentioned DLAL, can you explain it more clearly? Okay. Cornice explained, let me think about it, how can I explain it better? At this time, Chopper was sitting on the chair, looking lazy, while Luffy picked up a shell. Cornice guided Luffy to speak into the shell, and then pressed the top. Finally, the voice just now was recorded. What an amazing thing, it can actually record sounds. Zoro and Robin were both surprised. Su King was very calm. In his time, no one used this kind of thing. Is this shell the dial you are talking about? Robin asked. Yes, this is a sound shell. Cornish then explained, it has the habit of recording and playing, and it is a shell here in Bibai Sea. But isn't there an ocean floor here? Where do these shells survive? Zoro asked. There are fish reefs in the shallows of the Sea of Clouds. Cornice explained. But I still can't figure out how it made Wei Ba move. Robin asked again. The power source of Vayaba is this. Cornus picked up a shell and said, although it looks smaller, its principle is the same as Yunbei. Cornish picked up the shell in her hand and started blowing. It turns out to be a hair dryer. Su King also found it interesting. This is called a wind shell. It can store wind and then discharge it naturally. As for how much wind it can store, it depends on how big the wind shell is. Install the wind shell at the stern and you can start the boat. That is the Vayaba. After Cornus gave a simple explanation, everyone had a certain understanding. So that's it relies on this to supply wind, and then it runs around. Usopp understood. It's great to be able to ride the powerful. Luffy is still in the uncomfortable state just now. Actually, there are many types of vehicles, such as skate-type and skateboard-type vehicles. Cornish said. I'm so exhausted just learning how to control the tyrant. I really want to ride it. I really envy that guy. It's rare that I already have one. Luffy said. Do you also have a Tyrannosaurus? Cornish asked. The ship he accidentally saw was in tatters. It was just something from 200 years ago. It couldn't possibly move. Usopp said. This is not necessarily true, because the dial used originally was the remains of a shellfish. As long as the shell is damaged, its function can be said to be semi-permanent. Cornus explained. At this time, Robin pointed to a shell in front of the table and asked, are there other types of shells? What is this? That one is called dengbei. There are also flame shells that store fire. Clam shells that store flavor. There are also various types of image shells that have residual images. So fun! So fun! Chopper also saw New World. In short, our life in the sky is closely related to shells, so the culture of Sky Island can be said to be a culture that coexists with the energy of shells. Angel Cornish said. Everyone was completely immersed in this wonderful world of Bay. Su King didn't talk much from the beginning. For him, although he had never seen these magical shellfish, many things were still possible in his time. While everyone else was immersed in the world around them, Su King slowly closed his eyes. Although only a few minutes had passed, he had already spent a long time in the world arranged for him by the system. Don't forget the secret code for armed color Haki. When Su King decided to study, his mind was transported to an empty room by the system, and a huge weirdo appeared in front of him. The system told Su King that as long as he defeated the weirdo in front of him, his weapon color could advance one level. When 10 bosses were defeated, Su King's weapon color would completely return to its original state. Generally speaking, after successfully signing in, the system will directly give Su King an ability. But now Su King needs to come to this world by himself and fight with the enemy for a long time, just like playing a game and playing a dungeon. Su King felt very relaxed at first, but when he started fighting this weirdo, he realized that the weirdo in front of him was not that easy to fight. The skin on his whole body is quite hard, and he moves very fast. More importantly, this guy's attack power is amazing. Su King will be in tragedy if he touches him. Therefore, Su King has been fighting the weirdo in front of him for a while. As for this weirdo, his whole body is black, which is obviously the color of his armor. Chapter 114. Raise Nan. Su King used his teleportation to instantly appear in front of the armed monster. Due to the huge size of the armed monster, Su King was able to hit him with one blow. The Raise Nan hit the weirdo hard. However, Su King felt as if he had been hit by a piece of iron. This guy is so tough. After Su King's attack failed, he immediately dodged. Sure enough, as soon as Su King teleported away, the weirdo used his hardened fist to hit Su King's position hard. This guy is very fast and powerful. The most important thing is that his whole body is covered with armor. Even the Raise Nan can't break it. This was the first time Su King encountered such a strong opponent. Facing a domineering enemy, Su King couldn't use elementalization to avoid damage, so he could only find ways to deal with it. Sharingan. Suking activated Sharingan, predicting the opponent's attack very well. Suking used Raise Nan for the second time. This time, Suking used his fruit ability, used the devil's wings to rush down from a high place, and condensed a super large Raise Nan in his hand. Yes, this is massive Raise Nan, an extended version of Raise Nan. Such a big Raise Nan is like the energy bomb in Dragon Ball. Even if it hits a tailed beast, it should be able to cause some considerable damage to it, let alone an armed monster. The blue light of the massive Raise Nan instantly engulfed the armed monster in front of him. Suking could clearly feel that the Raise Nan in his hand knocked the monster away, and this move landed firmly on the opponent. However, at the next moment, Suking was shocked again. The armed weirdo was actually resurrected in another place. What is going on? Is this guy permanently immune to death? If so, why fight? Suking complained while taking out his shura. With one draw of the sword, black sword energy was released. This sword energy is sharper than Rasengan's striking ninjutsu. In an instant, the armed monster in front of him was cut in half. This time, Suking saw with his own eyes that the strange man in front of him broke into two halves. However, what Suking couldn't understand even more was that the weirdo in front of him actually appeared again. This time, there was no longer one weirdo, but two. What's going on? Every time you get knocked down, there will be divisions. What exactly is going on? If this continues, this guy will never be defeated. Suking shook his head and said. The two weirdos rushed forward and once again waved their black arms and hit Suking. Devil's Fist. Suking chose to fight head-on this time. Boom! The fists of the two weirdos collided with Suking's fist, and a wave of air spread out instantly with Suking as the center. Suking could clearly feel the pain from his fist. Oh my god! These guys are too hard. Suking fought 1 against 2. Although he did not lose, he felt the difficulty of defeating them. At this time, the system finally came out. Host, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Isn't this the secret book you gave me? The secret book for the first level of armed color. Suking replied. This is not the first level, but the first level, the second level, and the third level. The system then explained, it seems that you do not understand the rules here. The reason why these guys exist is to let you realize domineering power. If you want to leave this place, you must realize the armed domineering power to a certain extent. Otherwise, you may never be able to leave here. In addition, time in this world stands still. You can't say that, however long has passed here, only 3 seconds have passed in the outside world. In other words, the faster you understand, the faster you can get out. If you can't understand, you will have to stay here forever. The system said. So, I want to know, how to defeat these guys. The first time, I blasted a person, the second time, I hacked a person to death, will these guys spawn endlessly? Suking said while dodging the attacks of 2 armed men, he asked. You're in violation. You can't use swordsmanship or ninjutsu. You have to fight these guys hand to hand. The more you understand, the more their numbers will increase. But please don't worry, the space here is infinite, take your time, the fruit ability can be used. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared again. This guy. Suking shook his head. Forget it, since he won't let me use it, then I won't use it. Suking then turned off his Sharingan and simply started to use the fruit's ability to fight these 2 armed weirdos. Although Suking did not use Sharingan, demons are naturally extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. The 2 weirdos attacked Suking. Suking did not try to dodge, but directly released his second form. The first form is a demon shadow, and the second form is a demon transformation. It still maintains the human body but has many characteristics of the demon, such as having horns on its head. At this time, Su King directly started a head-on confrontation with the weirdo. Boom! Su King knocked both of them to the ground with one punch. Originally in the first form, Su King could only fight evenly with the two. Now in the second form, with the blessing of the devil's power, Su King's full ability has been significantly improved. At this moment, the two weirdos disappeared. 10 weirdos suddenly appeared on the spot. 10. Forget it. Come on 100. It doesn't matter. Su King squandered the demonic power unscrupulously, bringing the power of the second humanoid demonic form to its fullest. Hey! Su King walked through the many weirdos like a ghost, and finally defeated these 10 armed weirdos very easily. As Su King expected, the number of weirdos increased again this time. Su King couldn't count the exact number, but Su King estimated that it was probably several times more than before. 50? Keep fighting. Su King felt a little bit familiar every time he fought, and this time the familiar feeling in his heart became more and more obvious. Domineering. Su King could feel that he seemed to have gradually realized domineering. Su King clearly felt that his fist had become much harder than before. After all, the more armed monsters you kill, the more you understand. But this time, Su King used these weak domineering powers, coupled with his demonic power, to easily knock 50 people to the ground again. Although he was a little tired, Su King already felt that he had gained a lot. Finally, Su King was able to attach the armed domineering energy to his arm. At this time, Su King saw densely armed and lustful weirdos in front of his eyes. Already 100? That's amazing. You are worthy of being a host. As long as you kill these 100, you'll be happy, the system said mysteriously. 100? Come on then. Su King raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rushed forward. Chapter 115. Primary Armed Color Domineering. Facing 10 enemies and 100 enemies, the gap was not as big as usual. Su King became very confused. However, at this time, Su King was able to use his armed domineering energy normally. Su King covered his hands and feet with armed colors, and rushed towards 100 weirdos at extremely fast speeds. Devil Shock. Now that Su King has learned the weapon color, he can naturally combine his fruit ability with the hardening of the weapon color. The original power of the devil fruit had already made Su King very powerful, not to mention the added aura of armed domineering. I can feel my surging energy. This is not just the power of the devil fruit, but a brand new energy. Is this domineering? It seems that no matter what kind of Haki it is, it mainly depends on whether the user is strong. If the user is strong, then the Haki will also become stronger. Su King feels that domineering is like a kind of temperament in a person. The more expert he is, the more exaggerated his domineering attitude may be. Hardening the armor color. After Su King had covered the armor color, he began to use various demonic powers. The Devil's Fist, Devil's Claw, and Devil's Wings spread out. Su King had never found that his ability was so powerful. In less than a moment, the 100 weirdos in front of him were knocked to the ground. It's too strong. The armed color is too domineering. If it were before, even if it could kill these people, it would take a long time. Su King had to admire his new ability. However, the matter was not over. At this time, the system appeared again and said, "Congratulations host, you have completed the entry test. Now the last item of the entry test is practice. Although 100 weirdos have been defeated, you haven't defeated their fused versions yet." System, what do you mean? Su King was shocked. That's what it means literally. After the system finished speaking, the 100 armed perverts who had just been defeated by Su King stood up slowly in front of them. Their bodies seemed to be attracted to each other, and finally joined together and turned into a super huge stone man. This super stone giant has an extremely terrifying and huge body. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. This system, are you kidding me? Is it endless? How much longer do you want me to fight? Su King was speechless. He had been beating these armed and perverted monsters for a long time. This one is different. This is the last one. As long as you defeat him, your armed color Haki will be completed at the elementary level. Don't forget that you are now learning the armed color secret code, and it is the first level, second level, and third level. The system said. Okay, since you are sure this is the case, then I will give it a final try. Su King then looked squarely at this super stone monster. According to the old rules, ninjutsu and swordsmanship cannot be used, so Su King once again used armament Haki. This time, Su King brought his armed domineering power to the extreme, and the armed colors on his hands and feet became even harder. Su King slowly walked to the stone giant. The stone giant was not that gentle. When he saw Su King, he immediately wrapped his whole body in armed colors. Then, he waved his arms and began to attack Su King. The stone giant's huge arm smashed down, and the sky was suddenly dark. Boom! After he hit the ground, the entire ground collapsed instantly. Even Su King was a little unsteady on his feet. Fly! Su King spread his wings and hovered on both sides of the stone giant's body. That's it now. Su King found the gap between the stone giant's attacks and charged directly towards it. As Su King's weapon color has evolved little by little, Su King's defense has also become stronger. At this time, Su King knocked the stone giant to the ground in an instant. Roar! The stone giant seemed extremely angry and punched Su King. Su King didn't expect that the stone giant would be faster than before, so he immediately used his wings to defend himself. Who would have thought that the wings were not covered with armed colors, so Su King's wings suffered a devastating blow. Ah! This was the first time Su King was in such pain. He was punched by such a terrifying giant. Su King was naturally helpless. Damn it! Su King accidentally suffered a loss. The giant could also feel that Su King had hit a wall, so he naturally pursued him. A hole! How dare you hurt me? Who am I? The person who ate the super devil fruit. Su King's whole body then changed, and his whole body instantly switched from the second form of a humanoid devil to the third form of a devil. Su King has completely turned into a demon. Armed color hardened. Su King shouted, and at this time, his whole body was covered with armed color domineering energy. Immediately afterwards, Su King came to the stone man at an extremely fast speed. Down with Lao Zi! Su King punched out, and this punch instantly created a powerful shock wave. After the stone giant was hit by the shock wave, he fell to the ground. Hey! It's not over yet! Su King then began to wave his arms again and again, and countless shock waves began to bombard the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant was in great pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, Su King used his full power and beat the stone giant unilaterally until he was unable to fight back. What can an armed giant do? When faced with Su King's terrifying and indiscriminate attack, one can only bear it, and not everyone can withstand Su King's level of attack. After a while, the armed giant lost his balance again and fell to the ground. It can be clearly seen that there are many piles of stones on the ground, which are all fallen from the stone giant. The last attack. Su King disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone giant. Go to hell! Giant! Su King punched him with all his strength. His whole body was like a spear, and his whole body seemed to be exerting force. Pug! A voice passed by. It turned out that Su King's whole body had penetrated the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant did not expect it and finally fell to the ground, with his whole body scattered into small stones. Su King's demonic state was quickly lifted and he returned to his original state. Solved. Su King smiled a little. Congratulations! Host! You have defeated the entire monster. You have successfully mastered the elementary level of armed color Haki. Although it is elementary, it is enough for you to deal with most situations. Now, I will send you back to that world as a reminder. You, in that world, are a guest in Page's home, the system reminded kindly. I understand, okay, let's teleport. No matter what I say this time, it will be rewarding. However, I always feel that the delay is still a bit long. After Su King finished speaking, he returned to Page's home on Kaido in the blink of an eye. Others had no idea where Su King had gone. Chapter 116. At this time, Sanji had prepared the meal. When Su King looked at it, his mouth was watering. There are all kinds of island cuisine in front of you, which will definitely make anyone drool when they look at it. Okay, it's done. This is a full meal with Sky Island's specialties, fruits and seafood. Sanji said. Great. Chopper, Luffy and others immediately started to move. Su King had just had a fight, so he was naturally hungry and started to eat with everyone else. It's so delicious. Usopp and others looked at Su King in surprise while eating. What's going on? I've never seen Su King eating with us so ungracefully. Usopp complained. In the past, Su King always maintained his demeanor as a captain, but this time, Su King couldn't control so much. Why do you care? I'm really hungry. Su King ignored Usopp. However, these shrimps are really delicious and I don't know how to describe them. Usopp was even more annoyed after eating. Sanji slowly walked to the balcony, blew out a puff of smoke, and said, "Where is Nami now? Isn't she at sea?" Luffy asked. "No." Sanji said. "That guy must have gone somewhere else to play, leave her alone." Usopp said. At this time, Cornus said nervously, "Father, is there any problem?" Pagia also looked unhappy and said, "Cornus, I also have a bad premonition, I'm really afraid that this will happen." "What? What's wrong?" everyone asked. "In the kingdom of God, there is a place that you cannot step into at any time. That land happens to be right next to our island. If you ride a powerful horse, you will arrive there in a short time." Cornus said. "A place where you can't even step into? What is that place?" Usopp asked. "That's a forbidden place, that's what people call it, the place where God lives, the island of God, Apaidu." Cornus said. After hearing about God, Luffy naturally asked immediately, "God? Are there really gods? They live in that place that is absolutely forbidden to set foot in." "Yes." Cornus answered affirmatively. "Are the gods you are talking about the gods that people talk about? Are there any gods living on the empty island?" Chopper asked. "Yes, our Skypiea is the so-called kingdom of gods, ruled by the Almighty God, Enel." Cornus said. "Almighty God. Enel is omniscient and has control over everything in the world. He has a panoramic view of everything we do, anytime and anywhere." Cornus said. "Anytime and anywhere? Now?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Of course." Cornus answered affirmatively again. "Is that Almighty God looking at me now?" Chopper also looked a little nervous. "God." Zoro drank a cup of tea, but nothing else changed. Su King finally felt full and stood up to digest. Su King didn't want to say anything more about Enel. This guy just relied on the power of the thunder fruit to dominate. "Su King, Zoro, don't you believe in the existence of gods?" Chopper asked weakly. "Who knows, whether there is a god in the world or not, it has nothing to do with me, because it doesn't matter whether there is a god or not, but I will not deny those who believe in gods." After Zoro finished speaking, he looked at Su King and asked, "Su King, what do you think?" "Me? I think even if there is a god in this world, it cannot be Enel. This guy is just a fool who ate a devil fruit and has great strength." Su Kang's words showed complete disrespect for this god. "You can't say that, God will hear it." Cornus immediately persuaded. "So, Cornus, have you ever seen the Almighty God who lives in the place called Apayadu? Sanji immediately changed the subject. No, how is this possible? We can't get involved in Apayadu, absolutely. The sacred place, Apayadu, is a taboo place. Cornus said. However, when Luffy heard about the places he was not allowed to set foot in, he immediately became excited. Really? It's a place you absolutely cannot set foot in. Seeing that something was wrong with Luffy, Usopp immediately persuaded him, Hey! Luffy, what are you thinking about? You need to understand that people say that is a place that cannot be set foot in. It means that it is a place that is absolutely not allowed to go. Luffy. However, at this time, Luffy was completely immersed in his own excitement. That's it, it turns out there are places that you can't go to. Haha. Luffy's expression at this time could fully reflect what he was thinking. Everyone couldn't help but complain, this guy definitely wants to go there. But if it is a god, even if we break into his home, we will be forgiven. Gods are tolerant, right? Luffy asked. That's not true. After all, breaking the things prescribed by God is blaspheming God. Really? It doesn't matter, I'm the same anyway. At this time, Luffy didn't take everyone's warning seriously. Chopper looked at Luffy in surprise and said, in other words, even if God doesn't forgive you, do you still want to go in? So, if you go to a forbidden place, what will be the consequences of Apayadu? Robin had heard Su King say Apayadu before, and now that someone said it, she was naturally interested. Then, that will. Cornus is a little afraid to say it. What will happen? Everyone wants to know. Then there is no way to come back alive, at least that's what the people here think. Pagia said. No. Can't make it alive. Everyone is a little surprised, after all, Nami is very likely to enter Apayadu. It's really worrying. Miss Nami, it would be better if she didn't get close to Apayadu. Pagia was very worried. Sanji was really worried about Nami, but Luffy had already packed his bags and was ready to go. Let's go. Let's go rescue Nami together. Luffy looked happy, simply wanting to take an adventure. After finishing this plate. Let's go. Luffy planned to eat everything on the plate and leave. Sanji scolded, Miss Nami is in danger, but you are still in the mood to eat. What if something happens to Miss Nami? Leave quickly and eat again when you come back. However, Luffy was immersed in the world of eating. Su King, let's go with Miss Cornus. The sun has gone down after this guy finished eating. Let's go together. Go to Apayadu. Sanji said. Cornus was a little embarrassed, but we don't know if she really went there, and if she accidentally offended the Almighty God Enel, the consequences would be really disastrous. God Enel looks so scary. Chopper is also a little afraid of him. God Enel? God. Zoro also muttered. Chapter 117. Luffy. Let's go. Su King was direct and violent. He caught Luffy and rushed directly to the Mary. After waiting for a while, Pagia also followed. I'm sorry, the wind is blowing against me now. It will take a long time to get to Apayadu in this direction. If this ship is also used as a power source, it shouldn't be difficult. I'm sorry. Sanji and others asked, so, how long does it take to get there now? This question can only be asked to Feng. Pagia said. Really? Will it take a long time? Luffy asked. Uncle, is there a way to get there quickly? Usopp asked. Who can change the direction of the wind? Everyone is at a loss. At this time, Luffy was like crazy. He took out the damaged Vaaba from the boat, and then planned to drive over. However, as soon as he took it out, it sank when he sat on it. This idiot! Zoro, Sanji and others were unable to complain about Luffy. Pagia saw this way ba, and then took the initiative to ask, "Is this your old way ba? If it can be repaired, I will help you repair it." "Uncle, you can repair it?" Luffy was surprised. "I happen to be a shell boat technician." "Then I'll trouble you to practice it," Su King said politely. Afterwards, Uncle Pagia started to repair Vayaba for everyone, while the others started to pile up cloud people when they had nothing to do. Boom! Sanji was very worried about Nami, so naturally he kicked Usopp away. "Look, what are you doing? Nami is in crisis now." However, during the process of repairing Vayaba, Su King and others discovered that many people seemed to be walking nearby. "Uncle, what is that?" Luffy asked. "Suspicious ship over there, wait a minute." A voice came from the direction of the person not far away. "Who are those guys?" Luffy asked. Su King couldn't help but complain. It turned out that the people in front of him didn't come over step by step at all. They all lay down on the ground and started crawling forward. "Why are those guys crawling?" Sanji asked. "I don't know, maybe because they are perverts." Usopp's reason made Su King want to laugh. "Everyone stops moving forward," the leader said. Finally, these crawling people finally stood up. "Hello, also, belly button. What do these guys do?" Everyone couldn't help but ask. The leader glared angrily and said, "That's you. You are the 8 illegal immigrants from Qinghai reported by the surveillance officer, right? You must accept the sanction of God." "Illegal immigrants? What is that?" Luffy didn't understand what was going on. "Is this really the case?" Pagia also asked in surprise. "You have no room for excuse. We have received the photos taken by Amazon, the surveillance officer of Heaven's Gate." The leader took out the photos of everyone. "How could this happen? Is there any misunderstanding? Captain McKinley? They don't seem to be such bad people." Page naturally interceded for his friends. "Illegal entry into the country." Sanji also couldn't believe it. "The entry fee seems to be 1 billion, and we did not pay it." Robin remembered what happened before. "But didn't the mother-in-law say you can come in without paying?" Usopp said. "That's what she said." Chopper said the same. The captain named McKinley didn't care about everyone's explanations and said, "It's useless. Stop making excuses and admit your crime quickly. But you don't need to panic. Illegal entry into the country is only an 11th level crime under God's sanctions. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you can become a safe tourist immediately." Captain McKinley said. "What? This kind of thing should have been mentioned earlier, otherwise it would give everyone a false alarm. Tell me what the punishment is." Sanji immediately felt that the problem was not big. "It's very simple. You just need to pay 10 times the entry fee. As long as you pay it on the spot, the crimes you committed can be written off on the spot. One person has 10 billion IQ, that is, 8 people are 80 billion IQ. Grams, Captain McKinley said. 80 billion. So, if IQ is replaced by Bailey, how much would it be?" Usopp asked. "Pele, is it the common currency of Qinghai? If converted into Pele, 10,000 IQs equals 1 Pele." Captain McKinley said. "Let me think, how much?" Usopp is very bad at math and can't figure it out at all. Robin immediately said, "Then 80 billion IQ is equivalent to 8 million belly. It's too expensive. Do you know how many tons of rice you can buy? A whole. We worked hard to get to heaven, why do we have to pay so much for entry fees? Who can accept it?" Sanji cursed. "What are you talking about? Then when you first entered the country, couldn't you just pay 800,000 Baileys?" Captain McKinley said. "That's very expensive." Sanji obviously didn't want to pay. McKinley then said, "We, the White Berets, are directly under the priest. Resistance to this unit will only increase the penalty. Please be aware. Forget it, ignore them. Instead of this, go find Miss Nami. I'm worried to death. Maybe she is crying somewhere now. Sanji turned around and discussed with his companions. Yes, hurry up. Luffy also ignored McKinley at all, let alone Su Kang, who was not even afraid of gods. Then, as soon as the wind direction changes, we'll set off, no. To find Nami. Luffy said excitedly again. Usopp knew that Luffy just wanted to take risks, so he naturally tried his best to persuade everyone not to worry. He held the white beret steady while dragging Luffy. He was afraid that Luffy would offend God and get everyone into trouble. However, things are not that simple. Captain McKinley first misunderstood that Luffy destroyed the wagon, and then guessed that the wagon was stolen. Fortunately, Usopp arrived in time and came to the rescue again. I really don't know what this guy Usopp has to be afraid of. Su Kang, Zoro, Robin, and others were lying on the sofa, very peacefully. Usopp, Chopper and Luffy had nothing to do, so they went fishing. However, they accidentally dropped a particularly large and powerful fish. Seeing that the fish was about to rush towards Cornus, Zoro was naturally the hero to save the beauty. After knocking the fish over with a knife, Captain McKinley said they had violated the Environmental Protection Act, a Class 9 crime. Luffy was very interested in this fish, took a bite, and was convicted of theft again. Zoro couldn't help it anymore and planned to draw his sword and chop down Captain McKinley, but of course Usopp stopped him. His remarks just now have constituted the crime of intimidation, which is a level 7 crime. Captain McKinley became more and more deceptive. Just don't do anything. Usopp had an idea, and then he and everyone started to sleep. However, everyone snored and committed environmental damage. This is a crime of the 6th degree. Unexpectedly, snoring was illegal, which made Su Kang's patience run out. Chapter 118. Not to mention Luffy, even Su Kang, who was very patient at this time, wanted to fly away the berets in front of him, Captain McKinley. However, with a low score of 3 points out of the gate, the most important thing when arriving at Sky Island was to defeat Enel. As for other matters, Su Kang still followed the policy of not causing trouble as much as possible. But just when Luffy couldn't hold back his violent temper, Nami had already come back riding the power bus. Luffy! Don't resist these people. But they are very annoying. Luffy said impatiently. Nami! Hurry up and use your private money to pay the 7 million fine for illegal entry. Usopp said. Great. So you can just pay the fine. Although he said this, looking at Nami's expression, you can guess that this guy must have a completely different idea in his heart. 7 million Baileys, it's too expensive. At this time, Nami directly controlled the power to hit Captain McKinley's face, and the captain was directly knocked away. Oops. As soon as I heard about the unreasonable fine amount, I accidentally. The reason Nami gave was also very speechless. Uncle, thank you for the powerful weapon. Nami exchanged the powerful weapon to Pagia. No, compared to these, you are in big trouble now. Pagia said. Everyone, run away. As long as you have anything to do with their god, you will be in big trouble. Nami said. Su Kang could feel that Nami should have had a little contact with Apaidu, and saw the scene in the original work where the adventurers were killed by Enel's direct thunder. I want to ask, what kind of crime was this? Zoro asked. It may be a crime of obstructing official business, which is a 5th level crime. Pagia replied. Great, it's only level 5. Usopp said happily. It's not good at all. If you are convicted of a 5th level crime, you will be named by God Enel and sentenced to the punishment of floating in the clouds. Cornus said. Yunpulu. Everyone is curious about this strange criminal law. What is that, floating clouds? It sounds very comfortable. Luffy said. It's not comfortable at all. It's a death sentence. Cornus' words shocked everyone. Death, death penalty. Zoro glanced at Captain McKinley and said, he seems to have completely fainted. However, it seems unreasonable to have the death penalty in the kingdom of God, right? It's true, there really is a death penalty. The so-called cloud floating is the execution of putting the prisoner and the boat on an island cloud with nowhere to escape, and drifting in the sky until they turn into bones. It is the death penalty. Cornish said. That's it. No wonder the ship suddenly fell from the sky. Robin seemed to understand something. F#YF+. Robin, what are you talking about? Usopp asked. Didn't a large sailboat called the Saint Bliss fall from the sky before? That ship was probably sentenced to this kind of capital punishment 200 years ago, right? Robin made his own inference. Usopp also thought of the previous ship, and finally swallowed in fear. At this time, the berets shouted, "Hey! You guys, do you know what you did to our captain?" Nami walked over slowly and said, "I'm sorry, I just slipped a little." What? It slipped? Naturally, these beret members were a little disbelieving. No, how should I put it, it was accidental. Nami saw that these people were not easy to deceive, so he changed his explanation. Well, it just happened like that. It can also be said to be an accident. Accident? You call this an accident? That's right, it was an accident. You also know that it is difficult to ride a speedmaster, and today is my first time riding a speedmaster, so I didn't control the steering wheel well. I was really reckless. Sure enough, beginners can't force it. You think so? Everyone just watched Nami's performance quietly, but no one said anything. After all, Nami also wanted to get rid of this crime with everyone. However, Luffy said with a dull head, "This guy is very handy as soon as he rides on the Vibrant." I don't know if Luffy is really stupid or he is still worried about what happened just now, so he said this. I'm sorry, I think it's better to bandage Captain McKinley's wound first. I'm so sorry. Page temporarily relieved everyone. Yes. Captain McKinley. Then, please move him to a humble house to recuperate. Pagia said. Thank you for your assistance, also, Naval. The members of the berets carried McKinley away, and before leaving, they asked everyone to stay here and not move. The funniest thing is that even though they were carrying their own captain, they still chose to crawl forward. It was hilarious to see a group of men crawling on the ground while carrying people who needed treatment. Cornus said at this time, "I know that none of you are bad people, so take this opportunity and run away quickly." After Cornus finished speaking, she ran away immediately. We'd better do what she said. I saw terrible scenes with my own eyes and saw very scary things on the island. Nami said. As expected, you went to the forbidden place they mentioned, the Holy Land. Zoro said. There are places that must not be entered, and there are very scary guys. Luffy's eyes were filled with passion again, clearly showing that he really wanted to go. What other gods, gorillas, they are all vicious guys anyway, let's set off first no matter what, let's set sail. Nami has decided to leave the Sky Island, but Su King can see that Luffy is still interested in that. Kaido was very curious. In order not to implicate the Cornish woman, everyone raised anchor and sail, planning to leave. However, Luffy was standing on the beach at this time and did not leave. What are you still doing? Luffy. Nami asked. Why are we running away? Luffy asked. Because the situation is not good. Nami replied. There have been many bad times. Luffy replied. Because it's not just us who will suffer this time, maybe even the father and daughter will be arrested, Nami said. The two of them didn't do anything wrong. The person who caught them was wrong. Luffy is a straight-tempered person who won't turn around at all and will tell others his inner thoughts without reservation. That's right. Nami doesn't know what to say. How long are you going to keep arguing? Let's go. Usopp urged. How many times do you have to tell me before you understand? Staying here will only become more and more dangerous, and the father and daughter will also be implicated because of us. Nami made the truth very clear again. It doesn't matter whether we walk or not, Luffy replied. Su King. Tell me, what should we do now? Nami could only look at Su King helplessly. Me. Su King knew that Nami wanted to use him to persuade Luffy. However, Su King's mission here is not over yet. Chapter 119. Therefore, it is impossible for Su King to leave the empty island. Su King then shook his head and said, Sorry, Nami, this time Luffy is right, we have no reason to leave. At this time, a voice came from the beach. Please run away quickly. Hurry up. Cornus said. However, Captain McKinley at this time was already alive and kicking. If you dare to protect this group of criminals, you and your daughter will not be exempted from guilt. After all, those people have treated us rudely and committed crimes such as obstructing the execution of official duties, which constitutes a fifth-level crime. He is a felon who must be sentenced to death. Captain McKinley said. Nami immediately explained, I told you, it was just an accident, damn it. Leave quickly. Nami tried to pull Luffy away, but Luffy still didn't move. Catch them. At this time, Captain McKinley issued the order to attack, and then his beret troops began to fire cloud arrows. When Su King saw that the other party had taken the initiative to attack, he naturally teleported over from the ship and fought side by side with Luffy. Luffy asked Nami to go to the ship first, and Su King and Luffy fought against the berets together. The cloud arrow shot by the bow and arrow in front of me created a cloud trajectory after being shot. What is this? Cloud. Luffy had never seen such a strange fighting method. Su King, on the other hand, simply avoided it. Go. White berets. The berets jumped up. They stepped directly on the cloud bridge just now. There seemed to be some strange device under their feet that allowed them to rush over along the path of the clouds. Luffy and Su King both jumped to avoid it. Hey hey hey! The white beret smiled evilly. What's going on? Luffy asked, somewhat confused. Up! The white berets chose to rush over together this time, and Luffy already felt something was wrong. He immediately turned around and ran, but there was no device under his feet, so he ran very slowly. Dizzy. It's so soft when you step on it that it's hard to run. Luffy couldn't help but said. Don't even think about escaping. The white berets were chasing Su King, and because Su King could move at high speeds, there was no need to worry that these people could catch up with him. Even if they followed the trajectory of the cloud, Su King could move at high speeds. King can also leave these people far behind him. How stupid to actually want to escape from our hands. Captain McKinley showed a slightly disdainful look, seeming to be extremely confident in himself and his men. So that's it, skates. You guys are really interesting. Luffy soon knew what was going on. Isn't it easy for Luffy to avoid these people? Using the elasticity of rubber, he can grab a tree and fly away directly. Su King was even more exaggerated, he spread his wings directly and turned into a demon, and then, there was nothing more. These people couldn't defeat Su King and Luffy at all. After everyone saw this magical scene, they all complained, it's amazing. The arms are actually stretched. People can actually fly in the air. How to do it? Could it be a devil fruit? Some people in the white berets were still talented. Rubber. Fireworks. Luffy then easily knocked all these white beret troops to the ground. Su King didn't even take action at all. It was enough to leave it to Luffy to deal with these people. At this time, there were still some people who wanted to make a sneak attack, but they were all eliminated by Zoro Sanji and others. Now that the fight has started, there is no point in staying on the ship now. Nami, how many Baileys do we have left now? Zoro asked. There are still 50,000 Baileys left, and we can only last for another day or two at most. Nami said. Why are we so poor? Luffy asked. As a captain, you really can't do anything if I don't tell you this time. You should think about how to spend money, right? Luffy taught him a lesson. It's all used for your food. Sanji immediately told the truth. Very good. In short, this battle was successful according to the B formation I instructed. Usopp started bragging again. Of course, only Chopper was fooled. Cornish and Page on the beach both showed expressions of shock and disbelief. He actually defeated the White Berets. It stands to reason that people from Qinghai would have poor athletic ability here. Cornish also found it a bit incredible. At this time, a voice came from the jungle. Haha. That's so stupid, you idiots who don't care about life and death. You have no way out. If you just listen to me, everything will be fine. We, the White Berets, are the gentlest law enforcers in the kingdom of God. If it were their words, but it's not that easy to talk to, haha, you have now become a level 2 criminal, but no matter how you cry or make trouble, the priests of Apaido will personally sanction you. Captain McKinley made intimidation. Then, Captain McKinley disappeared. What's going on? Luffy still couldn't figure out the current situation. It's nothing. Anyway, the main show hasn't started yet, but the priests are all pretty good. It just so happens that you can hone your fighting skills. Su King said as if he fully understood. Everyone saw that Su King seemed to know what was going to happen, so they naturally stepped forward to ask. Didn't that old woman say that? We can go there, but once we come here we will enter the country illegally. This is obviously fraud. I'm going to sue her. Nami said. It's absolutely true, but even if the party is, and the old woman says she can't go, we will definitely force her to enter the country, and the result will not be the same. Usopp told the truth, but Nami didn't want to hear it. In short, something bad is going on. If you are identified as level 2 criminals, there is nothing we can do to help you. At this time, Pagia and Cornus were already far away. Why are you so far away talking to us? Nami asked. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We are already used to being chased anyway. He, compared to this, why did you come back? Luffy asked Nami. We can finally go to that place for a big adventure. No, we are looking for you, Nami. Luffy looked very expectant. What a big adventure. How scary are those guys on that island? Didn't I say that? If you haven't seen it, you will feel scary if you do. Nami couldn't help complaining. Although I don't know what their gods are, their inexplicable power is real. In short, I will never go to that ghost place. Nami said. Then we'll go by ourselves. You can wait here. Luffy still didn't give up the idea of going. Chapter 120. No. The pursuers will come back. We have to leave the country quickly. Nami said. You said leaving? Stop joking, which one do you think is more important, risk or life? Luffy asked. Of course life. Second is money. Nami said. Then am I next? Sanji walked over lustfully, but was punched away by Nami. By the way, speaking of which, we only thought about how to get to the Sky Island, but we never thought about how to get back. Is there a safe way back? Usopp's question got to the point. Can we return to Qinghai? Usopp asked. At this point, it's no longer safe. There is a way, just go to the end of the cloud. Cornus said. Where is that? That place is in the far east, but if you want to go there, you have to go back to the lower White Sea first. Okay. Once you get there, you can go back to the original Qinghai. Usopp said happily. No. I don't want to go back yet. Luffy acted quite tough. Do you want to stay here and be executed? Usopp asked. Anyway, if you continue to stay, Cornus and Uncle will get into trouble. Although no matter how we escape, it is difficult to escape from the hands of those guys. In that case, it will be the same no matter where we stay in this country. Since our position has been exposed, it is even more important to leave here quickly. Yes. Nami said. Okay, everyone, get ready to sail. Nami and everyone turned around and walked towards the direction of the melee. Luffy went to pack some delicious food, Usopp went to get some ship parts, and the others got on the ship with Nami. Zoro persuaded, you know, right? Even if everyone objects, that guy still wants to go. It doesn't matter, I don't want to go. Nami shook his head. Su King said, Nami, I know what you are worried about, and I can probably know what you saw near the island of Apayadu. Our ultimate enemy this time is God. As I said before, this God is not a god at all. He is just a person who gained great power by eating the devil fruit. He has several priests under him, and his maximum power is only this. Nami, they will never be our match, don't worry. I have absolute confidence that I can beat this guy. Only Luffy and I can defeat God Enel. Su King was very confident, and this temperament naturally affected Nami. Oh, I know. Immediately afterwards, Cornus told everyone how to leave the empty island, but when she said it, she felt a little unnatural. Only Robin and Su King could see this subtle change in expression. Robin and Su King looked at each other and could understand the meaning in each other's eyes. Goodbye, Cornus. The people on the boat quickly waved goodbye to Cornus. When Cornus left, Robin immediately asked, is there really such a current? Of course. Nami didn't doubt Cornus at all. Su King shook his head, I'm afraid there won't be such a current. Cornus lied. As long as we leave here, we will be guided to Apayadu. It seems that this battle is completely unavoidable. Su King couldn't help laughing. Nami asked with a look of disbelief, is this really true? But why did Cornus deceive us? Forget it, I'm just guessing, let's let the facts prove my guess. Su King was not sure, but naturally left a glimmer of hope for Nami. At this time, Usopp, Sanji, and Luffy all stayed at Angel Beach, and the friends on the boat were actually waiting for the three of them, but something wrong happened immediately. The ship shook very strongly, and then the melee started sailing on its own. Why is the boat moving? How should we stop it? Nami desperately tried to stop the boat, but found that it was impossible to do so. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the ship, carrying the melee forward. What is this? What's going on? Nami asked in surprise. Did you catch the current in advance? Zoro asked. No, it doesn't feel like it. Eventually what was under the boat washed up. What is this? Su King replied, this is Bibihei's famous product, Super Express Shrimp. Where is this guy going to take us? Zoro asked in a panic. Everyone, jump off the boat. Zoro had a bad feeling. However, countless empty fish followed the boat at this time. It can be said that the melee cannot stop at all, and there is no need to stop, because the boat will eventually enter Apayadu. That is what Su King thought this time the place to be reached. Su King still needs to find Enel and practice with him using his own weapon color. We can't escape. Even if we escape, there should be other prepared traps waiting for us. No matter what we do, I'm afraid it has already started. Robin said. In this case, we might as well stop thinking so much and just accept this reality calmly. I told you, we will be fine. Su King still behaved so calmly. Everyone finally gave up on the idea of doing something. Okay, let's go back to the island again. Nami slumped on the deck. In the end, the melee was completely away from Angel Beach and the home of Pagia and Cornish on the beach. As time passed, the melee had arrived in a forest. The Super Express shrimp dropped everyone at a certain location and then disappeared. What exactly is this place? Chopper asked. At least one thing is certain, this is the inside of Apayadu. Nami said. This looks like an altar of living sacrifices, Robin said. Living sacrifice, altar. Nami repeated. What is a living sacrifice? Chopper asked. It is to offer living sacrifices to gods. Nami replied. So, I thought I was being cooked and eaten alive. Chopper thought. The meaning is similar. No matter what method you use, you must finally dedicate your life to God. Robin replied. So, we will still be killed in the end. Chopper was a little timid and was so frightened that he fell off the boat. Fortunately, Robin used the flower fruit to save Chopper. There are many sky sharks behind Chopper, empty sharks. Chopper then escaped to the ship again. However, because Zoro was worried about Chopper, he jumped directly into the sea of clouds and did not come out for a while. Don't worry, this guy won't die so easily. Su King had no intention of saving Zoro. After all, Zoro was the second male lead and would not die so easily. However, a while passed and Zoro still didn't come out, which made everyone a little worried. Chapter 121. Zoro. At this moment, the empty shark suddenly appeared. Zoro held his weapon in front of the empty shark's mouth, and the empty shark did not swallow Zoro in one bite. Zoro! Chopper and Nami both shouted with great concern. Zoro was once again taken into the sea of clouds by Kongsha. It sank again. Chopper was very worried because Zoro still didn't come out this time. Could he be eaten? Nami asked desperately. Will this guy be killed by an empty shark? Then he is not Zoro. Su King still has absolute confidence in Zoro's strength. Ah! Zoro must have been eaten. Chopper once again showed a desperate expression. If he was eaten, the clouds would be dyed red. Robin replied. Why do you say such terrible things so calmly? Robin. Nami couldn't help but complain. At this time, Zoro shouted loudly, it's so annoying. It was obvious that the empty shark had been defeated by Zoro. Zoro slowly walked up the steps, and the empty shark was already floating on the sea of clouds, obviously having been beaten hard. It's really nerve-wracking. It seems that he is quite difficult to deal with in the water. Zoro said. Did you just knock out the shark with your fist? You are obviously a swordsman, but where did your so-called swordsman's dignity go? Nami couldn't help but curse. You're so annoying. Rory is so annoying. Zoro didn't really want to pay attention to Nami. At this moment, more empty sharks suddenly came around. When Chopper saw it, he immediately said, wow! There are so many empty sharks coming. There are many more empty sharks swimming over. If we deal with them one by one, the sun will have to wait until it sets, and we will never reach the other side. Zoro said. Even so, we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Robin felt that he had to do something. Zoro twisted his clothes and said, that prawn really took us to an incredible place. Is starving here the so-called punishment of heaven? Robin asked. Would God use such an inconspicuous method? Zoro also expressed doubts. As far as I know, no, this guy might make a thunder and kill us. Su King made his own guess. Smashed to death? The bottom of the boat is like this now, and it can't be launched into the water. You want to find a way to repair the boat first, Chopper. Zoro said. You asked someone to repair the ship, what are you going to do? Nami asked immediately. If I want to find a way to enter the forest, I want to use the boat as our base first. Luffy and the others will definitely come here to find us. As the saying goes, if you get lost, just stay there. Zoro said. Su King felt that this saying was probably made up by Zoro. After all, Zoro was probably the most serious road idiot. But, what are you going to do after you go to the forest now? Chopper asked. Didn't they say there is a god on this island? I want to meet him for a while to see if he is as godly as Su King said. Although Zoro was not as excited as Luffy, he still looked eager to give it a try. Stop it! Why are you going to meet that inexplicable and scary guy when you have nothing to do? Nami also felt that Zoro's behavior was a bit redundant. Who knows, let's see that guy's attitude first. Zoro also said a bit condescendingly. Don't forget, gods also have priests. Gods can't be offended anyway. Is this common sense? Nami put his hands on his waist and warned. Sorry, I never pray to gods or Buddhas. Zoro said very domineeringly. I don't believe in God at all, why are I afraid of offending God? Zoro's fearless appearance made Nami very desperate. Nami had no choice but to pray to God and make it clear that she had nothing to do with Zoro. Su King looked at the side and wanted to laugh more and more. He couldn't help it anymore, so he said, to deal with Enel, only Luffy and I are more suitable candidates. The others should deal with the priests. Logia ability users are difficult for ordinary people to touch. Touched, just like crocodile. But, can't he touch it? Zoro and others asked. That is his own weakness. As soon as he comes into contact with liquid, Logia's special ability will be destroyed. In other words, he will not be able to elementalize temporarily. However, other Logia users, such as Ace, will not learn Haki before they learn Haki. You can't touch them. Su King said. Domineering? What is it? Zoro was a little confused. It seems that you haven't come into contact with this knowledge yet. Let me tell you a little bit. Su King probably talked about domineering, and finally made Zoro, Robin and others understand. But Luffy doesn't know how to be domineering. Why is he suitable to deal with the god Enel? Zoro was not stupid at all. He reacted immediately and asked. He is a rubber man. As a thunder and lightning man, Enel's thunder and lightning are ineffective against him. As for me, I just learned Haki. Although it is very basic, I can at least hit Logia's ability users. Su King then said after showing off his abilities, his hands were directly armed and his color hardened. Naturally, everyone looked at him in a daze. However, there's nothing wrong with meeting this guy, right? We're going to meet him sooner or later anyway. Rather than doing nothing here, we might as well go find him, right? Zoro looked at Su King and asked. You're right. On this point, Su King still agreed with Zoro. That vine looks like it could be used. Zoro said as he looked up and saw a vine. Yes, that's a great idea. Can I go with you? Su King and Mr. Swordsman. Robin asked. Okay. Let's go. Su King planned to leave right away. Wait a minute. Robin, are you going too? Where are you going? Nami asked immediately. Look at this, this altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. Seeing something with such a long history, my body can't help but feel ready to move. The longer the history of a place, the more heritage will be sleeping there. If we can, how many gem fragments can be picked up to subsidize the ship? Robin's words instantly touched Nami's heart. I want to go too. Nami immediately raised his hand. Weren't you still scared just now? Chopper asked. Later, using vines, Robin, Zoro, Nami and Su King swung into the forest one after another, while the melee was handed over to Chopper. Together, everyone headed towards the interior of the forest. As we walked, Zoro took the initiative to chat with everyone. Where is this god? Zoro asked. If it were God, he would have seen through our every move, right? Robin replied. It would be easier if he was willing to come out on his own. Zoro said. Maybe he saw us and was just waiting for a suitable opportunity. Su King also made a random guess. It would be great if we don't come out. You have no idea how terrifying this god is. Nami couldn't help but recall the terrifying scenes before. Chapter 122. God, please stay quiet, and please bless me to find the treasure. Nami began to pray uncontrollably again. Anyway, even if we walk along the river, we don't make much progress. Why don't we cross the river and go to the other side to have a look? Zoro asked. That's right. Robin nodded. But how are we going to get over? Should we swing across with vines like we just did? Or should we find a piece of wood? Ah! Nami accidentally fell into the sea of clouds, and a sky shark suddenly rushed out of the sea of clouds. He almost swallowed Nami into his mouth, but fortunately Zoro reacted quickly and kicked the air shark away. A hole! How come it's even here? Absolutely not. I definitely can't live in this river. I don't want to throw myself into a trap and become the bait for the empty shark. Nami was really frightened by the empty shark just now. However, even if you keep walking along the river, you may not reach the other side. Zoro advised. If you want to go, Zoro, just go by yourself. At this time, Nami backed down. Hey! If you're so scared, don't come with me in the first place. Zoro couldn't help but want to quarrel with Nami. It was Robin who made the two temporarily stop arguing. You two, take a look at the land here first. Robin squeezed the earth. Is there something wrong? This is on the ground. Nami said. Don't forget, this is an empty island. Robin then turned his head and looked at Su Kang. Indeed, there is no soft feeling here. Zoro also felt it. Yes, didn't I say before that Sky Island is built on island clouds? It's been a long time since I touched the land like this. Why is this island different? Nami also didn't react for a while, and then looked at everyone looking at Su. Su Kang couldn't help but look at Su Kang. Yes, that's right, just like I said before. This is part of Gaia. It was washed up into the sky by the sky currents and finally formed here. Therefore, only here has land. Su Kang expressed his previous views again. It seems like this is an incredible island, and it seems worth investigating. Robin said. Everyone then explored some more. At this time, Nami suddenly said, Hey? Did you feel anything moving? Really? Zoro said he didn't feel anything. I said Robin, Su Kang, did you see anything? Nami asked. I don't know, I didn't see anything, Robin said. I didn't see anything, but I felt like there was someone there, right? Su Kang's words made Nami think he was joking on purpose. Maybe it's a monkey. Zoro guessed. Monkey? Who knows? I think we should go to the other side of the river. Robin suggested. No, what if we are attacked by the sky shark again? Nami said with some fear of death. Robin didn't know what to say. Su Kang had nothing to say about Nami's fear of death. No matter how many times he told her not to be afraid, Nami just wouldn't listen. Robin then discovered the stone steps again and said, if you go further, you might be able to find more clues. At this time, Su Kang heard a whistle. I said, what was that sound just now? Nami asked. Well, don't ask yet, don't move. Zoro looked solemn, ready to fight. Robin also showed a serious expression, while Su Kang showed no change at all. At this moment, an aerial crocodile suddenly rushed out and rushed in the direction of Nami and Zoro. I told you to stop joking. BD. Zoro punched the crocodile away again, and when the crocodile rushed out, its mouth was locked by Robin with countless hands. Sky Crocodile fell into the sea of clouds, and Robin couldn't help but said, today is really your disaster day. Naturally, he was talking about Nami. Nami collapsed on the spot and said, thank you. If I guessed correctly, Chopper must have blown the whistle. He must have encountered danger and summoned the Sky Knight, Ganfu. Su Kang told what he had guessed. After all, in this world, if Su King didn't insist on changing the plot would generally not change much. As far as Su King knew, Chopper would naturally become a living sacrifice if he stayed there and would be killed by one of the priests. In desperation, Chopper blew the whistle. What? Let's rush back immediately. Zoro and others were more concerned about Chopper's safety. Su King shook his head and said, "No, you can explore how you want. I can just go back. It's faster and more convenient for me. Don't forget my ability." After Su King finished speaking, he spread his demon wings and flew in the direction of the melee. When they arrived, a priest was destroying the melee. In fact, even if the priest does not destroy the melee, the keel part of the melee is no longer working. However, seeing Chopper desperately protecting the melee, Su King still chose to take action. Phew! Su King appeared in front of the priest in an instant. "Su King!" Chopper said as if he saw a great savior. "Hey, you wanted to destroy our ship, but you didn't say hello to me. Do you want to die?" Su King looked at the person in front of him coldly and said, "You? It seems that you are also one of the living sacrifices? Where are the others? Come together so that I don't have to run around, what do you think?" The priest smiled coldly and seemed not to take Su King seriously. "I don't want to fight you because you are not worthy. Go back and ask Enel to come out and fight me," Su King said. "It's really funny. Are you worthy of God Enel to take action? What a strong tone. Don't resist and die obediently. This way you can die more comfortably." The priest still did not look down on Su King. "Since you have to take action, then do it." Su King did not take the other party seriously. Both parties look down upon the other, and both feel that the other party has a bad tone. Immediately afterwards, the priest finally said, "In this case, I have no choice but to crush you to death, but before crushing you to death, there are some things I must tell you in advance. I am Sky Island Priest, Sky Knight, Shura. This is my mount, a 3-foot-long bird, named Pan Leg. Your friends are rushing towards this place desperately. Secretly on this island, there is a creature composed of us. There are 4 areas that the priest is responsible for. According to the regulations, when the target enters one of the areas, other priests cannot take action against him, but this living sacrifice altar does not belong to any one area. In other words, this is a free area, which means that no matter who wants to take action, they can, but they must wait until the tester in a certain area dies before they can start." Chopper immediately said in a panic, "So, Luffy and the others?" "No, don't be nervous. I am not here now because your partner is dead. Unfortunately, there are other reasons why I am here," the priest said. Chapter 123. Other reasons. Chopper was stunned for a moment, and then immediately responded, "So, as long as Luffy and the others come here to save us, we can escape." Although he was very unhappy, the priest in front of him still nodded. "Yes, that's what it is, if you escape from this free area. But don't worry, the reason why I came here for other reasons is that if there are exceptions to the original rules of sanctions, the form will change slightly," the priest said. "Exception?" "Yes, for example, when you encounter 3 or 4 living sacrifices and use vines to escape to the forest on the other side without permission," the priest said. Chopper didn't react for a while, and then he realized that the culprit was Zoro. The sins of the escapees must be paid for by someone's death. This is the truth called sacrifice in the world. Although you have come back, those people have not come back yet. In order for them to be more capable after witnessing the death of their partners, deeply realize the crime you have committed, and just obediently dedicate your life to God." Sky Knight Shura said a lot, and finally pulled out his sword. "Go to hell! Why would Su King let this priest kill Chopper and himself?" Su King had already deflected his sword. "Oh? I don't see that you still have 2 attacks. But can you block all my attacks?" After Shura finished speaking, he took his own weapon and started to attack Su Luo in various ways. King came in. But while attacking, Shura was shocked because he had the power of seeing and hearing and could predict the short-term future. Amazing, I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in Qinghai who could fend off all my attacks. It seems that even in Qinghai, you are considered a master. Shura praised Su King and then immediately said, however, there is no such thing. If you use it, you will still die in my hands in the end. Hey! At this moment, a figure appeared. Facing Shura, this person directly launched an attack. I kept you waiting. Sky Knight. At this time, Chopper saw that the Sky Knight was also coming, and his confidence was naturally greatly increased. After all, there were two people on his side, 2 against 1, so he couldn't lose, right? Su King immediately stood in front of Chopper, while the Sky Knight fought against the priest. This is a rare visitor, Ganfu. Shura and Ganfu both had mounts, so naturally they flew up on their mounts and started a sky battle. This is really a match. Let's strike harder. Pierre. Ganfu said. What does the old immortal of the previous generation do to me? Just play with him, cross-legged. Sky Knight Shura didn't think he would lose to a smelly old man. This island doesn't need 2 gods. The 2 of them fought with each other, but Su King seemed a bit redundant. Finally, the Sky Knight stretched out his hand, seemingly using the platoon attack shell, and easily solved the Sky Knight, which moved Chopper to death. You still need to work harder, Pierre, come on. Ganfu had no intention of letting go of the Sky Knight and continued to chase him. A hole. You came here with your mind ready, right? You are already a criminal. I will let you see what will happen to the fool who offends me. The trial of rope. The Sky Knight opened his hand. Fighting against this Ganfu with all his strength, the 2 of them fought very excitingly. Su King just silently protected Chopper from the side. Sometimes it feels good to appreciate other people's battles. The speed of both sides was very fast, and Chopper couldn't help but say, I can't see what they are doing at all, they are so fast. So powerful. Fortunately, I can see clearly. Su King said. I no longer have any illusions about being able to negotiate with you. Ganfu said while fighting the opponent. You are still so indecisive. The Sky Knight still continued to fight Ganfu without stopping. Suddenly, Ganfu seemed to be unable to move. Why? Why can't you move? What did you do? Ganfu asked. Haha. Did you get tricked? I don't have to answer the dead man's question. Seeing that the Sky Knight's fire sword was about to pierce Ganfu, Su King appeared again. This time Su King used the weapon color he had just learned. Domineering. He used the weapon color hardening and completely deflected the opponent's fire sword. What? This is impossible. Just relying on the body. Who is this guy? Ganfu also looked at Su King with an expression of disbelief. Don't underestimate the Qinghai you talk about. Any Shishibukai there might be able to kill the god you talk about. Su King then kicked away the Kangtian Knight and the bird beneath him. On the kick, Su King also used weapon color hardening. Yes, Su King has been able to use the weapon color to harden. On his hands and feet, Su King's attack power is already very strong, not to mention the fusion of the weapon color. The hands and feet turned pitch black, as hard as steel. Who is this guy? Ganfu had never seen an armed and domineering person, but he felt that Su King was not a simple person. The rope trial is not that simple, don't think about passing it easily. This time, Sky Knight Shura made a comeback again and rushed towards Su King. Humph, you are so weak. Even if you can use the mental network you mentioned to predict my movements, you still won't be able to react. What I said must be right. Su King then used super speed tactics, using his teleportation and the demon's high-speed movement to rush towards the Sky Knight at extremely fast speeds. Su Kang's speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. How is that possible? The Sky Knight watched Su Kang disappear. In his mind, the Sky Knight predicted that he would be knocked away, but Su Kang was clearly far away from him. However, the next second, Su Kang appeared in front of him. You can predict me, and I can predict you, but does this make sense? In the face of absolute strength. What Su Kang said is not wrong. To use the heart network, you must concentrate. If you are beaten unilaterally, your mind will be disordered, and you will not be able to use it. Su Kang really beat the opponent stupid this time. Su Kang directly exerted his armed domineering power to its maximum, using the power of his first form to rush directly. The demon's impact made the surrounding empty sharks become timid. Bang! The body of Sky Knight Shura disappeared in front of his eyes like a cannonball. This is actually so strong. It seems like you can be immune to this guy's special ability. Who are you? You're from Qinghai. Ganfuer finally couldn't help asking. Su Kang replied, Me? I'm just a Qinghai native. Chapter 124. Okay, now that this guy has been defeated by me, then I will go back. Su Kang said. Wait a minute, is it true that every Qinghai person is as powerful as you? As a former god, Ganfuel naturally didn't know about the situation in the outside world, so he asked Su Kangdao. That's not true. If everyone was as powerful as me, I'm afraid the whole sea would become unstable. Su Kang left a look in his eyes, which left a deep memory in Ganfuer's mind. Su Kang. Thank you. And Sky Knight. Thank you too. Chopper expressed his gratitude to Sky Knight. Su Kang quickly flew back to the place where everyone had separated just now, and found that everyone was still where they were. However, Nami has climbed to a very high place and is looking around with a telescope. Su Kang informed everyone that Chopper was fine, and then everyone heard an explosion. What happened to the explosion? Everyone asked, but of course no one could answer everyone's question. No matter, let's move forward anyway. Nami continued walking forward along the huge branches. Both Zoro and Robin were a little confused. What did you see? Could it be that you saw God? Zoro asked. No. Even if I tell you, you probably won't understand. Really, this kind of road is not easy at all. Nami complained as he walked. Didn't you say it would be faster to take this route? Robin said. Stop being pretentious, what exactly did you see? Zoro asked. Don't ask any more, just shut up and follow me. We have to find a way to reach the coast first. Nami said. By the way, help me, Su Kang. Nami naturally got angry when she saw that Su Kang could fly and was still behind her. You are such a fierce person. Didn't you say you were going to lead the way? When you ask people to follow you, you should be the one at the front, right? Zoro complained to Su Kang. Coast. Robin responded. Yes, I want to get closer to confirm. I still can't believe my eyes. Nami said. I also care about something. Although I haven't found any evidence yet, if these ridiculous assumptions are true, it would be interesting. Maybe my purpose of living can continue. Robin said in a deep voice. But it's just a hypothesis now, Robin said. It's not a hypothesis. Although I don't know what you are talking about, what you want here must exist. Su Kang spoke out what was in his heart. Yeah. Robin looked at Su Kang and just hummed, not very perfunctorily, but with a hint of gratitude. In this way, everyone kept moving towards the coast. Robin said, the coast should be very close now, right? You can hear the waves. Listen. Hey. Zoro raised his head and looked forward. Really? It's right in front. Nami's expression was a little surprised but also filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Let's go. Zoro couldn't help complaining, so what are we going to see? Why is this guy giggling? I don't know. Did you see gold? Su King also guessed that he couldn't possibly know everything in the original work. Well, there are other sounds mixed in with the sound of the waves. Robin said. Well, there are some unpleasant sounds, like the sound of many people swarming in. It's a sound I'm tired of hearing in Alabasta. Zoro said with a smile. Are you okay? Robin looked at Su King. Choppa is fine. I just defeated a priest and saved him. Su King said. No, I'm worried about the captain and the others. They won't stand idly by as we are taken away, right? Robin said. Su King thought for a while and then said, of course, Luffy and the others must pass through the forest in order to come to the living sacrifice. After crossing the forest, they will accept the priest's assessment. Luffy and the others should also have defeated one of the priests. Therefore, some people began to rebel against God Enel, which I can understand. What Su King said is certainly correct. The situation seems to be getting more and more complicated. Robin has already sensed the chaotic struggle between the forces in the Sky Island. But it's obvious that Zoro has long been used to being involved in all kinds of trouble. It's useless to worry about this kind of thing. Zoro usually doesn't worry about anyone. That's right. Robin agreed. At this time, Nami accidentally fell down, but nothing happened. She walked forward as if she was fascinated. Nami. Hello. Zoro called Nami, but Nami had no intention of stopping. What happened to her suddenly? Robin also asked strangely. Really, I suddenly became energetic as soon as I arrived at the beach. Zoro also complained. It finally stopped. What exactly is it? Su King said. At this time, Nami stopped and said, sure enough, I wasn't wrong. This is. Robin also stared at everything in front of him. Hey, Nami, it's time to tell. When everyone looked at everything in front of them, they all understood it completely. No need to say anything anymore, right? When you look at this, do you think it looks familiar? It seems that it is not a legend. We just saw it this morning. Nami said. What's going on? Why do things on the ground appear here? Are they the same thing? Zoro asked in disbelief. It's different. This thing is the other half of what we saw on the ground. Robin said. Everyone then looked at Su King in disbelief. Why, you can even guess this right? It seems that you already knew it before setting foot on the Sky Island. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su King and asked. Su King smiled slightly and casually made it up, I can predict the future, do you believe it or not? Instead of saying this, why not say that my devil fruit can allow me to understand some things faster? In this case, is it more acceptable? Why is there a land that shouldn't exist in the Bibai Sea? In the final analysis, this island is not made of Daeun. This island called Apaido originally existed in Qinghai Island, and what exactly is it? It is naturally part of Gaia Island. Seeing everything in front of you, you should be able to confirm it, right? Every time Su King said something, everyone thought it was a joke at first. However, when the facts were presented in front of them, everyone realized what Su King was. That big house is obviously 2 stories, but there are no stairs leading to the second floor. There is no reason to build the house on that kind of cliff. It turns out that the coast is the crack of the island. Chapter 125. This is indeed the other half that was separated, this is Gaia Island. So a long time ago, the island was split into 2 halves because of the ocean current? Half of them came to the sky, Zoro said. Although this kind of thing makes people feel ridiculous, Su King is right. Only ocean currents can make this island fly so high. Nami said. The golden land discovered by Rolando that once existed underground did not sink into the sea. It turns out that Gaia Island has always been floating in the air. Nami then became very excited. Thank you, God. After all the hard work, I came to Sky Island, but I didn't expect that this is the land of gold. This must be a reward for my daily good deeds. Nami showed a very satisfied expression. Aren't you afraid of the god on this island? Zoro couldn't help but complain. God? What does that mean? Is he worth more than gold? Nami said. You were clearly thanking God just now. Robin was also a little speechless. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about anymore. Zoro was completely speechless. Nami is like this, there is no way. Su King said with a smile. If Luffy didn't want to be One Piece, Nami didn't love money, and Usopp wasn't timid, would he still be a pirate? After everyone understood certain things, they naturally returned to the vicinity of the melee. Everyone called Chopper, and Chopper cried, because Chopper felt that everyone had entrusted him with the merry number, but he had messed up. Su King had already told everyone what had just happened. As partners, everyone naturally didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, they worked hard to comfort Chopper. At this time, Luffy, Sanji and Usopp also appeared in front of everyone in a strange boat. Miss Nami. Robin. I kept you waiting for so long. I came to save you through the trial of love. Sanji waved excitedly. It seems that they are all in good spirits, and they are finally relieved. Nami's heart dropped as well. After Usopp got on the ship, he saw that the mainmast was missing and almost died on the spot. However, he did not blame Chopper and went to repair the ship. Sky Knight Gonfer, who is old and frail, suffered some blows in the previous battle, so he was injured and was recuperating in the melee. Luffy looked at this old man and felt very distressed. I didn't expect that just because of a whistle for free services, we would fight for us to this extent. If Sky Knight and Su King hadn't come, the ship and I would have been doomed long ago. Chopper also knew the strength gap between himself and the priest. Although there are still many things I want to ask him, I'd better wait until he wakes up before talking about it. And you, thank you. Sanji said to the ugly Pegasus next to him. The boat is so damaged that revolving heaven will have to wait until tomorrow. In short, let's go to the lake in the forest to camp first. Sanji said. Luffy still didn't understand why he did this, so he asked, why? If we fight on the ship will be really destroyed, so you won't use your brain. Usopp said to Luffy. Besides, compared to this, wouldn't it be more convenient to fight on the shore? Sanji said. Okay. I agree with camping. Camping. I'm going to hold a bonfire party. Luffy and Chopper became inexplicably excited. Wait a minute, this is the enemy camp, your sister is camping. Usopp couldn't help but cursed. Okay. Let's grill the empty shark just now and eat it. Luffy said excitedly. Next, Luffy got his wish and ate grilled fish, and everyone sat next to the campfire, it was like a barbecue. Su King then said, well, since we have been separated for a while, let's simply exchange information. Then everyone talked about what happened on their side, and everyone had a new understanding of Kaido. Some people are interested in Golden Township, and some people are interested in Xinwang. What is that? Zoro asked. I don't know, it should be considered a sixth sense. Sanji also guessed. Gold. I've been looking forward to this kind of adventure for a long time. It's so exciting. Luffy was eager to give it a try again, but of course, this just played into Nami's hands. That's right. You understand so quickly. Nami smiled proudly. Luffy, have you forgotten the gorilla's warning? Usopp asked. Have you met the gorillas? Su King asked. Yeah, but there was no fight, he just gave us a warning. Sanji said. Generally speaking, these guys and we should be enemies of Enel, and they cannot be regarded as absolute enemies. Su King said. Having said that, the situation is not good. We still have to combat their arrogance. After all, in their eyes, we all have a condescending attitude. Su King then added. Making God an enemy? Will God be angry? Isn't it scary? Chopper said timidly. It seems very interesting. Robin smiled slightly, without any fear. Sanji also echoed, with the treasure now, how could the pirates just sit idly by and ignore it? The enemies are strong enough. It seems like this will become a survival game. Zoro is also looking forward to it. I really want to give Enel a good beating and show him my new skills. Seeing that the atmosphere was so coaxed, Su King naturally expressed his true thoughts. Everyone, can't you show a little fear to that god? I won't care if he is really punished by God. Usopp burst into tears instantly, that is a god? His friends are not afraid at all? Ahahaha. Okay. That's it. Let's go find gold. Luffy announced very excitedly. Of course, Luffy was talking about tomorrow morning, not now. At night, Chopper and Zoro went to collect some edible ingredients. Sanji continued to provide extra meals for everyone, cooking various dishes using local ingredients, and also obtained some distilled water for everyone. Robin retrieved some salt crystals, while Usopp looked for some ship repair wood and planned to repair the ship. Then Nami and others began to summarize all the information and stories they had learned while eating Sanji's stew, and held a pre-war meeting. After all, everyone wanted to find the Golden Land tomorrow and end their trip to the empty island. Everyone talked a lot, and finally Robin got to the point. The last sentence I remember was that I saw gold in the skull's right eye. That's it. Nami said, according to Su Kang's instructions, I made the map that Robin got on Gaia Island consistent with the actual map of the Kingdom of God. Although it was only rough, I combined these two maps. If you look at the locations of the houses along the coast, you see, this is the whole picture of Gaia Island 400 years ago. Everyone saw what a skeleton looked like. It's a skeleton. Looks like a skeleton. Everyone said this together. Chapter 126. In that case, what does the right eye of the skull mean? Usopp asked. Right here, what Rolando wants to say is the entire island, but now only half of the island is left, so no one can solve this mystery. Nami said. After working on it for a long time, it turns out this is what happened. Usopp finally understood. So that's it. Zoro finally understood. Treasure. Treasure. Luffy was naturally even more excited now that he knew the location of the treasure. How do we get there? Su King is not a roadie. He got there easily, but he still has a team. Next, we just need to move straight in this direction, but in the meantime, we can't leave the ship alone, so we are divided into two teams to act today. There is absolutely no mistake. There must be a huge amount of gold waiting here. Follow us. Nami raised her glasses confidently. Nami usually doesn't wear glasses, but of course this is an exception. After the combat meeting was concluded, Su King had an idea. He knows how to use wood clone, so he plans to use wood clone to protect the melee, and he will search for gold with the other team, so that neither party is wasted. This idea is naturally supported by everyone. After all, it seems that this is the safest method at present. Eat up, eat up. Go find gold tomorrow. It will also be sunny tomorrow, right? Luffy asked. Of course, because we are above the clouds. By the way, the night is already very deep. We have to put out the useless fire quickly. This will only let the enemy know our position. Robin, who has been vigilant for many years, said. Luffy said without paying attention, did you hear what you said to be stupid? Usopp, she actually told us to put out the fire. You can't blame her. After all, Robin was a woman living in darkness not long ago. She just didn't know it. What Usopp and Luffy said made Robin very confused. What do you mean? Robin asked. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Usopp laughed crazily, when it comes to camping, we should have a bonfire party. People can die, but fire cannot be extinguished. This is the way to be a human being. What Usopp and Luffy said were simply idiots. Nami scolded, just stop it. You should know how dangerous this forest is, right? I don't know. Luffy said very confidently. There are priests and gorillas. Even without these, the forest at night is dangerous enough. There may be beasts and monsters. As a normal person, Nami naturally thinks normally. Hey! Luffy, can the campfire stand be like this? Zoro and Sanji have already prepared the campfire stand. Nami said speechlessly, how come you are so motivated? It doesn't matter, Miss Nami, it's better to say that beasts are most afraid of fire. Sanji said without fear. As a result, countless pairs of eyes flashed out from the depths of the forest behind. Suddenly a wolf walked out of the forest, and Chopper translated. It probably meant, you guys are so noisy. Go to sleep, you brats. A bunch of idiots. You guys don't want to compete with us for territory, right? No, we were dragged here by force. Chopper was translating for everyone while conveying his meaning, but Nami finally made an impulse and knocked out a bad wolf. At this time, the surrounding atmosphere was getting worse and worse. Countless wolves were already watching, and they were ready to take action at any time. The wolf who just spoke stopped the wolves, and Chopper quickly translated for his friends, stop, even if you come together, you are no match for them. Miss, your punch just now was really powerful. I like you very much. Afterwards, Luffy started the bonfire party again. This time, not only the Straw Hats and the others attended the party, but also the surrounding wolves. Robin looked at everyone with a smile at the end. Su King slowly sat next to Robin and said, how are these friends? Interesting fellow, I never thought my life could be like this. Robin said. Fool, anyone can choose their own life. What kind of person you become is not your ability, but your choice. Su King said. Do I have a choice? I hope I do. Robin was slightly worried as he spoke, but Su King deliberately didn't notice it. At this time, a voice sounded. Have even the Cloud Wolf been tamed? I think these are the only ones who dare to make such a fuss on Enel's territory. The person who spoke was naturally the Sky Knight, the former god, Gonfer. Old man, are you okay? I didn't expect you to be so tired from dealing with a priest. Although Su King was very disrespectful, he did not mean to be disrespectful. Ganfu obviously understood, and immediately said, I just think you care about me. I'm not in any serious trouble. I really caused you trouble. I originally wanted to save you. What you said is enough. If Chopper hadn't blown the whistle and called you here, Su King wouldn't have rushed over. Zoro told the truth. Indeed, I can't predict every detail. Thank you, Sky Knight Gonfer, for saving Chopper and our ship. Su King also thanked him. Wow! Weird old man, do you want to dance? Luffy asked. Is Miss Cornish okay? Ganfor replied, don't worry, both father and daughter are at the old man's home, and no one can find them. That's it. Great. I'm worried about her. Sanji said. Great. They are all fine. Okay. Let's throw Chopper up. Usopp suggested. Why? Ha 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 ha. Chopper immediately laughed after being thrown up. Everyone played and joked together unscrupulously, and had a bonfire party. Su King was also more relaxed than ever before. I heard what you just said. The original name of this island was Gaia, right? Then you must not know why this place is now called the Holy Land, right? Ganfor said. For you Qinghai people, the ground here is a natural thing, right? But this is something that cannot exist in the sky. Although the island clouds can cultivate plants, they cannot allow them to be born, neither green leaves nor soil. There is nothing in the sky, we call it base. Ganfu said as he pinched a handful of dirt. For people living in the sky, it is our eternal longing. Ganfu told everyone Bass's message, and the bonfire party gradually came to an end. Everyone ends up camping, who's in the tent? Immediately afterwards, Usopp stood up as if he was going to the bathroom, but saw someone knocking on the Mary, as if someone was repairing the Mary. But who could it be in the middle of the night? Usopp was confused and surprised, there should be no one on the ship. Chapter 127. Due to the heavy fog, it was difficult for Usopp to see clearly, but he was able to confirm that there must be someone on the ship repairing the ship. Usopp yelled, thinking he saw a monster, and collapsed to the ground in fear. After Zoro came out, he thought Usopp was asleep and carried him back. Finally, everyone fell asleep, but only Su King had not closed his eyes. Su King stood up, walked slowly to Ganfu, and asked, Ganfu, there is no need to pretend to be asleep? Are you worried? Yeah, now that you've discovered it, I'll get up. Ganfu then slowly stood up. You are very strong. I really don't know who is more powerful among you now. Ganfu said. You'll have to fight to know this. Although Su King said this, he was very confident in his heart. I didn't expect that your partner could defeat Chidli. Now he is completely enemies with Enel, and Sandia will never let go of this great opportunity. What does Enel want to do and what is his purpose? I don't know. I don't know, this guy is very strong, if you want to fight him, please be careful. Ganfu said. I understand, thank you for your concern. Su King responded. In the past, Su King might not have been able to deal with Enel. After all, Enel was a Logia. However, now that his weapons are hardened, he can actually touch him. Coupled with Su King's various powerful abilities, he naturally has a 100% chance of defeating him. Confidence. The night passed quickly. As soon as the sky dawned, Usopp discovered that the Mary had been repaired inexplicably. Look! I just said there was someone yesterday. Usopp complained. Everyone was very surprised and said, what? The golden Melly has been repaired. I saw it. It really wasn't my dream. Even the broken mainmast has been repaired. That was not mentioned. Really, it's hard enough to stand up such a heavy mainmast. Robin said. However, to put it bluntly, the cultivation is really bad. Sanji said. There are still good people in this world. Ha! Luffy also felt very lucky. Someone did come, I saw it. Usopp said again. But, in this borderland, who will come to help us repair the ship? In Apaidu, besides us, aren't there only enemies left? Zoro asked. But, isn't this flight mode? Usopp. Luffy said. Yeah, speaking of which, I'm also very concerned about it. I said, why does the guy who helps us repair the ship know what the Mary originally looked like? Usopp was puzzled. I actually knew that he had no comb, wings, or tail. Who did Usopp see? Chopper asked very curiously. No matter how you think about it, you can only say that it was just a dream. Zoro didn't believe it either. I probably know who repaired the ship, but you won't believe me if I tell you, so I won't tell you anymore. Su King deliberately let it slip, but everyone was still very interested in the ship repairer. Su King said. I think Meili built it himself. After Su King finished speaking, everyone immediately lost interest. Everyone thought what Su King said was nonsense. How could the ship repair itself? Forget it, no matter how many things there are, we still have a lot to do. Nami didn't care much about who repaired the ship, as long as it wasn't damaged. There were indeed many things that happened next. The Meili was thrown on the altar before, Su King flew directly over, and then used his own ability to put the Meili down. After everything was ready, Nami started to explain briefly. Okay, everyone, look at the map. The route of the exploration team is like this. Go straight south. In the right eye, there should be ruins or something. Of course, you must be careful of all kinds of enemies, and then take the gold with you. Come back. Nami said. What you said is simple. Zoro complained. I would be very happy to investigate the ruins. Robin agreed. What's the matter with you? You talk about gold, why don't you come? Luffy asked. Yes, because it's scary. Nami said. You obviously want gold, but you don't take risks. Nami is so weird and perverted. Chopper complained. What did you say? Nami's eyes changed, and Chopper shook his head in fright. During this period, we will leave the island on the Mary. It is also very dangerous here because we have to rush to the coast near the ruins as soon as possible. Let's meet there and then escape from the empty island. Nami planned after a while. At that time, we will be the Monopoly pirates. We can buy whatever we want. Nami said. That's great. You can eat meat now. Luffy said excitedly. In order to ensure the safety of the ship, I plan to use my clone to guard it. As I said before, if any enemies attack on the way, a lot of trouble will be avoided. Su King said. Of course. Nami nodded, so her safety was guaranteed. By the way, Su King, are there any restrictions on your clone technique? For example, will the strength be reduced? Or will it be uncontrollable at a distance? Sanji asked with interest. No, it has the same strength as me, and it is an independent individual. Of course, he is the product of my will, so there are no restrictions. Su King replied. So, are we leaving? That's great. Afterwards, the Mary set sail again, and Su King also used wood clone, leaving his clone on the Mary. Su King's true body naturally went on adventures with Luffy and others. Arriving in this very exaggerated jungle again, Zoro walked in another direction. Zoro, what are you doing? The west side is here, is it true? I've really lost to you, a road idiot. Luffy couldn't help complaining. The west side? Not the east side. Chopper said speechlessly. Hey, Luffy, why don't you always listen to what others say? Since it's the skeleton's right eye, of course it's on the right side. Are you an idiot? Zoro also cursed. Su King looked at Kyoba, and Kyoba looked at Su King and then said together, you two are really evenly matched. We should be going to the south, Chopper, please tell them both. If you don't know the way, just follow me. Su King said to Chopper. Chopper nodded and said, well, no problem. Robin looked at Su King and smiled. These guys are really interesting, haha. Su King looked at Robin and said. Afterwards, everyone regrouped again and walked towards the south. Oh, it's so peaceful. I didn't meet even half of the priests. It's really bad luck. Zoro said as he walked. It's really interesting. Do you really hope to encounter enemies and surprises? Robin asked. Chapter 128. Chopper was smiling, but suddenly stopped laughing. Su King also felt that something was not right around him, but he couldn't explain it, so he didn't care so much. Everyone continued to move forward. Something doesn't feel right, Robin said. What are those huge tree roots with strange patterns? Luffy couldn't help but ask. Tree roots? Why do the tree roots move? Zoro asked. It turned out that this was not a tree root at all, but the body of a snake. At this time, the giant snake spit out the snake letter and roared. Here, we encountered a giant snake, and on the other side of the melee, Ganfur, who was recovering from his injuries, finally planned to spread some knowledge to everyone while they were sailing. Shall I tell you about the history of this country? Until 6 years ago, I was still a god. Ganfu said. Did you hit your head? Uncle. Usopp thought Ganfor had a brain twitch. The Pegasus immediately split open and bit Usopp's head. Keep talking, keep talking. Su King waved his hand, and the ugly Pegasus relaxed. Thank you. Usopp looked at Su King and thanked him immediately. Ganfor continued, Kaido appeared in Kaido here. As you know, it is said that it was 400 years ago. It is said that Kaido before that was a very peaceful and tranquil island. It was occasionally visited. The only supplies brought up from Qinghai by the sea currents are very precious treasures to us people of the sky. All the base on the sky island came to the sky by accident. However, it is impossible for a base as big as Kaido to come into the sky. It is simply a miracle. Lu Ou, a citizen of the sky, naturally regards this place as a holy land given by God, and is very happy. But there were already aboriginal people on base, so the battle for base began, and those aboriginal people were Sandians. Ganfor said. Are they those gorillas? Usopp asked. So they were residents of Gaia Island before? Sanji asked. Yes, they must have been forced to follow the island and fly into the sky. Ganfor replied. But you kicked them off the island. Nami confirmed. Yes, the people of the sky took away their hometown for their own selfish desires. For the next 400 years, the war between the people of Sandia and the people of the sky has been uninterrupted. The people of Sandia just want to take back their hometown. It's just my hometown. Ganfor replied. That's really sad. Nami said. Isn't that your fault? Sanji and Usopp complained together, and then both of them were bitten by Pegasus. That's right, as you said, thank you for the medicine. I'll take the medicine first. While Ganfor was taking the medicine, Nami asked, so, where is the god Enel? Where did the god Enel come from? Ganfor then said, when I was still a god, he suddenly led troops to attack from who knows which island in the sky. He defeated the god team and the Sandians led by me to a complete defeat, and then ruled Apa. Yadu, that was 6 years ago. Now most of the members of the god team are doing hard work under Enel's force. I don't know the details. But for the Sandians, no matter who is the god, the situation has not changed at all. They just want to take back their hometown. Ganfor said. Why did those Sandians who just wanted to take back their homeland attack us? When we first came to the sky? Sanji asked. The divine team just mentioned who were oppressed to do hard work would occasionally get a boat and escape. Of course they are enemies to the Sandians, so naturally they would not let them go. Therefore, they must have admitted the wrong person. Really, it's too much to have your life on the line just because you admitted the wrong person. Sanji also felt it was a bit unreasonable. The reason why I became a Sky Knight is to help the fugitives escape to other sky islands smoothly. Because they are criminals, they can no longer stay in this country monitored by Enel. Ganfor said. Listen to what you said, God Enel is simply a terrifying demon king. Sanji said. The big devil? No, it's worse than that. Enel will accuse people like you who come from abroad with unwarranted crimes, and then let the residents of the island guide them to the place of sanctions. This will make the people feel guilty. When people feel that their actions are sinful when their hearts are at their most vulnerable, Enel knows this very well and creates the lost lambs himself and rules them as if he were a god. He is really a difficult person to deal with. Ganfor said. So, this guy is not only strong in strength, he is also cunning in ruling others. Su Kang's wood clone also commented from the side. That's it. Ganfu also nodded. When we first arrived at Angel Beach, we thought it was a paradise. Who knew it would be like this? The once golden land has really flown to an incredible place. Nami was also a little sad. By the way, you have been talking about this last night, what is gold? Ganfu asked. The people on the boat were confused. After all, there were very few people who had never heard of gold. At the same time, on the expedition team's side, Luffy shouted, "Run away! It's a python!" Ah! Chopper and others were so frightened that they jumped up and down. Why is it so big? Is it also because of the environment of the empty island? Robin asked. This guy is just like a catfish. Watch me chop you. Zoro was about to make a move when the giant python with strange patterns came over very quickly. This guy is so huge, how can he be so agile? Zoro couldn't help but say. A monster of this level is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Leave it to me. Su King rushed out, a few points faster than the giant python. Wow! The giant python spit out a mouthful of venom, which can corrode anything. Su King! Robin and Zoro shouted. Earth-style wall! Su King had already used the earth-style wall. The huge earth wall stood in front of him, blocking out the venom. However, soon, the earth wall was also corroded by the venom. What a powerful venom! Lock you up first! Wood-style Sen Luo Wangxiang. Su King put his hands together and directly used the powerful wood-style ninjutsu. Countless entangled roots instantly grew out of the ground and caught the huge python. Wood-style 4-pillar prison technique. Su King used his wood-style again. The giant snake was not only entangled, but also surrounded by huge wooden pillars. Let's retreat for the time being. We don't need to fight this thing here. After Su King finished speaking, he realized that his friends had already run away. That's awesome. Only Luffy was excited. What kind of move are you doing? Is it also your fruit ability? Chapter 129. What did you say about the wood style just now? That's a kind of ninjutsu that can only be found in the ninja world. Su King told the facts. Such a big poisonous python was trapped by you so easily. It's simply too powerful. Luffy turned into a fanboy and was very curious about the ninjutsu Su King had just used. By the way, where have our friends gone? Su King then noticed that except for Luffy who was with him, everyone else had gone away. What should we do? Luffy, why don't we go to the destination for now? Maybe we will meet them. Su King suggested. Okay. Let's go look for gold. Luffy nodded. The two then set off towards their destination together. As for the melee, everyone was still moving slowly above the Cloud River. Since there was no wind, the Mary used the crow's impact shell as power and slowly sailed forward. At this time, Ganfu continued to tell everyone some things. When I first met you, I called myself a mercenary because you Qinghai people couldn't keep up with the sky war here. Sky battle? What do you mean? Usopp asked. Then put that bucket there, said Ganfu. Bucket? Although Nami was confused, she still did what he wanted. You guys watch it. Ganfu said after he finished speaking, try to break this shell with all your strength. It turns out that Ganfu put the shell on the bucket and hoped that everyone would smash it. Then Sanji hit it with a huge hammer, but the shell was not damaged in any way. I asked you to be lighter, but I didn't ask you to be lighter. Usopp also said. No, I used all my strength. It's like this shell absorbed all the impact. Sanji seemed to feel something. Then, you point the shell at the empty bucket below and press the top of the shell on the back. Ganfu said. Sanji did so, and the bucket was smashed instantly. This is the impact shell, which can absorb the impact from the outside world and release it freely. Ganfu explained. Usually it is fixed on the hand with a glove or wristband. If the strike position is accurate, it is powerful enough to kill ordinary people. Ganfu said. Isn't this thing just? Sanji recalled something. Yes, that glutinous rice ball priest used this ability. Usopp said. I heard that there was a more powerful shell on the ancient Sky Island. A kind of shell called the volley shell. It is on the verge of extinction. It can release 10 times more power than the impact shell. However, due to the impact of the volley shell, if it is too powerful, even the user's life may be in danger. It is a double-edged sword. Ganfu explained. I would like to ask, is this a one-time consumable, or can it be used repeatedly? Su King asked. Of course it can be used repeatedly. Ganfu said, the initial state is to record the impact force, and then it can be released without restriction. Then this thing is really useful if you get used to it. Even Su King couldn't help but nodded. Don't forget, this is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you will die. Ganfu reminded him again. Su King nodded and said nothing. No matter what it is, it depends on the person who uses it. For example, if the heat shell used for heating when cooking is mounted on a gun, it will become a fire gun that can heat freely. The previous Sky Knights used this kind of gun. Weapons, Gonfer said. For another example, if you put a flame shell that can store flames in the bird's mouth, the rare fire-breathing bird will be born. Gonfer said. Speaking of which, Chopper also mentioned that kind of bird. Is this the so-called sky battle? Usopp asked. Yes, it is impossible for Qinghai people who are not familiar with the types of shells to see through these tricks. The same is true for the numerous processing clouds. After training, the warriors of Kaido can use them flexibly, and they can use them flexibly. Of course the people inside are helpless. Gonfer said. So, what is the heart network that can predict our movements? Does it have any principle? Sanji asked. Heartnet? That old man doesn't know how to use it, so he doesn't know how to explain it, but it is said that the heartnet is actually a kind of listening ability. It seems that as long as a person is alive, his body will make some kind of sound. By listening, with this sound, you can understand your opponent's next move, and if you practice it, the hearing range will become wider. The Shenman Gate can hear the voice of the entire Apaidu, and Enel can hear the voice of the entire country. Only this power is still a mystery, and it is because of this power that the people of the entire country have no peace all day long. Ganfu said. However, I can probably talk about this ability. Su King stood up at this time. Although I didn't fight Enel, I did fight one of the priests. That so-called heart network is partly due to one's own domineering power, and partly due to Enel's fruit ability. He is a user with the power of the thunder fruit. He has abilities similar to electromagnetism. After using the Haki of seeing and hearing, he can receive blessings. As for the priests, he probably imparted some Haki to them, right? Su King said. Seeing and hearing, domineering, what is that? Everyone saw that Su King seemed to know, so they asked. There are 3 colors of Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, the Haki of knowledge, and the Haki of arms. It's too early to say this now. If you want to enter the second half of the Great Channel, you must master Haki, because there are so many people with Logia ability in the second half, and Haki masters are like crucian carp crossing the river. In Su Kang's mouth, Enel's the ability doesn't seem to be very strong. But the enemy knows what we will do next, so how can we kill him? Usopp and others continued to ask Su King, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy. It's very simple. As long as you kill the enemy while he's still predicting your movements, that's all. Su King said lightly. And everyone felt that Su King had been talking for a long time without saying anything, but they also became more curious about Enel's abilities. Thunder fruit? What exactly is it? Usopp asked. Really? I saw a person near Apaidu, and he was instantly swallowed up by lightning. I guess that was his ability. Nami was still a little scared. That kind of power, how should we contend with it? Usopp also seemed a little powerless. Even if you want to escape now, it's useless. I guess Enel wants to play games. What's the meaning? Priest Shenbing, how many of us Qinghai people and Sandia people will be left after 3 hours? Enel wants to play a game similar to Battle Royale. Su King smiled. He only wants 5 people left. Su King also expressed his guess about Enel. Chapter 130. What? 5 people? Where are the others? Are these guys going to be killed? Usopp and others shuddered for a moment. Of course, don't forget that he is Enel. Su King didn't say anything else. Everything seemed to be developing towards the result Enel wanted. The words were divided into 2 parts. At this time, Luffy was singing a song and walking on the right path with Su King. I have to say, your singing is really ugly. Su King said to Luffy mercilessly, and Luffy smiled slightly and continued singing. For this reason, although Su King was speechless, he had no other options. After continuing to walk for a while, Su King seemed to feel something and Luffy and Su King hid behind him. Just listen to one sound, boom. A man with wings fell to the ground, and not far from him, there was a Sandian. What are you doing here? Although Su King had never met the person who spoke before, he could basically guess his identity based on the temperament of the person in front of him. It's you. Luffy naturally thought about it when he looked at the person in front of him. Didn't I advise you to leave this island immediately? The man said. You are very annoying. Wherever you go, I will be free. Luffy said. Of course it's not your freedom, because this island belongs to us Sandians, the man said. Your name is Wiper? Right. Su King suddenly interrupted. Yes, Qinghai people? I don't seem to have seen you before. Who are you? Do the Qinghai people have a leader? Wiper said. You can say that, but we can't leave before our mission is completed. I think our goals are the same. Su King said. Mission? Target? What are you talking about? Wiper didn't know what Su King wanted to say. Your purpose is to drive away Enel. Our purpose is also to drive away Enel. Why can't we do it together? Su King said. Drive Enel away? Just you. We don't need your help, but why do you want to help us for no reason? Wiper seemed a little wary. We are here for the gold. Luffy said directly. Gold, that's it. So that's what it's for. Wiper's expression changed instantly, and when he wanted to say something, he suddenly said, forget it, I have nothing to say anymore, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. I just want to get rid of you. What? This is the simplest and most direct thing. Luffy grinned, obviously looking forward to this battle. You two come together, you're just from Qinghai. Wiper seemed to be like the other Dekang Islanders, not taking Su King and Luffy seriously. However, Su King and Luffy both looked at each other and smiled. Su King said to Luffy, leave it to you, this guy is too weak. Great. Leave it to me. Luffy obviously wanted to challenge Wiper in a duel from the beginning, and now he really got his wish. Then I'll leave first and leave some marks for you along the way. Su King didn't want to pay attention to this battle. As the protagonist of the pirate world, Luffy would naturally not be defeated by the Sandian Wiper. Su King ignored this battle and walked towards the correct south at an extremely fast speed. After a while, I found Robin and others. You're here? Where's Luffy? Robin asked. I have encountered an enemy and am fighting, but I am not interested in the opponent. Su King said. Dong dong dong. Su King could feel the vibrations in the forest. The Sandians and the divine soldiers, as well as the Sandians' leaders and priests were at war. It seems that this forest is getting more and more lively. Robin said. Yes, the other partners have all separated. Su King said. What is this place? Su King looked around and found that the surrounding buildings were somewhat different from the huge trees in Apaidu. This should be a private house in the original city. As expected, it was swallowed up by the forest. I wonder if the ruins of the city are still intact. Robin was talking when suddenly a man in white clothes came to the house. Above. It's a woman. This road leads to the shrine of the gods. If you continue to move forward, you will be disrespectful to the gods. The person who looked like a magic weapon said. Come down quickly. It seems you don't know much about the historical value of the so-called ruins. Robin got a little angry for the first time. What are you so proud of? What do you want from me? What do you want to do? Robin asked very directly. You ask me what I want to do. I am ordered by God to use the slashing shell in my hand to deal with the Sandians and you Qinghai people. After the magic weapon finished speaking, Robin said directly, Six-wheeled flower. Immediately afterwards, countless arms grew around the magic weapon in an instant. Robin crossed his hands, spread his palms, and said, Anchor flower. The magic weapon was instantly broken. Robin held up a piece of the relic and said, This is too much. Captain Su Kang, if you had taken action just now, that guy wouldn't even be able to destroy the ruins, right? Robin looked at Su Kang and asked. Su Kang smiled naively and said, If I take action, the entire ruins will disappear. That's right, Robin knew that Su Kang's actions must be neither serious nor serious. At this time, a series of sounds came from the forest. Su Kang knew that according to the plot, Zoro would encounter Sandia's warriors and win in the end. And Chopper will accidentally meet the priest. At this time, Su Kang's wood clone is already on the ship waiting for the arrival of boss, Enel. Originally, everyone was sailing normally on the Meli, but not long after, a bolt of lightning flashed here. Hello everyone, I am the god Enel. Enel appeared on the spot with a smile. UBD. Sanji rushed over and wanted to kick Enel away. However, Sanji was about to be struck by lightning in the next second. Su Kang's wood clone has already rushed out. Armed color. Su Kang directly used the armed color to harden, and resisted the thunder and lightning falling from the sky. Ahaha! It's really surprising that you can withstand my thunder and lightning? I guess you are not an ordinary person among the people of Qinghai. Enel sat on the railing of the ship in front of him and said with a smile. Thank you. Sanji almost died and immediately expressed his gratitude to Su Kang. It's okay, Sanji, stay back. Only Luffy and I can deal with this guy. Su Kang waved his hand, and everyone stepped back obediently. Don't worry, don't be afraid, I'm not here to harm you. Enel said slowly while showing a weird smile. Then what are you here for? Genshin Ganfu asked. Your tone is really cold. We haven't seen each other for 6 years, the god of the previous generation, Gonfer. Enel looked at Gonfer and said. Enel. Ganfu looked at Enel and naturally had a lot to say. Chapter 131. Gonfer, don't be so angry, right? We haven't seen each other for a long time, how about you act happy? Right? Gonfer. Enel said very calmly. Ahole. What did you just do to Sanji? If you dare to beg for mercy, I will consider letting you live. Usopp shouted. Su Kang was a little speechless. Even though Sanji had nothing to do, Usopp still had to stand up for Sanji. Naturally, Enel teleported to Usopp's side, preparing to kill Usopp instantly. However, Su Kang naturally would not let Enel get his way. When Enel stretched out his fingers and wanted to discharge electricity, Su Kang also teleported to Enel's side and firmly grabbed Enel's wrist. Stop, or I will kill you. Su Kang said calmly, speaking as if it were the truth. Kill me? You're just from Qinghai, but you still want to talk so loudly. Enel was very tall, so he looked down at Su Kang from above. Su Kang stared back at Enel without showing any signs of weakness, and then his eyes instantly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, a magical scene happened. Enel suddenly found that Su Kang's body in front of him had transformed into countless crows. What is going on? Discharge. Enel kept discharging, but found that he had also turned into a crow. Bang! Su Kang kicked Enel away, and Enel fell into the Cloud River. Everyone present was stunned. How could it be? To give Enel to him so easily. Nami didn't know what to say. What happened to that guy? Why was he motionless just now? He looked like he was stupid. Usopp also felt a little strange. Why does Enel feel so weak? Or did Su King do something? Sanji was also a little unbelievable. This guy, maybe can really defeat Enel. Ganfwar thought the same. What did you just do? Sanji couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, it's just a trick, it's all deceptive. Su King hesitated, and Enel reappeared on the ship. A hole, Qinghai man, what did you just do to me? Enel said angrily. Since you are fighting with me, don't look into my eyes, otherwise you will be pulled into the illusory world by me. Let me remind you. After Su King finished speaking, he revealed his Sharingan. Naturally, nothing happened to the others, but only Enel would be cast genjutsu as long as he stared into Su King's eyes. Although Su King is not yet a Manjiki Sharingan, his eyes can still perform some commonly used genjutsu. Humph, your tricks are of no use to me. I can get rid of it by stimulating myself with thunder and lightning. Is this all your ability? Enel is obviously not that easy to deal with. But Su King also smiled and shook his head and said, this is just the most basic genjutsu. It's just to destroy your prestige. Say it. If you want to say anything, just take this opportunity to say it, because, soon, you will dead. As long as you don't say anything, I won't do anything. Enel said calmly, and then returned to his previous position. Nami and others also covered their mouths in fear. For them, even though Su King was here, Su King couldn't protect everyone. You guy, what are you thinking about? Ganfu asked. Remember, when we invaded this island 6 years ago, your men who were captured by us were still working very hard for me. God Enel said. The magic team led by the old man. Ganfwar replied. They are really a group of outstanding talents. However, the big project that took 6 years is almost coming to an end. At the same time, this also means that this island is no longer of use to me. I am here to say goodbye to you. That's all. Enel added after finishing speaking. However, the residents of these empty islands are really simple-minded, because they only regard this island as a huge piece of base. What do you mean? Ganfur asked. The reason why we took this island by force is the same as the reason why the flies from Qinghai entered this island, and the reason why the Sandians insist on returning to their hometown. In other words, everyone is eager to return to the island. Everything you get on this island is the same. Enel said, I just want to find the legacy of Sandola, the golden city that once prospered in Qinghai in the distant past. Gold? What are you talking about? Shen Ganfur didn't know what gold was not long ago, so he naturally didn't know the meaning of this sentence. Ha ha ha. That's why I said that you are simple-minded. No matter the existence of gold or its value, the only ones who don't know about it are you people living in this country. Unfortunately, as soon as the game starts, there will be a final battle. Only those who win in this survival game are qualified to get that large amount of gold. Do you hear it? The hustle and bustle of this lively festival. To be honest, I am also one of the participants, so I have to go. Enel said. Wait, God Team? God Team has been released. Ganfur asked. Only God knows. From Qinghai, your name is Su King, right? Enel asked. Next time, I will kill you. After Enel finished speaking, he disappeared with a whoosh, and he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Su King smiled coldly. The reason why he didn't take action this time was that it wasn't time to deal with Enel yet. After all, he happened to be just a wood clone now. Even if you can resist with armed colors, your body is still made of wood, and it will easily disappear if you use too much electricity. At this time, a pair of people who looked exactly the same appeared on the melee. These two people seemed to be magic weapons. Who are you? Nami asked. We are not who, we are the deputy commander of the magic army, and you actually gave up Brother Shadley. The two said very funny. Brother? What do you mean? Nami naturally didn't know. Luffy, Sanji and Usopp killed a priest, and that was Shadri. Su King said. Admit it. My name is Zhongwu. My name is Xiao Wu. The eldest brother of our triplets was killed by you. I don't know your eldest brother. Nami shook his head. Sanji, Usopp and Su King stood up and said, if a man dares to take responsibility, we did it. I will never forgive you. The two captains were ready to fight. At this time, Gonfer had almost recovered and shouted, Pierre. Then Sky Knight Gonfer also participated in the battle, 4v2, everyone obviously had an absolute advantage in numbers. You have to defeat them quickly and then go after Enel. I don't know what that guy will do to his old subordinates. If you want to go faster, it's very simple. Just step back. Su King took a step forward alone, as if he wanted to do something. Chapter 132. What do you want to do? We should defeat them quickly. Ganfu said. Yes, so far, this is the fastest speed. Su King slowly moved forward, obviously ready for the enlargement move. Su King, don't damage the Mary. You can do anything else. Usopp immediately shouted. Su King said, of course. Next, let's watch my performance. Swift body. Su Kang's wood clone is naturally also able to perform teleportation techniques. He uses ultra-high-speed teleportation, which is so fast that even if it is predicted by sight and color, it has no meaning. Bang! Bang! Su King suddenly struck out with his left and right hands, which were wrapped in black weapon color. Then, two raised nans were condensed in his hands. The left and right raised nan quickly turned into a big ball raised nan, and then, Su King directly lined it up towards the two magic weapon deputy captains. Due to his high speed and the fact that Su Kang's 3 Megatama Sharingan locked the opponent, Su Kang's double raised nan instantly attacked the two people, and the two people's bodies flew out directly and landed in the sea of clouds. Everyone was dumbfounded. How long did it take Su Kang? 3 seconds? Or 5 seconds? He actually killed the other party instantly. This guy has so much strength, what's going on? It seems that the clouds are calm and the wind is light, and they are not using their full strength at all. Su Kang's strength was once again recognized by everyone. At this time, Su King was also exploring ancient ruins with Robin. This is the commemorative monument of this city. It should have been built by their descendants after the city's demise, right? Sandora, this is the name of the ancient city. In the year 402 of the Haiwan calendar, it was about 1,100 years ago from now. The city prospered for a while, and the time of its demise was 800 years ago, which coincides with the 100 years of blankness that left no one left in this world. Could it be said that this island, do you know the lost history that was interrupted on Earth? This is the map of Sandora. If you go to the city center, you may be able to learn more and maybe find lost historical relics. Robin looked at Su King and said. Okay, let's go. If you don't want to go first, I'll stay. Su King said. Why? As soon as Robin finished speaking, a male voice appeared. This is such a lovely lady. I am the commander of the divine army serving the god Enel, Dashan. Dashan said to Robin. What do you want from us? Mr. Shenbing Captain. Robin asked. Stop talking nonsense. After Dashan's words fell, Su King immediately said, Robin, step back, leave this guy to me. Don't destroy the ruins. Su King, please. Su King did not expect that Robin would still want to protect historical relics when his life and death were at stake, and he had a greater liking for Robin. I know, in that case, let's use this move. Su King clasped his hands together and said directly, would style Sen Luo Wangxiang. Immediately afterwards, countless plants stretched out directly from the ground, and the branches and vines on the plants immediately wrapped around the mountain god soldier in front of them. Humph! Is that all? Full of punches. Dashan broke free from Wood Style's restraints in an instant and hit the ground heavily. I see, Wood Style can extract the enemy's chakra. Enemies in this world do not have chakra, so they can completely escape Wood Style with their huge strength and some special abilities. I was careless. Su King also understood instantly. In this case, we have no choice but to practice wind escape and practice empty bombs. Su King used the wind escape of One Tail in Hokage. This wind escape is so powerful that it can naturally spray the mountains in front of you to the ground with one shot. Devil's Grip. Su King just grabbed the opponent, and the devil's hand held the enemy tightly in his palm. I just crush you to death. It's too inhumane. It depends on your own life. Su King then used all his strength to throw the mountain in his hand into the air. In the end, he didn't know where the mountain was thrown. Su King then turned around and apologized, I'm sorry, Robin, I still let him destroy some things. It's okay, you've done a good job, thank you. After Robin finished speaking, he and Su King walked towards the center of Sandora. While Nami was driving normally, he suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a very noisy horn. Miss Nami. Also, a female voice rang. Wow! Miss Angel! You're here! Sanji's eyes turned into loving ones again. Cornus? Uncle? Why are you here? Nami felt a little unbelievable. Who is that kid? Su King pointed to the kid on the boat. The child was obviously very wary of others, and even said that he was a warrior of Sandia. This little one is called Aisha. Let's get back to the subject. We have opened a road on the sea, using the new river made by Yunbei. From here, you can directly enter the Bibai Sea before being discovered by the enemy. Uncle Pagia quietly said. By the way, what you are saying now is so mysterious, why is the horn so loud? Su King couldn't help but complain. Sorry, I was careless. By the way, I have one more thing to give to you. Then Paigaya returned the repaired Vayaba to Nami and others. Is this still the Vayaba we picked up? Sanji was also surprised. Yes. Uncle. You are too strong. You can cultivate so well. Usopp also praised. Wow. That's great. Nami was naturally very excited. And this Vayaba is no ordinary Vayaba, its power is extraordinary. Uncle Pagia said. At this time, little Aisha suddenly fell to the ground, crying and showing a very painful look. Nami, Su King, and others were also very confused, and immediately went up to ask, what's going on? You suddenly between. The sounds are disappearing, a lot of people are disappearing, Elsa said. It should be Enel, right? Su King confirmed. 2 hours have passed in the survival game. A lot of people should have been eliminated, right? Su King said. This guy is really a pervert. Sanji cursed. At this time, Nami has mastered Vayaba perfectly, and Uncle Pagoya and Cornus couldn't help but praise it. By the way, what should we do now? Uncle Pagia asked. Nami looked at Su King, who said, you decide, navigator. Nami stuck out his tongue and said, anyway, let's sail the boat to the agreed coast first. I think they will be fine. In short, as long as they are together, no one can be their opponent. Aisha said, there are no groups of 4 on this island. At most, there are groups of 2. If there are 4 people acting together, I will definitely feel it. Nami then looked at Su King, her meaning was obvious. It's the heart network, Aisha, can you feel who feels very similar to me? Su King asked. Yes, there is someone who feels exactly the same as you, and now he is with someone. Elsa said. I guess they got separated, Su King said. Chapter 133. However, Nami still looked at Aisha in surprise and said, Heartnet is a skill that only priests and gods can have, right? Aisha said with tears in her eyes, I will use the net as soon as I am born, so I am afraid. How terrible it is that the sound keeps disappearing, you will not understand at all. Are you crying again? Nami asked. I'm not crying. Idiot. People from Qinghai. Idiot. Aisha also said very forcefully. Aisha's power bus seemed to be broken. We happened to pass by when she was attacked by the sky shark. Cornus said. What on earth do you want to do? Nami felt that this child must have wanted to do something to go to such a far place alone. I don't know, but I can't do nothing, right? Loki, everyone. Elsa is still immersed in sadness. Su King, friends, are you really safe? Nami also asked Su King with some worry at this time. Su King nodded and said, Don't worry, that's my true body over there. Although my true body is separated from everyone, he must believe in you and that's why he separated from you. Su King and Robin also officially walked towards the city center of Sandora. Robin read a book, then looked around and said, This should be the city center. But it doesn't match the map of the memorial monument. Is it because of the impact from the sky that the city was torn apart? Robin then walked through the ancient tunnel with Su King. After passing through, Su King and Robin saw the towering buildings in front of them. Although most of them had been eroded by plants, they could still see their former glory. Walking to an inscription, Robin squatted down and started recording something. Su King, on the other hand, had nothing to do and was alert to the surroundings, maybe Enel would appear around them. After searching for a while, Robin asked, It's really strange. Is this the former golden city of Sandora? The size and topography are indeed completely different. The most unnatural thing is, as long as there's an entrance above. Could it be that? Robin then began to walk quickly towards the steps. Robin, who was immersed in his own world, walked quickly, while Su King followed Robin behind him. Immediately afterwards, Robin entered the palace above the steps and started digging using the fruit's ability. Naturally, Su King also helped. Soon, Robin discovered that he could go below. Su King, come together. After Robin finished speaking, he jumped down. Su King also jumped down directly. He didn't expect that there was such an open scene in the ruins. Sure enough, there is a cave in this ruins. It is obviously a ruin in Qinghai, but it is surrounded by island clouds. I find it strange. It turns out that the upper ruins are just the upper part of the city that was exposed after the island clouds eroded it. The lower part is there should be more. Robin said. Well, after 1,000 years, the sea has changed, and the glorious city has ended up like this. Let's go and see it together. Su King was also very interested in this golden land of the past. The two of them walked down the road and pushed aside the vines. Finally, Robin saw a cave entrance. Robin said excitedly, King, catch up quickly. Su King didn't expect Robin to be able to run so fast, so he was stunned after following him together. The sunlight is extremely dazzling. This underground ruins actually hides a very majestic ancient city. 800 years ago, the city of Sandora suddenly perished. I didn't expect it to be like this. It is still so spectacular and majestic now. This is the Golden City, Sandora. Robin could feel it when he spoke. Her excitement. That's right, there must be a historical text here. Su King probably remembered that there should be an inscription recording history here, a historical text. There. Soon Robin discovered the historical text, but after walking over, Robin found that it was not the historical text, but he recognized the person who wrote the word. Robin touched it and said, "It's so simple and unpretentious. The ancient text of the historical text. There should be no one else who can write this text except the person who wrote the historical text. Keep the true meaning in your heart, remain silent, we are the ones who weave history, and we are with the bells of the bell tower. Yes, there is indeed a huge golden bell here, and it is recorded in Rolando's diary. All the books in the town have been burned, and the city's history has been cut off." Robin didn't know whether he was talking to himself or to Su Kang. The historical text was transported to this city for storage. It is absolutely true. This city once fought with people who were hostile to him. The golden city of Sandora turned out to be destroyed by fighting to protect the historical text. If it is true so, the big bell tower located in the center of the four altars must have a text that tells the true historical text. Maybe that is the real historical text. Robin and Su Kang then walked towards the location of the big bell tower. And not long after, on the Mary, Elsa shed tears again and said, another voice disappeared. Aisha. Everyone felt that something was wrong with the child. "I can't stay here anymore, I'm going to find Loki and the others." Aisha then jumped off the boat impulsively. "Wait a minute. No." Nami's persuasion was of little use, and Aisha had already jumped off the melee. "Really?" Nami then took off her shirt, jumped into the water, and went to chase Aisha. After Su Kang and others heard the sound, they came out and found that Nami had caught Aisha. "What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go quickly. What I want to do is my own business." Aisha struggled, and Nami naturally held on tightly. "Although it's none of my business, I can't just ignore it, right? Besides, you're still a child. I'm a warrior." "Okay. I know you are a warrior. Even if you glare at me, I will not be afraid." Nami persuaded. After persuading for a long time, Nami sent Aisha back to the Vayaba. At this time, the huge poisonous python just appeared in front of everyone. "Ah! No way!" Nami and Aisha were both frightened. "Damn, what kind of snake is this? It's so huge." Sanji was also a little surprised. "Why is there such a big guy?" Nami and Aisha were both frightened. "I can only rely on Su Kang's clone to fight this guy. Hurry up." Usopp naturally pushed Su Kang out. "It's you again." "Hey? Why should I say that to you?" Su Kang looked at the huge poisonous python in front of him, neither of them made any move. Sharingan. Su Kang opened the Sharingan and discovered that there was a life response in the poisonous python's belly. "No way! Has Luffy been swallowed into the belly of the poisonous python?" Su Kang also asked doubtfully. Chapter 134. At this time, the poisonous python began to go crazy and seemed to be in great pain. "Ah! Help! Nami and others were in trouble. Quickly use the power to run around. Being attacked by such a giant python is no joke. That's the forest over there." Pagia shouted, but it was too late. Nami, Aisha, and others had already gone to the forest. "Damn it! You protect Uncle and Miss Angel, I'll come right away." Su Kang then flew up and rushed in the direction of the giant python just now. Su Kang just flew towards Nami and others. Protecting Nami and Aisha was naturally the task of Su Kang would clone. At this time, the giant python was suffering from various attacks from within itself, and was in great pain, so it began to go crazy in various ways. The most lively place at this time is naturally underneath the shrine of God. At this time, the priests, Sandians, former gods, the Straw Hats, and the huge python began to prepare for a big melee. Su Kang finally caught up with Nami. "Nami! It's Su Kang! How are Enel's men behind?" Su Kang replied, "When I was chasing you just now, I thought they were in the way, so I got rid of them. Shall we go back?" "Wait! What is that?" Nami saw the huge bean vine in front of him. That's a giant bean vine, and Enel's shrine should be at the top. Elsa said, and then Elsa's heart network came into play. Wepper. Wepper is there. He is still alive. Let's go. Zoro, Luffy and Uncle Sky Knight are also there, we'd better not look back. Su King said. There was no other way, Nami could only continue to rush forward. Su King knew that although he had eliminated some of the magic weapons, he was afraid that more would gather soon. Enel's purpose was to gather everyone in the upper ruins, and then watch everyone kill each other, and finally take the surviving ones with him. 5 people, heading to the infinite continent. At this time, Nami, Su King, and others had appeared in the upper ruins, and Su King also saw everyone. Catch them and never let them get close to the shrine of God, said the divine soldiers who were chasing Su King and others. This is so annoying. Su King then formed a seal, fire-style Phoenix Sage fire technique. Boom! Small flame balls rushed towards the magic soldiers behind him. Su King had already activated Sharingan and had completely locked onto the magic soldiers behind him. Therefore, these flames fell on the magic weapon very accurately. Ah! What's going on? This guy can actually summon fire. Is he a devil fruit user? Ah! These magic soldiers were also killed or injured under Su King fire-style's sudden attack. Wiper saw Aisha, Zoro saw Nami and Su King. Elsa. What are you doing here? Wepper asked. Nami, Su King, aren't you on the boat? Zoro asked. What are your intentions? People from Qinghai. Leave Aisha quickly. Wepper shot Nami indiscriminately. Ganfer quickly left Nami and Aisha. Aisha also cursed, devil. Wepper, you are a devil. Why did you come here? Ganfu asked. Because there is a huge snake. As soon as Nami finished speaking, he and the Sky Knight were swallowed into the snake's mouth. Look at you, what good things have you done? Su King looked at Wiper and couldn't help but curse. It's not because of you Qinghai people. Wiper said forcefully. These fools. Zoro was also very embarrassed. He didn't expect that his partner would be swallowed in one gulp. At this time, a priest launched an attack on Zoro and Wepper at the same time, and said, "You are all in trouble now, and you are still here caring about others. Save it, no matter what, none of you can be saved." Su King wasn't too worried about everyone's comfort. There was Luffy in the snake's belly, so it would be great if everyone reunited. Let me give these two a treat. Next, it's you, Qinghai native. The priest in front of him looked at Su King and said. Deal with me? Is it just you? Although this Sandian is not a comrade in arms, he is not an enemy either. In this case, I will help him. Are you ready? Su King pressed his hands together, intending to start fighting with the priest. That is. Su King was about to take action when he saw Chopper, who was on the verge of death. Sorry about that, wait a moment. Su King didn't care about others, and immediately teleported to Chopper's side and started medical treatment with his sage jutsu. The troublemakers are gone for now, then let me give them the final blow, the priest said. UBD. How dare you give Wiper to? Some Sandia warriors were ready to protect Wiper. Is this man, who is like dust before God, really so important to you? Said the priest known as Wiper is our heart. Together we carry the glory of Sandia. In order to regain the hometown that was taken away. You, Enel's pawn, cannot understand the bonds of Sandia, said the Sandia people. Even if I could understand it, I wouldn't have sympathy or resonance with you. In other words, it's completely meaningless. Was also ready to fight. Go to hell. The Sandians began to attack Who knows, besides there are still a few magic weapons left at this time, and also has a dog named Shang Shang who can stand on 2 feet. Holy! Just use that move. Said. Then Shang quickly jumped into the air and drove the Sandia warriors into a cage. This is the true face of the Iron Trial, the White Thorn death match, said a magic soldier. Even if you don't trap us, we will never escape. Zoro slowly stood up after recovering. Idiot! Not only can you not escape, the things surrounding you are white thorns. So what? Zoro asked. That is to say, you will definitely not be unharmed if you encounter it, right? Wepper kicked the magic weapon onto the white thorns, and then the magic weapon was killed directly. After I finish everyone off, where should I go out? Zoro asked. It's better to wait until you resolve this matter before you think about it. Said. There are 9 more and 2 more. Said. We have to find a way to deal with the giant python first. Nami is inside, and there is also Chopper's savior. As for Wepper, who was also thinking about Aisha at this time, a Sandia woman suddenly appeared. Locky! Wepper! Listen to me, I'm here to send a message to the mantis. Run away! Wepper! Don't fight, Enel is in the woods. Enel is the thunder itself that humans have revered as a god since ancient times. Get out of here quickly! Wepper also warned. Hello! Locky heard the thunder and lightning behind him. Chapter 135. When Locky turned around, Enel had already appeared behind her. Are you calling me? Enel asked lightly, with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Enel! Don't do this! Enel! Stop! At this moment, Wepper was in a state of confusion. She has given up fighting. Wepper begged bitterly, grabbing the white thorns and leaving blood behind, but he remained indifferent. Locky! Don't attack him! Locky, run away! Wepper shouted. Boom! Locky fired 2 shots, but the bullets penetrated Enel. After all, Enel is a Logia user, and making oneself elemental is a very basic ability. Locky looked nervous and didn't know what to do. At this time, a magic soldier attacked Wepper from behind, but Wepper remained indifferent. Run away! Bah! Enel was about to kill Locky instantly when a figure appeared next to Enel again. At this time, the man once again firmly grasped Enel's wrist. Bah! Enel's body was clearly covered with electricity, but his figure still stood firm. How is this possible? He actually withstood Enel's lightning. Who is this person? Locky was also shocked. It's you again. Enel was obviously very impressed by Su Kang. Sorry, I should have told you last time that I won't be merciful to you next time I see you, right? Su Kang said lightly. No way. This guy actually threatened Enel. The White Thorn is here, how did he escape? The divine soldier and the priest were also very puzzled. Just now Su Kang was still in his prison, why did this thing have no effect on Su Kang at all? What? A mere Qinghai person is so brazen here. Just now it was just 10 million volts. Do you want to taste my stronger power? No matter who it is, as long as he challenges me, I will never let him go. Enel was about to launch a move when Su Kang immediately said, wait a moment. You know you're afraid now? Let me hear what you have to say. Enel frowned slightly. I want to ask, do you have any last words? If not, you can die. Su Kang said lightly. Although Su Kang was just a wood clone at this time, he still had his own arrogance. Go to hell. 20 million volts. Enel directly discharged his whole body. This time the power was twice as powerful as before. Even Su Kang's wood clone was burnt all over. Seeing that Su Kang was hurt this time, Enel was very proud and continued to make his lightning power stronger. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel directly used his little trick this time. He struck the taiko drum on the right and thunder and lightning appeared from the taiko drum, and then turned into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird and flew towards Su Kang's direction at high speed. Shura! Su Kang pulled out his Shura. Although it was a wood clone, his weapon still retained a lot of its previous power. Su Kang pulled out the Shura and blocked it directly in front of him. At the same time, a demonic shadow formed around his body. Interesting, is this your devil fruit ability? I said you are not an ordinary person, and now it seems that it is true. Enel understood Su Kang's ability more or less. However, Su Kang's next move broke Enel's cognition. Wood-style 4-pillar prison technique. Wood-style Sen Luo Wangxiang. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. Ninja technique, 5 continuous bullets jutsu. Su Kang first used 4-pillar prison to trap Enel, then used Sen Luo Wangxiang to entangle Enel, then used shadow clone to create 4 clones, and finally used 3rd generation's 5 consecutive moves. Bullet technique. Such a series of attacks fell on Enel. Although Enel could use his elemental ability to avoid them, don't forget that Su Kang is armed and domineering. In other words, the purpose of Su Kang using so many ninjutsu was not to actually attack Enel, but to wait for Enel to become elemental and reveal his flaws. As expected, Enel laughed, "Yehahaha! I'm a god. No matter how powerful a mortal's attack is, it can't touch me. Don't you understand? Even if you are already strong, in front of me, you can't touch me. No chance at all." Really? Su Kang's trick succeeded, and he took advantage of Enel's elemental transformation to fly out, and then kicked him. This full-force kick from Su Kang's wood clone, blessed by the power of the devil, shattered Su Kang's wood clone. Su Kang's wood clone has been maintained for a long time. Now the chakra has been almost consumed, and he can only deliver the final blow. And this last blow is too powerful. Unexpectedly, he almost kicked him out with one kick. A grand finale. Enel was completely stunned. He never thought that he would be kicked away. Enel's mind went blank, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This was obviously the most serious injury he had ever suffered. As soon as the wood clone disappeared, Su Kang harvested all the intelligence and information. Enel, this guy, won't be able to come back for a while. Let's explore with peace of mind. The corners of Su Kang's mouth raised slightly. Only he and Enel understood how exaggerated the power of the kick just now was. At this time, the melee in the upper ruins was still continuing, but the morale of Enel's magic soldiers had obviously suffered a devastating blow. The undefeated god in their eyes was actually kicked away by a Qinghai man. And he didn't come back. What does this mean? However, you dared to attack the god. Now you will be punished by heaven, right? Priest Om thought that Su Kang paid the price of death just to attack the god Enel. At this time, both Zoro and Wepper focused their attention on the giant python. They rushed towards the giant python as fast as possible in order to rescue everyone who had been swallowed before. However, at this time, the priest Om and his pet dog Shang Shang would not let them save their companions so easily. 6 and 2 left, Om said to himself. In the belly of the giant python, Luffy also met Nami and Ganfu Aisha, and everyone started chatting with each other. The Golden City, Sandora, should have a golden clock in its center, but there is no such thing now. There may be historical texts engraved on the bell tower. If I am not wrong, this city was destroyed to protect historical texts. The bell tower with the text should be hidden somewhere now. If that's the case, where exactly is it? Hey, this is? Minecart track. Robin looked at Su Kang, who was also a little confused. I'm not sure. Su Kang shook his head. Finally, there is something you don't know about either. Robin smiled and observed, there are traces of something being moved. It's still very new. What exactly was moved? Maybe it's gold. Su Kang guessed. Chapter 136. Ahahaha. It's wonderful. Even if it was washed up into the sky, it still remains such a majestic city, Sandora, Ha 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 ha. If the legendary city was covered in clouds, it would not be able to show its heroic appearance. I was the one who discovered it, but the idiots of the previous generation didn't notice this city at all. The person who spoke was Enel, but when Enel saw Su Kang, he was shocked again. Su Kang from Qinghai, aren't you broken into pieces? Why can you appear here again? Enel looked at Su Kang, unable to calm down for a long time. Miraculously, Enel didn't even notice Su Kang's presence when he spoke. What did you mean just now? That was just my clone. I know everything that happened just now. It doesn't matter. You can ignore my existence for the time being and say whatever you want. Su Kang did not put Enel at all in eyes. Who is this person? Robin has never seen Enel. Although he has guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he is still not sure. I am a god. Enel introduced, looking at Su Kang very warily. The partner around you is also amazing. She should be an archaeologist, right? It took me several months to discover this ruins. If I could read the words on the ruins, I could have discovered it so easily. Enel was obviously interested in Robin. But the gold you want is no longer available. You came a few years late. Enel said. Gold? So you really didn't see it? You moved them away, right? Robin asked. That's a really good thing. Only I deserve to own those shining metals. Enel said. So is the golden clock that's supposed to be here? Robin asked. Golden bell. Enel thought about it for a moment, but seemed to have no impression. Robin felt a little happy and thought, this guy doesn't know. At this time Enel ate the apple in his hand and then said, I am very interested. What did you know after reading the text? No, it's a pity. If you didn't see it when you came here, then he didn't come up to the sky. The huge golden bell that Sandora is proud of, and the big bell tower that houses him, is the bell tower that I'm looking for. Robin replied. No, wait, there is, that is, it came to the sky, 400 years ago. When this island flew into the sky, that was on the island of gods, the day Kaido was born, it is said the loud sound of the bell spread throughout the country, but the old people on the island called it the song of the island. Is that so? Is that clock made of gold? It's so wonderful. The game is about to end. There are only 8 minutes left. Let's look for that golden clock all over the country. Ha 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 ha. Enel laughed. At this time, Robin looked at Su Kang, and Su Kang also understood what Robin meant. Since the golden bell of the bell tower is here, the historical text should also be here. But at this time, Enel suddenly felt a little absent-minded. It seemed that some enemies had broken into the surrounding area. It seems that a maggot came from the edge of the island. Immediately afterwards, Enel stretched his hand towards the sky, and then endless thunder light emitted from his whole body. Finally, Enel released the thunder and lightning. However, at this moment, Su Kang took action again. Wind escape great breakthrough. Among the 5 elements escape technique, Feng Clay is also the same in the pirate world. Su Kang's great breakthrough actually disrupted Enel's ability. It was obvious that Enel did not hit the target he wanted to hit. Qinghai native. Su Kang. Do you insist on seeking death? Enel looked at Su Kang with a very serious expression. What was he doing just now? Robin seemed to realize something was wrong and asked immediately. He was planning to deal with our partners just now. I stopped him. Don't worry, this guy will never hurt our partners because I am here. Su Kang felt quite reliable at this time. At this time, Enel looked at Su Kang and said, the game is almost over. It's almost time. Let's come to an end. The final plan is about to be implemented. Final plan. Robin was also a little confused. God is calling you. At this time, Enel once again raised his hands above his head, using his heart network to give orders, gather. Common people. Immediately afterwards, Enel's whole body was filled with thunder and light again, shining so brightly that Robin couldn't even open his eyes. Discharge! Enel said. This time Su King did not stop Enel, but quietly watched Enel perform. I have to say that the power of Enel's discharge is quite amazing. The entire upper ruins seem to be affected by Enel's move. What are you doing? Robin asked with some confusion. I will summon your companions to come here to Sandora. Enel said. This man is a Logia user, what an amazing power. Robin couldn't help but sigh, but for some unknown reason, Robin compared Su King with the Enel in front of him. In fact, Robin, I still feel that Su King is stronger. Due to Enel's discharge, the entire upper ruins began to collapse in various ways, and the Sandians fighting below, as well as Zoro and the huge python, were all affected. Ahahaha! Let's move into the finale! Enel shouted excitedly. Su King did not stop Enel at this time. Enel's original intention was to gather everyone, not to kill everyone. However, immediately after, due to the collapse of the upper ruins, those familiar faces also appeared here together. At this time, Enel saw this huge python and said directly, "Annoying snake." Then a bolt of lightning was released, and the giant python was struck instantly, and then its whole body was scorched by lightning. At this time, Wiper saw Enel and naturally launched an attack directly. Nami, Zoro, Robin, Su King and Chopper, who had received medical treatment, both woke up at this time. Ahaha! The game is not over yet. Yes, it is a boring game. You and the people behind you are all participants. Enel naturally told Wiper. Immediately afterwards, the Straw Hats headed by Luffy walked out from behind Wiper. Welcome, all glorious survivors, you have worked hard to get here, let me praise you. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing, it's just a small game. Look at the 3 hours after you stepped into this island, 82 how many people are safe in the survival game, including me. Enel said. Although there are midway participants, I also admit that he is qualified. My prediction is that there will be 5 survivors. In another 3 minutes or 3 hours, there will be 5 survivors. In other words, there are not 5 people here yet. You should know what will happen, right? Chapter 137. God's prophecy must not fail because it is absolute, so who wants to disappear? Enel asked. Or do you do it yourself? Or should I do it myself? Enel asked. Su King stepped forward and said, Wiper, Zoro, Robin, me, Ganfu, aren't there just 5 of us? Do you think I'm stupid? My heartnet noticed that there are 2 more people. Enel said. Su King felt that Enel must be talking about Nami and Chopper. Chopper was because Su King had just rescued him, and Nami had just been hiding from the python's belly and had not come out. She thought he hid himself very well. Enel looked at everyone and looked at everyone. Afterwards, everyone aimed their weapons at Enel. Just disappear. Everyone said in unison. Enel smiled evilly and then said, how audacious, ha 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 ha. Want me to disappear? This is really, ha 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 ha. Enel seemed to have heard a very funny joke and laughed wildly. You are indeed the survivors of the game, but you don't seem to understand who you are talking to. It seems that you still do not understand the existence of the so-called gods, the immortals who long for the happiness of the empty island, and the warriors who want to take back their hometown. The blue pirates with golden ideas, although in this world full of troubles, it doesn't matter what they want, but there is something wrong with this country itself. Enel told everyone. At this time Ganfu spoke. If you have time to say these boring things, tell me the location of the god team and what is your purpose. Go back to the palace, Ganfu. Enel said, once the god completes his journey, he must return to the place where he should return. Enel said. Go back? Are you leaving Sky Island? Ganfu asked. Yes, I have a place I should go back to. On the empty island where I was born, people think that is where God exists. People call it the infinite land. Enel said. There is an endless vast land there. That is exactly the dream world I am pursuing. It is the infinite land that is most suitable for me. Enel's words were already slightly crazy. It is extremely stupid to talk about earning a small place like Apayadu. Listen up. There are deep reasons for your fight. Think about it carefully. It is not a cloud but it is born in the sky. It is not a bird but it lives in the sky. This country rooted in the sky is an existence that goes against nature. Earth has its own destination, humans have their destination, and gods have their own places to return to. Enel gave a long speech. Su King couldn't help but dozed off. Don't you want it? It's not like I'm going to say anything, right? As a god, I just abide by the laws of nature. Yes, I will drag everyone down from the sky. Enel's crazy words shocked many people. Robin, Nami, Zoro, Wepper, and others were all shocked. Do you want to destroy this country? Gonfer asked seriously, looking at Enel in front of him. This is nature. Enel said calmly. Don't be so self-righteous. Enel, the name God is just the title of the leader of this country. Ganfwar said. Yes, it was like this before. Enel said while picking at his earwax. In this world where people exist, there is no God at all. Ganfur was obviously very angry. Enel said calmly, Old God, Ganfu, ha 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 ha. Have you been worried about the people in the God team? Then Enel sat cross-legged. 6 years ago, your 650 subordinates who were defeated by our army and put under my control just completed the work I assigned them this morning. Did I say that on this island? Now you are standing here. It's a pity that there are only 7 of us on this island. Enel pinched a stone and crushed it into sand. The meaning it expressed was very clear. You. Ganfur was also a little angry. I didn't want to kill them, but when I told them my future purpose, they came to kill me in a rage, ha 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 ha. Enel laughed. There are still their families on Angel Island. Ganfu said. Yes, that's why we want to get rid of all their families as soon as possible. Enel's thinking can no longer be understood by Ganfur. This guy doesn't care about the life and death of others at all. UBD. Ganfu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took the lead and cursed, Are you a devil? Enel threw the golden stick in his hand into the air, and then used his Logia ability to quickly avoid Ganfur's attack. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. Discharge. Enel directly condensed the lightning into a slender lightning, and finally, directly eliminated Ganfur. In this world, God exists, and that is me. After Enel said this, Ganfu fell to the ground. Even among Logia's abilities, they are called invincible abilities, the Thunder Fruit. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. It stands to reason that when the old god treats Enel, he will survive for a few rounds, but he didn't expect to be killed instantly in the first round. If Su King knew that the outcome would be like this, he would naturally not let Ganfur die. After all, he did not have the knowledge to predict the future. Thunder, how can humans deal with that kind of thing? Nami was also a little desperate. Then, it happens to be the time of prophecy. However, there is still one more person, and I have to deal with one more person. Enel wanted to say something else, but Su King had already stepped forward. Nami Chopper, there is no need to hide. Next, this guy will be left to me. Su King was quite confident. You, a Qinghai native, are indeed very strong, but you may not know the difference between us. I am a real god, and no matter how strong you are just a mortal. Ha 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 ha. Even if you are a god, so what? Then I will be a mortal who dares to kill gods. Su King snorted coldly and was ready to fight. 30 million volt Thunderbirds. Shura slash. This time both sides used relatively powerful tricks from the beginning, and Su King directly used his Zanpakuto Shura. Since Shura is in the normal Shikai state, he releases unprecedented energy from the beginning. As for Enel's Thunderbird, it also looked very domineering. The power of thunder and lightning and Su Kang's sword energy finally collided together. A wave of air suddenly rose around him. What a strong collision! This level of power is simply beyond the reach of mortals. Zoro and Robin were also stunned. Chapter 138. After the attacks from both sides collided with each other, the two sides began various melee battles. Su Kang's superspeed movement and Enel's superspeed movement are both very fast. One used the teleportation technique among ninjas, and the other used the power of Logia's thunder and lightning. The two sides fought very excitingly for a while. Since Su Kang learned the domineering power of the armed color, he directly covered his hands and his Shura with the armed color. With the weapon color, Su Kang's attacks can touch Enel. But this also prevented Su Kang from freely using Logia's elementalization. In other words, the battle between the two at this time was basically a head-on confrontation. Su Kang couldn't dodge Enel's thunder and lightning, and Enel couldn't dodge Su Kang's series of attacks. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. I can know his next move, but I don't have time to attack him. I have to defend myself. What's going on? Although Enel's mental network is useful, it doesn't have any way to attack Su Kang in a real sense. And soon, Su Kang became more and more courageous as he fought. Su Kang, who was fighting very heartily, directly activated the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Then Enel was even more shocked, because in his mental network, he could predict that Su Kang had predicted his actions, which was difficult for him to understand. The other party obviously doesn't understand the network, but he can see through all his actions. What's the reason for this? Enel then finally asked. What's going on? Why can you see through my movements? This sentence made everyone else stunned. Su Kang can actually see through his movements. What's going on? Is it because of those strange eyes? Robin seemed to notice some small details, but the specific situation was still not clear. So why are you absent-minded? It's all just because my eyes can lock you. In other words, your every move can't escape my grasp. Su Kang was also very proud. Why do you have such strange eyes? Who are you? You are definitely not an ordinary Qinghai person. Enel then smiled and said, don't you want to go to the infinite continent with me? In that kind of place, only people like you and me can realize our ambitions. That is our dream place. Enel directly chose to poach at this time, but Su Kang naturally would not accept it. Not to mention what is there, as long as Su Kang does not follow the location of the plot, he will not get the sign-in reward, and the sign-in reward is an unprecedented benefit for Su Kang. Enel, since you claim to be a god, how can I, a mere human being, be able to penetrate your eyes? I said I would defeat you, and I just want to defeat you. Are you afraid? Su Kang stimulated Enel, and he succeeded. Enel's expression changed again. Me? Am I scared? I am a god, a real god. Enel's eyes then became very fierce, and the thunder and lightning all over his body boomed again. Discharge. Shura slash. Su Kang once again used the Zanpakuto in his hand to block Enel's discharge. Enel's attack was not just that. At this time, Enel seemed to have accumulated some great tricks, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more depressing. Very good, are you serious? This is the right thing to do. After fighting for a long time, you didn't even show your true ability. Aren't you looking down on me? Don't worry, I will let you see part of my ability, I promise to let you. I will never forget it. Su Kang smiled, and then he disappeared. Chapter 139. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel did not stop his attack because of what Su Kang said. This time, Enel is clearly trying to get his place back. Enel used his golden stick to hit the taiko drum on his left shoulder. The thunder and lightning he created instantly appeared from the taiko drum, and then formed into a wolf-shaped thunder wolf and ran towards Su King at high speed. Although both have 30 million volts, the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast are slightly different. The Thunderbird is more of a swift one, while the Thunder Beast is more swift. The high-voltage electricity rushed towards Su King, and Su King naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Although he cannot be completely insulated from lightning like Luffy, Su King's armed Haki and his demonic body still make him immune to lightning. Plus the Zanpakuto in Su King's hand. 30 million Thunder Beasts seem to be very powerful, but for me, it's still a bit immature. Block him. Su King held Shura in his backhand. Faced with the Thunder Beast that was rushing towards him, Su King just blocked it like this. Immediately afterwards, lightning overflowed, and even others who had not encountered lightning were affected by this huge lightning. So strong. This is the first time I've seen such a level of fighting. Nami couldn't help but say. Is this still a human battle? It's really a battle like a god. Chopper also said quietly from the side. I didn't expect that Su King could block the thunder and lightning easily. I didn't expect that he could block Logia's attack. Robin knew that Logia was powerful, so after Su King blocked the Thunder Beast, Robin was naturally the most surprised. Of course, Gonfer, Wepper, and others were also shocked and speechless. How is that possible? Why do you block my lightning strikes one after another? What on earth is that black thing on your body? As a mortal, you shouldn't have the ability to rival me. Enel has never seen this kind of scene before, so he is really a little frustrated at the moment. But before Su King could say anything, Enel immediately said, well, from Qinghai, your name is Su King, right? Infinite Land, where will I build the true kingdom of God? You have such superb abilities, so I warmly invite you. Only the people chosen here can live in that land, and you, even the chosen one. Enel showed his talent-loving side, and it was obvious that he was not willing to waste more time here with Su King. Enel wants to kill everyone present without any bloodshed, and going to the Infinite Land is the most important thing at the moment. What on earth is that guy talking about? Nami couldn't understand what Enel said. I can't even bear the survival game for so many hours. Even if my old subordinates live there, they will only lower the standard of the country. Enel said. What if we refuse? Robin said directly. Refuse? Why? That is my decision. If I stay here, I will only go to hell with this country. Enel said. Indeed, you should be able to do it with your ability, but if you destroy this country randomly, you will lose even the things you want, right? Robin asked. You mean the golden clock? Enel asked. Yes. Robin confirmed. Ahahaha. You don't have to worry, I already know it in my mind. Just think about the actions you took, there is only one possible place. After Enel finished speaking, Robin's face immediately showed panic. What I'm thinking must be the same as what you are thinking. You seem to be surprised. Do you think using this condition will put you in an advantageous position? It's really superficial. Enel said. I hate women who make small calculations. Enel's whole body was filled with lightning, and he was ready to kill Robin instantly. At this time, Su King stood in front of Robin again. It seems that if I don't defeat you, you will stop me from doing everything, right? Enel then said, I will give you one last chance to join me, otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Su King said without thinking, no need, what's fun on the moon? There's not even the sea, so how can we take risks? You and I, who have no partners, have nothing in common, come on. Don't waste time, let us solve all this. Su King was already ready to fight. Seeing that Su King had no intention of leaving here with him, Enel finally made up his mind. A hole. Very good. Since you dare to disobey God, then I can only seriously destroy you. Enel then became completely serious, and this time he did not intend to let Su King go. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. Enel struck the taiko drums on his shoulders and displayed the thunder and lightning he created from the taiko drums, eventually forming a huge thunder dragon and rushing towards Su King. This time, he beat the taiko drums on both sides, which shows that the ability Enel used this time was the combination of the previous Thunder Beast and Thunderbird. Today's 60 million volts are no longer so easy to carry. When ordinary people face such high voltage electricity, they will be blackened by electricity in just a moment, and then fall to the ground. Su King used the color hardening of his weapon, the first stage form, and the shura in his hand to block the thunder and lightning attack. When Su King saw the thunder dragon rushing toward him with great momentum, he felt both excited and excited. It was like riding a roller coaster. Although he knew he couldn't fall, he still felt a wonderful pleasure. The same is true for Enel's trick now. With Su King's current strength, Thunder Dragon still blocked it forcefully. This time, Enel did not continue to be shocked. Since Su King could block the 30 million volt Thunderbirds and Thunder Beasts, blocking the Thunder Dragon seemed to be no problem. Your strength simply exceeds my imagination. Although I don't want to destroy you, but you insist on dying, I have no choice. In this case, let you taste what hell is like. Enel's whole body was then filled with lightning again, but this time, Enel's lightning was much stronger than usual. Enel's whole body was extremely dazzling. Even Su King felt a little numb in the lightning. 200 million volts max. Thor. After Enel finished speaking, all the lightning in his body was released. Su King knew that this move was Enel's strongest single move. Su King no longer cares about hiding his strength at this time. All the armed domineering energy was released, and the demonic power was catalyzed to the maximum. The shura in his hand was also drawn out, forming a sword energy to resist Enel's most powerful move. Can I block it? Su King seemed a little unsure. No matter what, this is still 200 million volts. Chapter 140. Thunder and lightning have been an energy that unites thousands of worlds since ancient times. But now, after Enel's 200 million volts were used, a bigger blue lightning Enel appeared directly in front of him. This Enel slapped Su King with a palm. Looking at the power, it was obvious that it was going to tear Su King apart easily. And Su King was hit head-on by such a high-voltage lightning, obviously he would not be fine so easily. While resisting the thunder and lightning, Su King quickly raised his defense, trying to resist all Enel's attacks with brute force. However, at this moment, Su King's eyes seemed to have a new change. I don't know if it was affected by the system's image or the Enel lightning. Su King felt that the strength all over his body seemed to be concentrated in his eyes for a moment, and his eyes felt a little numb for a moment. In addition to numbness, Su King felt that his eyes were itchy. Just when Enel's lightning was powerful, Su King felt a little pressure. Su King felt that his eyes had undergone great changes. Su King felt that his body could withstand the surrounding thunder and lightning. Su King looked around and discovered something incredible. In addition to the demon that originally possessed his body, there was actually a huge phantom of bones. Is this? Could this be Susanoo? Although he was Susan in his first form, the feeling of absolute defense was still very obvious. Even with Enel's powerful high-voltage lightning, Su King could still resist it. What is this? Su King's special move. Su King seems to have never used this kind of thing before, and always feels that this kind of thing looks very dark. Zoro said. This kind of power is very depressing and seems very evil, but it is also very powerful. Robin couldn't help but say. Is this your companion? It feels a bit different from just now. Even Wiper felt it. And Su King felt that with his current state, he could continue to improve Susanoo's state. Drink! Su King shouted and poured more chakra into his Manjaki Sharingan. Then Susanoo, who originally only had a partial skeleton, now became a complete skeleton, and then he had a lot more chakra. Flesh, and muscles finally merged into the shape of a human being. Su King did not stop Suzanu's evolution, and the huge human body was then covered with armor. Su King understood that Susanoo had evolved to this point temporarily, and wanted to continue evolving. However, because Manjiki had just been opened, Su King was not so accustomed to Manjiki Sharingan. Even Enel was shocked at this time. He stared at everything in front of him and said, "Impossible. What kind of strange trick are you doing? Is it also your fruit ability? What on earth is going on? 200 million volts. Will 200 million volts be ineffective on you? This is impossible." Enel didn't believe it at all, but reality easily defeated him. "Don't believe it? Since you don't believe it, then please feel free to attack me." At this time, Su King was no longer afraid of Enel. Even if Enel attacked him at will, Su King would not feel any pain. At this time, Su King possesses the 4 powers of armament, fruit power, Zanpakuto power, and Manjiki Sharingan power. This level of defense is beyond the scope of Enel's understanding. At this time, Enel also exerted his single body ability to the extreme. The 200 million volts also attacked Su King again without any restraint. Susanoo. Su King didn't stop him at all and allowed Enel to attack. 1 palm, 2 palms. Enel used the God of Thunder to slap Su King countless times, and the lightning flashed, but Susanoo's clothes were not torn at this time. Su King uses Zanpakuto Shura, so Susanoo also has a very handsome sword on his waist. "Enel, you should have finished attacking, right? Is it my turn next?" Su King smiled coldly, and then pulled out Shura. At this time, Susanoo seemed to be synchronized with Su King, and he also pulled out the sword from his waist. Immediately afterwards, Su King pulled out the Shura and slashed at Enel's thunder god. At the same time, Susanoo naturally did the same. Launched an attack on Thor. "A hole. Do you think you can do anything to me with your mortal strength?" Enel is still so tough until now. He never thinks that he can lose to Su King. However, reality kept slapping Enel in the mouth. When Susanoo's Su King slashed Enel's thunder god out of sight with one strike of his sword, Su King's sword had already been placed on Enel's neck. "Enel, you lost. If I had tried to kill you just now, you would have been dead," Su King said calmly. Enel gritted his teeth. Ever since he ate the thunder fruit, he had never suffered such humiliation. "Su King. This matter is not over yet," Enel said. "It's not over? What can you do now? Run away with your tail between your legs? Or can you defeat me in this state?" At this time, Su King was like a demon. In comparison, Su King now King is more like a villain. So strong. Why is Su King so strong? Luffy and Su King are no longer on the same level. The friends also saw it this time. Su King's strength had already surpassed Luffy by countless streets. Wiper was also surprised and had already sat on the ground, forgetting the environment he was in now. Fortunately, they are on the same front now. If the Sandians really offended Su King, they would be more terrifying than Enel. "Amaterasu." Su King looked at Enel and said the word Amaterasu. Immediately afterwards, Enel's body was inexplicably ignited by black flames, and Enel screamed in pain. It is impossible to bear the heart-burning pain, but don't forget, Enel is Logia's ability user. At this time, Enel directly chose to run away, which even Su King did not expect. "Hey!" The dignified god actually disappeared from the spot. "Ha ha ha ha!" Su King couldn't help but laugh. The god Enel actually ran away in front of everyone at this moment. "You guy, you should know how much you weigh, right?" Su King did not chase Enel, because Su King's eyes had already begun to bleed at this time. Now it is only upgraded to Manjiki Sharingan, not Eternal Manjiki, so Su King has not reached the level of unlimited use of Susanoo. After just using it for such a short period of time, Su King already felt quite burdened. Although Manjaki is good, it still can't be used many times. It's better to use it unscrupulously after being promoted to eternity. Su King thought in his mind. After beating Enel away, it was not over, because at this time Enel must be recuperating and planning to start his own plan and run away in advance. Chapter 141. That guy? Where did he go? Weber and others also asked in unison. Enel being beaten away was originally something that was hard to believe for them. I don't know, but I will try my best to follow him. Su King looked at Chopper and said, the wounded here are left to you, Chopper. Okay. Chopper nodded, and then began to use his medical skills to rescue his injured friends. Wait. I want to go with you. At this time, Wiper, a Sandian, also stopped Su King. In order to regain his lost home, Wiper naturally wanted to fight hard. However, Su King shook his head and said, you are no match for him. You must be thinking of using the volley shell to kill him, right? It is true to think so, but that thing will not work on him. People in Logia will be immune to external attacks. If you want to hit them, you can only use Halo stone weapons or learn armed Haki. In other words, even if you pass now, you will die. Su King persuaded Wiper for a long time, but Wiper was still very stubborn and wanted to go. Okay, since you have to follow, just follow. Su King didn't stop Wiper anymore, but Su King's speed was too fast, and Wiper couldn't keep up even if he tried his best. At this time, Enel had already arrived next to his ship Arc Proverbs. However, at this time, Luffy and Aisha finally walked out of the giant python's mouth. However, Su King had already arrived in front of Enel at this time. Enel was now seriously injured all over his body. He looked at Su King in front of him and cursed, a hole. Do you still want to stop me? Su King smiled slightly and said, no, you can go to whatever infinite land you want to go to by yourself. But before that, I want to make you paralyzed, otherwise you will destroy Angel Island. Besides, we still need some gold. Gold? That kind of shining thing, only gods are worthy of possessing it. Enel was clearly on the verge of death, but he still cared so much about the gold. In that case, let's kill you. Su King directly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, locked Enel, and appeared in front of Enel with a teleport. Immediately afterwards, Su King had already condensed a big ball Raise Nan in his hand. Raise Nan! Su King shouted with great momentum. 100 million volts, discharge. Of course, Enel was not beaten blindly. He also used the discharge in time. He wanted to use this move to kill Su King in front of him in seconds, but Su King in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Behind. Enel's reaction was not dissatisfied at all. Since he was the lightning itself, he immediately used Logia's unique ability. However, it was still a step slower than Su King. At this time, Su King's body disappeared again, and at that moment, it had reached the top of Enel's head. Su King had already condensed a massive Raise Nan, and just like that, Su King slapped the massive Raise Nan down hard. What? Enel didn't expect Su King to be so fast. On the one hand, Su King used the ninja's teleportation technique, and on the other hand, he used the power of his devil fruit to greatly increase his speed. Although he could not move at the speed of light, Su Kang's speed was no less than that of lightning. Bang! Su Kang's massive Raise Nan struck Enel, and Enel also used the power of thunder and lightning to block. Commonly known as opposing waves. Su King knew that Enel was difficult to deal with, so he directly used the power of the devil fruit and opened it up directly. The massive Raise Nan itself became a little different. After this move, even Enel spurted out blood and fell to the side, lingering and gasping for air. How is it? God? Enel? I'm not serious yet, I haven't used 100% of my strength yet. At this time, Su King was very good at it. When dealing with Enel, Su King felt very relaxed. On the one hand, Su Kang's strength has made great progress due to the activation of Manjiki. On the other hand, Su Kang just severely injured Enel, and now Enel cannot use his strongest strength at all. Lei Yejin. At this time, Enel stood up and turned his golden rod into a golden spear. Immediately afterwards, Enel raised his breath and started a close combat with Su Kang. Su Kang of the three Megatama's Sharingan, coupled with demon possession, and Shura, is simply a good hand in melee combat. Now that Enel is fighting hard in melee, Su Kang is naturally very happy. The two began to fight at close range again. Do you want to use electric heat to attack me? While fighting, Su Kang also roughly understood Enel's intention. But how can it be so easy? Su Kang's Sharingan eyes stared left and right, and he had completely seen through Enel's intention. Enel's mental network can only predict a very short future, but Su Kang can predict the opponent's attack trajectory more accurately, so all Enel's attacks cannot touch Su Kang at all. Who are you? Demon? Logia? Paramecia? Or animal type? Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. Me? It can be said that I belong to these three types at the same time, right? No one can define my fruit, because there is no such fruit in this world. I come from other worlds? I wonder if you can understand this. Su Kang asked. Hey? Are you from another land? Is there someone from outside the world? Although Enel didn't know where Su Kang came from, he still named a few possible locations. Absolutely. Su Kang did not deny it. Is that why you have such strength? If so, why do you want to stop me from destroying Angel Island? You shouldn't have anything to do with them, right? Enel asked. And your so-called companions? Their life and death should have nothing to do with you, right? Enel was obviously a little unclear about the concept of companions. Su Kang said, do you know why you exist? Because you are a supporting role. Playing Kakuzu is to highlight the protagonist. In this world and the entire plane, you are just a character who has little impact on the story. To put it bluntly, you are just a small part of the story, and your arrogance as a god is only your sorrow. A person as sad as you naturally doesn't understand what companionship is. What is friendship? What is bondage? Because those things are of no use to you, but for me, it is because I have gone to these companions I became stronger only when I went to where I wanted to go and did what my friends were supposed to do. Therefore, what I am doing now is just what I should do as a partner. What Su Kang said was very exciting, but after finishing these words, a voice came out. Su Kang. What you said is so good. I can't forgive this guy. He injured the strange uncle and his companions. So I'm going to beat him away. Enel. The person who spoke was none other than Luffy, who had already appeared in front of Su Kang and Enel. Chapter 142. Luffy? Why are you here? Su Kang's heart tightened after seeing Luffy. The victory was already completely certain, but Luffy's sudden appearance made Su Kang a little confused about what to do. Are you from Qinghai again? Looking at your skills just now, you are also an Esper, right? From Paramecia. At this time, Enel was not so nervous after seeing Luffy. Humph. You guy with long ears actually injured the strange uncle. And you also hurt our companions. Now let me beat you away. Luffy looked at Enel in front of him and said angrily. Ha? Su Kang, if every Qinghai person is as skilled as you, it might be easy to defeat me. However, the fact is that this guy is a complete idiot. Ha 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 ha. You guys are the people of Qinghai always so confident. Enel released thunder and lightning for no reason at this time. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that Enel is relying on electrotherapy to heal himself. Enel can not only perform first aid through self-electrotherapy, but also temporarily paralyze himself through electroshock therapy and temporarily ignore his own injuries. This time Enel was obviously tortured by Su Kang. Not light. Luffy. Don't be anxious. Let me tell you his information first. Su King originally wanted to report his information to Luffy, but Luffy, a person with a very strange brain circuit, naturally rushed directly to Enel. And Enel showed no sign of weakness and faced him directly. At the beginning, Enel encountered something that also left him speechless, that is, there is something called rubber in Qinghai, and the boy with the straw hat in front of him is obviously a person with the rubber fruit ability. Therefore, when Enel wanted to kill Luffy instantly, he discovered that Luffy really couldn't conduct electricity. Enel then switched to a new fighting mode, and he began to seriously use the heart network, which is the ability to see and hear Haki. Facing Luffy's various attacks, Enel was able to deal with it very easily. Luffy's reaction ability was relatively slow. Facing Enel, who guessed every step of the opponent, he was directly at an absolute disadvantage. According to the plot setting, generally speaking, when the protagonist encounters the boss, he will definitely not be able to defeat it at the beginning. He must go through some things before the protagonist can grow. The same is true for Luffy. At this time, he was smashed to the bottom of the boat by Enel just like in the original work. I don't have time to deal with you now. 200 million volts. Thor. At this time, Enel walked back to the Ark, using himself as a generator, began to supply a large amount of energy. The ship called Ark Proverbs is somewhat similar to a spaceship. After being powered by Enel, it has also undergone considerable changes. The entire ship's very complex power drive system began to operate, and within a short time, the Ark's Proverbs actually flew in the air. Look, the Ark, Proverbs, has floated up, guiding me to the infinite land. Enel said with some fanaticism. After speaking, the entire Ark Proverbs had completely floated. Su King was not surprised. After all, these were the efforts of the God team, and Enel only used some equipment on the ship and the power of the Thunder Fruit to create the Ark of Proverbs. It was not surprising that it could float. It seems that you have given up struggling? Are you willing to go to the infinite land with me? At this time, Enel found that Su King didn't say much, so he naturally thought that Su King had obeyed. Su King shook his head and said, I probably already have an idea of your strength. This companion of mine is not that weak. Judging from the current situation, there is still a high chance of defeating you. Who are you talking about? Is it the Straw Hat Boy just now? It's ridiculous. He's already like that, how can he stop me? Enel is still so arrogant and paranoid. At this time, he still insists on believing in his own strength. Is invincible. I am the future One Piece. Luffy shouted, he was not easily discouraged. What? Enel was surprised at first, but then he thought about it and realized that it was normal. He didn't attack Luffy with much force just now. Even if this guy is not afraid of thunder and lightning, he will definitely be afraid of being attacked by the electric heat after being smelted by my thunder metallurgy. Enel said very proudly. Then you can give it a try. No matter what, if you want to destroy Sky Island, you have to guard it until then. Now, just think of it as my kindness and let Luffy spend some time with you. In a word with me here, you can't destroy Angel Island. Su Kang's words were not very convincing, but there was a convincing feeling. Humph, don't you think this is all amazing? At this time, Enel began to boast again. The circuit of this Ark's ultimate function suddenly opened and began to operate. It is called Proverbs. The savior of the desperate world, come on. Proverbs. Activate. After Enel finished speaking, a large number of proverbs suddenly appeared. Dark clouds. This black cloud pressed over the city, not only shrouding Sandola, but also the entire Apayadu. And this kind of gloomy black cloud is an ominous omen for both the Sandians and the Sky Island residents. That's right. These things are thunderclouds. Proverbs will expel thunderclouds containing super strong airflow. Soon, Yoon will increase the energy and shroud the entire island in darkness. They will follow my signal. It turned into dozens of thunder and lightning, destroying this country. Enel said. At this time, Enel pointed his finger to the sky, and a thunderbolt immediately came from the sky. This lightning instantly hit a landmark building on Angel Island. The entire Angel Island was still doubtful about Enel's approach, but now it is really sure. The end of the world is coming. Can God take everything away? Luffy asked Enel in front of him. Of course. Whether it's life or the earth, well, please disappear. Preparations for the banquet have already begun. Just a reminder, Su King, you promised not to interfere in the fight between us, and don't lie to God. Enel smiled and didn't say much. Su King didn't stop Enel either. Both sides felt that the other was a fool. Su King. This guy must be left to me to fight. At this time, Luffy was also full of faith. Ah! Luffy and Enel then began to fight, using high electric heating spears. Enel suppressed Luffy and fought. No matter how powerful Luffy is, he is no match for Enel at this time, because Enel is a master of the heart network and a user of Logia ability. Now it seems that Enel's IQ still exceeds that of many enemies. How disgusting! Isn't there a way to avoid that move that can see through the movements? Luffy also asked. Chapter 143. That's right. Rubber in a daze. Luffy didn't know what happened now, and his whole person became in a state of dementia. Su King looked on and wanted to laugh more and more. Relying only on reflex nerves to avoid attacks unconsciously? It's like grass swaying in the wind without resisting the direction. Because he didn't think about anything, that's why Enel couldn't read his inner thoughts. Su King also thought of the last thought. An apt way to call Luffy's state. Because I was just in a daze, I couldn't attack. Luffy also felt a little overwhelmed. At this time, he wanted to know how Su King attacked Enel in front of him. If we catch him, we won't be suppressed by him. Luffy made a decision while observing Enel. Rubber octopus. At this time, Luffy suddenly made his head very huge, and then, Luffy's hands and feet turned into very long octopus-like tentacles. Enel on the opposite side obviously saw Luffy's dilemma, so he said, "You don't seem to like the heart network very much, and that's natural. This is also proof of my overwhelming power. No matter what you do, you are just a trash who is not afraid of thunder." Enel said at this time while running towards Luffy. That's okay, rubber. At this time, Luffy looked at the other side, and then ran towards the other side and shouted, "Fireworks!" Then Luffy frantically attacked a wall of the Ark's proverbs, and then countless Luffy's rubber arms began to bounce around. Luffy attacked desperately, while Enel rushed towards Luffy with a proud look. Idiot! You can't hit me! Do you want to destroy the ship? Idiot! As soon as Enel finished speaking, he realized that Luffy's rain-like attack had already fallen on him. Bang bang! Luffy's series of ultimate moves also dealt a heavy blow to Enel on the opposite side. Enel was already injured at this time, and now he was even more injured. Rebound? There is no Luffy's will in the fist that bounced off the wall. I see. It seems that Luffy is really not a big fool. Su King commented in his heart. I won't let you escape again. Luffy shouted, seeming to have found a good way to fight Enel. Rubber. Bazooka. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. At this time, Luffy's rubber rocket launcher was also mounted on Enel's chest very accurately. Even before, the rubber rocket launcher was Luffy's ultimate move, but now, Enel was hit by two of Luffy's ultimate moves, one after the other, and naturally fell to the ground in great pain. Of course, Enel did not die at this time, and Luffy's next wave of attacks had already arrived. Rubber spiral bullet. Luffy then hit Enel hard with his spiral fist, and Enel's body naturally spun and flew out. This is what Haki is about. You must be very focused when using it. However, if you are hit by the opponent while using Haki, then the ability to use it will naturally become ineffective. On the one hand, Enel was upset, and on the other hand, because he was seriously injured in the previous battle with Su Kang, his body could not obey the orders at all. In addition, driving the ark also wasted a lot of energy, so Enel collapsed at this time. An inevitable reason. At this time, Luffy was panting, and Enel in front of him seemed to have been hit, but Ark's proverb still released the black cloud, and it looked like it had not stopped at all. "Get up, stop pretending, I know you're not dead yet." Su King looked at Enel, who fell on the ground, and said directly. Enel then stood up slowly, with blood all over his face. "Idiot, is that all? As long as there are no two of you, the world will be mine. Everyone will once again fear me, and worship me. Belong to my world. How can a nobody like you compare to me? For me, nothing is impossible. I am the Almighty God." At this time, Enel felt almost crazy. Look! Devil Man! And Rubber Man, the despair of this falling island. The Sky Island is about to end. The lives of the angels will end. No one can stop it, and of course you can't. At this time, Enel directly injected the lightning in his hand into the golden wall. Damn it! Luffy rushed directly towards Enel at this time. Lay metallurgy. Enel directly used electric heat to shape the gold into the shape of a huge ball. Ahahaha! Rubber Man from Qinghai, I don't have to compete with you. Enel said. Get away from me. UBD. Luffy cursed. What if you pull your hand out again and hang on to me? I won't be able to bear it. Enel said with a devilish smile. Let's just say goodbye, shall we? This will be used as a commendation for your bravery as soon as possible. Only Luffy knows how heavy this golden ball is. Because at that moment, Luffy's entire body was pulled down by the golden ball. Seeing that Luffy was getting further and further away from Arc Proverbs, Su King had no choice but to take action. Luffy, it seems that this guy is more suitable for me to handle. Su King said. At this time, Su King also reacted very quickly. On the one hand, in order to rescue Luffy, and on the other hand, he wanted to block Enel, so he directly used the very versatile ninjutsu and wood clone techniques. Su King split directly into two, one went to rescue Luffy, and the other rushed directly to Enel. Even Enel, who possesses the heart network, was shocked. After all, Enel had never seen such a strange fighting method before. Su King, who rescued Luffy, naturally stopped Luffy in midair easily. Su King, who was fighting against Enel, was a little more serious. Since Enel was willing to use the color of knowledge at this time, Su King would have some burden. But don't forget, who is Su King? As a person with so many special abilities such as Manjiki, Zanpakuto, Ninjutsu, and Armed Devil Fruit, naturally he still doesn't think highly of Enel. On this sea, there are so many strong people, Enel. What qualifications do you have to be called the strongest? And what qualifications do you have to call yourself a god? Su King directly questioned Enel. Stop talking so arrogantly. After all, you are just a kid. Just like the Straw Hat Boy in Qinghai, you should fall to death. At this time, Enel couldn't bear it anymore. Su King heard Enel's remarks. Is also very embarrassing. People like this stick to their own opinions and rely on abilities in one aspect, and will never be able to achieve comprehensive improvement. In other words, although Enel's fruit ability is very strong, in the second half of the Grand Channel, he will definitely be beaten to the point where his mother doesn't recognize him. Chapter 144 BD. At this time, Luffy fell down, and Su King immediately rushed out and caught Luffy. Wow! Thank you, Su King! But this ball... Ah! As soon as Luffy blurted out the word ball, the golden ball instantly pulled Su King and Luffy down. I don't really want to use this move, but there is no other way now. Su King quickly formed a seal in the air, and then said, Chidori. Su Kang's hand directly condensed chakra with thunder attribute. Don't forget, Su Kang can use ninjutsu. Su Kang didn't use Chidori to cut open Luffy's arm, that would be too exaggerated. Su Kang just used Chidori to touch the golden ball, and then increased the output of the thunder attribute chakra, so he easily fused the huge golden ball for Luffy. Wow! Thank you Su Kang! I can finally move freely. At this time, Luffy stretched out his arm directly, grabbed the bottom part of the ark's proverbs, and then quickly moved towards the ark's proverbs. You go first. Luffy. Let me take care of this gold. Su Kang can float in the air, so naturally he is not in a hurry. At this time, Su Kang looked at the huge gold in front of him, and countless complex thoughts flashed through his mind. Host? What are you hesitating about? Do you want gold? At this time, the system suddenly started talking to Su Kang. Of course. Who doesn't love gold? Su Kang responded directly to the system. Then you try to take him away. The system also gave clues. How to take him away? If I knew how to take him away, I would have taken him away, okay? Do you think this is a golden cudgel? Can it become bigger or smaller? Su Kang couldn't help but cursed. That's not enough, but don't forget, you had a magical bag before? You could take out 3 things every day, the system prompted. So? Su Kang didn't understand what the system meant. Is it possible? Su Kang already had a possibility in his mind. Yes, the magical bag can not only take 3 things every day, but also put countless things every day? It is a space bag. If you want to get something that is not in this bag, then you will conjure I don't know what you need, do you understand? The system's words at this time completely confused Su Kang. System, I solemnly warn you for the last time. In the future, all rewards will be clearly stated. Otherwise, none or else, nothing will be done by then. The worst is, I will be trapped in this world forever. Su Kang's warning seemed to have no effect on the system, and the system had long since disappeared. Oh! My God! Su Kang was speechless and then he easily put the large piece of gold into his magical bag. In this way, Su Kang doesn't have to ask Nami for everything. After all, it's Nami who manages the finances on the ship. Needless to say, how stingy that guy is with money. Now that the ark's proverbs has been activated, no matter what you do, there is nothing you can do to save this country. Su Kang, will you join forces with me? With your ability, I am willing to entrust you with the position of God-tier official. At this time, Enel is still extending an olive branch to Su Kang. The empty island will fall from the sky, and as the Almighty God, I will board the infinite land. Use this golden ark to speak. By the way, there is one more thing that I will never forget, which is to pick up that treasure during the climb. The golden clock? For me who dominates the sky, it is the most suitable, a huge clock. At this time, Enel is still dreaming of his golden dream. Little did he know that Su Kang, who was in front of Enel at this time, had disappeared with a bang. The reason why Wood Clone disappeared is because the original body came back. Yes, Su Kang was back at this time, and there was another person who came back with Su Kang, and that was Luffy. Usopp. Ah! At this moment, a strange cry came from below the ark's motto, and then, Enel's brows frowned again. You finally survived, but you came here to die. Why can't you abandon your past identities and past ideas? Don't you have a future that you yearn for? It was obvious that Enel at this time felt that someone was coming up from the ark's motto. So he complained. Enel, what's the use of talking about this now? You must have failed here, because you are alone, and we are partners together. After Su Kang finished speaking, he naturally won Luffy's friendship. Gaze. Yes. If you don't cherish your companions, you won't even be qualified to become One Piece. Luffy also echoed. Captain Su King said there is no problem. That's just the case? Does it count as a god? Isn't it too shabby? You actually took advantage of Ms. Nami being separated from us, and almost persuaded her to take over, and you almost hurt Ms. Robin. You guys really don't know how to show mercy to women. If it weren't for Su King, we would have been killed by this guy a long time ago. At this time, all the Straw Hats had arrived. Under such circumstances, it was a very exciting thing for everyone to be able to expire. At this time, Enel also laughed again. Ahahaha! How ridiculous! A group of mortals get together and want to defeat gods. Isn't there anyone who has the ability to press the bottom of the box? At this time, Enel clearly felt that his momentum had changed. Su King was the first to feel it and naturally advised everyone to be careful. The Ark's proverbs suddenly released 10 times more thunderclouds than before, and the entire Ark's proverbs was also stimulated by Enel's thunder and lightning. I don't know why, but at this time Enel's whole body seemed to be covered with lightning, as if he was wearing Rakich's thunder god armor. This guy gathered all the thunderclouds on himself. Nami was also shocked. Didn't this set him on fire? There seems to be something wrong with the situation. This guy wouldn't be stupid enough to kill himself with lightning. Sanji analyzed. I have a very bad feeling. Usopp was also very scared at this time. This, and its terrifying power, attracting thousands of thunder, can General Marine achieve this level? Robin couldn't give himself a standard answer at this time. Unexpectedly, I have never seen Enel use this move in the original work. Su King was also a little at a loss, but Su King was still ready to fight Enel. Since you have disobeyed God's power, I have no choice but to use God's sanctions to eliminate all of you stupid Qinghai people. Of course. I will destroy these stupid angels in one go. Then, let's go to my infinite land. Ahahahaha. At this time, Enel has obviously entered a state of madness, and most people cannot fathom his psychology. Su King could feel that there was already a burnt smell in the air. Chapter 145. Thunder Fruit Awakening Thunder God Max. I know. This guy absorbed the thunder clouds released by Ark's proverbs and attracted all the thunder and lightning factors. He has already exerted his own abilities to the maximum. This will not be easy to handle. Su King figured out the matter. After hearing the whole story, I was also a little worried. It appeared in the original work, and Su King understood it relatively well, so naturally there was no problem. However, this time the matter is obviously outside the scope of medical treatment. Naturally, it will no longer be a simple matter to properly solve Enel's problem. Enel, who has absorbed Wanlei, feels obviously different at this time. I am God. I am the thunder itself. Discharge. At this time, Enel was no longer as arrogant as before, but looked very cold, as if he could kill everyone and everything with just a raise of his hand. At this time, Enel didn't even move his body when a bolt of lightning suddenly rushed out. Su King found that he could no longer keep up with Enel's lightning speed. Boom! After a loud noise, Usopp, Sanji and others were already lying on the ground, their bodies charred and black. Although they were still alive, they were miserable. Usopp! Sanji! Luffy was shocked and shot Enel directly with a set of rubber machine guns. At this time, Enel directly used Logia's ability to be immune to all Luffy's movements. Then, he was about to release a thunder and lightning, and saw that the lightning was about to strike. Zoro also rushed forward at this time, and Wepper also stood up and fought with Enel. Everyone surrounded Enel, but Enel just said calmly, "Thunder." After the voice fell, everyone felt paralyzed, and Su King shouted at this time, Earth style city wall." Su King used the enhanced version of Earth style wall so easily. Such a powerful Earth style defense technique should be able to block very powerful attacks. However, Su King, who was in a hurry, showed a surprised expression for the first time. The earth flow wall was damaged so easily. Immediately afterwards, everyone was knocked down one by one, and only Luffy and Su King could barely stand up. I went first. I must beat him away. Rubber rubber. Luffy has been completely seen through by Enel before he makes a move. Enel's mental network seems to be stronger at this time, and he can predict the future more accurately. Luffy! Be careful! Su King shouted immediately in desperation, but the final result was still the same as Su King thought. Luffy was punched away by Enel. Why is that? Even Luffy is no match for Enel. Su King felt very strange. Logically speaking, Luffy should be the protagonist, so he shouldn't fall to the ground so easily. At this time, the system appeared again, which also solved Su King's doubts. Luffy is the protagonist of the One Piece world, but don't forget that in this world today, the real protagonist can only be you. The only person who can solve Enel and solve everything is you. Because you are Su King, and you do not belong to this world. Don't rely on others. Since you think they are your partners, then this time, try your best to save them. Fight for a friendship. The system's words made Su King's blood surge. Yes, since I exist in this world, the enemy is allowed to become stronger. After all, I am the protagonist of this world. After Su King figured it out, he felt that all his strength had recovered. By the way, system, do you know what happened to Enel? Su King asked. Because of you, because you didn't belong to this world originally. Now, this world should have realized your existence. Enel should have been stimulated by you and Luffy, and inexplicably awakened the fruit. Has Logia's thunder fruit awakened? I actually have to face such a behemoth. Su King felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. If you allow yourself to have cheats like the system, you will allow your enemies to be magically modified. This is not wrong. At this time, while Su King was talking to the system, Enel slowly walked towards Su King, and then asked, Su King, a Qinghai person? You have interfered with my plan again and again. Since you refuse God if you make a suggestion, God will only destroy you, Enel said. God? That's ridiculous. Then let me see how powerful you are as a god. Su King didn't intend to hide it now. The power of devil fruit. Su King directly entered the first form, and then entered the second form. Finally, his whole body turned into the form of a devil. Finally, Su King returned to his original form and finally became a human again. State. The aura was originally released to the extreme, but now it has been restrained to the extreme. Su King opened Sharingan in an instant, and Mangekyou Sharingan was also ready to use at any time. After all, keeping Mangekyou open for a long time was quite burdensome. Su King also directly released his Shura power, Shikai. Su King had already exerted the power he could exert to the maximum extent. Enel also seemed to feel Su King's strength, watching Su King a little surprised, and the corner of his mouth said, So that is, this is your real strength, very strong. You let me look at each other again. Yes, I said nothing, you let me regret it. I still want to ask you now. Are you willing to join? Enel has invited Su King again, but it can be felt that the invitation made by Enel this time is definitely the last invitation. Yes, this is the last time, not the next time, either you die or I die. Ene said. Okay. Let's fight then. I also want to see whether you, the god of thunder and lightning, is stronger. Or am I stronger now? After Su King finished speaking, he used it directly on Enel without any pause. One move. Amaterasu. Su King stared at Enel with his left eye. Enel's expression was slightly startled, and then he immediately dodged away. I know you will hide away, and I also know you will hide this way. Su King's Amaterasu was just to create a good opportunity for himself. At this time, Su King's eyes had firmly grasped Enel, and then released Genjutsu. Su King's hands have also moved. Wind release wind cut technique. Wind release super great breakthrough. Wind escape. Wind style restrains lightning style, which is also true in the world of pirates. However, Enel did not worry about the wind caused by Su King at all, but directly raised his power to the maximum and shouted. Max in Thor form. Thor. Su King was completely confused. What's going on? Thor form? Thor? How come the thunder gods suddenly come in? However, Su King didn't know that the names of all Enel's moves came from the gods of thunder from various countries in the real world. Chapter 146. Su King. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to master this move. In the past, I could only maintain the strongest thunder god form for a few seconds. However, now, not only can I maintain it for a long time, it can also exert the maximum power of the voltage. Let me tell you that the Thor form Max, Thor, has a total of 5 times the normal voltage. 1 billion volts. Enel was not joking. Su King could feel that it was like there was an extra sun in front of him, it was hot and bright. The thunder was no longer the blue thunder before, but turned into a strange yellow thunder. Su King can already feel the pressure just by being close to Enel, which shows how strong Enel is at this time. Now that things have come to this, I still want to make a game. I know you are strong. You are strong enough to resist my 200 million volts, but I am curious, how much electricity can you resist? Enel then raised his hand and shouted to Su King, 300 million volts. Discharge. The discharge of 300 million volts gives the feeling of being bombarded from the front by a cannon. Su King was hit head-on by the terrifying 300 million volts of lightning. Shura. Su King's Zanpakuto seemed to have directly created a barrier. This barrier blocked Su King's surroundings. Apart from feeling waves of paralysis, Su King didn't feel anything else. Not bad. Very strong. 400 million volts. At this time, the corners of Enel's mouth raised slightly, with a bit of a smirk. Su King only felt that the paralysis around him became more intense, and his body seemed to be somewhat unable to move. No, just relying on the power of the Zanpakuto is not enough to withstand such a terrifying thunder and lightning. Su King made a decision immediately. Devil's power. Su King activated the demon's power. Since he had entered the 4th form, the demon's power was also used casually. Su King is the devil himself, so he is not afraid of these 400 million volts at all. The barrier of the Zanpakuto and the power of the devil were perfectly combined, making the 400 million volts immune. This time, Su King not only did not feel any fatigue, but also became more relaxed. Ha! Your ability is really interesting, but I have no intention of stopping here, it's only 500 million volts. The thunder and lightning released by Enel turned out to be stronger. Su King was still able to hold on at this time. 600 million volts. At this time, he was already in the state of triple thunder god. Su King gritted his teeth and persisted, which made Enel feel a little incredible. I didn't expect you to be able to defend against such a high attack like mine. Enel once again increased the power of his attack. 7 billion volts. Enel's energy was released again, this time stronger than before. However, now, even Su King couldn't hold on anymore. Su King couldn't withstand this level of voltage even if he used the power of the devil and his Zanpakuto. Susanoo. Su King no longer cared so much and directly activated the Mangeki Sharingan. The abilities of both eyes are combined, and finally, Susanoo appears. Zanpakuto barrier, Susanoo, and demonic power, these 3 abilities are all covering Su King. Thunder and lightning once again had no effect on Su King. At this time, Enel was naturally a little angry. He originally wanted to make a game, but after working on it for a long time, Su King actually managed it. Humph! Enel, you try, but your thunder and lightning have no effect on me at all. At this time, Su King didn't care about Enel at all, which made the originally calm Enel become furious. A hole! Su Kang! I want you to die! 800 million! 800 million volts! Enel has really taken it seriously, 800 million volts. That's 800 million volts. Maybe no one in the entire pirate world can handle this level. However, Su Kang still smiled slightly at this time, as if no amount of power or pressure could crush him. 90 million volts. When Enel increased the voltage by another 100 million volts, Su Kang began to hold on. Even if Su Kang's shell cannot be broken, the electric molecules around him can still affect Su Kang. Is this all I can do? Don't forget that Manjaki Sharingan cannot be used all the time. It will put a load on the body after using it for a long time. At this time, Su Kang has been using Susanoo to resist thunder, which is already a heavy burden. Su Kang's consciousness was already a little blurry. However, although Su Kang felt miserable, it was a completely different scene in Enel's eyes. This BD. He can actually withstand 900 million volts. Why? A mere man from Qinghai? How can he be so strong? He must be killed. Only by killing him will no one be able to be stronger than me. Deal with him. Use your strongest move. 1 billion volts Thor. After Enel finished speaking, he had a Thor's hammer in his hand, and he could clearly feel that this Thor's hammer should contain all of Enel's power. Arming color hardened. Only at this moment did Su Kang remember that he still had an armed color that he had not used. After using the weapon color, Su Kang also picked up his Shura and rushed towards Enel. The thunder and lightning of Enel's Mjolnir is so dazzling that anyone who sees it will be frightened. Just like that, Su Kang was instantly engulfed by lightning, but Su Kang did not die. He just felt that his body seemed to be destroyed by lightning. No. I want to win, I want to win. Su Kang shouted, thinking of Luffy, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin and others. Adventure is still waiting for me, you big-eared thief. I will definitely be killed by you. Su Kang also persisted in his will at this moment. Immediately afterwards, things took an unexpected turn again. Su Kang only felt that the armor on his Susanoo was now covered in hardened armor. Immediately afterwards, the barrier created by the Zanpakuto was actually absorbed by the demon suit on his body. Su Kang felt that the power of 1 billion volts was transforming him at this moment, and his many powers were merging. Each power comes from different worlds, and the significance of this integration is unprecedented. Even Su Kang didn't know what he would become after fusion. Su Kang only felt that he was getting stronger continuously. But after a while, Su Kang came out of the billion volts. It turned out that Su Kang was not fighting with Enel. The previous being swallowed by lightning seemed to be just an illusion. It seemed like just a moment to help myself break through. However, in this moment, millions of possibilities happened. Su Kang's entire form has also changed. Susanoo, plus the armed armor, plus the demon body possession, plus the super barrier of the Zanpakuto. I am willing to call you the strongest. Shura Demon's Cup. Enel, suffer death. Su Kang drew out his Shura and slashed at Enel's Thor hammer. Chapter 147. This guy changed again. At this time, Enel was wondering while attacking Su Kang. But what Su Kang was thinking about was the future and adventures with his companions. The two attacks finally landed together. Boom! A rather large shock wave was generated centered on the two of them, and the ark's proverbs themselves were affected. At this moment, Enel no longer cared about the ark's motto. He only focused on defeating Su Kang in front of him. However, Su Kang was no longer so easy to defeat at this time. In the Shura Demon Cup state, even Enel's billion volts can no longer be destroyed. Defeat. Enel. Su Kang's condition is getting better and better, and his attack intensity is getting stronger and stronger. However, Enel felt increasingly heavy pressure. Impossible. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why did I lose to him after I awakened? I'm a god. This is absolutely impossible. Enel watched helplessly as his attack was broken by Su Kang, and then he was defeated by Su Kang, but he was helpless. Disappear. Su Kang naturally would not leave Enel any chance of survival and escaping to the infinite land. This level of attack had completely beaten Enel until he disappeared. Enel was killed by Su Kang like this. For others, it might be an extremely long process, but for Su Kang, it was a short moment. Near Angel Island, the residents of the empty island who were fleeing for their lives said, "Look! The thundercloud has completely disappeared. What happened?" At this time, the companions also stood up slowly and saw the dazzling sunshine. From then on, there were no more thunderclouds, thunder and lightning to destroy them. Su Kang! Go quickly! Go ring the bell! At this time, Luffy was beaten so hard by Enel that he couldn't stand up, but he begged desperately. As soon as the bell rings, the war will be over. Wepper also told the legend he knew. Yes, the Holy Land will usher in singing again, for sure. Ganfuer also recovered from his injuries and said to Su Kang. Su Kang remembered what Uncle Diamond had said before, from Rolando. 6 years ago, on an island called Gaia on the Grand Line, I saw that a huge golden city and a golden town exist. Leave it to me. Su Kang knew that in the original work, it was Luffy who rang the golden bell, but at this time, it was himself who rang the golden bell. Boom! Su Kang rang the golden bell smoothly. Su Kang used his skill to not only ring the bell, but also did not damage the golden bell itself. Dong! Dong dong! The bell passed through the sky and resounded throughout the world. Uncle, can you hear me? The Golden Land exists, and it has been for 400 years. The Golden Land exists in the sky. Luffy couldn't help but speak his own monologue. We did it! We did it! At this time, Usopp was also excited and shed tears. After all, Usopp himself liked men like Uncle Ling Sing very much. Robin also smiled and said, "How beautiful! Beautiful voice! Great!" Chopper said, "I believe that this day will come." Ganfu also smiled. At this time, Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth and said happily, "Is this the bell Rolando heard before?" Ha! Su Kang also saw the huge python while flying down from the sky. Su Kang had long known that this python, known as the Lord of the Sky, was not an ordinary python. The Lord of the Sky was once with Rolando and the great warrior Kalgara. After the bell rang through the sky, countless guide birds flew towards Sky Island and towards Sandora. Great! It's ringing! Luffy smiled, lying on the cloud, and said, "Uncle, did they hear it? I must have heard it." Su Kang smiled. Next, Wepper and Gonfer reached an agreement, that is, Angel Island and Apaido will travel freely. Although it sounds like they are still two forces, since Enel has been defeated, everyone has put aside their past achievements. See, all of this naturally belongs to the Straw Hats. Of course, the biggest hero is still Su Kang, because everyone saw that Su Kang killed Enel. But Su Kang is also a little embarrassed, because if it weren't for his appearance, Enel would not have become so powerful, and Luffy would definitely be able to defeat him. However, there is no point in saying so much. It is better to accept the fact that you are a hero. Since Enel has been defeated, it doesn't make much sense for us to ask for these golds. Just take as much as you can. Heroes. Whether it's the residents of Sky Island or the residents of Sandia, all he is very generous, and naturally Nami will not refuse the gold that comes to his door. Besides, everyone's original goal was actually for the gold. After all, with the recent financial crisis, the most important thing not to forget is that the Mary is no longer working, and everyone has to rush to repair the ship. Of course, the Melly's current situation should be beyond repair. It wasn't just gold. After Luffy recovered, he also looted the priest's food bank. Not only was he full, but he also brought all the food to the ship. Of course, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. In the evening, everyone participated in the bonfire party. Everyone ate, drank, and had fun together. Even Su King enjoyed eating and drinking. However, the only thing that left Su King speechless was that his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Although he was not as good as Luffy, it was not far behind. Su King was already the second most voracious foodie among the Straw Hats. Su King estimated that all this seemed to be related to his improvement in strength. However, what Su King was more worried about was not his appetite, but his eyes. My own eyes have begun to blur, Manjiki Sharingan is so unused. However, it is fair to say that the Susanoo used by Su King has long exceeded the standards of the Hokage world. The chakra consumption is like running water. If it were not for the fact that Su King had so many chakras that they exploded, he would not have been so uncontrolled. Use. What are you thinking about? Drink. Eat meat. Luffy and others were still having a banquet with smiles, and Su King also went to bed early. On the second day, everyone went to do their favorite work. Usopp collected a lot of shells, Zoro continued to practice sword skills, and Nami, Luffy, and others went directly into the belly of the Lord of the Sky. As for Su King, he accompanied Robin to the resting place of the Golden Bell. What you have there is naturally a piece of historical text. At this time, many Yamato people were around there to discuss the text above. Keep it in your heart and don't say too much. I am the one who compiles history, and I am with the bells of the Big Bell Tower. Robin read out the words on the stone tablet very easily. Everyone was shocked. The old leader of Sandora asked, "What? Can you understand it?" Chapter 148. Can you understand those words? The leader of Sandora looked at Robin in surprise and confusion. Robin slowly walked to the historical text and said, "The ancient weapon with the name of God, Poseidon, his location." People around started talking one after another. What did she say? Ancient weapon. Why are you writing this? What's going on? Robin was also a little nervous at this time, and it could be seen that she had a lot of things on her mind at this time. I didn't expect that this ancient weapon is still sleeping somewhere in this world. Robin looked at Su King and said calmly. Yes, Poseidon, Pluton, Uranus, the three ancient weapons, still exist somewhere in the world. Su King also said quietly. However, this time it really failed again. Robin said. Isn't it the historical text you want to find? Su King asked. No, I don't want to know these things. Robin said to Su King while walking outside. At this time, a Sandoram man asked, are the words engraved over there the same? Su King also noticed it and immediately said, Robin, there is another sentence over there. Robin naturally turned around immediately and discovered that there was actually another text next to the original historical text. Gold Roger. What? Robin then read it out in words that only Su King could hear. I'm here to lead this text to its final destination, the pirate, Gold Roger. One Piece. Robin said in surprise. Could it be that he has also been to this empty island? Robin couldn't believe it. It should be, otherwise he wouldn't have left such a sentence, but judging from the time, Enel should not have appeared on Sky Island at that time. Su King said. What is the meaning of this article? If you don't care about this first, why would he use this word? Robin asked. The last place, I think, is Lovedrew, right? Su King also guessed, maybe the blank 100 years and all the secrets are hidden there. The big secret treasure is not just a treasure, but something. This is the truth, so Roger died just to attract more people to find the truth. Robin did not rule out the possibility, but she was still surprised that Su King would make such an inference. At this time, Gonfer spoke, does it say Roger on it? Do you know him? Robin asked. The Qinghai pirate who came to this empty island 20 years ago, is his name engraved there? Ganfu asked. Yes, although I don't know how he got to Zhong, this is indeed evidence that will not disappear. Speaking of it, there are two types of stones in the historical text, the stone that records information, and the stone that indicates the location of the stone. And this stone is the stone that records information. When I got here, where did I remember this text for the last time? Is it really Lofdru? The text leads. Could it be? The real historical text is located. Robin combined with Su Kang's statement, it seems that it has already. I have what I think is the correct answer. Do you have an answer? Su Kang asked. Well, yes. Robin nodded. Elder, this historical text has completed its mission. Robin said. Yes, there are several historical texts that record information scattered around the world. Only by reading them in series can they become articles that fill in the gaps in history. In other words, only the documents that complete the series cannot exist in the world now. The real historical text, One Piece Roger, should indeed reach the goal of the article. Robin said. So, has our mission been completed? The elders asked. We don't need to fight anymore. The elder cried. It turns out that the elders are also monument keepers. That's it, the ancestors' wish has been fulfilled. The elder smiled and fell to the ground. Let's go, Captain Su Kang, I will also work hard to connect all the historical texts together. Robin then walked outside with Su Kang. I feel that Su Kang and Luffy are very similar to Roger. I don't know if it's an illusion. Ganfu said. Luffy, his full name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am also very interested in him. Robin said. D. I see, one letter in the name is the same? However, I think Mr. Su Kang always has an unfathomable and mysterious feeling. Ganfu said. Yes, this is our captain too. We all call him Prophet, because he can predict the future. I also think it's amazing. Robin looked at Su Kang and praised. Su Kang felt a little embarrassed, and immediately said humbly, No. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang and Robin returned to the team, and then returned to the melee with their partners. Everyone chose to leave directly, while Uncle Pagoya and Miss Cornish escorted them. Everyone, you can see it. Miss Cornish shouted. Look ahead. We have reached the end of the clouds. Sure enough, the sea of clouds in front of us was a building. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Usopp said. Are we going on? Luffy was also a little discouraged. Indeed, when it comes to going down, I really can't bear to leave. Sanji said, also holding a cigarette. I have to say goodbye to this white ocean. Zoro sighed as he sat on the boat. Sky Island is really happy, even though it's scary. Chopper said. Did you see it? It says the end of the sea of clouds in front of it. As long as you pass through this door, you should be able to take the canal back to Qinghai, right? Su Kang saw the door in front of him. I wonder if I can come to Sky Island again. Nami asked. I don't know about that, Usopp said. At this time, the road to the Sea of Clouds became narrower, so Uncle Pagoya and Miss Cornish abandoned the ship and ran away. Then everyone, I'm sorry, we will send it here. Everyone, please take care. Thank you for coming to see us off. Nami said. Cornish, take care of yourself. Sanji said. Say hello to the others for us. Usopp said. Goodbye. Anyway, thank you. Luffy said. We are the ones, thank you so much, we will never forget you. Cornish said. Cornish, uncle. And Ziobai, take care of yourself. Luffy shouted. Then, quickly furl the sails and hold on to the hull. Pagia said. Okay. Do as uncle said. It seems that the speed below will be quite fast. Usopp was naturally the most obedient. This is a 7,000 meter slope, hurry up. Luffy said. Immediately afterwards, everyone started mobilizing together. At this moment, the guide bird they had found earlier flew back and stepped on Luffy. Chopper translated, he said, "Don't forget me." Chapter 149. Ah! It's the guide bird that was brought into the sky together. Nami reacted. Immediately afterwards, the melee passed through the gate that marked the end of the Sea of Clouds. Then Captain, you can clearly see the record of the next island. Nami said looking at the record pointer on his wrist. Ah! Yes. Luffy grinned and said, next, we are going to start a new adventure. Brothers. Then, go back to Qinghai. Luffy raised his hand, and everyone was very excited. The melee then followed the Yun River and headed towards Qinghai like a roller coaster. Everyone, please be careful as we are down now. As soon as Cornus finished speaking, the melee took off directly. Immediately afterwards, the melee fell downwards at an extremely fast speed. Su King and others were immediately frightened out of their wits. Of course, they did not encounter any danger. Only a whistle was heard, and then, a huge monster suddenly rushed out of the Cloud River, which seemed to be an octopus. The octopus wrapped the melee with its tentacles. Zoro still wanted to attack the monster, but unexpectedly, the octopus seemed to swell up, and finally formed something like a parachute, and slowly landed towards the ground. What is this? Zoro asked, surprised and curious. It's a balloon. Chopper said excitedly. Wow, ha ha ha. How interesting. Luffy said. Slow down. Nami felt much calmer now. I thought I had already arrived in that world. Usopp was almost scared to death. At this time, another bell sounded in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction where the bell rang, and they all laughed. The bell rang at this time, and it was obvious that the friends of Kaido were practicing for everyone. This is indeed the case. Haha. This is so good. It's really great. Everyone enjoyed the joy of slowly landing in the sky, and then everyone became excited, because this time the harvest was very rich, and everyone harvested a lot of gold. Su King himself also secretly stored some gold in his magical bag. Gold, gold. We have finally become a millionaire, what should we buy? Luffy was very excited along the way. Buy a huge bronze statue. Idiot. What are you going to do with gold to buy copper? You should buy cannons. Add 10 cannons. Sanji immediately approached Nami and said coquettishly, Miss Nami. I want a locked refrigerator. Me. I want to buy books. I want to see the medical skills of other countries. Chopper also said. I don't need anything, but should we repair our partner? Melee. Su Kang's words woke everyone up. Before his friends could say anything, Robin called Nami out from outside. Nami then looked at the record pointer on his wrist and yelled. It's over. It hit the air current and started to deviate from the course at some point. Nami said. Is it serious? Is the airflow a wind? Sanji and others asked. Of course it's serious. If this continues, I don't know where it will end up. What should I do? In this case, it is impossible to open the sail and control it. Nami was a little at a loss. Su King said, what's the point? Anyway, the magnetic force of the pointer has been stored. Next, we just need to get back on the ship and drive on the correct route. It's easy to say, we will waste a lot of time. Nami said. It doesn't matter. Once we get back to the sea, we'll just head to the next island. Luffy also didn't care. You're still the same, so relaxed. Nami complained. Sanji looked at the octopus and said, I always feel like something is wrong, no. Maybe it's my imagination. It's not good. At this time, Zoro suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over nervously, and Zoro then said, "It turned out to be a dream." Then Zoro fell asleep again. Everyone immediately started complaining. "What the hell are you doing? Green algae hair, I'm going to kill you." Everyone made a fuss, but in the end they continued to wait. The octopus kept landing, and the sun also set. It took a long time to return to Qinghai. Robin said, "I don't even know where the boat will return to, and I can't cheer up," Nami said. "Then I'll sing a song to cheer up Nami." Sanji approached Nami again. But he was punched away by Nami mercilessly. "It's so boring. I wonder when we can get down there." Zoro also gradually became a little irritable. "Hey! If you have time, you can come up and play. It's very interesting. Su King, come too. Ha ha ha." The person speaking was naturally Luffy, but at this time Luffy could only hear his voice but not see his person. "Is it Luffy? Where did the sound come from just now?" Usopp and Chopper were also very confused. "Up there. On top of the octopus." Su King didn't pay attention to Luffy just now, but based on Su King's understanding of Luffy, he could guess that he went up there. Sure enough, after Sanji asked, Luffy had already started jumping on the octopus's head. "Wow! It's very dangerous. That kind of place." Usopp said. "I said Luffy, don't mess around. Our lives depend on him." Nami was very scared. The person who was most capable of causing trouble was none other than Luffy. "It's okay, it's okay," Luffy said happily. At this time, Sanji seemed to have discovered something and immediately shouted, "Stop Luffy! Come down! No! Come down!" Everyone looked at Sanji in confusion, not quite understanding what Sanji meant. "This octopus is shrinking. If it is an octopus, it will fall." After Sanji finished speaking, he immediately climbed up and Sanji finally caught Luffy back. However, the final result was not very optimistic. At this time, the octopus indeed became smaller, and then suddenly dropped rapidly. "Ah! It fell. No. If this continues, we will be buried under the sea." "It doesn't necessarily mean he fell into the sea." Robin's casual words seemed very venomous. "Damn it! Do something, Usopp!" Chopper said in fear with tears in his eyes. "I'm here to protect everyone." Usopp then used his equipment to get under the Mary, and then hit the empty shell he picked up from the empty island on the bottom of the ship. Due to the power of the wind shell, the octopus turned out to be true. The descent slowed. "Ha ha ha ha! Did you see it? My active performance!" Usopp was very proud. However, the octopus completely disappeared in this moment. Since there is no octopus, even if empty shells are released, the boat will no longer slow down and fall. How could it be? "Everyone, hurry up and grab the hull," Luffy reminded. "Next, leave it to me." Su King thought to himself, it was his turn to take action. Chapter 150. Shura Slash. Su King jumped directly under the boat, and then used chakra to attach to the bottom of the boat. Su King, who was standing upside down on the bottom of the boat, pulled out Shura and slashed towards the bottom of the boat at an extremely fast speed. Su King's slashing attack did not show any restraint, and the sword energy that he slashed out in an instant actually formed a barrier again. The strength with which Su King waved Shura also slowed down the entire ship's fall a lot. Immediately afterwards, Su King had no time to do anything else. "That's it, melee. I'll do my best." After Su King finished speaking, he rushed towards the ship at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, with a huge bang, the melee landed smoothly in Qinghai, that is, in the sea. Su King was panting and put Shura away. He tried his best to slow down his fall and protect everyone. The sea was splashed with countless waves, all of which poured into the melee. However, none of the friends on the ship were injured, which was a blessing in the misfortune. Nami, Robin, are you okay? Su King asked. It's terrible. The octopus suddenly became smaller. But what did you just do to make the boat slower? Nami and others asked. It's nothing, just using slashes. Su King didn't say much. It was his responsibility to let his companions survive. Haha, it's okay, I finally arrived alive. Luffy said. But we really went to an amazing place. Sanji sighed as he lit up a cigarette again. After I fell, I realized that the place was really far away. It was like a dream. Robin Nami said. Is this a dream? Because it is a dream country. When can we go there again? Chopper also asked. If you die, you can go, right? It's so close. Zoro said. Zoro, are you planning to go to heaven? Usopp asked. A hole. Zoro cursed. Forget it, it finally fell down. Now I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Sanji said. I want to eat. Sanji. Luffy said. Go right away, I mean you guys have a cup of coffee and wait. Sanji then entered the kitchen. I said, do you still have time to drink coffee and eat? Didn't you see the place next to it? Su Kang's words once again woke everyone up. At this time, countless searchlights were suddenly turned on nearby, and everyone on the melee was immediately illuminated. Sirens sounded, footsteps sounded loudly, and more people shined their searchlights on the melee. Here? Where is this place? Luffy asked. This is the Marine G8 branch. Su Kang's eyes have seen everything. What? The friends on the boat were all shocked, and Su King also felt that he couldn't fly out of the original world. The plot is like a fishing net, tightly trapping the Straw Hats. At this moment, countless marine warships were dispatched, and countless marines had already aimed their cannons at the melee. Resistance is useless. People on the ship, listen, you are completely surrounded. Come out immediately. Naturally, the Straw Hats and others will not sit still and wait for death. Su King said, according to the current situation, we should find a way to abandon the ship first. Otherwise, even if we can block it, the melee will not be able to block it. To put it simply, how can we escape under the eyes of others? Nami asked. There are too many ways. Su King and his companions immediately took action and quickly hid themselves. As a result, the melee was identified as a ghost ship. After all, marine witnesses saw the melee falling from the sky. Afterwards, the officers of the G8 branch began to summon their men to board the ship, inspect it, put seals on it, and collect evidence. However, they could not find any trace of the Straw Hats and others, but everyone still settled on the fact that it was a ghost ship. Are all our friends scattered? The next step is to find them one by one. Really, I didn't expect that I would fall into the marine branch. This is really unlucky. But this is good, it means that everything is developing according to the original plot, at least things will not be out of my control. Su King thought for a long time, and finally started looking for a partner. However, the partners were still too scattered at this time, and Su King, who used Sharingan, could not easily search for his partners. Su King couldn't kill all the marines he saw in one go. Doing so would cause more trouble, might change the plot, and might also harm his partners. It hurts. Su King felt pain at this time, and his eyes began to become blurry in an instant. Oops! Manjaki used it too much before, and now, it seems, he is starting to go blind. Due to the pain in his eyes, Su King could only sit in the grass. System, is there any way to alleviate this? Su King was very helpless. He originally didn't want to go to the system, but now that the matter had come to this, he had no choice but to ask the system for help. Are you trying too hard? The system said. Who knew that Manjaki's negative impact would be so great? Su King was also a little helpless. If it hadn't been for Enel being changed by the devil, he wouldn't have been so desperate. In a sense, if it were not for the system, Su King would not have suffered this crime. My eyes hurt? What should the system do now? Su King asked directly. Well, you have already left the Sky Island, and this place is also part of the plot. In this case, the system will reward you with a pair of eyes, right? The system said. System, please don't trick me. Just say what you want. Su King always felt that the system was going to come up with some bad ideas. I'll make a small start for you and come to the G8 branch. If you sign in successfully, this time I will directly give you a pair of Manjiki. If you are familiar with Hokage, you should know that if you put on Manjiki, you will become an eternal Manjiki. This way, you won't have to worry about your eyesight in the future. In addition, don't forget that you have the blood of the Senju clan, plus your Uchiha blood. In the future, under certain conditions, you will awaken the Samsara Eye. Of course, this depends on luck. Maybe, you will arrive at Lofdru. I can't wake up yet. After hearing what the system said, Su King said directly, then do it quickly. System, without eyes, my combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Now put me in Manjiki immediately. The system then said, yes, but whose Manjiki do you want to change to? Madara? Sasuke? Obito? Itachi Shisui? You make different choices and acquire different abilities. You should know more about them, right? Each Manjiki SI ability is different, and your choice will also cost you different costs, so. Su Kang's head was about to grow, and he immediately asked, what is the price? Just tell me directly, the system, don't try to trick me. Haha. The system then started talking. Chapter 151. Any eye you choose will make you blind for a period of time. In other words, you will become temporarily blind. In other words, your strength will be greatly reduced. After all, without eyes, you cannot show your true strength. The system said. It's normal to be blind for a period of time. Generally, eye replacement is a necessary process. It doesn't matter. Su King then said, the question is, how long do I need to wait? Then the duration of blindness is also different depending on the ability. This is the so-called price. So now there are the eyes of Uchiha Shisui who have been blind for 3 hours, the eyes of Uchiha Itachi who have been blind for 3 days, the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke who have been blind for 30 days, and of course the eyes of Uchiha Madara who have been blind for 30 months. The system said. It was better to hear 3 hours, but when Su King heard that he had been blind for 30 months, he was completely stunned. 30 months? Isn't this too exaggerated? Who can be blind for so long in almost 3 years? Who can accept it? Su King was speechless and opened Uchiha Madara's eyes. After all, this Uchiha Madara has been around for too long. Even if she has any particularly powerful abilities, there is no need to waste such a long time. 3 hours? It's a bit too short. I think based on my ability, this choice is a little, 3 hours, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Relatively speaking, choosing the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, who has been blind for 30 days, is the most suitable. Yes. Su King said. Uchiha Sasuke? A good choice. His eyes can open the reincarnation eye, and as the protagonist, he will have certain benefits. It's really good. I also think Uchiha Madara's time is a bit long. The system said. So, are you sure you want to choose Uchiha Sasuke's eyes? Naoba Sharingan has the ability of Amaterasu and flame control. The system asked again. Yes, sure. Su King made a decision in Broken Wing Guest, and his whole person instantly became a little different. The eyes that were originally a little blurry gradually turned into a dark grey, and then the eyes seemed to be covered by an eye patch. Su King felt that the whole world had turned into darkness again. Is this the world for blind people? It's really inconvenient to see nothing clearly. Su King felt something was wrong. Without his eyes, his perception of the whole world was much weaker. System? Since you have given me the eternal Mangeki, are you going to watch me become a blind person now? Su King was ready to trick the system. What do you want? The system seemed to sense something was wrong. Me? I don't really want to do anything. I just think, shouldn't you give me something perceptive so that I can have a more or less understanding of the outside world? I can't see anything now. What if someone hacks me to death in a second? Su King looked at the system without saying anything, and then said, "Look, there are a lot of magical things in the bag that I secretly took away. Get gold. I have no use for this gold. If you don't mind it, just take it away. I want to exchange gold for perception. What do you think? Gold? Perception." The system then said, "Actually, strictly speaking, this is not possible. After all, we are a god-level sign-in system, right? How shameless are you to say, sign-in system? Where can there be a sign-in system now? Every time you sign in successfully, you have to leave after you leave. It's like getting rewards after defeating the boss. How boring. We want to be able to sign in from the beginning. Invincible." Su King also complained to the system. The system couldn't help it anymore, and then said, "Okay, okay. There is no need to attack personally. Don't you just want to change your perception? I will be a good person and do it to the end. I will take the gold you have, and I will change it to a domineering one for you this time. In this world, in exchange for the abilities of this world, you will not only get bonuses, but also pay a relatively small price." The system said. "Okay. Seeing and hearing the domineering color is not bad. I just don't know whether it is beginner, intermediate, or advanced." Su King learned the armed color before, so he naturally knew that the 3 colors of domineering given by the system are divided into levels. Besides, you won't let me deal with those armed weirdos again this time, right? Su King was very nervous. He almost died of exhaustion from dealing with armed weirdos before. The system immediately said, "I'm not that boring. I did it before to let you learn the weapon colors better. This time, I did it to let you replace your eyes. Seeing and hearing domineering, elementary level, is enough." The system said, "Here you go." After the system's voice fell, Su King immediately felt that some information that he did not grasp came from his brain. "I see, is this the domineering power of seeing and hearing? Totally okay." Su King slowly stood up. The domineering power of seeing and hearing is fully activated. Although the surrounding picture is not as clear as what can be seen with the naked eye, it has become a different picture. "Someone is coming," Su King said. Sure enough, a group of marines ran towards Su King. "Pirate! This is Demon Su King. The bounty on this guy is as high as hell. Hurry and find our leader." Although Su King couldn't see it, he already had a good understanding of the surrounding situation. Looking for the leader? That would be too much trouble. Why don't you try my skills? After all, I am a blind man. Su King said. Only then did the marines notice that Su King's eyes seemed to be covered by blindfolds. This guy seems to be blind. This is a good opportunity. Quick! Let's go together. You see stone bullets. The marines thought they had found a golden opportunity to attack, so they all fired at Su King. The halo stone bullet was about to hit Su King's body, but Su King made a very weird lowering movement, just like the Matrix. All the bullets were clearly close to Su King, but they all passed by and did not hurt Su King at all. How is this possible? This guy is clearly invisible, but why can he avoid our attacks? Could it be that it's a coincidence? We are attacking once. Everyone fired bullets in unison again, but the situation this time was no different from the last time. A slightly more senior sergeant saw this and said, use the sea stone to get a net. Catch him in the net. He will be doomed. Then, the Marines immediately took out Halashi's net gun and fired it at Su King. Finally, Su King was wrapped in the Halashi's net. Humph, don't you know that I am still a swordsman? Su King just gently pulled out the shura in his hand, and the seafloor stone net was cut into sections. Chapter 152. How is that possible? Halo stone is one of the hardest stones in the world. This guy's slashing attack can actually cut open Halashi's net easily. It's incredible. Maybe the information is wrong. This guy is not a devil fruit user at all? Does he just have some special abilities? The Marine Sergeant immediately reacted and then ordered his subordinates, since he is not afraid of sea stone bullets, then just get close to him and catch him. No matter how you say it, he is just a blind man. The sergeant's words made these Marines suddenly realize. Yes. He is blind. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he resisted the attack just now. As long as we come together, there will be no way for him to break free. Everyone come together. Immediately afterwards, countless Marines rushed up. They rushed towards Su King like a tide, trying to trap Su King. However, although Su King is blind, he has learned the power of seeing and hearing, and he can clearly perceive everyone's position. Come on, let me try out my new abilities. Su King then started dancing among the crowd like a ghost. Everyone's attacks seemed to be fierce, but in the end, they were unable to touch a hair on Su King's body. Su King didn't take the initiative to attack. He just used his flexible body to avoid all Marine attacks. Soon, those Marines couldn't help but sigh again. It's useless. This guy seems to be able to guess our attack. Although I don't have eyes, I seem to be able to see more clearly than someone with eyes. Our attacks have never been able to hit him. What the hell is going on? The Marines couldn't help but complained, and some older and knowledgeable people suddenly changed their expressions and said, no way. Could it be said that this pirate named Su King has mastered even that? The Marines looked at these knowledgeable people in confusion. It is said that many masters know the necessary fighting skills, the three-color Haki, the armed color Haki, the knowledge color Haki, and the conqueror's Haki. Armed color can increase defense power, and conqueror's is a kind of qualification of a king, while seeing color is a kind of super-perceptual ability. It is said that a real seeing color master can even predict the future. I'm afraid, this guy named Demon Su King is probably a pirate who has mastered the Haki of wisdom and color. In fact, in Su King's eyes, being domineering is not a profound fighting skill. However, for this group of Marines in the first half of the Great Channel, some of whom are still recruits, they will naturally be afraid of this magical ability. When an army loses its courage, it is doomed to defeat. Su King felt that he was completely familiar with the domineering power of seeing and hearing, and he no longer hid it. I won't kill you, but if you don't leave now, you will naturally be punished. Do you want to escape? Su King asked straightforwardly. Su King has no eyes now, which looks quite scary in itself. Coupled with Su King's name, called Demon, it naturally has a certain feeling of shock. Many Marines were frightened, but their quality was still good, and some did not escape. Su King felt that everyone was still there, smiled, clasped his hands and said, since you won't leave, I will let you see the power of my demon Su King. I hope that after you know my power and threat, you will increase my bounty. Wood style the tree world is coming. Yes, Su King was really afraid of trouble, so he simply used wood style. Some previous experiences, coupled with some previous rewards, allowed Su King to fully display the 100% powerful wood-style ninjutsu at this moment. Therefore, huge trees immediately grew on the surrounding ground. These trees also stretched out vines at an extremely fast speed, and these vines immediately wrapped up all the life in front of them. Of course, the power of Su King's wood style is not that small. In addition to the marines in front of them, the entire marine branch was affected. The marine branch of Nuda was instantly covered by a lush jungle, and more than 90% of the people were restrained by Su Kang's arrival in the tree world. The moment the marines saw the trees growing, they thought they saw a ghost. Anyone who sees what is happening in front of them will feel like they are dreaming. However, what is in front of me is not a dream, but reality. At this time, Su Kang used wood style to descend, and one move was enough to defeat all the marines in the entire branch. At the same time, Su Kang also discovered his companion. I can feel the familiar aura. It must be the same one who has been tricked by wood style. However, Su Kang will naturally not hurt his companions. This move only absorbs the physical strength of these marines. Pirate! Who are you? Why do you have such incredible abilities? The person who spoke was naturally Jonathan, the leader of the marine branch. You don't believe me even if I tell you, so I won't say more. However, the promised punishment is just some punishment. I will not kill you. After all, you still protect the justice of this world in some aspects. However, I hope you can deeply understand the threat of my strong Yamato. Therefore, I also hope you can report it to Malin Fanduo and increase my bounty amount, as well as the bounty money of our Straw Hat team. That's it. Su Kang also regardless of whether what you say has any effect. Su Kang just got his friends to the melee as quickly as possible, and then threw the melee outside the marine fortress. Your friends are all still confused, and they haven't tried to figure it out for you. What happened just now? What on earth are those huge trees? Luffy asked. However, I was very hungry just now. I was about to eat something when I was caught. Luffy said with some regret. We are very lucky. Although we don't know what happened just now, we can see that those vines helped us. Now is a good opportunity. Our sailing direction is also correct. Let's set off immediately. Nami is I don't want to stay here for a moment. Hey! Su Kang! Is this you Su Kang? What happened to your eyes? Usopp noticed Su Kang's eyes and asked immediately. Chopper! Go and see Su Kang. Robin also said with great concern. Kyoba was shocked and immediately walked towards Su Kang. Su Kang shook his head and said, the price of using those strange abilities of mine is that you will be temporarily blinded. Chopper should not be able to do anything about it. Now that I have transplanted new eyes, I should be able to recover in less than a month. So, it doesn't matter to me, let's get out of here quickly. Okay, I'm going to cook first. Sanji returned to the kitchen. This? Don't force it. Zoro looked at Su Kang and said. No. Su Kang responded looking at Zoro. Chapter 153. You? Are you sure you can't see? Zoro asked. Yes, but I have mastered the heart network, so I can feel you, so you don't need to worry about me. After Su Kang finished speaking, Luffy didn't know what was going on, so he attacked him. However, the intensity of the attack was not very strong. It was obvious that Luffy was just excited and wanted to see if Su Kang was bragging. However, Su Kang easily dodged and appeared behind Luffy the next second. Luffy, don't be so boring, okay? I really can't see, but I really have mastered the heart network. After Su Kang finished speaking, Luffy became excited instantly. Not only Luffy, but others also became very excited. Can everyone learn the ability of the heart network? Enel is able to detect the entire country through the heart network released by his thunder fruit. Su Kang, how do you master it? Robin and others are naturally very interested in the heart network. Su Kang knew that everyone wanted to learn, including Kyoba. Then he gave a brief introduction to the two types of domineering power, knowledge, and weaponry. Didn't you say that there is still a kind of domineering power? Usopp asked. Yes, Conqueror's domineering. Conqueror's domineering can't be learned after studying. It is a kind of natural temperament that only one person among a million people has. However, in the second half of the Great Channel, Conqueror's domineering possession is said to be like a crucian carp crossing the river. The possessor of the strongest conquerors will be called One Piece. Su King said. Roger. Everyone showed expressions of envy and yearning, especially Luffy. However, now, the most recognized conqueror's Haki in the sea is a guy named Shanks. Luffy, you must be familiar with him. Su King also asked Luffy with a smile. Of course. We made an appointment. Luffy took off his hat, looked at his hat, and seemed to remember what happened before. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally, Su King told everyone the training method of seeing and hearing color domineering. Whether it is seeing, hearing, or being armed, cultivation cannot be completed overnight. Everyone studied for a long time, but didn't learn anything. Su King had no choice, but it didn't matter. Others didn't need it as much as he did. After all, he was temporarily blind. Afterwards, the melee sailed on the correct route. Because the melee was really hit by various impacts, Su King already had a bad premonition. However, Usopp still repaired the melee very seriously. Seeing this situation, Su King had no choice but to start repairing the melee. Su King knew that the melee's life was coming to an end, and it was estimated that it would be scrapped after arriving at the water capital. His feeling was something that others could not understand. I don't know how long it took to finally reach a new sea area. Since just now, the waves in the sea have been a bit rough, left rudder. Nami said. Yes. Miss Nami. Sanji naturally acted as a pawn and went to take the helm. Soon, everyone discovered the problem. The sea behind them actually set off waves that were several times higher than the height of the melee. If these waves came over, the melee would definitely fall apart. Full speed ahead. Nami said. There seems to be something in the waves. It looks like a sea monkey. Everyone tried their best to save the melee from disaster. Soon, it was getting dark, and everyone was sitting on the deck feebly. It's basically settled down, Sanji said. You still can't take it lightly. Zoro said. At this time, Usopp was holding a telescope and suddenly said, Urgent report, urgent report. A ship has been spotted at 12 o'clock. What? Is it an enemy? Luffy said. It's at this time. Chopper said. It's okay. If it's an enemy, just kill him. I'm just afraid that the melee won't be able to make it that far. Su King said. No, I don't know what kind of ship it is. There are no sails and no flags on it, Usopp said. What? Nothing is hanging up? But why on earth are we driving on the sea? Luffy looked happy. Who knows? Moreover, there are very few crew members on the ship, and they are all listless, and they don't feel any life at all. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, the waves immediately became unusual again. Run away! It's Sea Monkey! No way! Why are you here again? Are you catching up? No. There is no wind now. Lower the sail quickly. Row instead. Row faster. Everyone rowed the boat desperately at this moment, and the entire boat immediately escaped at an extremely fast speed. Then the Mary easily caught up with the listless ship just now. Hey! I'm talking about you. Run away! There are sea monkeys! Luffy shouted. What? There's a boat. It's a pirate ship. Brothers, hurry up and row. There's an enemy ship. These listless people immediately became energetic. Wait a minute, the big wave is coming. We should escape first. That will make that ship escape. Get your cannons ready. Who are you ordering? UBD. Su King was a little speechless at the other party. It was obviously such a critical moment, but the other party's crew members were still quarreling, which was hard to understand. This ship is really a mess, Luffy commented. They are still trying to steal our treasures. They are indeed enemies. Ignore them. Sanji said. Then the sea monkeys came to the big ship and finally swallowed it, and the ship sank to the bottom of the sea. Luffy and the others continued to row as hard as they could, and after a while, they finally escaped the pursuit of the waves. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Enough is enough, and I have finally calmed down. Sanji was also a little tired. I think those waves were just a prank by the sea monkeys, but now the humidity and temperature have stabilized. I wonder if they have entered the climatic sea area of the next island. Nami said. That should be the case. Don't forget that we are on the Great Channel. Su King said. Hey, Robin, what can you see? Usopp was exhausted. Can you see the island all the time? Robin said. You should have said something like this earlier. Luffy and Usopp couldn't help complaining. What a person with a different style. Listen carefully. When you see the island, you will shout like this immediately, come here. Usopp handed it to Luffy. Wow! Brothers! I found the island! Yet. Luffy also acted a little exaggeratedly. Robin simply chose to ignore it. It's very foggy around here. Is it foggy? It feels very dangerous. Chopper, go check out the situation ahead. Nami ordered. But don't you think the ship just now was strange? There was no navigator, no captain, no flag, no sails, and no motivation. Usopp asked. Chapter 154. They say they are a pirate group, but it seems like they have not been established at all. Usopp said. There was some kind of naval battle, and we lost, right? Then the captain died and a lot of things were taken away. Zoro also made a random guess. No, I don't think that's the case. I've looked at the ship carefully, and there are no traces of a battle at all. They don't have anything as important as life to pirates. Usopp also felt something was very wrong. Then they are not pirates. There is nothing suspicious. Sanji was smoking and didn't seem to take the ship seriously. But no matter how I look at them, I think they are pirates. I always have a bad feeling. Usopp said worriedly. Your premonitions are always bad, right? Is there a town on the island? It would be great if there was a shipyard. Luffy was completely immersed in the joy of landing on the island. Luffy, we can't log in right away. Nami said. Will there be any outstanding ship repairmen joining us? Chopper also said happily. We're approaching the coast, get ready to anchor. Luffy shouted. Su King felt that there seemed to be something around him. Although he had no eyes, Su King could feel through sight and smell that there should be countless fog rising around him. Hey! Everyone listen to me! At this time, Usopp suddenly knelt on the boat. Sanji immediately said, Chopper, Usopp is suffering from a disease that prevents him from landing on the island. That can't be cured. Chopper and Sanji had already dismantled Usopp. Although everyone was just joking, Su King always felt that something was not right. After all, the ship just now was indeed a bit weird. How is that possible? Could it be that we have reached the Devil's Triangle Sea? No, we have to go to the capital of Wanshui to get there. Su King was also a little unsure of what everyone would face next. As a result, after the fog dispersed, everyone discovered that there was nothing on the island in front of them. Some only have a piece of grassland and some scattered trees, and these trees are not the kind of tall trees. What's going on in this place? It's so weird. It's an endless prairie. Luffy said. What? This damn place is really unattractive. Sanji became very disappointed. No one lives in this place, right? Robin guessed. Well, Su King knows the name of this island, but he is still not sure yet. Here we go. Usopp, Luffy and Chopper had already jumped onto the grass and started rolling. That group of guys is really enough, they are so unruly in a place where they don't know anything. Nami said. Just looking at this, there isn't any danger, right? Zoro thought it was nothing. The three of them were lying on the grass very comfortably, and then they saw something incredible. In front of me, a huge bear appeared. This bear was walking on two legs. Luffy jumped on the man's back without thinking about it. How can there be such soft people in the world? This is a bear. Chopper said. Then Usopp also climbed on the bear, and then Luffy stretched out his long arms and ate the fruits around him. Wow! Look, the trees around here are so tall. Look! Isn't that a private house? Yes. Let's go and have a look. When the three of them planned to take a look inside the house, they saw some particularly strange creatures. These creatures were either very tall or very long. Soon, the three people disappeared. The surrounding fog is getting thicker and thicker. Where did these three guys go? Nami asked. It was rolling around here just now. Zoro said. Let's get off the boat too. Maybe we can find something to eat. Sanji said. Hey! Miss Robin, we're about to land. Sanji said. Okay. Robin responded. Su King also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see anything. Although he could use the visual color, the things he could perceive with the visual color were still limited after all. Let's go, let's get off the boat together. Su King also got off the boat together. At this moment, something suddenly came to mind around him. Two large iron chains completely blocked the Mary's way out. What does that ship want to do? Nami said very warily. This ship is the one just now. What do you want to do? Zoro asked. If you want to fight, come down. Sanji also said. Su King thought that what was supposed to come was about to come. Sure enough, a voice came from the other side. We are the 4 Quest Blue Bandits. Don't be impatient. We are here to fight with you. The other party's words made everyone very confused. But Su King probably understood the plot during this period. Foxy, the captain of the West Blue Thieves, seems to be a person with slow light. In the anime, he had a duel with the Straw Hats and the others, which was not a particularly important plot. David's tournament. I wonder if you have heard of it, the people on the other side's boat asked. David contest. Nami looked confused. That's right. When the captains of both sides agree to a duel, the battle begins. Now our captain is challenging your captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Initiate a challenge? What are you talking about in your sleep? Didn't I tell you that if you want to fight, just come to us? Zoro said. Green Algae Head, you don't know, this is not a fight, the David contest is a competition between pirates. Sanji seemed to understand something about it. Yes, I heard that there is an island called Pirate Paradise somewhere in the sea. This competition was born on that pirate island. In order to obtain better crew members, pirates rob each other's partners in this way. Robin also explained. Pirates robbing pirates. Nami also couldn't believe it. You don't even know about this kind of thing, and you still claim to be a big pirate. The so-called competition for supremacy is a battle to steal people. After the game, the winner can choose anyone from the opponent's crew. The selected crew members will immediately become the loyal subordinates of the new captain, and they will swear an oath to David in the deep sea. The other crew members said. If you lose, will your partner be taken away? Nami confirmed again. That's right. If the opponent doesn't have the desired crew member, then the victor can also deprive the ship of its life, the symbol on the pirate flag, the other person explained. In other words, the stakes are partners and honor. Sanji said, if you win, your combat effectiveness will be enhanced. If you lose, you will pay a heavy price. It is really a merciless game. That strange and incomplete ship we just met at sea. It had neither flag nor sail. That's right, we must have lost to the opponent. Only then did Su King understand everything. I see, you have encountered the Tooth Frog Pirate's ship. Chapter 155. That ship has become a victim of the competition just now. Look. This is our new partner. The pirates of the Fokker West Blue Pirate Group then moved to the side and invited their new partners out. The new partner in their mouth said with a very proud look, "To tell you the truth, I am the original captain of that ship. I'm the original ship's doctor. I am the original navigator. I'm the original boat repairman. After 5 rounds and 3 rounds, we lost all. 14 crew members and the pirate flag were all confiscated by us. Absorbing so many people at once can be said to be a merger." That's right. The members of the Fokker West Blue Bandit were very proud. This made Zoro and others sound very strange. They abandoned their companions. What's there to be proud of? Idiots! Zoro cursed. I can't stand it. Now the ship is buried at the bottom of the sea. Sanji said. Unexpectedly, the captain of the original ship actually said, "Humph. So what?" Telling them these things is an understatement. Listen. We will not accept this kind of stupid competition. Nami said. Idiot. This kind of thing is not decided by the crew. Only the captain can decide whether to accept it or not during the entire competition, the pirates on the opposite side shouted. No matter how much you say or make trouble, as long as the captain nods, all of you will be participants in the game, said the person on the other side. But, we have 2 captains here. In other words, both captains must agree. Enel was a smart person, and she immediately looked at Su King. What? Why does a ship have 2 captains? What's going on? Isn't your captain Monkey D. Luffy? The person you are talking about must be Demon Su King, right? He seems to be just the deputy captain, right? The people on the ship became suspicious. Vice captain? We only tell the public that he is the vice captain. In fact, major decisions are usually made by him. Also, haven't you seen his reward? After Nami finished speaking, the other party had nothing to say for the time being. This is an unwritten rule in the pirate world. If you run away, you will be laughed at by the world. Sanji said. It's just a joke, it's just a shame. It's not like Nami has never done bad things before, so it doesn't matter. It would be better to die than live in embarrassment. Zoro said coolly. I think so too. Sanji also agreed. You, what are you doing? Nami felt that Sanji and Zoro were having fun. Robin also said at this time, give up, men are just such creatures. Really? Su King. How did you decide? Nami could only place her hope on Su King, after all, she had been praising Su King before. I can't say that, and we won't lose, so I think it's up to everyone to decide whether to participate or not. Why don't you ask Luffy? Su King naturally pushed the matter away. Su King didn't want to take the blame. Really, I have no choice but to get rid of Luffy. Nami said. The other party laughed loudly and said, it's useless, stop struggling. The captains of both sides fired 2 shots in the air at the same time as the signal to start the war. Just accept your fate honestly. Nami also wanted to find Luffy, but on the way he heard the sound of gunfire in the air. Nami's whole person became bad. Oh. No. Look, the guy accepted it. Sanji had already expected such a result. Just what I wanted. Zoro was looking forward to it. It seems quite interesting. Robin found it very exciting. In short, I will never lose. Su King didn't say much. He even defeated the magically modified version of Enel, let alone the Fokker West Blue thieves. The 4 West Blue bandits then cheered as if they had won the game. The other party has accepted the challenge. Immediately afterwards, the scene was somewhat different from the expected one. Many pirates came down from the opposing pirate group, but they did not attack aggressively, but with great enthusiasm and seemed very kind. They put a lot of effort into setting up a competition venue. Next to the competition venue, there are many delicious food. For example, grilled sausages, and so on. In short, it is very lively. Many people from the Fokker West Blue Bandit group began to place bets. In short, everyone was very excited about this matter. As the captain, Su King naturally came to the venue of the competition. Later, a female host appeared at the venue. This host was also a member of the Fox West Blue Bandit group. Many people in the audience booed and blew hooligan whistles. Sitting on the stage was Su King Luffy and a very strange-looking person, a long-nosed weirdo with a split head. This person is naturally Captain Foxy of the West Blue Bandit group, Foxy. Little Beauty Balkai, the people in the audience cheered. However, the host automatically ignored the noise underground and began to announce the rules. Start now by announcing the 3 major treaties that the losing party must abide by. Article 1, personnel, symbols, etc. that were taken away in the David War are all regarded as the spoils of the David War. Article 2, the person chosen by the winning side must immediately swear allegiance to the new master. Article 3, no more signs that were taken away can be displayed. Those who do not abide by the above 3 rules will be condemned to Davy Jones' cell as a disgrace to pirates. Are you willing to swear? I do. I do. Foxy and Luffy both said I was willing, and Su King said, you are the Straw Hat Captain, and I am just a Vice Captain. Since you have decided, just do it as you want. Su King just went through the motions, but in the end he still agreed to the game. The audience was very lively, and Luffy started eating noodles with big mouthfuls. Okay, Straw Hat Boy, next I will let you choose, 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins, choose the one you like. Foxy said. What do you mean? Luffy didn't quite understand. It's the number of rounds, 1 round, 2 rounds, or 3 rounds. The boss wants you to choose how many games to play. The female host just said. The more games, the more fun it is, of course. Before Luffy could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nami. Nami and Usopp both raised their fingers, but the fair was not understood and they still talked for 3 rounds. Are you ready? Straw Hat? Foxy asked. The war has begun. Foxy said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Luffy was more excited than him. Okay. The fight is about to begin. Luffy then walked off the stage and was severely punished by Nami and Usopp. What you did was really beautiful. Luffy. Nami scolded. Wouldn't it be great if we win? Luffy said very innocently. Hey! Write the order of appearance of your personnel on it. The person on the other side handed a piece of paper to Luffy and others. Chapter 156. Write down the order of appearance of your personnel on it, and then give it to our person in charge. 1 person can only play 2 games. Once the order of appearance is decided, it cannot be changed. The person on the other side said. Everyone then formed a circle and paid attention to the rules of the game. The competition events are rowing, ball skills and team competition. Zoro thought. I see, there is no limit to the number of participants in rowing, there are 3 players for ball skills, and 5 people for team competition. Sanji said. Great. I'm going to participate in all 3 games. Luffy said very excitedly, not even listening to what he said before. According to the rules, isn't it allowed to appear 3 times? Robin said. At this time, Nami and Usopp both said dejectedly, what should we do? What should we do if we lose? They must be thinking of Captain Lousy Usopp. No, it must be me, I look so cute. Su King was very speechless and said, the 2 of them feel too good about themselves. What to do? How to arrange the list of entries? Everyone has their own ideas. Leave the skills and teamwork to me, Su King said. Su King can't control the rest. Soon, the Straw Hat team's roster was handed in. Another host announced the list of contestants. I will now announce the contestants. First is the Straw Hat team. In the first round, kayaking, contestants, everyone except the vice-captain Su King. Second round battle, Roronoa Zoro, Sanji. Demon Su King. The third round, roller skating chase, contestants, Monkey D. Luffy, Demon Su King, Nami, Usopp, Robin. Foxy looked at the Straw Hats with great satisfaction and looked forward to it. At this time, he was already thinking about who to choose as his partner. Quiet, quiet. I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. The winner is the banquet, the loser is the bottom of the sea, and the ruthless David fights for supremacy. I, the banquet captain of the Fokker West Blue Bandit, will be the host, relying on memes. The first round is the round the island kayak race. The host began to liven up the atmosphere again. How to divide the teams? Robin asked. Because people with fruit abilities must exist, let's divide them into groups of 3 and 4. Everyone started discussing. The canoe used in the canoe race can only be made from 2 wood pulp and 3 empty barrels. If other materials are used, you will be immediately disqualified from the competition. It all depends on the skill of the boatman. If you don't have empty buckets, you have to come here to pick them up. 1 for each team, it's free, the host said. I'm afraid it's impossible to build a small boat for 4 people. Robin looked at the situation and said. Okay then, let's divide into 3 groups. As for the personnel. Sanji then started to think. Both Luffy and Zoro started making their own boats. Su King couldn't see anything, so he couldn't do anything at this time. The host then said, while everyone is making boats, let me introduce the rules of the competition to you. The route is to go around this long island. This route looks easy, but in fact it is extremely difficult to sail. Once it sinks, then this group is eliminated. In addition, the use of guns, cannons, bombs, daggers, and other weapons is not restricted. Anyone who wants to quit midway because of fear is a disgrace to the pirates. While the host was talking, Usopp, who currently has the most potential as a boatman among the Straw Hats, has completed his own boat. It's game time soon, are you ready? The host asked. Wow! Now that the starting lineup has been determined, let's announce it based on popularity. The host naturally introduced the contestants from the opposite side. First of all, the most popular one is our idol, Miss Porky of the Foxy team. Leading the team are Swordfish, Human Kabaddi, and Star Shark Munda. The boat they are traveling on is the cute little train. The other party was clearly riding a fish, which was considered cheating in Nami's eyes. Instead, the other party argued, there is no rule saying that fish cannot appear. Nami has no choice. At this time, no one can stop the game. The host continued the introduction, oh my! What a surprise! It's actually the trio of Straw Hat Navigator Nami, Sniper Usopp, and Archaeologist Robin. The boat we were traveling on was the Barrel Tiger. Su King could think of the reason why this group is so popular. Nami and Robin are very good looking. Isn't this going to sink? Nami stepped on the board and asked a little worriedly. Hey, I'm not a shipbuilder, but I'm better than those, right? Usopp looked at the others. Others naturally refer to Luffy, Sanji, Chopper and Zoro. This is not a boat, this is a wooden board. Sanji was also very speechless. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged. Luffy smiled. Chopper and Zoro rode a pedal boat. Does it have to stay like this? Zoro asked. Yes. This way we can move forward quickly. Chopper said. Nami was speechless and complained, it's already a miracle that we can float. If the 3 of us don't work hard, this game will be lost. Just when Nami was a little desperate, the host then said, Next is the third most popular one, the beauty prayer. This is a boat specially designed for beauties among beauties. The fourth one is the red lotus crab. The fifth most popular ones are Zhongwang No. 1 and Zhongwang No. 2. Seventh is the drunkard who loves parties. Eighth is the special number. Luffy then protested, "Wait a minute. Why isn't our ship included? Oh, let me take a look." Chopper, the ship's doctor, and Zoro, the swordsman, have the rickshaw number. They are ranked third from the bottom in terms of popularity. Then, a plate number, followed closely. "What do you mean?" Luffy didn't understand. "It's the second to last." Sanji explained. "What? There is something even more disgraceful than Luffy's ship?" Usopp was stunned. "In that case, by the way, the last most popular one is the giant boat, the barrel aircraft carrier." After the host finished speaking, the wooden barrel aircraft carrier also appeared directly. Because the reminder was too large, the paddle could not touch the water at all, which puzzled everyone. "How can we make the boat move?" Everyone was very curious. "Ha ha ha! It seems you have noticed it." "That's right. The paddle of this boat cannot reach the water surface, and a large amount of seawater is stored in the boat. This is made of 3 giant barrels spliced together. It doesn't violate the rules at all." The person who spoke obviously looked like an idiot, and everyone else didn't pay much attention to it. Although Su Kang couldn't see it, he heard this series of information. Su Kang could only cheer for them. After all, he participated in the next 2 games as the main force. "I will give you a live report." The host sat on the bird and then flew into the air. A game is about to begin. Chapter 157. In short, win the competition. Nami said with determination. "It is said that it is possible to sink your opponent." Porchi said, "Oh. You said some rough words. How can one say that love is one's freedom, Miss Polky? We will sink it in 3 minutes." The speaker was full of confidence. "I'm already excited." The person who spoke was none other than Chopper. Everyone knew that this game couldn't be lost at all, so they were full of confidence and fighting spirit. Can this boat really compete in the competition? Zoro was considering a very practical question. "Hey! Usopp, if anything happens to the ladies, I will kill you." Sanji warned, because there is no rule about weapons not to be used in this game, so Sanji warned from the beginning Usopp. "Don't worry. You will definitely win." Luffy still looked optimistic. Foxy, the leader of the West Blue Thieves, stood on the cliff and said, "Idiot! We have never lost in a formal game. Can this match last 5 minutes? No. Foxy has long been full of confidence, and they are invincible." Immediately afterwards, the host flew into the air on a big bird and said to the audience, "This is a recording compass to prevent getting lost." Then the object was thrown to the players. "Will you get lost?" Nami also felt a little strange. Zoro also took the so-called compass with an expressionless face. "Be careful, Golden Lotus should not stray too far from the island," the host reminded. Luffy asked in confusion, "Why? Why did we take a long detour? We walked straight along the shore towards the finish line, Jinfa. This distance is the shortest." Nami said. "But will things go so smoothly? It can't be that simple. Look," they all carefully pointed the bow of the ship towards the outside. "Don't you think it's strange?" Because Usopp's observation was very careful, in a short period of time, some clues have been discovered. However, at this moment, there is no time for everyone to waste. "Okay. Get ready." The host has already begun to announce the start of the game. Nami asked very confused, "You said we can't leave? Why? Don't ask. Brothers, you must run to the outside of the island after starting." Usopp reminded. "Why?" Luffy still didn't understand the situation. Immediately afterwards, the host raised his arms high, and then the game began. After the competition started, all the contestants moved quickly towards the front as hard as they could. Leave quickly! Leave quickly! Usopp said desperately. Tell me. Why? Even now, Nami still doesn't quite understand why he ran towards the outside. Let me tell you the reason for the existence of this boat. The person who spoke was the owner of that very huge barrel boat. He drained all the excess water from the boat, and then countless buckets floated along the sea to the side of everyone's boat. What? It's an enemy attack. Is it too late? Usopp said nervously. What is this? A trap. Nami lightly touched it with paddle, and then something terrible happened. Don't touch it. Usopp didn't stop him at all. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion occurred in the barrel. Yes, the small boat that Usopp, Robin, and Nami were riding on was blown directly into the sky. Although Sukeng couldn't see it, he probably knew what happened. Since you know it's the opponent's trick, you still want to touch it. It's really, taking it lightly. Sukeng couldn't help complaining about his teammates. Wow! The biggest weapon of the barrel aircraft carrier. Barrel bomb attack, the host also explained. Balkai quickly surpassed everyone, and then shouted, next time I will sink you without mercy. I'm really looking forward to that moment. A wooden barrel floated next to Luffy, and Luffy without any brains immediately planned to explode all the barrels around him. Of course, this approach was stopped by my companions before it even started. If this continues, it will cause a big explosion. But, if this continues, won't we be unable to move? Luffy said, and he was quite helpless. Just blow them away without touching them, right? Luffy, give me the oar. Zoro took the initiative to challenge at this time. Luffy obediently gave the paddle to Zoro. Zoro looked very serious, which shocked Chopper. What do you want to do, Zoro? Chopper asked. Just watch. Zoro didn't explain much. He just turned his paddle with one hand. After the paddle turned, it turned into a propeller, creating a lot of wind. The large amount of wind quickly blew those wooden barrels aside. Zoro blew all the barrels back very easily. In the end, all the barrels returned to the barrel carrier. The ship had completely suffered its own consequences. Miss Nami. Miss Robin. Hurry up and hold on to the boat. Take advantage of the wave. Sanji reminded immediately. Can we still take advantage of it? Everyone couldn't help but complained. After all, the power of the explosion was so great that all ships were affected. Everyone took advantage of this wave and moved forward quickly. Either good or bad. Sanji was very worried that the boat would fall apart because of this. After all, Luffy's shipbuilding skills were very good. All the contestants were affected by this huge wave. The host immediately explained, the Straw Hat Legion caught up with the vanguard in one breath. It's really awesome one. No. No. If you continue like this, you will be overtaken. Hurry up and leave Munda. I'll ask you to cover it. Balkai said anxiously. The waves finally stopped and everyone's speed finally slowed down. It was impacted and the raft was somewhat damaged, Sanji said. Oh. It's so fun. Let's make a big wave. Luffy also looked triumphant, not worried about the competition at all. Idiot. If you make it again, this raft will definitely sink. Sanji couldn't help complaining. Speaking of which, Miss Nami, there they are. As soon as Sanji saw Robin and the others, a boat appeared in front of him, and the three people on the boat said, Welcome. Welcome. A boat came behind him. This boat was full of girls. Sanji's eyes lit up instantly. What's wrong? Chopper, Zoro and others were also stopped. No one knows what the other wants to do. Calm down, it's okay, come on. This is fried tofu and fox udon, free. The other party brought out delicious food to seduce everyone. The key was that Luffy was tempted instantly. Chapter 158. Really? Thank you so much. It looks delicious. Luffy looked at the food, his eyes turned completely green, and he drooled a lot. It was obvious that he had been tricked. Sanji, on the other hand, was completely fascinated by these girls and couldn't help himself. We really want a chef like you to come to our ship, these girls said one after another. These curly eyebrows are so cute. Ah! Do I lose this game? Sanji has been completely conquered by others. His psychological defense line has been completely conquered. Chopper was a little speechless, but the other party also said, Uncle Fur, are you tired from all the hard work just now? Who is Fur? Chopper said angrily. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's the best time to eat this. The other party then took out the apple candy, and then Chopper's eyes were filled with light like Luffy. What is this? Is it sweet? Chopper asked with great interest. Hey! There's plenty of wine here. You're welcome, just drink it. Of course the other party would not leave Zoro out. Knowing that Zoro was still drinking, he tried every means to seduce him with wine. It can be said that Luffy, Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro have been completely conquered by others. It's here. The drunkard's and beauty's prayer's unique tricks. Stop the banquet from moving forward. At this time, the host also announced the current situation to the audience. Su King was very speechless. If it were him, he really didn't know what he needed most, women or food. There seemed to be no way to disturb his heart. Su King doesn't like those vulgar fans. And the key is that now that he has lost his eyes and can't see anything, he is naturally not easily tempted by external things. All members of the Straw Hat crew have been killed. After the host announced, Nami also found out and was furious. A hole! Come back to the game quickly. Nami couldn't help but curse. Do you still have time to care about others? The person who spoke was Miss Polky. Think about yourself first. Kabaddi, let them see fishman karate. Ball Kai said. Yes. See Chop. The fishman just slashed over, and the small boat that Usopp, Nami, and Robin were riding in was instantly damaged by the opponent. Sanji, who was originally immersed in Gentle Village, discovered that Nami Robin had been attacked, and immediately said, Luffy. Let's go rescue Miss Nami and the others. Chopper. Let's go. Zoro also realized that something was wrong. Then the Straw Hats returned again, heading in the direction of Nami and Robin. The plans of the drunkard and the beauty prayer failed. Must kill. Flame Star. At this time, Usopp was desperately attacking the fishman. If he didn't stop the fishman, it might not take long before the small boat would be overturned by him. By that time, there is no need to compete at all, because we will definitely lose. At this moment, Robin took action. 8 rounds of flowers bloom. Immediately afterwards, the fishman's body was covered with arms. Backflip. After Robin finished speaking, the fishman known as Kabaddi was thrown directly into the sea. Usopp and Nami finally regained the balance. Great! Take advantage of the moment. Usopp, jump into the water and push the boat. Nami said. Do you want to tire me to death? Usopp couldn't help but complain. New changes have taken place in the field, and the host immediately explained, the one in the leading position now is the cute little truck, the second is the barrel tiger, and the third is the crab Gurren who was resurrected at some time. Number. It's almost time to show our true abilities, right, Hamburger? At this time, Foxy asked the attendant beside him. Is it going to start? It's finally going to start. Boss. The man called Hamburger was very excited. At this time, Sanji was rowing the boat desperately and said, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, go rescue you now. Sanji looked very desperate. At this time, Luffy looked at the board of the boat and said, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Sanji, pass that to me. Luffy said. Immediately afterwards, I don't know what happened, but the speed of a board number was incredibly fast. Wait for me. Miss Nami. Miss Robin. Sanji shouted. At this time, Chopper was pedaling calmly, and Zoro asked, would it be faster to paddle? But the pulp is used for this. Chopper looked at the armrest in front of him. At this moment, a small boat came out of nowhere and crashed into Chopper and Zoro's boat. Zoro raised his knife and cut off their conspiracy. Don't you say hello? Zoro asked, standing on their boat. I'm sorry, this is how we behave, the other party said. In that case, I won't be polite. Zoro then said directly, Niu Zhen. Immediately afterwards, the two boats were cut open, and Zoro jumped into the water. Damn it! You guys should be buried with me too. At the last moment when the ship was about to be scrapped, the other party rushed towards Chopper's ship. Chopper! Run! Zoro shouted anxiously. Boom! Chopper didn't have time, and the ship was hit in the end. At this time, the host also announced the situation. Rickshaw number, King number 1 and King number 2 died together, unfortunately out of the game. Since Chopper is a fruit user and cannot touch the sea water, Zoro didn't care so much and rescued Chopper. Chopper burst into tears and said, Zoro, the boat was. They are out. It really has to be us. Nami was hit, but Nami suddenly thought of something. That's right. Usopp. Use it. Nami suddenly remembered the magical thing he found on the empty island before. Usopp also reacted, and then put Fubei on his boat. Immediately afterwards, the small boat started to blow. However, the power of the wind was too small, and the speed of the entire boat was still astonishingly slow. You're not rowing fast yet. Nami complained. I used the wind shell in the marine fortress, haven't I saved the wind yet? Usopp also felt quite overwhelmed. Don't we have a blast shell? Nami asked. How could something like that exist? Usopp said. How about using shock shell? Robin suggested. That thing was placed on the Mary. Usopp said. What are you doing? Are you doubting me? Why should I lie? This concerns my friends. Usopp looked at Robin and immediately explained. I didn't say anything. Robin was also very calm. Yes, this is the crux of the matter. If they lose this game, they must want to snatch me away, because I am cute, and this kind of thing must not happen. Nami also began to pray. That's not the case. Go ahead. Go ahead. Usopp brought Nami back to reality. Chapter 159. Nami was very angry because of Usopp's words and beat Usopp directly. Robin, what are you doing? Are you reading now? Nami asked, looking at Robin. I'm rowing. Robin turned out to be using his devil fruit ability to row the boat quickly. Although it's your hand that's doing the rowing, you should still do it decently. Yes, Robin, this is what will happen if you don't work hard. Usopp also said weakly. Yeah, I'll try my best. Robin responded. At this time, Debalkai already felt that victory was waving towards him. Should we reach the end like this, or should we sink them all in one go? Balkai asked. Although it's not a bad thing to rush to the finish line leisurely occasionally, I still want to take revenge on the woman I lost before. Otherwise, even if I win, it won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart, said the fishman. At this time, the host continued to explain. The competition has reached its climax. The first place is still the cute little truck, followed closely by the bucket tiger, and the third one is Crab Red Lotus. Oops! Crab Red Lotus is missing. Ouch! There it is. The Crab Red Lotus had been destroyed. At this time, the crew members complained, "How come that guy's leg skills are so good? What? The crab Red Lotus is in pieces and cannot sail. When was it, that? This is such a powerful move." The host was also shocked. Luffy got the boat, pushing Robin, Usopp, Nami and others to get the boat. At this time, both boats surpassed the number 1 cute minivan at an extremely fast speed. Balkai was also shocked and said, "How is it possible? That kind of speed? I have no strength." Luffy was already a little tired at this time. It turned out that he was holding 2 wooden boards, and then in the sea, he used his rubber ability to turn quickly, just like a propeller. "I've been soaked in the sea water for too long." Robin naturally understood the weaknesses of those with fruit abilities. "Quick! If you don't hit it quickly, all your efforts will be in vain." Usopp also said anxiously at this time. "I won't lose to you." The opponent's boat also rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and soon surpassed their 2 small boats. After all, Luffy was already tired at this time. Oops! It was hard to surpass them. Nami said. "I won't let you get close for a while. The fishman's wrist strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, so it is normal for the opponent's ship to be fast." However, Luffy also kept an eye on it. He used his long arms to grab their ship, and used their ship to move his own ship. "It's so despicable." The other fishman discovered this, then raised the big knife in his hand, and then chopped it down. With no other choice, Luffy had no choice but to take his hand back, and the other fishman fell into the sea without weight. "That guy! Luffy, let's do it again," Nami said. But at this time, Luffy had completely lost his strength and collapsed. "I think this guy is of no use for the time being," Sanji said. "Anyway, let's row forward," Usopp said. "If the distance is widened again, it will be difficult." "You're right, let's row quickly." Nami also agreed very much. However, Porchi no longer intended to have a leisurely victory. "It would be better to sink you." Chapter 160. Of course, Balkai hadn't made any moves yet. At this time, the host had already seen that the game was about to undergo new changes, so he explained it to everyone again. What comes into view ahead is the race track, the long coral reef area, and then the long headland. There may be a long whirlpool waiting for you there. How to master these difficulties? After Su King heard the host's words, he couldn't help but sweat for his teammates. How will his teammates pass in the end? Su King is really not sure now. At this time, Su King heard the host's voice again. "That's it." A humanoid figure suddenly appeared on the island. Riding on the 4-legged sprinter Hamburger is, yes, the genius of destruction, who will never allow fair play to happen, our notorious boss, Foxy the Silver Fox. The host's introduction to his boss was naturally filled with all kinds of praise. However, fair play would never be allowed to happen. In the eyes of Su King and others, it would definitely be a drawback. This guy is so embarrassed. He can even say such things and still feel very proud. It seems that some people are very shameless. Su King also thought in his mind. That guy. After Nami saw Foxy, she knew that Foxy definitely had another bad idea, because Foxy's expression changed. "I thought of a bad idea." Foxy said it boldly. At this time, the host continued to convey the message of the game. Entering the long coral zone ahead, Polky's cute little truck number is in the lead, followed closely by the Straw Hat Pair's Barrel Tiger number, and a plate number. "What an amazing coral reef! Just like Chopper's horn," Luffy said. At this time, Sanji also tried his best to kayak. Robin and others in front have stopped. "Why is the coral reef so long? No matter how long it is, it won't stick out of the sea, right? Look, they have caused strange currents, so it's better not to be too reckless." At this time, Nami saw the whirlpool in the coral reef. As a navigator, she was naturally very sensitive to the dynamics of the sea. At this time, she didn't intend to act rashly. I hate it. The game has reached this point and there is still no winner. Munda. I leave it to you. The people who spoke were naturally the fishmen and Balkai. Their ship was now moving faster towards the long coral reef. Our boss, Silver Fox Foxy, is waiting for the opportunity on land and is ready to interfere at any time. What tricks will he come up with? The host also tried his best to arouse everyone's interest. Kill them. Boss. It's just a matter of time. Su King heard many people cheering for their boss. Since it's a game between pirates, shouldn't it be fair? Su King already felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that since the other party wanted an unfair game, he had to stop it. Sometimes, as a person on the sidelines, you will provide more important help. At this time, the host said, "What's going on?" The speed of the Straw Hats has slowed down a bit. However, this is not because Foxy and others have done something wrong, but because Nami does not feel that this moment is a good time to sprint. They are getting further and further away from us. Usopp said very worriedly. Now is not the time. Don't worry. Didn't I tell you that there is still me? Nami had already made his own plans. Not only did Nami not paddle forward, he also told Sanji not to paddle either. It could be said that the speed of the Straw Hats and the others had gradually stopped. The cute little train instantly distanced itself from the Straw Hats and broke into the long coral reef area, the host said. However, something bad happened for Balkai and others. Wait. Hate it. What's going on? Soon, their cute little truck returned to the entrance of the long coral reef area. At this time, the host said, "No. The cute little truck has encountered a countercurrent. What on earth is going on? Disgusting. Why is this?" Balkai also felt a little incredible. At this time, Nami smiled proudly and said, "As expected, I knew this current was a little strange. Pay attention. Start accelerating. Sanji is following us too." At this time, the speed of the Straw Hats quickly increased. Balkai and others tried again and again. The host also explained again, the Straw Hats suddenly started to accelerate. The three ships entered the long coral reef area almost at the same time. The Barrel Tiger and the Plate were not rushed back. However, at this moment, the Silver Fox Foxy appeared in front of everyone, seemingly holding a bow in his hand. Finally, it appears. That man is like a demonic interference offensive, the host explained. Su King has also clearly felt that the opponent used this bow to shoot smoke bombs. The smoke bomb surrounded Nami and others, obstructing their sight, so their speed of action was still affected. Smoke bomb. Su King muttered lightly. Can't see the road. What on earth does this BD want to do? Because of the smoke, the Straw Hats can't move even an inch, the host explained. Ha ha ha. Pure white battle. Very successful. Silver Fox Foxy was very proud. At this time, Su King had completed forming the seal. Su King directly used Wind Release Ninjutsu. Wind Escape Great Breakthrough. This move caused strong winds to blow around, and the smoke from the smoke bomb was quickly blown away. It can be said that Su Kang's off-site support also directly prevented the Straw Hats from falling as far as Balkai. Silver Fox Foxy was first shocked, and secondly very curious about Su Kang's abilities. Even if Su Kang couldn't see anything, he could still feel the greed in the eyes of Silver Fox Foxy. Yes, Foxy obviously wanted him. The Straw Hats passed through the smoke screen very smoothly. In fact, even if Su King didn't help his companions, I believe they would definitely have other ways. The Straw Hats successfully passed through one coral reef after another, but on the other hand, the cute little truck was washed back again. Hearing what the host said, Su King felt that this competition was already a sure thing. As an excellent navigator, Nami would never let her companions down. Why? Will the ship move forward automatically? Usopp was also very confused at this time. This is a maze of ocean currents. The previous large whirlpool created continuous small whirlpools in this coral reef, thus creating strange ocean currents. Chapter 161. As a result, strange currents are produced, and there is no problem even if you don't look ahead. As long as the entrance is clear, there is no need to worry about it. The current will automatically carry the boat forward. Nami said confidently. Wow! Invincible! Did you see it? Our navigator has great skills. You have no hope. Usopp also immediately praised Nami, who was obviously very useful. Sanji next to him also became excited, and his eyes once again turned into love shapes. That's amazing. You really deserve to be Miss Nami. Sanji praised. It's really disgusting. Foxy, the silver fox, also cursed at this time. Although he wanted to win in his heart, it was actually not that easy. The host then added, but things are not that easy. After passing through the coral reef, a huge long whirlpool awaits them. Why is it called the long whirlpool? Does it mean it's bottomless? Usopp became frightened again. Usopp! Don't panic. We're ready to launch. Nami said suddenly. What to launch? Usopp didn't quite understand. Shock. Nami said. Ah? Didn't I say I didn't bring it? No. No bring. No bring. Usopp's words were obviously hesitant, which was very suspicious. Then tell me, what is this? Nami had already got the shock shell in his hand. When did you? Usopp was also speechless. Hurry up. If we don't launch quickly, we will be sucked into the whirlpool. Nami requested. And Usopp immediately responded, what's going on with that pitiful look in your eyes? I used it before, but if I use it again this time, my arm will. It doesn't matter even if it's broken. Nami said nonchalantly. That's my arm. Of course you don't care. Usopp couldn't help complaining. Good luck to you. Usopp. Sanji and Luffy both gave Usopp a thumbs up. At this time, Usopp was a little confused, but he couldn't refuse everyone. Hurry up, there's no time. Nami said. Stinky girl, no wonder you are so calm. It turned out to be part of your plan from the beginning. Usopp complained. It seems we have no choice. Everyone said, because they were already in front of the long whirlpool. 20 rounds of flowers blooming. Robin crossed his hands and used his fruit ability, and then the barrel tiger number was connected to a board number. Damn it! Usopp saw that there was no room for retreat. The bucket tiger, towing a board number, accelerated again. Oops! With the acceleration, even the ship flew up. The host continued to explain, then, just like this, it flew over the long headland. What will happen next when it enters the water? How about that? Oops! At this moment, the board Sanji and Luffy were riding on had begun to crack, and the front of the board was broken, so the two ships were equivalent to disconnecting the traction. Just like that, Luffy and Sanji fell down. The host also immediately said, a piece of board fell on a long promontory and was seriously damaged. It makes it impossible to continue the game. What a pity. I'm sorry. Miss Nami. Leave us alone and rush forward. Sanji and Luffy were unable to compete at this time. Therefore, all hopes now rest on the barrel tiger. Yeah, I got it. Nami didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. As a result, the bucket tiger miraculously took the lead by a large margin. Did the invincible and cute minivan just lose? The host also asked. The fishman couldn't help but said, you really underestimate them, Miss Palkai. Hurry up. Leave it to you. Combined. At this time, the fishmen jumped into the water, and the shark carrying them swallowed half of their bodies in one bite. No. They are not defeated. The fishman's muscle strength and the shark's tail fin are like installing an engine on the boat. They smashed into the coral reef, rushed out of the current, and fought hard to catch up. The race is halfway through, and on the other side is the barrel tiger that keeps rowing. The host once again informed everyone of the latest changes in the battle situation. Usopp! Get up! Where is this? Usopp asked in confusion. Hurry up! Get up and paddle for me too. It looks like your arm is dislocated, Robin said. Robin saw the sign in front of him, and it said right. It says turn right, Robin said. Okay, let's turn right. Nami announced. But it's obvious that Nami saw through the enemy's stupid tricks. What a fool! Nami actually destroyed the sign. The boss's favorite trick, the big deception, was actually discovered. Hamburger said. Silver Fox was also shocked because of this, and his expression froze. Su King felt that this strategy was too inferior, so he ignored it. This is really not easy. Is she the kind of woman who doesn't believe in anything? The host asked. You are so annoying. Hey! He even has a fierce mouth. Okay, the competition is in progress, and the leader is Bucket Tiger. As soon as the host finished speaking, Bucket Tiger encountered some incredible things. Dong dong dong! It was like some artillery shells were bombarding the water, and it became a little difficult for the barrel tiger to move forward. Some water columns appeared on the sea surface. What the hell is going on? Nami also didn't know what to do. At this time, the host continued to explain, they crossed the long shock wave that could lift the ship high into the sky. So this is a natural phenomenon. Usopp thought that all this was the despicable interference ability of the Silver Fox Foxy. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy put on makeup and became an old man, fell down on the spot, and asked, Isn't there anyone who can help me, this old man? Su King simply chose to ignore it. Sure enough, faced with such clumsy deception, the Straw Hats and the others chose to ignore it. What's going on? Completely ignoring the old man pretending to be critically ill, completely ignoring the life and death of others, just living a good life yourself, this is the cold-blooded and cold-hearted navigator Nami. The host had to explain, obviously with moral kidnapping. You are really noisy. Do you want to deceive me like this? Nami couldn't help but cursed. After all, the other party's tricks were too idiotic. At this time, Usopp spoke. He looked ahead and said, Look! The end is ahead. The host also said, Victory is close at hand. The cute minivan has caught up. In the first round of the Round the Island kayak race, who will win? I told you, can you stop making trouble? Are you annoyed? Nami once again saw through Foxy's despicable strategy. Chapter 162. I told you, can you please stop making trouble? Are you annoying? Nami didn't care about the endpoint at all and ran directly into it. The so-called endpoint was directly destroyed. Foxy the Silver Fox's expression froze once again, and his entire face remained still despite being in a non-static frame. I was discovered. I didn't expect that even the false finish line failed. It's really amazing, it's too strong, said the host. Here we want to interview, in his opinion, what does he believe? The host approached Nami again. Who knows? Nami had no time to deal with the host. Devil! She doesn't even know the most basic principles of life. She is a bad woman through and through. The host couldn't help but complain. At this time, Robin said, the real endpoint should be coming soon. We can no longer use shock waves, Usopp said. I understand. Nami was also informed and reasonable. At this time, a scene that made Su King dumbfounded happened. The host said, Porchi's team stopped before the false finish line. Balkai and others asked in confusion, who won? Where has everyone been? What a dazzling pure heart! But this is fake. You have to react quickly. Miss Polky. The host obviously favored his side and reminded the other party. Nami couldn't help but said, what a bunch of idiots. How can I survive if I lose to them? It will be even more shameless if they take away our companions again. Usopp responded with great agreement. Oops. This endpoint is fake. What? Who did this? The fishman also cursed. Foxy secretly turned his body to the other side. Not only did it not affect the other party, but it also confused the people on his side, and there was no one left. The Tonghu is approaching the Changzulan Cape area. Passing here is the end. The last level is here. The host at this time also said seriously. Really? You can already see the end point? Nami was a little happy, thinking that victory was already in front of him. But at this time, Balkai's cute little truck had caught up with her again. Someone is catching up from behind. Our speed is not as fast as theirs. We will definitely be caught up. Robin said. By the way, Usopp, can you break the bamboo? Nami asked. Usopp realized that he wanted to use bamboo to create some obstacles for the opponent. Usopp then said, okay. He pulled up the slingshot and broke the bamboo again and again. The opponent did not show any weakness and decided to move forward at full speed, using the fastest speed to catch up with Straw Hat's Barrel Tiger. Sink them, said Miss Porchy. Break it for me. At this time, Usopp continued to attack, and finally broke many pillars. Balkai didn't notice the falling bamboos above at all, so they were hit head-on by these bamboos. Wow! Beautiful! Nami was very satisfied because the opponent's speed had indeed slowed down. Those bastards! Unforgivable! Cute baton! At this time, Balkai seemed to have used her own skills. What are you doing? Are you trying to do magic? Usopp complained. Flower shuriken. It turned out that Balkai was not performing magic, but conjuring up many flower-wrapped shurikens like magic. Wow! It turns out to be a dart. It's really dangerous. Usopp, Robin and Nami immediately picked up everything they could to cover their defenses. No. There's a hole in the boat. Robin said. It doesn't matter, hold on. The end is already in sight. Nami also rowed faster. She must reach the end before the boat breaks down. Our kayaking competition is coming to an end. Now it's the sprint stage to decide the winner, the host said. Come on. Don't lose to those bastards. Balkai was also very serious, and it was obvious that she didn't want to lose this game. At this time, Foxy was riding his hamburger and running quickly towards the ground near the finish line. Su King followed secretly to be on the safe side. If Foxy used any unconventional means, Su King would definitely stop him. Who will win? Chopper was also very curious. Although Chopper failed, it didn't matter as long as his team could win. Great! Just in time. At this time, Sanji and Luffy had also arrived at the finish line, and they were looking forward to the final result. Miss Nami. Miss Robin. You are so awesome during the rush. Sanji also encouraged. What a pity for you, said a passerby next to me. Why do you say that? Aren't we ahead? Luffy felt something was wrong. That's how it is now, but look, our boss is here too. These pirates were very confident and did not change anything because Nami and others were ahead. Then what happened? What else can he do now? Luffy asked fearlessly. We, old Yamato, are also devil fruit users just like you. The other pirates said. At this time, Foxy the Silver Fox used his fruit ability. Dull light. Circles of halo suddenly shot out from his hand, and these halos instantly hit Robin, Nami and Usopp. Seeing that they were about to reach the finish line, all of them slowed down. And the cute little truck number is also obviously going to surpass the barrel tiger number and cross the finish line. Su King took action at this time. He didn't take action just now, he just wanted to see how strong the dull light was. Now that I have seen it, I naturally no longer hesitate. Since you have provided support from the sidelines, I will also support you. Su King directly used water style. Water style water dragon bullet technique. Su Kang Chao quickly formed a seal, and then performed this water style ninjutsu. Originally, we were on the sea, and the water resources were very abundant, not to mention that Su Kang's chakra and chakra attributes were very consistent. Therefore, water dragon bullets instantly emerged from the sea. What is that? What's going on? It's obviously coming to the end, but something unexpected has happened again. What on earth is going on? I saw the other party's vice-captain, and he seemed to be doing something, my god. A huge dragon. Water dragon. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Not to mention the host, even Foxy himself was shocked. He originally used the slow light to be foolproof and would definitely win in the first round. In the original anime, the opponent won the first round. However, now, the result has changed. Su King directly relied on his own power to overthrow Balkai and their minivan. It's impossible, the cute little van was destroyed, the host doesn't really want to announce such a result. Chapter 163. Su King abruptly changed the outcome of the original animation in which the Foxy team's pickup truck won. This is impossible. Foxy was also stunned on the spot, his heart full of shock and questions. Because Nami and others were hit by the slow beam of his silver fox Foxy, it stands to reason that they would first become slow and then be overtaken by Porchy's fishman ship. However, the results have now changed. It was precisely because of Su Kang's intervention that Foxy and others' conspiracy in the first round was easily foiled. What exactly is going on? Foxy understands Su Kang's ability to some extent, but what makes him really confused is that the other party actually has the ability to control the sea. Oh my god! What are you playing with? Isn't the weakness of all devil fruit users the sea? Foxy's heart also collapsed. The Fokker West Blue Bandit group was naturally very depressed after losing. On the contrary, Luffy, Usopp, Nami and others cheered happily. Great! We won! It's really awesome! However, before the partners became happy, the other party also raised questions immediately. Isn't this unfair? The force outside the field directly destroyed the ship on the field. Many pirates came out to set the pace. Foxy did not stop him, and many pirates protested. Nami immediately said, "Didn't your captain also use some ability on our ship? And he has interfered with the game many times? Since you can interfere with the game from the beginning and affect the fairness of the game, can't our people do the same?" Usopp also retorted very excitedly. However, the words were rough but not rough. After Usopp finished speaking, everyone in the Straw Hats expressed their approval. In fact, even a fool could see through Foxy the Silver Fox's inferior lies when he interfered with the game. The only thing that makes people feel a little dangerous is the slow light. Both sides had their own reasons. In the end, the host looked at the Silver Fox Foxy helplessly. At this time, Su King also stood up. "Captain Foxy, isn't the outcome determined in 3 games? It's only been 1 round. Could it be said that you are already timid now?" Su King used the provoking method, and the opponent was very confident, so he fell into the trap directly. Foxy was obviously very confident in his dull light and his men. He didn't think he would lose later. Even if he lost just now, he thought he was careless. TCH. What the hell? Do you want to win consecutively? How is that possible? Don't forget, our Captain Foxy is going to fight in person next. The person who spoke was naturally the pirate from Foxy's side. Okay, let's see you there. Next, in the second round, isn't it my turn? Do you want to fight in person? Su King showed a strange smile and asked Foxy. Hey, someone is dealing with you. Foxy didn't say much. He seemed to have thought that he lost in the last round, so he decided to let Su King, Luffy, and others choose one of his team members. Now, let's choose our partner. Foxy said very generously. Su King looked at Luffy, and Luffy looked at Su King. We don't have a choice for now and keep this opportunity. Seeing that Luffy had no idea, Su King directly expressed his thoughts. Su King is a smart man. After saying this, Robin, Nami and others all understood. I see, let's keep one chance, so that even if the opponent wins, we can avoid death for once. What a good way. Sanji and Zoro also understood. Luffy is very stupid. He didn't understand this at first and thought it was not fun to do so. After everyone explained it to Luffy, they finally chose to respect Su Kang's opinion, and the whole team retained the right to choose their partners. Su King told Silver Fox Foxy about this matter, and Foxy was afraid of disrupting his future arrangements, so he did not raise any objection. While Su King was communicating with Foxy, his teammates were also communicating with each other. No one is injured, right? Chopper asked. Well, we're fine. But, what happened just now? Why did your speed slow down? Luffy also felt that what just happened was a bit strange, so he asked everyone. I don't know. Su King said it was a problem with the light emitted by the other party. He should be an Esper. Usopp said. Ability user? However, no matter how difficult it is, we will win in the end. Nami said. Having said that, we still have to be careful about that guy called Silver Fox Foxy. Sanji said. At this time, Foxy, who had a mental problem, suddenly came to everyone and introduced his skills to everyone. It may be that he feels that his ability is incomprehensible, so Foxy is very successful. How's it going? My abilities are great, right? This is my ability to slow down light. Foxy didn't even know that the villain died because he talked too much, and introduced his own abilities at once. A hole. What did you just do to Ms. Nami and the others? Is it the so-called dull light? Sanji was about to take action. Then Foxy raised the corner of his mouth and began to explain his abilities to everyone in great detail. It is an unknown particle in this world. Things illuminated by this kind of light, whether they are living things, liquids, or gases, will lose a certain physical speed while maintaining all energy. Foxy explained. I don't understand at all. Is he an idiot? Luffy looked at Foxy. He clearly didn't understand, but he still thought Foxy was an idiot. Foxy fell to the ground in depression. But, is this really possible? Nami was still a little unsure. After all, the effect of slow light only lasts for a short time, and the person who was tricked seemed to be unaware of the specific situation. Are you trying to say that this thing is a little unrealistic? Foxy then said, you should understand that such naive words will not work in this sea. It will slow down everything it comes into contact with. That's dull light. That's it. I see, I understand it when you say it like that. Luffy finally understood. I ate the slowness fruit and became a slow person who can emit slow photons from my body. Look at this power. Foxy then used his special skill, dulling the light. In order to show his abilities to the Straw Hats, Foxit specially asked Hamburger to hold a rocket launcher and fire a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, Foxy used his own slow light to slow down. The originally extremely fast cannonballs became as slow as a turtle after being hit by a dull light. The flying cannonballs were, Usopp was completely stunned. He was just hit by it, and didn't see anything else hit. Haha. This is slow light. This effect lasts about 30 seconds, after which the object hit will recover, as if nothing happened. Foxy explained. Everyone looked at Foxy and the cannonball in surprise. Aren't you surprised? This is... Foxy spoke too much. 30 seconds flew by and the shell hit Foxy directly in the face. If Foxy took a shell from the front, the result would definitely be quite bad. Boss! Balkai shouted with concern. However, the Straw Hats and others are naturally still immersed in the knowledge of slow light. I see, we were hit by this move just now. If Su King hadn't been here, we would have lost this time. Usopp said. These guys have a strange confidence in this game. It turns out that it's because of this that they have the ability to fool people. Sanji also said. It seems we should be careful. This guy's move looks difficult to deal with. Zoro also said seriously. Chapter 164. Anyway, do you know now? You will definitely lose. The person who spoke was none other than the female member of the other pirate group, Porchi. You won the first round of the Round the Island kayaking race. But you won't win again. Foxy also said very seriously. But at this time, Foxy's face had just been hit by a cannonball, so he looked very funny when he said this. It's true. Balkai held it next to her. Then since the other party has chosen to retain the right to select personnel, let's discuss the selection of trophies in the next round. The host continued to advance the game at this time. Okay, next is the second round, and the third round. We all should not lose. Zoro and others said. There are 2 games left. We must not throw away our food reserves. Sanji lit a cigarette and put it to his mouth. Okay. Then the more and more exciting David's battle for hegemony is about to begin, the host announced. So, the contestants for the second round are Zoro, Sanji, and Su King. The host announced the members of the Straw Hat team and then said. However, at this time, something disturbing happened. Zoro and Sanji, 2 diametrically opposed people, started quarreling before they even showed up. Why don't you leave? Curl your eyebrows, don't hold me back. Zoro said very domineeringly. No, 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 please leave, UBD. Sanji also cursed. Nami next to him also showed a very tragic expression and said, can these 2 guys cooperate? Letting the 2 of them cooperate is simply a dream, right? That's enough for you, kid. Sanji and Zoro almost started fighting. Nami also cursed angrily, you 2 bastards. That's enough. At this time, Su King also slowly walked to the 2 of them. You 2, stop arguing. Su King just spoke lightly, but his amazing aura was exuding from every part of his body. Both Sanji and Zoro swallowed their saliva. Everyone knows about Su King's strength. Before he entered the Great Channel, he was even on par with Mihawk. What's more, after so many transformations, his strength is probably terrifying to a certain extent. Therefore, people who know Su King a little bit will not and dare not anger Su King, and Su King has no heirs and no captain's baggage. The host saw all the players entering the arena, and then talked about the rules of the game. Well, let me first explain the rules of this game. There are 2 goals on the field. If you get the ball in, you will win. But the ball is not an ordinary ball, but a person. 2 teams, decide who will be the ball first. After the host said this rule, Su King did not make any move. Then, he teleported and appeared next to the host. Because the host also has the power and status similar to the referee, Su King chose to talk to him. Hello, I would like to ask, can I use my own abilities? Isn't it a foul to use abilities? The reason why Su King asked the referee for instructions was because he was afraid that the other party would say he had committed a foul. However, Foxy had just used his ability to interfere with the game, so it was impossible for the opponent to hit his own family in the face. Therefore, the host said, of course, there is no problem in using your own abilities. No matter what tactics or cannonballs, you can use them for everything. You can use them for everything. This is the Cruel David competition. But to put it bluntly, within the format of the competition, you can do whatever you want. After the host finished speaking, Su King was naturally very relieved and quite satisfied. In this case, I choose to let my clone be the ball. After Su King finished speaking, he clasped his hands together. The chakra of the Senju clan surged in instantly. Just listen to Su King say, wood style wood clone technique. Immediately afterwards, several Su King appeared on the field. The specific number of people is 4. Including Su King himself, there are 5 Su King. Plus Sanji and Zoro, there are 7 people in total. Seeing the other party's inexplicable appearance of 4 more contestants, be it the host, the other party's pirate audience, or the other party's contestants, their jaws almost dropped in shock. No way! Is this a joke? Do you want to directly perform a transformation into a living person? Isn't this too unfair? It directly increased the number of participants. The abilities Su King used were naturally questioned by many people. After discussing with Foxy and others, the host said, "Can't you increase the number of people in the game?" Su King said, "But what you just said doesn't count? This is my ability, and these people are not contestants. They are just my clones." Su King then directly used fire style to burn out a wood clone, and then resurrected the wood clone just now. So, you understand now that these clones are just clones and cannot be considered as contestants. Isn't it allowed for ability users to use abilities? Whether Foxy or the host, he couldn't slap himself in the face again and again, so he finally decided that Su King could do this. Su King smiled slightly. This game was already a sure win. With such a huge numerical advantage on our side, we should not encounter any losing situations. Immediately afterwards, the opponent put the ball on the head of a wood clone, Su King, and this person was considered the ball. The host then announced the arrival of the people on their side. Next, what we are going to see is their entrance. This is also an elite force that has never lost in this game. That's right. Failure is absolutely impossible for them. Their name is Shake Monster Group. After the host announced the name of their group, the whole audience was shocked. This not only shows the popularity of the opponent, but also their determination to win. After all, these viewers are members of the Fokker West Blue Bandit group. The Shaking Monster combination is 3 huge people. Each of the 3 people is taller than the other and has a huge body. Then the host started introducing them one by one. The first one is the hamburger we saw at the beginning. The second is Pecurus, also known as the Interceptor. The third one is a combination of Fishman and Giant Fish Giant, Pikha Panda. These 3 people are simply a parade of monsters. Come on! Come on! Come on! The host just introduced them and introduced them aggressively. The presence of these 3 people instantly frightened Nami and others. Hey! You're still having fun like this? What's going on with the giant fish man? And that guy even wears a ball logo. The taller you are, the harder it is to be shot into the door. Su King has already guessed what the other party is thinking. Chapter 165. Do you think any of us are lacking? Sanji asked Zoro. No. Zoro was also very confident. The 2 of them already have a sure chance of victory here, not to mention the unfathomable Su King leading the team. Before the game even started, the other side started whispering. I thought the opponent was so strong? It turned out to be a bunch of little ones. What is the situation of these guys? Are they worthy of our action? Come on! Toss a coin. The referee tossed a coin at this time, and finally decided that the shaking combination monster won the right to serve. In order to abide by this rule, the Straw Hats and others took their positions in the enemy's serving circle. The referee explained the detailed rules again. During the game, each team has one person wearing a ball logo on his head to act as the ball player. Crush them! Pikha Panda! As long as the opponent's ball is scored into the local ring goal, the player wins. The referee said. Hurry up and start. Stop talking nonsense. Su King was already eager to give it a try. Although he couldn't see the scene, Su Kang's knowledge, and color were not for nothing. He had clearly captured the emotions of everyone present. Location. Okay, the players are in place. Su King conveyed the information to his wood clone, and the wood clone was ready. Zoro. Sanji. Su King. We must win. Luffy shouted excitedly. We have no way out. Don't lose. I'm so sorry. Please. Usopp also shouted. At this time, Nami looked intently at the local players in the field and said, "This is the first time I have seen a fish giant. It's not as big as a real giant." Robin thought of his childhood friend. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy appeared again and said, "Ha ha ha. No matter how much you encourage them, it's all in vain. Our team is an expert at football games. What are you doing here?" Split head. Luffy asked. "Scold me again." The glass-hearted Foxy was hurt inside again, and fell to his knees, waiting for Bulky to coax him. "Straw Hat Boy, shut up." Miss Polky scolded angrily, and then Foxy recovered and continued to say disgustingly, "But it seems that there is no need to hinder the offensive in this game, and I will just watch the battle quietly." Any comments? Foxy asked. Can this kind of competition be hindered? Nami asked. Idiot, you can hinder any game, but our players include those who want to win at all costs, and there are also those who insist on an upright showdown. It depends on how they behave, or I will help hinder them. Ha ha ha. He keeps complaining when he is hindered. Can a pirate like this survive the sea? To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of stomach. Naturally, Nami couldn't listen to Foxy's fallacies. Due to Su Kang's relationship, Sanji and Zoro did not dare to say anything more. However, before entering the field, the referee spoke again. Hey, it's a violation to carry a weapon, put the knife down. Ah? Really? Zoro asked. The host in the sky then announced, yes, this game is about football skills, so weapons cannot be carried. In fact, for Su King and Zoro, whether they carry weapons or not is not that important anymore, especially Su King. Su King is not only a swordsman. After the opponent took away the weapon, Su Kang's wood clone was in place again. Okay. Now the Straw Hat team's ball player Su King wood clone has entered the enemy's serving circle. Seeing this, the people on the other side also discussed how to win quickly. No time limit. One goal determines the outcome, the host said. As long as we kick that huge man into the net, will the game be over? Su King was already prepared. And if wood clone is kicked into the goal, we will lose to the opponent. Su King considered the outcome and calmed down. Would it be the Fokker West Blue Thieves who won? Or would the Straw Hats win consecutively? It was a very exciting game that made me excited. Are you ready? The whistle is about to blow. The host also raised the atmosphere on the court to a climax. A whistle sounded at this time, and then the host announced the start of the game. After the game started, Su King, Zoro, and Sanji didn't make any moves. The opponent's medium-sized Picurus rushed towards Su Kang's wood clone. Catapult interception. The opponent used an attack skill to kill Su Kang's wood clone instantly. But how can it be so easy? Su Kang's wood clone has the same strength as Su Kang. Raise Nan. Su Kang's wood clone did not escape or anything. Taking advantage of the large number of people and the small number of enemies, the Raise Nan hit the man named Piculus in the abdomen in an instant. Although Picurus was tall and powerful, facing a super powerful ninjutsu like Raise Nan, he fell to the ground right from the start and was defeated. What? Oh my god! I couldn't believe my eyes. He actually fell down. As soon as he came on stage, he was knocked to the ground by Demon Su Kang's wood clone. Don't forget, it was just a clone that knocked him down. The host was also completely shocked. What? When Foxy saw this, he didn't expect that things would develop like this. Slow light. Foxy, no matter how idiotic he was, should have known that things were out of his control, so he used the slow light outside the court without any hesitation. Although the speed of light is very fast, the time Foxy decided to take action still allowed Su Kang's wood clone to find a gap. Wood style Sen Luo Wangxiang. This time, it was not a move used by one of Su Kang's wood clone, but all the moves Su Kang used. It was originally a lawn, but now, countless vines rose directly on the lawn, and these vines directly entangled the other three players. Su Kang went very smoothly, only wasting some time on the tallest fishman giant because his skin was so smooth. Su Kang actually summoned countless pieces of wood, and these pieces of wood directly entangled his opponent. Will they be killed by Su Kang once they meet? Foxy's light arrived. Although one or two of Su Kang's wood clone were hit by the dull light and became very slow, Sen Luo Wangxiang has been used up. Nothing the other side does now can save their defeat. Slow light. Foxy released the slow light again and again. Su Kang's wood clone blocked Su Kang's side one after another, and Su Kang used wood style again. Wood style wood locking wall. The 360 degrees wooden wall wrapped Su Kang and his opponent together. What happened next was simple. Su Kang walked over and put the ball into the goal. This was followed by the lifting of the wood locking wall. When everyone saw that the game was over, they were completely shocked. Everyone has the same expression. Win, win, wow. I really won. Usopp laughed. Wow, haha. That's great. Yes, Su Kang killed everyone in one instant. Chapter 166. Without any sloppiness, Su Kang kicked the opponent's biggest man into the goal with just one person. The goal was ridiculously small, but Su Kang still managed it. According to the best of 3 game system, the Straw Hats should have won the game. However, this David competition is not a best of 3 game. In each of the 3 games, you can choose one of the other team's crew members. Now the Straw Hats have won twice. In other words, the right to select crew members was reserved last time. This time, Su Kang still chose to retain the right to select crew members. After all, Su Kang and Luffy didn't have much interest in each other's crew members. There is only one last show left. It seems that we have to continue no matter what. Sanji said while smoking. We must win the last battle. Nami also cheered up the others. At this time, the host also announced the victory of the Straw Hats to the audience. Although he suffered some doubts, Su Kang didn't care at all. He won the competition with his true talent and learning. Su Kang, if I win again, I hope to choose one. Luffy told Su Kang what he meant. Su Kang was still a little confused at first, but after Luffy and Usopp told their story after finishing, Su Kang also nodded to express his approval. It turns out that the reason why Luffy was able to participate in the David contest was because of an old man's white horse, so he planned to win the white horse after the next victory. Before the next game came, various preparations began in the venue. Everyone put on clothes with numbers on them, and the next game seemed to be related to skating. The third round. Roller skating chase. This is a competition held on an outdoor track. The rules are very simple. First, when the first whistle blows, the scoring players selected by the 2 teams start. 20 seconds later, after the second whistle blows, the defensive players start. The task of the defensive players is to hinder the enemy players and support their own players. It doesn't matter what they do. Whichever team wins within 5 minutes, of course, even if it is one step ahead of the enemy, it is considered a victory. By the way, Itamimes, will give you a live report in front of the starting line this time. The host said as he came to the starting line, and then continued, okay. We will be there soon. It's time for both armies to take the stage. Okay. Let's cheer each other up. Luffy or other companions all raised their right hands at this time. Su King was also full of determination to win. With him here, it is absolutely impossible for the Straw Hats and his team to fail. Okay. With the shouts coming on the stage is the Straw Hats. What awaits them is the strongest team Foxy. First of all, the protagonist of the team is Miss Palkai, as well as the fast player Gigi Gaida, the defensive expert True Four Corners, the fishman's Yubi, and Kiririn. Of course, the most important thing we can't forget is our boss, Coach Foxy. Manager Hamburg. This is really the most suitable and strongest combination. After the host introduced the two sides, the players from both sides had some basic exchanges on the field. Jijijida, a man who looked like a leopard, approached Luffy and after sniffing him for a long time, he felt that he was not a very normal person. He. This guy not only runs fast, but he is also very sensitive to smells. You must have eaten something smelly, right? Foxy said. Su King waved his hand and said, these are not important at all, okay? This boring game should end as soon as possible. Su Kang's impatience made everyone smell the smell of gunpowder. The host immediately said, okay, it seems that Su King is very anxious. I will continue to announce the rules of the competition. Each team has a coach and a manager. These two people cannot directly participate in the game. Each person can only be a scorer once. We will not lose. Luffy was full of confidence. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang's team began to discuss who was the coach and who was the manager. Sanji thought for a while and then said, let's do this. Let Luffy come in the first round. Miss Nami and Usopp can't bear too much burden. Miss Robin, I'm sorry, can you do it in the third round? Okay, I can run in any round. Robin agreed readily. Where's Su King? Su King, let's just decide like this, Luffy is in the first round, Miss Nami is in the second round, Usopp is in the third round, Ms. Robin is in the fourth round, and Su King is in the fifth. Wheel. Sanji finally arranged everything in place. But Zoro was naturally dissatisfied and asked, wait a minute, why do you have the final say? Hey? I'm the coach and you're the manager, so it's natural. Besides, it makes sense for me to arrange this. Sanji said. Are you kidding? Why should I be dictated to by you? Zoro was naturally not willing to follow Sanji. Of course. How can you be qualified to be a coach when you have green algae floating in your brain? Sanji also mocked. You BD with curly eyebrows who exudes stupidity all over your body. Zoro couldn't help but cursed. At this time, the host picked up the microphone and said, there is another thing that must be paid attention to. If there is a retrograde motion or you are kicked out of the runway, you will be out on the spot. It was also a foul and the team was eliminated due to a false start. Good preparations have been completed. The host then announced the participation information of both parties. Oh! Straw Hat Boy and Miss Bulky. It started with a duel between the generals of both sides. The host also worked hard to lighten the atmosphere. Ouch! It seems like there was an extremely fierce collision from the beginning. The game is about to start. Foxy is also very confident. He is full of confidence. Although he has lost twice in a row, in order to win the last time, I don't know why I can still remain so confident. What's going on? Wow! Luffy fell directly on the field because he had never tried roller skates before. The audience burst into laughter, while the Straw Hats were very nervous. What's going on? Luffy can't stand up at all. Did they just give up the game? The host also questioned. Sanji arranged it for a long time, but he never expected such a result. Wow, ha ha ha! Foxy, Balkai and others also laughed loudly. Great! It should be easy to win now. Luffy stood up with great difficulty, but when his skates slipped, Luffy lost his balance and fell to the ground again. Although Su King couldn't see it, he felt the vibration on the ground and knew that Luffy must have made a fool of himself. It's over now. Zoro also looked pale. He finally won twice in a row. Did he just fail? If he is at a disadvantage in the first round, then our responsibility will be very heavy. Usopp said in a panic. Chapter 167. Ha ha ha. The audience's laughter could be heard everywhere in the auditorium. Luffy also stood up with great difficulty, and finally Luffy tried his best to stand in front of the finish line. Finally, both players are on the starting line, but can this be considered a competition? The competition starts soon. The host's tone was also full of doubts about Luffy's ability. Usopp supported Luffy and said, "Luffy, is that okay? There's no way. Who knew it would be so difficult? It's already difficult for Luffy to keep his balance, let alone to surpass his opponent in a speed competition." Nami saw this and said helplessly, "It's over, it's all over now. At this point, we can only force it. We just follow him. Besides, isn't there Su King?" Robin said. Yes, although Luffy was the first to appear and seemed very unreliable, Su King has the ability to turn things around alone. Everyone also hopes that the gap will not be too wide at the beginning. Okay. Then the game begins. Everyone is in your place, the referee said. The host warmed up. The third game, the roller skating chase battle. Will the winner in the first round be Straw Hat Luffy or our girl Porchi? Everyone, get ready. The referee finally blew the whistle. As soon as the competition started, the lithe ball Kai took the lead with her very skilled roller skating skills. Porchi girl, a perfect start. In sharp contrast to her, Luffy was completely unsatisfactory and fell to the ground before even crossing the starting line. The host said. Su King was also embarrassed and said, "You haven't even passed the starting line. What a perfect joke." Robin was also stating a fact. Such a crappy thing. Luffy was so angry that he almost threw away the roller skates under his feet. Oops. If you take off your skates, you'll be out on the spot, the host reminded, and Luffy had no choice. Damn it. Although Luffy was very dissatisfied, he didn't know what to do right now. At this time, Su King shouted, "Luffy! Don't forget your own ability. There are no rules in this game, you have to run with your feet." That's right. Everyone understood what Su King meant. Wow! So smart. I know. Just grab it there. Luffy obviously understood. At this time, Porchi was very proud. Seeing that Luffy had been thrown far away, she said, "Oh. It's so easy." Soon, 20 seconds passed, and then the host reminded, 20 seconds are up, now the defenders start running. Immediately afterwards, Luffy saw a huge person behind him, pressing heavily towards him. Square pressure, the man said, his whole body was like a weight. Hey! He's going to get squashed. Help him! Sanji immediately said to Usopp. Stop joking! Usopp was helpless. Su King originally wanted to take action, but he already knew that Luffy was fine, so he stopped. It turns out that Luffy inflated himself into a balloon, and the balloon bounced the opponent back. Okay. Take advantage of the moment. Usopp. Nami found the most suitable moment, and then set off with Usopp, kicking Luffy like a ball. Just kick him away, Luffy. Don't let him breathe. Nami said to Usopp while kicking Luffy. Dazzling flowers, big flying swallow grass. At this time, Robin also used his flower fruit ability. Many arms appeared on the field instantly, and the arms turned Luffy into a rubber balloon and rolled him backwards quickly. Luffy's speed increased instantly. How should I describe this kind of running? In an instant, I approached Miss Balkai very quickly, the host explained to everyone. What a nuisance! Flower shuriken! At this time, Porchi also took the initiative to attack Luffy. Dang dang dang! The flower shuriken thrown by Balkai was instantly blocked by Su Kang's shuriken. Su Kang relied on his knowledge to determine the position of each shot very accurately. Disgusting, Miss Balkai no longer interfered with Luffy, and she could only choose to compete seriously at this time. Wow! This is really an unprecedented game. However, the Foxy team's defense is indestructible. After the host finished speaking, the huge weirdo appeared in the center of the track at some point. Human wall. The weirdo was about to press his body down and flatten Luffy again, when Robin pushed Luffy into the air. What a skillful high throw! Is it just a matter of time before I catch up with Miss Balkai? The host also kept everyone in suspense. Great! Miss Robin! Sanji also thought that victory was not far away. How naive! Suddenly, another defensive player from the opponent moved in front of Luffy at high speed. Immediately afterwards, a hand knife suddenly grew out of his arm, and then, a hand knife hit Luffy's body. Since Luffy himself is a swollen balloon, he was directly reached to the audience's stand. Wow! That's amazing! Straw Hat Luffy flew out of bounds, the host announced the result. Because everything happened so fast, no one could recover. Su King originally wanted to take action, but the opponent's speed was a bit fast, and his eyes had not recovered yet, so he would definitely not be able to catch up for a while. No way! We were attacked. Out of bounds? Are you okay? Luffy? Nami and Usopp asked in concern. The fishman who had just attacked looked like he was watching a show and said, "Don't worry, my hand knife won't hurt him." Don't say stupid things, hee. It turned out that the fishman's hand knife was just a show. However, it is also true that Luffy flew out of bounds. At this time, Nami's thoughts were very complicated. If Usopp, Robin, and I don't win, we can only place all our hopes on Su Kang. I hope we will win. Although we have won 2 games, if the other party wins this game and chooses me, and my friends don't choose me, then I won't be so cute. Since Luffy went directly out of bounds in the first round, the host also directly announced the winner. The winner of the first round is Miss Polky. Therefore, Team Foxy gets a point, the host announced. Then let's continue. The scorer in the second round is the ruthless woman, Nami the navigator, and the opponent is the strong defensive expert, True Four Corners. At this time, Nami also had the mentality of fighting to the death. I don't care, I can only give it a try. Second round, everyone is in position, ready. With a whistle, it marked the start of the second round. From the beginning, Nami relied on her very stable skills to dominate the competition. What's going on? Real Four Corners are so slow. So slow. The ruthless woman Nami has left him far behind. Chapter 168. What are you doing? That guy, do you want to compete or not? At this time, Usopp was also looking at the player named True Four Corners, a little confused. Nami played very steadily, but she also became suspicious, thinking, what's going on? Is the other party planning some bad ideas? Usopp saw Nami's confusion and immediately shouted, "Leave him alone! Nami! Hurry up and cross the finish line!" Yet, Nami also knew that there was no time to delay now and planned to cross the finish line. At this time, the whistle sounded again, which signaled that the interference players from both sides could play. At this moment, Usopp was startled. What are those guys doing? Ha ha ha! If you want to score, just do it. Our defense is watertight. The opponent's troops gathered, obviously trying to interfere with Nami. Humph, don't be so confident, we are in the lead now. Sanji said. What are you doing? Luffy also felt that there was something wrong with these people, but he fell again while wearing skates. It doesn't matter, Luffy, we will win if this keeps up. Usopp was quite confident. However, at this moment, Palkai, who had just played for the first time, took out a bouquet of flowers. Then he said, "Flower hypnosis technique." Immediately afterwards, everyone was hypnosis. Everyone, including Nami, fell to the ground. Among the Straw Hat players, Su King was the only one who was not affected by hypnosis. Why? Of course it was because Su King covered his eyes. Su King's eyes were still recovering, which actually made him immune to the opponent's hypnosis spell. "Miss Palkai, since it was you who made the first move, don't blame me for not being a gentleman this time." Su King has no eyes, but he can still see other people. Su King plays as an interfering player, so the opponent will definitely not get any good results. You can carry weapons in this game, so Su King has already pulled out Shura from his hand. The Crimson Shura, combined with Su King wearing an eye patch, has a charming temperament. Ugh! 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 Su King slashed out a sword energy, which completely destroyed the opponent's path. "Quickly stop him!" The other interfering players quickly rushed towards Su King. At this time, Su King quickly came to Nami's side, with his index and middle fingers raised. "Untie!" Su King directly released the hypnosis state for Nami. This hypnosis state is actually not much different from being hit by genjutsu. He stimulated Nami with chakra, and Nami woke up. Why is the arena like this? What's going on? What happened? Nami was still confused. "Don't worry about anything else, just finish the race." Su King pushed Nami, and Nami rushed towards the finish line. And the people on the other side obviously wouldn't let Su King and Nami leave so easily. Although it is only the second round, the outcome has become very important. The Fokker West Blue Thieves can no longer afford to lose. "Stop that girl named Nami. We can't let her reach the finish line." Foxy couldn't help shouting from the side. Those fishmen also rushed towards Su King with all their strength. Su King didn't pay much attention to them. He formed a seal with his hands and said, Earth style river. Earth style wall." Su King not only used Earth style to attack ninjutsu and hindered the opponent's progress, but also used Earth style wall to completely block the field. The track that was originally damaged by Su Kang's sword energy was split into two. The deep ravine, and Su Kang's use of the earth current wall, meant that the opponent had no chance of passing through. At this moment, Nami also crossed the finish line directly. Wow! 1-1. Nami was very excited, because 1 win and 1 loss, so it was equalized with the enemy. Before anyone else could react, Su King quickly moved to his companions and woke them all up. "You were hypnosis by the opponent just now. It was quite dangerous just now. If the enemy was not competing with us, but fighting us, your heads would probably have been taken off." Although Su King said it in a joking manner, it had its due effect. Everyone couldn't help but sweat. In just a blink of an eye, they were defeated by the enemy hypnosis. If it weren't for Su King, this round would have been impossible. Definitely failed again. After announcing the results, the host at this time said, "Next, the third round will decide the fate. The long-nosed man Usopp will face the fast player Gigi Zaida. Before that, the racetrack still needs to be repaired." The host suspended the race. They used the fastest and best methods to tidy up the track, and in about half an hour, the track was restored to its original state. Of course, Su King also used earth style and wood style to help a little, but the chakra consumed was negligible anyway. The game started immediately, but Usopp showed a difficult expression. "Actually, you want to say that you have a disease that prevents you from participating in the competition?" "Forget it," everyone said in unison. Usopp found that he had been exposed, and was very helpless, so he had to bite the bullet. The pressure on him was not that great, but now it was 1-1. If he happened to lose here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. "Isn't this guy just a cheetah?" Usopp thought to himself. "Everyone should be counting on me, right? Is there any way?" Usopp thought, there is nothing. Forget it. I can only rush to the end in one breath. Ready. The referee blew the whistle directly. And Usopp also rode forward with all his strength. Usopp looked up and found that there was no one in front of him, so he said happily, wow! I am actually in the lead. However, when he turned his head slightly, he found that the opponent's players were already on the other side. So fast! Nami exclaimed. Ha! No one can match the speed of Jijijida. That way you don't even need a defender. The person on the other side said very confidently. Damn it! You still can't win like this. Usopp was also a little unwilling, so he rushed forward harder. However, as soon as Usopp ran around the corner, the opponent had already completed a lap. The speed shocked Nami. I said, you can rest here. Paul Kai said. A hole. How will you know if you don't try? Nami was also looking forward to a miracle happening. At this time, the host said, okay. It's already 20 seconds, now the defensive players set off. Nami and Robin set off immediately. Usopp had already been surpassed by the opponent's player. Luffy, who refused to admit defeat, finally stood up on the skates after Zoro's careful instruction. Wait for me, Usopp. Luffy, as a defender, also quickly mastered the skating skills. I won't lose to you. Luffy said. At this time, the cheetah man actually changed from running on 2 feet to running on all fours, and now he is on par with his opponent. Chapter 169. Luffy was indeed very fast, but because he didn't learn to turn, he flew directly out of the wall. Unfortunately, Luffy once again fell out of the game and was eliminated. Jijijida has been in the lead for 4 consecutive laps. Mr. Long Nose, catch me quickly. Robin used his fruit ability to extend his arms. Usopp grabbed Robin's arm, and Robin threw Usopp out. Can you use this trick to turn defeat into victory? The host also asked at this time. At this time, another interfering opponent of the opponent also took the initiative to attack. Jijijida not only changed its legs into 4 limbs and ran like a wild beast, but also used its tail to hook onto the railing when cornering, achieving a pendulum corner. Sanji immediately caught this loophole and said to the referee, hey! Didn't that guy just go out of bounds? You black whistle! It's okay to go out of bounds in the air. It's okay to go out of bounds in the air. The referee blushed and did not dare to face Sanji. The host announced, facing the strong responsibility of violent coach Sanji, the referee ignored it. At this time, Robin thought to himself that if he didn't think of a way, he would not be able to catch up. At this moment, the disruptive player on the other side approached Robin and used his octopus tentacles to trap Robin. You'd better not move, because the more you struggle, the tighter it becomes, said the enemy. Robin immediately used his ability to grow arms on the opponent's body, trying to fight back, but the opponent said calmly, it's useless, my whole body is weak. Immediately afterwards, Robin was hit again. Foxy, the opponent's slow light, used this move on Robin, and Robin was completely useless. Good job, Zunbei. We've basically taken care of her. Foxy said proudly. Damn it! Miss Robin was plotted. Sanji was also very nervous. Hey, idiot coach, if we don't find a way to deal with that Jijijida, we will definitely lose. Zoro reminded. Su King didn't say much. If he wanted to terminate the game, it would be too easy. Su King didn't plan to take action until the last step. He tried his best to turn the tide every time, so what's the use of having a partner? Jijijida, could it be that? Then Sanji immediately called out, is Mr. Whitehorse here? The old man in the audience was also very confused and asked, are you going to call me again? Where did the long cucumbers you gave Luffy come from? Sanji asked. What are you talking about? Zoro didn't understand Sanji's purpose. There, the cucumbers are wrapped around the vines. The old man pointed. Green caterpillar, get that cucumber vine quickly. Sanji ordered. A hole. Is this the attitude of asking for help? Zoro was quite dissatisfied with Sanji's attitude. This may be the only way to stop that guy. Sanji said. Can we really stop him? Zoro was not ignorant, so he naturally rode the old man's huge white horse to pick cucumber vines. Although I don't know if it will work, it's better than sitting still and waiting for death. Sanji thought. While the competition on the field was still going on, the host said at this time, 4 minutes have passed, and Jakijada leads by a huge margin by 13 laps. 4.5 minutes have passed. Jakijada has already started the 15th lap. This is almost completely hopeless for the Straw Hats, the host announced again. Sanji was very anxious, but Zoro didn't stop. Everyone's hearts are gradually becoming colder. It is obvious that failure has gradually become inevitable. 4 minutes and 50 seconds have passed, and in 10 seconds the Foxy team will be completely victorious. At this critical moment, Zoro stepped on the big white horse named Shirley, then jumped into the air, pulled out his sword, and slashed out. 5 seconds left. What is that? Immediately afterwards, the huge tree fell directly towards the auditorium. Boom! The tree fell down, and the referee's whistle also blew. Everyone was completely desperate, but they heard the host say, "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on with Jakijada?" Contestant Jakijada went out of bounds before the finish line. What an incredible ending! In the third round, the Straw Hats came back victorious, the host said. It turns out that Jakijada was affected by the huge cucumber tree, so he was eliminated at the most critical moment. Usopp no longer knew whether to be happy or sad. But why? Many people who didn't understand asked. Cucumber is a plant from the Polygonaceae family, and I heard that all cats will react to the vines and leaves of the Polygonaceae family and become trance-like. Cheetahs are also cats, so I thought it might work. Sanji also explained it very seriously. So that's it. No wonder he cared so much about Luffy's smell just now. Nami also understood. That's awesome. Mr. Chef. Robin also praised Sanji here, and Sanji instantly felt embarrassed. Zoro looked at everything in front of him and sighed, what a critical moment. The host then announced, the Straw Hat team turned defeat into victory, so is it possible for the Foxy team to win the next game? Okay, we don't have time to reflect on the last game. The fourth round is about to begin. The host said. The scorer in this round is archaeologist Nicole Robin, and the opponent is Zumbei the Fishman. This will be a tough battle, the host said. Who is Zunbei? He is the person who just used his octopus tentacles to entangle Robin. They have just had contact, and this time they naturally know each other well. He must be using that light again. Nami guessed from the side. Yet, his idiot light is really difficult to deal with. Usopp commented. Usopp, put your ears closer. At this time, Nami thought of a good idea, so he shared it with Usopp and Su Kang. Usopp's expression suddenly turned bad. You are such a bad guy. Haha. Isn't this a good idea? Nami asked. Let's do it this way, our side will definitely win. Su Kang said. The host saw this scene and asked, Ruthless woman Nami, what bad ideas are you thinking of? You have a cunning face that you will not lose to the boss. Who are you talking about being cunning? Naturally, Nami was not happy to hear this. Immediately afterwards, the host ignored Nami and announced, the fourth round is about to begin. Before the game started, Fishman Zunbei communicated with Robin. Humph, there was nothing you could do against me just now, right? Zunbei said. But Robin ignored Zunbei. Get ready. Start. The host has announced the start of the game. The two of them rushed forward at the same time. Chapter 170. In the fourth round, Robin's speed was slightly faster than that of his opponent, the fishman zommed. However, Zunbei did not feel discouraged at all. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of some conspiracy. 20 seconds passed quickly, and the defenders from both sides set off in unison. As a disruptor, Luffy also rode towards the track. Now he was more or less familiar with the skates. When turning, Luffy also used his rubber fruit ability to turn like a pendulum. Wow! Luffy is so handsome. Everyone was very touched. After all, even Luffy has adapted to the game. When are you going to attack me? Just wait until I tie you up again. Zunbei was very proud and looked down upon Robin. I won't let you succeed. Luffy had already caught up with Zunbei at this time, which showed that Luffy was very fast. Bump! Luffy punched out, instantly knocking Zunbei around the corner. Oh! You finally showed your true strength. Straw Hat Luffy knocked Zunbei away, the host announced. Come on! Robin! Leave this guy to me. Luffy, as a disruptor, does not need to accompany Robin to finish the race. Understood. Robin also continued to maintain his speed, performed steadily, and turned beautifully. When Robin saw the interference player in front of him, he also used the flower fruit to throw his body out. Polky originally wanted to use flowers to bring hypnosis, but at this time, the baton had been taken away by Nami. Hate! What do you want to do? Balkai was very frightened. It can be said that the other party's interference personnel have been wiped out for the time being. Hey! I advise you to stay here. Luffy looked at Zunbei, who didn't dare to do anything. Great! Robin of the Straw Hats is already one lap ahead, the host introduced. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy also showed a very embarrassed expression. Humph! Let me show you how powerful I am. Hamburger! We are ready to attack. Foxy rode Hamburger and began to prepare for tricks again. Hey, Usopp, get ready. Su King sensed Foxy's movements immediately and immediately reminded Usopp. To tame people and fight with praise and blame, are you ready? Usopp asked Nami. What the two wanted to do was actually quite simple. When the Silver Fox Foxy was about to use the dull light, Usopp immediately cursed. Foxy's heart is very weak, and if others say something bad, he will become very lazy. Nami took advantage of this. UBD! Are you trying to fire idiot rays again? Usopp's words deeply stimulated the Silver Fox Foxy. Foxy was all bad. Ah! Split head! Idiot ray! Foxy is sensitive and fragile. That's not the case. The boss is so awesome. Nami immediately praised him from the side. With such a compliment, Foxy naturally returned to normal. However, Usopp continued to curse, "You're here. Idiot Fox. I'm serious. I've fallen in love with you from the bottom of my heart." Nami immediately praised again. However, Usopp continued, "Is it scientific that you will fall in love with that BD? Great. Splitting head. Great. The slot head." Usopp and Nami praised each other and disparaged each other, while Foxy was hovering between normal and abnormal. Oops! Our boss has been defeated by rhetoric. Hamburger said worriedly from the side. Everyone was very happy at this time, because before they knew it, the game was coming to an end. In this round of competition, the Straw Hats once again won a great victory. In the last round, Su King took action. Before the final round, give a 5-minute rest period. The host said. At this time, Foxy's mentality was also seriously broken. I was so confused by a kid like that. I didn't expect that it's the last round now. It's impossible for us to win again. Foxy has no courage anymore. After 5 rounds of competition, they lost the first round due to Luffy's problems, and now they have won all 3 rounds. According to the best of 5 round system, the Straw Hats can actually win directly. According to the best of 3 game system, the Straw Hats won an overwhelming victory in this David battle. It stands to reason that there should be no need to compete at all, and the Foxy team's momentum is also extremely weak. At this time, Su King put forward his own ideas to his teammates in the Straw Hats. Let's do this. Let's give each other a step down from the outside. This will be more interesting. Extra game. Are we really going to have a playoff? Everyone was still a little unhappy at first. After all, their side had already won, but Su King was confident. He felt that he would never lose, so he told everyone his proposal. In the end, Su King said to Foxy, "In this game, if you win, we will play an extra game, both of us will face off. You and I will PK alone. If I win, then our side will win 4 out of 5 games. If you win, in the David battle, we will win. If you beat me during the PK, I will count you as the winner in the 3rd round. How about that?" Su Kang's proposal is like pie in the sky for the enemy, but for our own side, there is actually no loss. We can choose 2 people from the other side. Even if you lose, your side will not suffer any losses. Okay. I believe Su Kang. Luffy and others knew Su Kang's strength, so they naturally agreed with Su Kang's very bold judgment this time. I really didn't expect that we could go to the final round. Listen up. This game, we must win. Use that plan to guarantee victory. Foxy said. That plan? Okay. Win it back in one go. The opponent's team members were obviously fighting with their backs against the wall, and their momentum reached its peak. Okay, since the Straw Hats have won 3 times, there is no need to play this game, but according to the research of both parties, there will be another battle after this game. The extra battle will definitely be this one. The pinnacle of this tournament. The host then said, "Okay." The 2 teams are at the starting line. The Foxy team kept the scorer Killian and put the rest on the sidelines. Are they going to use that strange trick again? Su King didn't know what the strange move the other party was talking about was, but at this time, Su King was absolutely sure of winning. What's the trick? Sanji and others were also very confused. It's just that weird light. Zoro said. Disgusting. You guys really know this? That's right. Using slow light to stop your opponent from advancing, even Su King, the strongest among you, can't resist it, right? This is the whole content of this battle, but even if you know it, it won't help, ha 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 ha. Balkai and Zunbei on the other side also laughed. We have a battle of praise and criticism. Usopp was also very confident. Chapter 171. Don't worry. We have a battle for praise and criticism, so Su King. Just run with confidence. Usopp said. Don't worry. Although Su King didn't say too many words, he was already full of confidence. Then it begins. Get ready. Let's go, the host announced the start of the game. Su King skillfully used the teleportation technique in the ninja world, not to mention super speed teleportation. With his speed, Su King almost crushed the opponent. When Su King turned a corner, he directly used his chakra to attach to his feet. In the eyes of others, Su King was quite weird. How is this possible? Player Su King's speed was so fast from the beginning. And his feet can actually be attached to the wall. What kind of anti-gravity setting is this? The host has seen many weird things, but he has never seen one as weird as Su King. At this time, in order to save his face, Foxy was ready to release the dull light from the beginning. Usopp and Nami naturally used the battle of praise and blame. Splitting head. So handsome. But this time, the other party obviously found a way to deal with it. No matter how the 2 people shouted, it had no effect. Slow light. Foxy still successfully released the slow light. Nami and Usopp were very confused and said, what's going on? Why is the battle of praise and blame useless? What did you just say? At this time, Foxy once again revealed the fundamental reason why he was immune to poisonous tongue. Wow! It turns out to be earplugs. The Straw Hats are helpless now. They are indeed our boss, said the host. Then Foxy also released the dull light again and again, but how flexible is Su Kang? With his knowledge, he naturally avoided all the light very easily. In addition, Su Kang's speed is already very fast, so it is not that simple for Foxy to target Su Kang. However, even if the opponent's player is accidentally hit by the slowing light, he will not be affected by the slowing down. That's why Foxy was so desperate to unleash his abilities. At this time, Foxy aimed at Nami and Usopp again, and both of them were also slowed down by Foxy's dull light. Humph! I will slow down all your teammates. I don't believe that none of the members can stop you. Foxy finally made Robin also slow. In other words, except for Su Kang, Robin, Usopp, and Nami were all slowed down. Sanji and Zoro, a manager and a coach, can't play at all, let alone Chopper. Su Kang was alone, facing everyone on the other side. However, Su Kang was still not worried at all. Even though he was wearing a blindfold, he could easily avoid everyone's attacks. Su Kang has led many laps now, and almost no one can surpass him again. He just needs to delay time and not fall out of the field. In the last 30 seconds, Foxy once again slowed down Nami and Usopp, and then, he also tried his best to slow down Su Kang. The opposing team members cooperated with Foxy and gradually blocked Su Kang's coming and going. In other words, Su Kang had to face the dull light. As long as you are hit by the slow light and then fall out of the field, you will lose. However, things are not that simple. Su Kang had never shown his abilities in front of these people. Therefore, Su Kang finally used his ability in this critical moment. Devil's Power. Demonic power swept through his body, and Su Kang transformed into a demon state. The wings on his back spread out, and with a gentle wave of his wings, a huge storm swept over him instantly. Dust was rising all around. Not to mention Foxy, who was using slow light. Even the opponent's jammers couldn't capture Su Kang's position. It turned out that Su Kang relied on his wings to surpass the opponent in the air. Oh my god! Su Kang actually grew wings and flew. It turns out that Su Kang's real ability is the devil. He is indeed the devil Su Kang. The host was also shocked. There are only the last 10 seconds left, the host announced. If Su Kang is still not hit by Boss Foxy's slow beam, victory must be inevitable, the host said again. Oops! No! This guy is moving too fast. I can't let him keep running. Whether you are in the sky or on the ground, I will dull them all. At this time Foxy also released his dull light. But this time, something wasn't quite right. According to the original version, the light can only be linear, but now, the light has become a 360-degree shape. Su Kang was also shocked. This time, the power of the opponent's light was obviously far greater than before. But this time, not only the members of the Foxy team were dulled, but also the surrounding auditorium, including the host, and everything around them, seemed to be shrouded in dull light. What the hell? It doesn't seem to be the same as the plot. Su Kang couldn't care so much at this time. Everyone else had been dulled. He was still on the track, which was too stupid. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Su Kang instantly created a wood-locking wall and enveloped himself. And Su Kang could feel that there seemed to be no breath of life outside his wood-locking wall. What is this situation? Su Kang couldn't figure out the situation and was about to win this game. Just when the annoying Foxy was about to be beaten down by the Straw Hats, things unexpectedly changed again. Host, congratulations! You successfully signed in at Changhuandao. Congratulations to you too. You have obtained Conqueror's domineering power. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. System, do you have to give me a reward at this critical moment? I am not in the mood to accept your reward. Su King said. Host, don't worry. After I appeared and talked to you, all time was still. However, I am curious, what happened to you? Is this the first time I have seen you in this state? What's going on? The system was also very curious and puzzled. Foxy, according to the plot, was just a minor character, why did he suddenly become so fierce now? Su King asked. I see, is this the reason for you? In the final analysis, it is you who makes things out of control. Think about it, your existence has already begun to change the plot itself. The reason why I let you join the Straw Hats is that I hope you will minimize the damage to the original work. Your companions' dependence on you will make them weaker, and your enemies' fear of you will make them stronger in desperate situations. Everything comes from you entering the world itself. Today's world may still develop in the original direction, but because of you, everything has changed. The power of the Foxid fruit has also awakened. Chapter 172. Su King naturally continued to ask, so, in other words, this guy named Foxide has also been magically altered. Yes, that's pretty much what it means. He has obtained it, completely surpassing the ability of the original version, and now he plans to kill you. The system said. That's impossible. I'm afraid he will be disappointed. Su King also said calmly. Although Su King's eyes have not recovered yet, Su King's strength has not weakened because of his eyes. On the contrary, Su King, who has mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing, is stronger. Then this time, Foxy's best destination is still for you to kill him. However, don't forget your new ability. The system then talked about the reward just now again. You were very excited just now, so I don't know if you noticed that you have successfully signed in at Changhuan Island. Now I specially give you Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki has a CD time and cannot be released continuously. Of course, the power of the Haki will become stronger as you become stronger, so you have to take care of yourself. I can only help you so far. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared. Su King naturally accepted some methods of using Conqueror's Haki. Just 1 hour into the system, the wood-locking wall where Su King was standing suddenly roared and was completely shattered. To Su King's surprise, the person who took action was not Foxy, but some of Foxy's men. For some unknown reason, the strength of these subordinates has also made great progress. They seemed to be possessed by demons, completely shattering Su King's wood-locking wall. Demon Su King! You must confess here today, said the other pirate. Do you know who you are? Do you know about the David contest? Do you know that the game is not over yet? Su King also asked 3 questions in a row. However, the other party seemed not to hear it and rushed towards Su King quickly. It seems that the minds of these guys no longer exist, as if they have been modified. This matter is definitely not simple. Just because I changed the plot, it is too outrageous to become stronger. Su King also felt that the situation was not quite right, and there might be someone behind it controlling all of this. Raise Nan. Although Su King was approached, he was not in a hurry. He concentrated a shot of Raise Nan and hit the opponent's body. The opponent's pirates are not as powerful as imagined. Although their strength has been enhanced, they are still garbage. While Su King used his sense of sight to quickly capture the opponent's position, he also used the teleportation technique to move quickly. Every time he appeared, he would knock the opponent's pirate to the ground. Su King chose to be merciful. After all, the original intention of these pirates was not to kill the Straw Hats. More and more pirates on the other side were demonized, and those people rushed towards Su King like a tide. Seeing this, Su King no longer hesitated. Facing so many enemies, he naturally thought of the ability he had just acquired. Yes, Conqueror's Domineering. Su Kang's whole body was shaken, and his aura immediately reached its peak, and an indescribable power appeared around him. Bass. Thump. All the pirates in front of Su Kang lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Foxy just used the slow light, but why were his men not affected? Su Kang also felt a little confused. At this moment, Su Kang felt that something was wrong behind his back. Su Kang immediately stepped away. A sound of was heard, and light waves flashed through. It turned out that Foxy had just planned to sneak attack Su Kang. Foxy, what kind of hero is a sneak attack from behind? Su Kang said with a vigilant look. If he had been slower just now, he would have been directly hit. I never said I was a hero. Besides, do you think I am Foxy? Maybe my appearance is, but there is another magical power in my body now. Dull light. Foxy quickly used his enhanced version of the dull light to attack Su Kang. Su Kang could use his flexible body and super speed to dodge at first, but he couldn't dodge later because Foxy's light once again turned into a 360-degree light. Su Kang had no other choice but to use wood locking wall again. Whether it is a wood locking wall or an earth wall, they are all designed to block light. Su Kang's chakra is also nearly unlimited, so he can use various wood styles unscrupulously to block Foxy's dull light. What surprised Su Kang was that Foxy's light seemed to be endless, and he didn't feel any fatigue at all. I don't know how long it took, but Su Kang finally felt tired. What's going on with this guy? I don't even know how long he's been fighting for. How can he still hold on? Isn't this called magic reform anymore? Isn't this called a loser? Su Kang also said breathlessly. Forget it, never mind. I can't avoid his rays for the rest of my life. The soldiers will come to block the water and the earth will cover them up. I don't believe that none of my abilities can block the dull rays. Su Kang also planned to burn the boat. He no longer used wood style this time, but rushed out directly. Haha. Su Kang, are you finally tired? In that case, I will give you a good death. Foxy's dull light shone towards Su Kang. Su Kang was also directly hit by the light. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang was indeed stunned. At this time, Su Kang seemed unable to move even if he wanted to. Modified Foxy looked at Su Kang and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Su Kang. As a time traveler, do you think I can't kill you? I know you want to become the strongest. Unfortunately, you can't be my opponent, so go to hell. Foxy took out a knife and stabbed Su Kang. At this moment, Su Kang turned into a huge piece of wood with a bang. When did he use the substitute technique? Naturally, it was when Su Kang used the wood locking wall. I'm sorry, although I don't know your identity, but you can't kill me this time. Since you know that I am a time traveler, then you are most likely a time traveler too, right? You only use others to fight me. What a coward! Such people are the most pathetic in the final analysis, right? Su Kang said, looking at Foxy in front of him. You, when were you? Foxy, who had been transformed by magic, was shocked. Su Kang said, you don't need to know that what I learned from anime is not only the plot, but also other things. Ha ha ha. I lost to you this time, but don't think that I will leave just now. You will see me again later. Su Kang. Don't worry. I'm here. You absolutely can't escape from this world. The reformed Foxy was punched away by Su Kang. Hey? What happened? Chapter 173. Foxy woke up at this moment. At this time, he only felt indescribable pain all over his body, but he was not sure what was happening around him. Others who were hit by the dull light quickly returned to normal. Neither the Straw Hats nor the Fokker West Blue Gang died, which can be considered a great blessing among misfortunes. At this time, the host also officially announced that the 5th round of competition was over and the Straw Hats had won. As for the battle with Foxy, Foxy felt very uncomfortable, so he cancelled the battle directly. When Foxy asked Su King to choose their companions, Su King chose to give up except helping the old man with the white horse to get a white horse. Just kidding, it would be too embarrassing if the Straw Hats suddenly had a member of the Fokker West Blue bandit crew. Foxy saw that Su King was victorious but was righteous, and finally hosted a banquet for the Straw Hats on Long Island. Everyone's previous unhappiness immediately disappeared. After the Straw Hats and others obtained enough supplies on the Long Ring Island, they planned to set off again. However, Su King's heart became complicated. Su King called out the system again and had a very careful conversation with the system. "System, who is that person?" Su King asked directly. "I don't know who this person is specifically, but my database shows that this person seems to exist in this world. In other words, this person is from this world." Su King was a little surprised by the system's words. "No way? Are you sure? This guy knows that I am a time traveler? Is it more likely that he is a time traveler?" Su King also felt very suspicious. If this time the incident of demonic modification of Foxy is related to this person, then the previous incident of Enel being demonized should also be related to that person. Enel's sudden fruit awakening was the Thunder Fruit's awakening. If it weren't for the fact that Su Kang's strength was too heaven-defying, let alone Zoro and Sanji, even if Luffy was included, they would not be Enel's opponent. The situation this time is likely to continue to occur in the future. Therefore, Su King also understands that his current strength should be strengthened. "System, is it possible that this guy is a soul traveler?" "That is, his soul is a time traveler, but he has traveled to someone else's body. And at the same time, he also has cheat, which is like the ability to control other people's thoughts." Su Kang's guess is also very reasonable. The people currently being modified are Enel and Foxy, both of whom are considered villains in the plot. Maybe, the opponent's ability can only be used on the villain. The system could not give Su King a clear answer at this time. "Okay, system, is there any way to improve my strength now?" Su King didn't want to slack off like before. After two such incidents, Su King felt the need to improve his strength. "I rarely hear you say that you want to take the initiative to improve your strength. This is the first time." The system then said, "Okay, I have a 3-color domineering training ground here. There is also a training ground for swordsmanship. In addition, you can continue to develop your devil fruit abilities. You must know that even your current devil fruit abilities have not yet reached the awakening standard. Of course there's also some ninjutsu training from the Hokage world, and finally there's Wanja training from the Shinigami world." Su King was quickly confused by the system. Due to too much training, Su King didn't know what to choose for a while. "Can you give me some advice?" Su King asked. The system was silent for a while, and then said, "Currently, the strength of your fruit ability is at the elementary level. Information color, armed color, and conquerors are also elementary. The level of the Zanpakuto is Shikai. You have reached an advanced level in swordsmanship. From my point of view, you don't need any more training now. However, practicing Sage Jutsu is a relatively important thing at the moment." The system said. "Sage Jutsu?" Su King then asked, "Is it the Sage Jutsu that Naruto learned at Mount Meiboku in the Hokage ninja world?" "No, it's more than that." The system then said, "The 3 major Sage Jutsu is just one of them. If you want to completely learn Sage Jutsu and become a true immortal, all you have to do is complete the training of the 3 major Sage Jutsu. Of course, you still need to learn some basic knowledge before the 3 major Sage Jutsu. After learning Sage Jutsu, the power of all your ninjutsu will be increased. Sage Jutsu Chakra will also promote the fusion of your Indra and Asura bloodlines. In other words, you can awaken the Samsara Eye faster. So, have you decided to practice Sage Jutsu now?" Su King naturally nodded. "Okay. Now, I will teleport you there. All you need to do is learn one of these Sage Jutsu." After the system's words fell, Su Kang's eyes lit up for an instant, and then, Su Kang felt that everything around him became a little different. In front of Su Kang was pure white, and in the center, 3 gates appeared. The first gate has a toad pattern painted on it, while the second gate has a Katsuya pattern painted on it, and the third gate has a large white snake painted on it. If I'm not mistaken, these should be Mount Maiboku, Shikotsu Forest, and Rika Cave, right? The 3 great fairy lands. Su Kang thought for a while and finally decided to head towards Mount Maiboku. Learn Toad's Sage Jutsu first. Su Kang finally entered the door of Mount Maiboku. After entering, Su Kang entered Mount Maiboku, and the surrounding environment was very beautiful. Then a huge toad appeared in front of him. This toad is very huge and looks very old. The toad didn't know whether he saw Su Kang or not, and then he said, "Who is coming? A person from outside the world? It's been a long time since I've seen someone from such a distant place. If you want to come to Mount Maiboku to learn Sage Jutsu to improve your strength, I understand your thoughts and I can help you. I hope that if one day you really come to this world, please follow the reincarnation of heaven." The toad who spoke was naturally Toadwan, who was called the Great Toad Sage. "Shima, Fukasaku, are you responsible for teaching him Sage Jutsu? This little guy will protect our Mount Maiboku from being destroyed in the future." What the Great Toad Sage said was very mysterious, and Su Kang was assigned without saying a word. The old immortal is talking nonsense again. Shima Sennin did not give Great Toad Sage face. Fukasaku Sennin immediately said angrily, "Hey! Damn my child! You should be more polite. Why are you so polite? It has delayed our cooking, and what will happen to the children without food? What if they starve to death? I still have to look for ingredients." Shima Sennin said. Su Kang took out a handful of things directly from his magical bag. These things were naturally the ingredients needed by immortal Shima. Wow! This guy is so good! Shima Sennin, who had the temperament of a housewife, was bribed just like that. Chapter 174. Shima Sennin agreed to teach Su Kang Sage Jutsu with Fukasaku Sennin every day, and Su Kang also agreed to bring the best ingredients from the magical bag to cook for them every day. Su Kang also asked before, no matter how much time passes in this world, only 1 second will pass in the pirate world. Su Kang's eyes can obviously recover through this period of time. If I stay here for up to 20 days, my eyes will return to normal, and by then I will have eternal Mangeki. Su Kang thought to himself. Then he told the 2 immortals about his time. The 2 immortals said that they would try their best to teach Su Kang. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang began to practice Sage Jutsu. In the first step, Su Kang sat in Mount Maiboku and tried hard to feel the natural energy around him. To put it bluntly, Sage Jutsu is a kind of natural energy, but this energy is not stable after entering the human body from the outside world. If you can't control it well, you will turn into a toad. Although Su Kang used various cheats to make himself very powerful, it was also his first time to practice Sage Jutsu. Su Kang frequently encountered various problems at the beginning, and the 2 immortals stopped Su Kang's changes at the most critical moment. For several days in a row, Su Kang's progress was not very obvious, which made Su Kang a little desperate. However, don't forget that there is a cheating artifact in Hokage, the art of Shadow Clone. Because Su Kang has nearly unlimited chakra, he can use Shadow Clone unscrupulously. Even if the Shadow Clone turns into a toad, it can disappear in time. In this way, the Shadow Clone's knowledge and experience in the application of natural energy will be transferred to Su Kang's body. Originally, there was not much progress for several days, which made Su Kang a little depressed. However, through this bug, Su Kang was able to adapt to the natural energy in just 1 afternoon. However, absorbing and adapting to natural energy is only the first step in Sage Jutsu training. The next second step is the more difficult one. Su Kang needs to calm down, sit in a high place, maintain balance, and maintain the concentration of natural energy. Being able to freely absorb natural energy and successfully transform into an immortal state is the second step. Because of his previous experience, this time Su King directly joined hundreds of clones. After another failure, Su King quickly mastered the balance. Apply toad oil all over the body to absorb natural energy, then concentrate and distribute these natural energies. In the end, Su Kang's eyes turned into the pupils of a toad. Other than that, there are no other changes. Immediately afterwards, Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin were shocked. No way! It's so perfect! Even little Jiraiya couldn't transform Sage transformation so perfectly. The two immortals were obviously shocked by Su King. At this time, Su King didn't dare to touch these natural energies, because if he couldn't handle them, these energies would turn him into stone. Su King discovered that if there was too little energy, he would not be able to transform into Sage mode. If there was too much energy, he would easily turn into a toad. Su King has been working hard these days to find the most suitable point, so that as much energy as possible can remain normal. After a few days, Su King was able to completely master the second step. The third step, and the most critical step, is to learn to use the power of Sage mode. Xiao Su King, in other words, this time you need to adapt to your Sage mode and treat yourself like this as the norm. Fukasaku Sennin said. Su King understood what Fukasaku meant, so he used Shadow Clone again. Then, he directly turned on Sage mode and started fighting with his Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone also has Sage mode turned on. Su King was adapting to the natural energy while fighting his Shadow Clone. This kind of energy is in the body, and Su King must always pay attention to it, because once he uses it too much and leaks too much natural energy, he risks turning into a toad. The difference from before was that this time Su King was consuming natural energy while looking for ways to maximize his power. Su King fought day and night. It was not easy for Su King to deal with his own Shadow Clone. After all, the Shadow Clone also used Sage mode. Su King had been immersed in the battle with himself unconsciously, and did not notice at all that Sage mode had been maintained for several days and nights. Little Su King! You are so strong! Logically speaking, the natural energy should have been exhausted long ago, right? Immortal Shima also asked in shock. I probably know that this guy has mastered the method of absorbing natural energy while fighting. If possible, this guy can probably keep fighting in this state. Fukasaku Sennin doesn't know what to say either. But can't the surrounding natural energy consume light? Asked Shima Sennin. No, can you feel that he is not the immortal chakra who transforms the natural energy around him and turns it into himself? Now he seems to be a part of natural energy. Everything has its own energy. But at this time, he gives me a feeling of endless life, as if he is not consuming energy, but rebreeding energy. Oh my gosh, it seems like his talent is far above that of little Jiraiya. It turns out what the old man said is true. Shima Sennin has not forgotten what Gamamaru said more than 10 days ago. This little guy will help our clan so that our clan will not be destroyed. When Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin went to Gamamaru and returned to Su King's usual training ground, they found that Su King had killed all the Shadow Clone. Thank you two immortals, I think I have mastered Sage mode now. Su King said. By the way, this is not a complete Sage mode. Shima Sage and Fukasaku Sage said, only with the two of us, is the real Toad Sage mode. You are a sage. We are toads. Fukasaku accidentally told a cold joke. However, Su King naturally knew that the two immortals actually had good intentions, and then politely refused. This may not work. We do not belong to the same space, so using psychic techniques may not summon you. If I have a chance, and I truly come to your world, I will come to Mount Maiboku again. Thank you two immortals this time. These things are disrespectful. Su King once again took out many gifts that the toad liked from the magical bag, and then disappeared. Where did Su King go at this time? Naturally, we returned to the Golden Mary. The companions on the boat were still talking and laughing, heading towards the next stop of the record pointer, but no one knew that Su King, the top expert on the boat, had unknowingly become extremely powerful again. At this time, Su King felt some changes in his eyes. Chapter 175. Including time, it's almost there. Su King, do you want to take off your blindfold? Chopper asked. Yes, my eyes were injured before, but now they should have recovered. Why don't you come and help me? Su King said. Yeah. Okay. Then Kyoba helped Su King take off the blindfold from his head, and then Su King felt the light. My eyes feel full of life, Su King said. It's better not to open your eyes in a hurry. Let's get used to the light and then open them. As a doctor, Chopper naturally knows that there must be a transition when being in darkness for a long time, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to the eyes. After a while, Su King adapted to the light, and then opened his eyes bit by bit. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding blue sea and blue sky reappeared in front of Su King. Hey! Su King! Are you okay? Chopper waved his hand. Su King smiled slightly and said. Very good. My eyes have recovered very well and I can see you very clearly. Zoro was training himself desperately, Usopp and Luffy were fishing at the bow of the boat, and Nami was standing on the deck observing the weather. Robin was holding a book and was reading it carefully. Is Su Kang's eyes healed? Sanji happened to take out a special drink for the lady, and happened to see Su Kang regaining his sight. Really? That's great. Ever since you came down from the Sky Island, your eyes have been injured, and now they are finally healed. Luffy and others were also happy for Su King. Su King was very touched. His friends all felt really good about him. Su King naturally wants to treat his partners sincerely. Later, when Su King went to the bathroom, he turned on Mangekyou Sharingan directly in front of the mirror. Now, Su King has opened Mangekyou Sharingan without the burden he had before. Very good. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, coupled with the sage jutsu learned from Miyamu, and Conqueror's Haki, the recent gains are pretty good. Su King was very satisfied with his abilities. The journey continued, and I don't know how long the boat drove. Not far away, Nami saw an island. Miss Nami. We don't have enough food. Can we stop for a while to pick some mushrooms and catch some prey? Sanji asked. No way. Did you finish the food you brought from Changhuan Island so quickly? Nami was also surprised. Yes. How could you finish eating so quickly? Luffy asked in confusion. Of course it's because there's a foodie on the boat. Sanji naturally squirted at Luffy. Moreover, don't forget, Su Kang's appetite has also begun to increase, and now he is almost on par with Luffy. Actually, I also want to go to the island to find some medicinal materials, which may be helpful for future adventures. Chopper said. Okay, let's all go down to collect prey. After careful consideration, Nami finally got off the boat to hunt with everyone after ensuring the safety of the boat. Since everyone went together this time, naturally no one wanted to quit, not even Usopp had any complaints. Then everyone started collecting. After walking for a while, Chopper asked, what's going on? I can see from just now that there is a long ditch here. Yeah, it's really strange to say it. Why do I feel like there are traces of a bicycle riding on it? Usopp naturally looked familiar to the traces. Hey! Hey, this is an uninhabited island. There are no people there, let alone any traces of bicycles. Sanji said. At this time, Robin couldn't laugh. She had a bad feeling. Okay. The collection is almost done. It's time for us to get out of the dense forest. Luffy said very excitedly, not knowing what he was excited about. It seems like I suddenly came to a very empty place. Luffy said, looking around. Ah! Chopper shouted, and then ran forward quickly. What's wrong? That guy Chopper. He walked towards the rock. Is there anything over there? Zoro asked. At this time, Su Kang's eyes had already seen a person's head. Ah! Does that guy Chopper want to monopolize that huge mushroom? Luffy also made a random guess. Wait! Luffy ran over quickly. Chopper accidentally bumped into the thing. When he looked up, he saw that it was a person. Under the sun, this man also wore a sleep mask. At this time, he looked lazy. Raccoon cat. The man looked at Chopper and said. I'm a reindeer. Look, these are horns. Chopper corrected. Are you okay? Chopper. Luffy also arrived in time, saw the man and asked, who is this guy? What happened? Sanji and Zoro also came first. Who are you? The man asked very calmly. We still want to ask you. Luffy said. Who is this big guy? Usopp also asked curiously. Who is this person? Nami didn't know this person either. However, after Robin saw this person, his entire expression changed instantly. Ah! Robin finally collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Su King immediately went over to help him up. Robin! Everyone saw something from Robin's reaction. Everyone also got the necessary information from Su Kang's vigilant eyes. Okay, don't you want to be murderous? Brother, I didn't come here under any orders. The weather is nice, so I came out for a walk. The other party said nonchalantly. However, Su King still said very solemnly, this person's name is Kuzan. Kuzan? Who is Kuzan? Luffy asked again. Kuzan, the name of Aokiji, one of the 3 marine generals. Su King said very seriously. Marine, 3 generals. Everyone was stunned, the 3 generals of Marine, General Marine. That is the highest combat power of Marine. Why is Aokiji, one of the Marine generals, in front of the Straw Hats at this moment? Hey, you have grown into a beauty. Nico Robin. Aokiji looked at Robin and said. No way. Why would someone like him come here? Look for those big pirates who have a bounty of hundreds of millions. Usopp said. Hey? Don't you know? The bounty on Su King on your ship has already reached hundreds of millions. Hey! Aokiji looked at Nami and said, there is also a fascinating lady here. Are you free tonight? What are you doing? You stupid big guy! Sanji immediately scolded. Although Sanji is very horny, he will not allow anyone to be hornier than him. Wait a minute, really, you are the ones who don't listen well to what others say, right? Didn't I say it? I'm just here for a walk, don't be so excited. Besides, apart from Mr. Su King, there is no one here who is worthy of my action. Aokiji didn't care much about the name of Straw Hat, but he mentioned Su King alone many times. Chapter 176. This guy. Why is he so unreliable? Is this guy really General Marine? Robin, did you admit the wrong person? Usopp couldn't help but complain about Aokiji. Also, Aokiji's whole image looked lazy. He didn't even have the power of a soldier, let alone a marine general. Hey! How can you judge a person based on his appearance? My purpose as a marine is to uphold the righteousness of laziness. Aokiji said. It looks exactly like you. Everyone couldn't help but complain. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired from standing. Aokiji said and lay down on the spot. Let me tell you bluntly, I'm not here to arrest you, so you can rest assured. After the Alabasta incident, Nicole Robin disappeared. I just came to confirm her information. Aokiji said. It seems as I expected, she is indeed with you. Kuzan said to everyone while lying on the ground. Su King could feel that Kuzan didn't seem to want to make things difficult for everyone, so he acted like he was harmless to humans and animals. The way he doesn't take anyone seriously is really like General Marine. Usopp said. However, I will still send a report to the headquarters. With her added in, your total reward amount has changed again. Aokiji said. Rubber. Luffy didn't quite understand at this time and was already preparing to attack Aokiji. Sanji and Usopp also tried their best to stop Luffy. We can't take the initiative to provoke. The opponent is the strongest marine. Usopp and Sanji persuaded. Are we supposed to hand over Robin without saying a word? Luffy's reaction was very intense. No, didn't I say that? Didn't I say that I wouldn't do anything? Kuzan waved his hand and said. I'm going to beat you up. Luffy still planned to fight Aokiji, but of course, Usopp and Sanji stopped Luffy. At this time, a group of humans suddenly walked out of the surroundings. Isn't this an uninhabited island? No, they are probably passengers who drifted to this island from the shipwrecked ship, right? There are reports that a cruise ship was missing in the nearby waters a month ago, Kuzan said. Then Chopper checked the bodies of these ordinary people. How is Chopper? Luffy asked. Some of them are injured, but it's not a big problem. As long as they take my medicine, they will be fine soon, but everyone has not eaten for a long time. Chopper said. Sanji and Usopp just went to get food. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Usopp and Sanji came back carrying food. Just use the simplest cooking method, teppanyaki, to turn raw food into cooked food. Everyone then started devouring it. It seems that he is very hungry. Usopp said. Don't be so eager to eat, there's still a lot if you want to eat. Sanji also reminded kindly. It's so lucky that you can still be saved on such a great waterway. Nami said. At this time, these people said, we are the only people who were saved by being washed up on this island. Our boat was on a gourmet trip, and on its way back from the gourmet city of Butchier, we hit a big frog that was swimming freely. The whole ship was smashed to pieces. What? The big frog is swimming freely? Nami also heard strange things. A normal frog should swim breaststroke, right? Sanji reminded. It's so interesting. I want to see it too. Luffy said with great anticipation. Did you read that correctly? It's true, said the victims. That's Yokozuna. Kuzan said next to him. Although we finally arrived at this uninhabited island after a lot of hard work, several months passed without stopping. Finally, someone came. Just when we were happy, when we took a closer look, the person actually came. Cycling on the sea. Ah! The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. It's impossible to ride a bicycle on the sea, right? Usopp expressed his disbelief. That's me. Kuzan admitted proactively. Then the next thing we saw was a pirate ship. Is it us? Nami said. So, you are the one, right? That, what is it? Kuzan wanted to say something, but forgot. Are you kidding me? Luffy was angry again and planned to attack Kuzan, but was stopped again. I told you, I was taking a walk. Kuzan still had no intention of fighting. Since you are here for a walk, don't take this road and get out of here quickly. Luffy said very domineeringly. After all, the other party's goal was Robin. Okay, I understand. I'll go back right away, but before that, you should leave quickly. Fortunately, there is an inhabited island not far from here. If you receive adequate treatment there, you will better. Kuzan said. Hey! Don't listen to his nonsense, he's a marine. Luffy's words left everyone speechless. Is there any problem? The refugee asked. Yes, this is good. For ordinary people, Marine is their own people, and we are the bad guys, haha. Luffy finally figured it out. Bang! Luffy was hit directly with a knife from Usopp. Is it time to laugh now? This guy actually said he wanted to help everyone. Luffy pointed at Kuzan and said. Having said that, does this guy have a boat? Usopp questioned. Yes, there is no other ship except us. Chopper said. Without a ship or a record, how can we know the island this guy is talking about? Usopp became suspicious. It's fine. No matter what you say, it's not convincing at all. Usopp became more and more skeptical of Aokiji. Indeed, this man can do it, Robin said nothing more, and everyone chose to believe it. Su King said nothing except for telling Aokiji's identity at the beginning. It is impossible for him to take the initiative to attack Aokiji at this time, because there is no reason to do so. The Straw Hats and Aokiji actually took the initiative to put food and water into the boxes and tied them up for the refugees. Su King couldn't believe this sight. There's so much stuff that should be enough. If you move your hands occasionally, you will feel good. Kuzan said. Really, I'm in a really good mood. You're easy to talk to. At this time, Luffy already felt that Kuzan liked him very much. It turned out pretty harmonious. Nami also felt that things seemed to be going well. However, Robin's expression was somewhat indescribable. What should we do now? Are you just going to swim there with everyone and their luggage on your back? Luffy asked. How is that possible? Kuzan then walked next to Hade and put his hand into the sea. Chapter 177. You guys give in a little bit. Kuzan's expression changed then, and he planned to use his ability directly. That's right, it's Logia's ability to freeze fruits. However, at this moment, a huge sea monster suddenly emerged from the sea. Wow! This guy must be the king of the sea in this area. Usopp was shocked. Ah! Everyone was frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster. This monster was about to swallow Kuzan in one gulp. Hey! Run away! Usopp also said very worriedly. Danger! Rubber! Luffy was ready to take action. Hey! Zoro also pulled out his knife at this moment. But Su King didn't make any moves at all. It would be more interesting if this sea monster could hurt Kuzan. Ice Age! Kuzan said calmly at this time. Immediately afterwards, the entire sea that could be seen with the naked eye was frozen into ice in an instant. Yes, thousands of miles of ice. Hey! Luffy opened his mouth wide. Devil fruit! Zoro couldn't help blurting out. The Straw Hats and the ordinary people were completely shocked. The sea is frozen. Luffy couldn't believe it. This is the strength of Marine's general. Seeing this scene, Robin felt that it was natural. At this time, Aokiji's whole body was covered with ice and there was cold air all over his body. It was obvious that his whole body temperature was extremely low. Okay, this can last for a week. Kuzan then turned around and walked over. Just walk slowly in this direction. You will find an inhabited island in 4 days. It will be a bit cold, so you should keep warm. Kuzan then walked away without looking back. Am I dreaming? The people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. The sea has turned into the earth, so we can cross here. We can leave this island. Brother Marine! Thank you very much. This is truly a miracle. It is truly a miracle. The people were very excited, and Luffy was also very friendly and looked at Kuzan's back. Afterwards, the Straw Hats and the others said goodbye to these people. The people were very grateful to the Straw Hats and the others. After all, they not only healed their injuries, but also sent them a lot of food and water. Don't worry about it. This is what people call fate. Children, be careful not to catch a cold. In this way, the food will not spoil and can be stored for a long time. The Straw Hats said. Okay. Thank you. We will definitely remember this kindness. Thank you all, Straw Hat Pirates. The person on the other side waved his hand and finally left. And when the Straw Hats turned around, they saw Kuzan. What's wrong? Luffy asked. How should I put it? You and your grandfather are exactly the same. Monkey D. Luffy. Kuzan said. Should I say that you are unrestrained, or that you are unpredictable? Kuzan mentioned Luffy's grandfather, and Luffy showed a nervous expression instantly. Grandfather? Grandpa? Luffy. Usopp looked at Luffy and said, What's going on, Luffy? Why are you sweating all over? No. Nothing, that, Luffy was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. I am deeply cared for by your grandfather. I came here for two things. The first thing is to see Nico Robin and you. Kuzan said. I still think it's better for you to die here now. After Kuzan said this, he immediately turned his back. Although the government doesn't pay enough attention to you now, if you look closely at your experiences, you will find that you all have a lot of backbone. Although there are not many in number, when dangerous people like you gather together, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. From the time when you were first wanted, until now, your actions have grown so fast. I have been dealing with some lawless guys, so I think your future will be very scary. Kuzan suddenly became very serious. Wait a minute. Why did you say that suddenly? Didn't you just say you were just here for a walk? Usopp felt that something was suddenly wrong in the atmosphere. The reason why I feel particularly dangerous is you, Nico Robin. Kuzan said looking at Robin. Hey! You really are here for Robin. Watch me beat you up. Luffy threatened. The size of the bounty not only indicates the prisoner's strength, but also the threat that person poses to the government. So when you were 8 years old, you became a prisoner with a bounty of 79 million. Although you were a child, you survived cleverly, betrayed and fled, fawned over people, used people and relied on your cleverness to you have survived in a dark society so far, so the hiding place you chose this time is this group of people, right? Robin's heart was naturally getting weaker and weaker after being told by Kuzan. Sanji immediately scolded, Stop saying such unpleasant things. What grudge do you have against Miss Robin? Sanji. Stop talking. Usopp immediately stopped Sanji from continuing. I don't have any grudges, but if we talk about friendship, he escaped from me once before, and that was all in the past. You will understand soon, and you will regret bringing such a troublesome woman with you soon, Kuzan said. The best proof is that as long as all the organizations related to Robin were destroyed, she was the only one who survived. Why? Nico Robin? Kuzan asked. Shut up. What happened in the past has nothing to do with the present. Luffy scolded. Yes. Speaking of the past, there was a pirate hunter and female thief on our ship. Usopp also retorted. It's more important now than before. Sanji also said with great momentum. Robin is our important partner now. Don't speak ill of our partners. Chopper also stopped him. I see. It seems that you have already developed a deep friendship with them. Kuzan said. What on earth do you want to say? If you want to catch me, just do it. 30 rounds. Before Robin could take action, Su King was already standing in front of Robin, blocking her sight. Su King. Robin didn't understand what Su King meant. Ha 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 ha. Su King couldn't help laughing. Hey! At this time, Kuzan finally focused his attention on Su King. I thought you couldn't speak at all, Demon Su King. At this time, Kuzan also looked at Su King and said. Why are you laughing? Kuzan asked. I'm laughing at you. You don't even know what justice is. With no ability and identity, you can only become an accomplice of evil in the end. Su King then said, What do you think Sarong insists on? How do you think about the meaning of D? Kuzan. Su King asked Kuzan directly. Ha, interesting. Besides meeting Monkey D. Luffy and Nico Robin, I also have one more thing to do. Just to see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. Majin Su King? Do you have the strength to match Shishibukai? The atmosphere suddenly became very uncomfortable. Chapter 178. You guy. Luffy was naturally very excited when he saw that the other party was not only here for Robin, but also wanted to take action against Su King. Luffy, this guy is not easy to deal with. The rest is up to me. You should leave as soon as possible. Su King said. That's right. Luffy, let's leave it to Su King next. Even if he is a general, he must be able to deal with it. Usopp was very afraid of the general, but also believed in Su King's strength, so he said this. Others also agreed with what Su King meant. However, Luffy didn't want to abandon Su King. After all, Su King was also one of his important partners on the spaceship. Oh, it seems that you are deeply trusted by your companions on the ship. Don't worry, just kill them all when the time comes. After Kuzan finished speaking, ice air came out of his body, but part of his body turned into ice. After obtaining the form, he approached Su King fiercely and said, "The freezing moment." Immediately afterwards, Su King felt a coldness pass from Kuzan's body to his own. Su King was not slow to react. When encountering this situation, he immediately used his own protective ability. Susanoo. Su King's eyes were directed towards the eternal Mangeki, who played an important role at this moment. Around the body, there were faint ribs of a skeleton, protecting Su King's body. Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised Kuzan happened. Even though the moisture in the air was frozen, Su King was still able to escape death. These are ribs? They can actually resist my power. It's really amazing. I just don't know how long you can resist it. Kuzan's whole body turned pale again, and then an ice sword condensed in his hand. When Su King saw this, he really didn't want to affect his companions, so he directly formed a seal. Wood-style wood clone technique. After Su King used wood clone, he also used Susanoo to protect his companions. Don't leave me, otherwise you will be frozen by Aokiji's frozen fruit. Wood-style Su King said. Okay. Usopp and others finally chose to watch the battle quietly. A battle between the top Straw Hat Master and Marine's highest combat power, the General. Dong dong dong. Aokiji did not stop attacking at this time, because he did not know Su Kang's ability, so Aokiji used the ice sword in his hand to chop Su Kang's Susanoo's ribs again and again. It has no impact at all? This defense is really amazing. Aokiji also said in surprise. Aokiji's attacks mainly come from Logia's frozen fruit. Su Kang, who uses Susanoo, will naturally be immune to this physical attack. My power doesn't stop there. Su King knew that Kuzan didn't use his true ability, so he directly improved Susanoo's form. Susanoo's shape, which was originally just a rib, quickly became complete. In addition to the entire rib, the shape of Susanoo's skeleton was born. Immediately afterwards, a lot of muscles appeared outside the skeleton's body, and then a lot of armor was put on outside the flesh and blood body. Finally, Susanoo finally entered the form of armor. Such evil energy! Even if seeing, hearing, and color is not my strong point, I can still feel the evil coming towards me. It seems that I still underestimated you, Su Kang. Aokiji then pointed his hand at Su Kang. Immediately afterwards, he said with a serious face, such a cone mouth. This move is already considered a little trick for Kuzan. The energy of the frozen fruit was concentrated in this move, and it rushed towards Su Kang with extremely strong impact. Su Kang. No matter Nami, Robin, or Luffy, everyone's hearts were in their throats at this time. Just by looking at it, they could tell how terrifying this move was. What's more, he was hit head-on at close range. However, wood-style Su King said, Don't worry, my main body shouldn't take this level of attack lightly. I can't tell how powerful my main body is. At least, I didn't use all my strength. Aokiji can definitely block it. You mean, Su Kang's strength is already comparable to General Marine? Oh my god, I know Su Kang is very strong, but to what extent he is strong has never been confirmed. At first, I thought his strength was at the Shishibukai level, but now? He can actually deal with General Marine. The Straw Hats and others were once again shocked by Su Kang's strength. Among the people around him, Su Kang was probably the strongest. I wonder who is stronger between Su Kang and Shanks? Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. Luffy was very excited watching the battle between Su Kang and Aokiji. No. If this continues, Su Kang will throw me off several streets. I must become stronger. Luffy looked at the battle in front of him and set countless flags in his heart. At this time, the surprised person became Kuzan again. What? Nothing happened even after being hit directly on the cone mouth at close range? What kind of move is this? An ability user. At this time, Kuzan was also a little at a loss. As a marine general, he had to deal with too many masters, but Kuzan asked himself that he had never seen such a strange person before. The defensive power of this move is so powerful that it is absolutely impossible to use it infinitely. I will keep draining his energy. By then, he will naturally no longer be able to